An imperial edict, akin to the expulsion of a dog, dictated by the female emperor of the Nangong clan, commands the exile of Yuqing from the empire, never to return to the capital, all for the sake of securing her ascent to power after his dantian was destroyed. Little did she know that Yuqing, despite the devastation of his dantian, had acquired an invincible system. Moreover, she could not have anticipated that following his departure, the empire would descend into chaos, as sealed demons surged back into the mortal realm, and the fierce soldiers of the barbarian nation laid siege to the city, while the closely allied sacred grounds shut their doors to all. It was only in the end that she realized the root of all this turmoil stemmed solely from the absence of Yuqing's steadfast presence in the empire. Awakening to her grave mistake, the Nangong female emperor yearned for Yuqing's return, but the latter merely cast a fleeting glance her way. When I was part of the Fuyiao Empire, I could extend my protection to all, but now that I am no longer a citizen of Fuyiao, what concern is it of mine? At this moment, I desire nothing more than to wander the world freely, with the heavens and earth as my backdrop. On the desolate continent of Tianhuang, within the Fuyiao Empire, in the dark and damp depths beneath the imperial capital, countless black chains flickered with an eerie luminescence, occasionally rattling ominously. At the very center of this intricate web of chains lay two grotesque, colossal demons, sealed within. Even with the vastness of the imperial capital serving as a barrier and the celestial chains as support, the aura radiating from the two demons remained terrifying and unsettling. Beneath these towering behemoths flickered the dim light of a solitary candle. The candle, precariously placed upon a stone table, flickered as if on the verge of extinguishing, its glow seeming utterly out of place amidst the oppressive energy emanating from the two beasts. On the opposite end of the stone table lounged a young man clad in green. In his hands, he toyed with a makeshift deck of playing cards crafted from coarse paper. "A pair of jokers," Yuqing declared, laying two cards upon the stone surface while his gaze shifted toward the monstrous entities. The creature on the right visibly paled, its fingers trembling as they clutched the cards, the tips of its fingers, the size of a human head, turning white with pressure. I cannot afford it." After a long pause, it spoke in a faltering, stammering voice, shaking its massive head vigorously, its facial muscles quivering in a display of terror. At that moment, the creature on the left shuddered, quickly making a decision. Too much. I cannot afford it either." With that, both demons focused their gaze upon Yuqing. "If neither of you can manage a pair of threes, then I shall release you," Yuqing said with a smirk. He spread the cards out before him, then stood up, stretching lazily as he remarked, "So, what do you say? Will you concede to the wager?" As he spoke, he produced a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. The two demons quaked in unison. "Fear not. I shall not harm you. I merely require half a gene of your essence to concoct some medicine," Yuqing chuckled, plunging the knife forward. Under the pitiful gazes of the two demons, each lost half a gene of blood, and Yuqing finally relented. With a smile, he collected the essence and casually gathered the stone table, then began his slow ascent up the dark stairway leading to the surface. "I shall visit you again next time," he waved as a farewell. The two demons trembled anew. "Please do not come back." Yet on the surface, they could only muster a smile, even more grotesque than tears, watching Yuqing depart. "By the way," Yuqing paused mid-step. Turning back, he said languidly, "From now on, I expect you to behave. If I sense even a hint of your disturbance of the seal while I am above ground, I guarantee I will come back to reside here for 3 days and nights." With that, Yuqing finally returned to the surface. He arrived at a courtyard in the southern part of the imperial city. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. With a babbling brook, and beneath the bamboo grove, stood a set of exquisite tea utensils crafted from fine spiritual wood, beside which lay Yuqing's personal reclining chair. The only incongruity was a sheep lying on its back in the warm sunlight. The sheep, a plump ball, occasionally opened its half-lidded eyes, seemingly lethargic, while munching on a blade of grass. "Have the barbarians sent more gifts?" "The gifts are rather unimpressive," Yuqing remarked, absently fiddling with a peculiar trinket in his hand. Upon hearing this, the sheep opened its eyes, chewed the grass tilted in its mouth, then closed its eyes once more, evidently displeased by Yuqing's chatter. "An imperial edict has arrived." At that moment, a shrill voice pierced the air, followed by the entrance of 3 eunuchs into the courtyard. Upon seeing Yuqing, the leading eunuch cast a meaningful glance before proclaiming, "By decree of the Fuyiao female emperor, Yuqing is commanded to enter the palace immediately, without delay. This is a royal edict." Yuqing's brow furrowed slightly. Why has Fuyiao summoned me so suddenly? With a sense of curiosity, he wasted no time, changing into appropriate attire, and proceeded into the royal palace. However, along the way, he encountered numerous civil and military officials. Upon sighting him, they exhibited expressions of surprise, and a murmur of discussions erupted. It is a pity for Yuqing when the empire was first established, he faced the three great vassal kings alone, demonstrating unparalleled valor and making significant contributions. What a shame. Indeed, while he did defeat the three kings, he himself was left with a ruined dantian, reduced to a mere idle prince living off his past glories. What of an idle prince? Has the empire treated him poorly? Such a traitor, living off the empire. Indeed, this does not absolve him of colluding with foreign factions in a plot of rebellion. Yuqing's brow knitted further, sensing that something was amiss. Upon reaching the gates of the Fuyiao Hall, he found himself surrounded by a throng of Fuyiao soldiers. Before them stood a chief eunuch holding the imperial edict. Yuqing, accused of collusion with foreign powers and intent to rebel, should have faced the annihilation of his entire clan. However, considering your past merits, we have decided to show mercy by stripping you of your princely title and exiling you from the Fuyiao Empire. This is the royal decree. Colluding with foreign powers and plotting rebellion? Despite overhearing numerous discussions along the way, Yuqing paid them no mind. The political infighting and unfounded accusations within the court were all too common. Yet hearing the imperial decree echo such claims left him momentarily stunned. For the edict represented the will of the female emperor. Perhaps others were unaware, but Nangong Fuyiao herself knew the truth. This emperor was the very person he had supported to ascend the throne. After Nangong Fuyiao's ascension, Yuqing had aided her in eliminating dissenters, subduing the three kings, and strategizing for the prosperity of the populace and the stability of her rule. One could say that without him, there would be no flourishing Fuyiao Empire today. However, disinterested in power, he had retreated into the shadows once the empire stabilized, leading a life dedicated to nurturing fish and tending to flowers. In truth, anyone could conspire for power, except for him. Even if one were to claim that I conspired with foreign powers, it is not for you to say. It should be the emperor herself who addresses me. Bold Yuqing, how dare you directly address the female emperor? The chief eunuch's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at Yuqing, shouting sharply, "Let him enter!" At that moment, a commanding female voice resonated from within the Fuyiao Hall, laced with an undeniable imperial authority. Upon the command, 3,000 Fuyiao soldiers bowed in unison. Make way for him." The chief eunuch let out a scornful huff, finally parting the way for Yuqing. Disregarding the onlookers, Yuqing stepped into the Fuyiao Hall. At the head of the hall sat a woman clad in red, her beauty captivating and her every gesture exuding an air of authority. It was none other than the Fuyiao female emperor, Nangong Fuyiao. Beside her stood a figure named Xiao Wuchen, renowned as the most gifted young talent of the Fuyiao Empire, a prodigy bearing the prestigious supreme bone. Once upon a time, Xiao Wuchen could even be considered half a disciple of Yuqing. Yuqing paid no heed to Xiao Wuchen, but instead directed his gaze toward Nangong Fuyiao, his eyes filled with questions and confusion. Meeting Yuqing's gaze, Nangong Fuyiao looked down imperiously, her face a mask of imperial authority. "There is nothing more to discuss. The evidence is irrefutable. Out of consideration for your past contributions, I spare your life. You may leave." Her words were delivered with indifference, as if she were dismissing a mere cur. Yuqing's brow knitted tightly. Even though he had anticipated this moment since the issuance of the decree, hearing those words from Nangong Fuyiao's lips proved difficult to accept. "Why?" Yuqing inquired, lifting his head. "The empire does not wrong any innocent person," Nangong Fuyiao replied without a hint of emotion. "The evidence is undeniable." "You know I'm not asking about that," Yuqing asserted. For they all understood that the so-called charges could not withstand scrutiny. Anyone with clear eyes could discern the truth, let alone the fact that this female emperor remained oblivious. This meant that the charges leveled against him were implicitly approved by her. Indeed, it was possible that these accusations were orchestrated by her own hand. "Are you questioning me?" A cold voice escaped Nangong Fuyiao's lips, each word dripping with authority, a palpable imperial pressure emanating from her, bearing down upon Yuqing. "I will say it once more, I only acknowledge evidence." In response, Yuqing felt a sharp pain in his here-tan ache of betrayal. He was not a native of this world, but had traversed from a realm known as Blue Star. It was on a night fraught with snow and tempest, as he embarked upon the path of cultivation, that he stumbled upon a little girl curled in a corner, her face tinged with the hue of frost. From that moment on, a duo one large and one small embarked upon the arduous journey of cultivation in the vast realm. Together they shared a bowl of porridge and quenched their thirst with a cup of water. The girl called out to her brother from behind, and he steadfastly protected this sister, bound to him by no blood ties. Eventually, the girl came to learn of her true heritage. She was a princess, a royal of the fallen dynasty. Yuqing aided her in returning to the palace, reclaiming her rightful identity and power. In time, she confided in Yuqing her ambition to ascend to the throne. Without hesitation, Yuqing resolved to eliminate her adversaries, enabling her, a mere woman, to occupy the imperial seat. Yet, as the years swiftly passed, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the lofty empress before him with the little girl she once was. "It appears you no longer require my assistance." Yuqing sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. What a joke! However, these words struck the empress profoundly, igniting her fury. With a thunderous clap of her formidable power, she shattered the table into fragments. She was an empress of her word, a sovereign above all, not a fragile girl in need of protection. This individual persisted in recalling some unflattering memories, adopting a guise of guardianship over her. Such behavior repulsed her to the core. To put it plainly, she despised the notion of anyone knowing that she, the illustrious Fuyiao Empress, once harbored a past that filled her with shame. There had once existed a version of her that was weak. She could not abide the thought that behind all her successes lay the shadow of this person, particularly now, when he was rendered a mere invalid. She was determined to erase this dark chapter from her history. Undeniably, Yuqing had once aided her, but she was the empress. "I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." Yuqing, it is undeniable that you contributed significantly to the establishment of the empire. Yet you overestimate your importance. Do you think I cannot thrive without you? To speak frankly, I am surrounded by an abundance of talent now, and the Fuyiao Empire flourishes like never before. My Fuyiao Empire will lack for no one, including you. Before I change my mind and decide to eliminate you, I advise you to vanish from my sight, Nangong Fuyiao declared, devoid of any emotional inflection. Yuqing gazed at the now unfamiliar Nangong Fuyiao, and for reasons unknown, a sense of tranquility washed over him. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high. "Then, as you wish. Since the mountain bird and the fish are disparate, let the mountains and waters remain unacquainted." With that, he turned his back, casting a glance at the grand entrance, and began to walk away. His words were unmistakable. From that moment forth, all ties between them were severed. Even should they meet again, they would be strangers. A fleeting flicker of guilt crossed Nangong Fuyao's eyes, but this feeling was swiftly eclipsed by unwavering resolve. Xiao Wuchen was tasked with escorting Yuqing out of the Fuyiao palace. He cast a complex glance at Yuqing, offering no farewell, before turning back to the palace. It was undeniable that although Yuqing had been incapacitated when he vanquished the three kings, his wealth of cultivation experience remained intact. Though he had never taken a master, he had indeed learned much from Yuqing. Until today, he had held great respect for him. Yet it was curious, perhaps Yuqing simply overestimated his own significance. This vast Fuyiao Empire would continue to function seamlessly, regardless of who was absent. He would not allow Yuqing to hinder his own future. Chapter 2. So, what does it have to do with me? Yuqing has departed, taking with him his courtyard and all that resided within it, including that incongruous sheep, tucked away in the sleeve of his robe. The sky today is slightly overcast, with a fine drizzle occasionally descending from above. Yet, the imperial city remains as boisterous as ever, seemingly unaffected by Yuqing's departure in the slightest. He lingered at the city gates for a long while, extending his hand to feel the gentle rain, taking a swig of strong liquor before turning his back and leaving the city that had been his home for 2 decades. He also took with him the long sword that had been embedded deep within the imperial city's earth. The sword appeared unremarkable, with signs of rust, and was returned to Yuqing's sleeve. No one knew when this sword had been plunged into the ground, nor did anyone realize that it had just been withdrawn. All that the populace was aware of was the sudden, thunderous rumble emanating from beneath the imperial city, as if an uncontrollable force was on the verge of breaking through the earth. Yuqing did not spare it a glance. He had never fancied himself a sage. Here, he could cherish and protect all that he loved. But if he were to leave everything, what does it have to do with me? The sheep cast a forlorn gaze at Yuqing, indicating its hunger once more. Why Yuqing casually plucked a tuft of foxtail grass and stuffed it into its mouth. The world knew of his prowess in vanquishing 3 kings. Yet none were aware that it was in the face of adversity that he awakened the exclusive boon of a time traveler, a system. This system proved reliable, rewarding him with countless gifts, including this sheep and this sword. In merely 20 years, with a sip of tea and the listening of melodies, his cultivation had reached an unfathomable height, one even he himself could scarcely comprehend. All he knew was that he was undeniably strong. At this level of cultivation, he felt little desire for further ascension. Content to remain in his modest domain, he preferred to enjoy wine, savor tea, and occasionally seek amusement in the depths of the imperial city. Yet now, perhaps it was time to embark on a journey in accordance with the system's tasks, to explore the world while also discovering what lay at the end of the path. To take on a disciple. As he read the system's notification, Yuqing's eyes flickered with interest. According to the system, he was to venture south to find his own apprentice. The south? It seemed to be the southern kingdom. He had long heard tales of the southern kingdom's breathtaking scenery, and now he would finally have the chance to witness it for himself. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Fuyiao imperial city, in the grand hall. The imposing figure of Nangong Fuyiao stood clad in crimson, her countenance stormy enough to reign. "Who can tell me what has transpired with the seal?" she demanded in a low voice. Since the sealing of those two demons in the imperial city. Although there had been occasional tremors in the past, such disturbances had dwindled over time, becoming nearly imperceptible in recent years. Never before had such a significant upheaval occurred since the sealing. "Your Majesty? We have just conducted an inspection and found no issues with the seal," one elderly man approached, speaking with utmost respect. "If the seal is intact, why then did such a disturbance occur?" Nangong Fuyiao pressed sternly. The elder bowed his head, kneeling on the ground, his face flushed as he struggled to explain. Despite the seal showing no signs of malfunction, the cause of the recent tremor remained elusive. Strengthen the seal further and monitor the subterranean movements closely. Report any anomalies to me immediately, commanded Nangong Fuyiao, issuing a series of orders before returning to the Fuyiao Hall. Sitting in the hall, she displayed signs of fatigue. For reasons unknown, she had felt restless over the past couple of days. Logically, at her level of cultivation, such disturbances should not occur. Rubbing her forehead, she pondered that perhaps it was simply the result of too many trivial matters weighing on her mind. Days passed, and Yuqing was already on his way to the southern kingdom. At this moment, he stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the distant landscape, a gentle breeze caressing him and lifting his spirits. "The scenery outside is truly splendid. Brother Yu, what brings you here all alone?" At that moment, several figures swept toward him from a distance, led by a maiden in a long dress, Lu Yi. Having traveled several hundred miles from the imperial city, Yuqing encountered Lu Yi and her companions on the road. Their rapport was immediate, and they decided to journey together. "Brother Yu, take care. There are beastly creatures lurking in these mountains. Smaller ones are manageable, but if a larger beast appears, we might not be able to protect you," Lu Yi warned, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "All right, let's proceed," Yuqing replied with a smile. The group traversed the mountain range, reaching a small town before nightfall. Under the starry sky, with a gentle breeze blowing through the window, Yuqing leaned against the sill, intrigued as he listened to Lu Yi and her fellow disciples banter jovially. A smile gradually crept onto his face, though he was considerably older than them. Who among them hadn't harbored dreams of chivalry and heroism in their youth? "Come, brother Yu, let us toast to you." The youths, whom Yuqing regarded as younger brothers, raised their cups toward him. "Cheers," Yuqing reciprocated, lifting his cup. That moment, Lu Yi approached, a hint of regret in her voice. "Brother Yu, I fear we must part ways tomorrow. Oh?" Yuqing looked up at her. "Though we are heading in the same direction, we plan to avoid the main roads for our training. The alternative routes can be quite perilous. If you accompany us, we might struggle to ensure your safety. Of course, I mean no offense," she added hastily. Yuqing chuckled softly. "You underestimate me too much. I should have mentioned that I possess a modicum of cultivation myself." The revelation ignited excitement in Lu Yi and her companions, their eyes brightening as they eagerly inquired. "What level of cultivation do you possess, brother Yu?" "I could take any of you on without breaking a sweat," Yuqing declared, raising his fist with a grin. "Then allow me to spar with you." Brother Yu, a nearby youth, who had been drinking, suddenly set down his cup and dashed forward with a swift strike. His palm, infused with profound energy, was directed at Yuqing's chest, showcasing his impressive talent and achieving innate mastery. In response to the incoming attack, Yuqing merely smiled, raising his hand to effortlessly pin the youth's wrist between his fingers, rendering his strike utterly ineffective. "Wow, Brother Yu is incredibly strong. You're practically at the level of our sect's protector." The youths gazed at Yuqing with admiration, exclaiming in astonishment. Only Lu Yi blushed, sticking out her tongue in surprise. "So Brother Yu is this formidable. How is it, traveling with you all? Is it satisfactory?" Yuqing inquired with a smile. "With Brother Yu's strength, we have nothing to worry about. We shall rely on you for guidance along the way." Lu Yi promptly replied, "Of course, that's no trouble at all. We shall assist each other." Yuqing raised his cup, surrounded by laughter and joy. Only the sheep, lying on its back on a soft couch nearby, cast a disdainful glance at Yuqing. Chapter 3. Yuqing has left? ILL stormed the seal right away. As time passed, the news of Yuqing's expulsion from the Fuyiao Empire gradually spread. Far beyond the borders of the Fuyiao Empire lay a vast desert, stretching endlessly with yellow sands as far as the eye could see. Yet, on the distant horizon, a grand and majestic city rose up. Countless armored cavalrymen, mounted on enormous beasts, patrolled the surroundings. The heart of the city. Within a towering fortress, sat the leaders of two great barbarian nations. One was Manshan, the chieftain of the Shaman kingdom, and the other was Gongsun II, the leader of the Tu Shan kingdom. Both men were towering figures, bearded and with long black hair cascading over their shoulders, devouring meat in great gulps. Each glance and gesture of theirs exuded a formidable presence and cultivation. What? At that moment, Manshan smashed his wine cup down, his face a mask of disbelief. "Are you saying that the demon has been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire?" This news just arrived from the Fuyiao Imperial City. "And it is absolutely true," Gongsun II replied solemnly. "Nonsense. Is Nangong Fuyiao out of her mind?" Manshan shook his head in disbelief. "How foolish must one be to do such a thing? It's like stabbing oneself in the throat. Self-sabotage doesn't work like this." Yet, the next moment, one of his trusted aides entered, presenting him with a sealed letter. "By the heavens, it's true." Manshan opened the letter, stunned into silence. Clearly, his spies had also uncovered this news. Though their actions had been slower than those of Gongsun Tuesday. No, let me think this through." Manshan sank back into his seat, scratching his head as his thoughts raced. How could this be possible? After a lengthy pause, he raised his head, eyes gleaming with insight. So, does this mean we no longer need to ally with the Fuyiao Empire? If that demon has truly left, then indeed, Gongsun II replied thoughtfully. No. Manshan shook his head again. What if this is just a ruse by that demon to test us? Then he might come looking for us to share tea again. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Gongsun II's spine, causing him to involuntarily stamp his foot. It was a memory he wished to forget, one that brought tears to his eyes upon reflection. It appears that this matter requires careful deliberation. Gongsun II, with a cautious demeanor, flickered his gaze and, after a lengthy pause, spoke. "Let us do this. First, we shall fabricate some excuse to delay the alliance. Simultaneously, we will continue to investigate the veracity of the information and ascertain that he is indeed no longer within the borders of the Fuyiao Empire before formulating our next steps." "Very well, let it be decided thus." Manshan clapped his hands in agreement and then remarked, "Our two great barbarian nations are among the most powerful in this southern region. I have never held the diminutive Fuyiao Empire in high regard, and it is only due to the threat posed by that demon that we have refrained from speaking out. If he is truly absent from the Fuyiao Empire, then we shall no longer feel obliged to show it any deference." Indeed, Gongsun II nodded in agreement. "So it shall be decided." Good. Meanwhile, in the Fuyiao Empire, deep within the pitch-black depths of the imperial capital, two sealed demonic entities were panting heavily in the darkness. The pressure has dissipated these past few days. "If I am not mistaken, he has taken that sword away." A deep and sonorous voice resonated through the shadows. "Without that sword, these insignificant chains and the formation above us cannot restrain us for long." "But what does he mean by this?" A silence enveloped the darkness. After a considerable time, the voice resumed. "If he is up there, even without that sword, as long as we make the slightest commotion, he will detect us, and we will still be unable to break free. Yet this still presents us with an opportunity. Without that sword, we can at least gradually wear away the seal above us without causing a disturbance, ultimately breaking free in one decisive surge. Although this will take some time, it is our only chance." "Very well, we shall wait for a while. Once we are free, I shall ensure that these wretched humans pay the price." At that moment, footsteps echoed down the stairs leading to the depths. Soon after, a group of blue-clad cultivators descended the stairs under the guidance of an elderly man and a young man. "Everyone, inspect the seals," commanded the elder and the youth, standing beside the altar, their sharp gazes scrutinizing the actions of the blue-clad individuals. Master Sun, you mentioned that Yuqing has made significant contributions to the Empire. Has he truly been exiled? The youth could not help but murmur. Master Sun, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. Yuqing was indeed commendable in his time, but that was then. Now he is nothing but a useless husk. Indeed, the youth sighed. Yet overall, it is a pity for such a person. However, their conversation was overheard in the shadows nearby. The two hidden demonic entities, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances in the darkness. What? Yuqing has been expelled from the Empire? The two demons instinctively tugged at their black chains, leaning forward as if fearing they had misheard. The heavy clanking of the chains failed to draw the attention of Master Sun and the youth. It was entirely normal for the beasts to make a bit of noise. The two merely exchanged a glance before continuing their conversation. There is nothing to lament, Master Sun remarked disdainfully. Regardless of whether the accusations of treason are true or not, he is clearly unaware of his own insignificance. Now a mere waste, he still clings to past glories, believing himself of great worth. His expulsion from the Empire is the best outcome for him. And we should take heed of this, however. As soon as Master Sun finished speaking, the darkness nearby erupted with two earth-shattering roars, sending tremors through the entire imperial city, akin to an earthquake, as countless ornaments swayed and decorations crashed to the ground. What is happening? South Palace Fuyiao sprang to her feet, hastily exiting the palace. Outside, chaos reigned as the ground split open with cracks resembling a spider's web, and numerous buildings collapsed. The entire imperial capital was engulfed in panic. At that moment, the previously underground Master Sun burst forth, standing before South Palace Fuyiao. Your Majesty, it is dire. The two demonic entities are assaulting the seals, Master Sun exclaimed, his face grave, and under their vigorous assault. The seals have already begun to weaken. What? South Palace Fuyiao's expression shifted dramatically. Hadn't the seals been inspected recently and deemed intact? Why would these two entities suddenly attack the seals? Furthermore, even if they did attack, logically, they should not be able to breach the seals, so how could they weaken? I don't know, Master Sun stammered, nearly in tears. I was merely conducting the routine inspection when the two demons began their assault. Incompetence, South Palace Fuyiao scolded sharply, yet she understood that this was not the time to assign blame, promptly issuing commands. Immediately notify the Heavenly Palace to act collectively and reinforce the seals. We must ensure these two demons are suppressed anew. Yes. Master Sun and the others wasted no time, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should these two demons break free, the entire imperial capital would face calamity. After a series of commands were given, South Palace Fuyiao returned to the palace, awaiting news of the demon's suppression. Sitting alone, for reasons unknown, the image of Yuqing surfaced in her mind. Why had misfortunes begun to unfold one after another since his departure? Humph! But this thought was fleeting, as South Palace Fuyiao quickly dismissed it with a cold snort. While she could not deny Yuqing's past capabilities, he was now merely a useless being. The disturbances caused by the demons and the alliance with the barbarian nations had no connection to him. It was merely a coincidence. As night fell, a man in his 60s, leaning on a cane, solemnly entered the palace. This man was the head of the Heavenly Palace, Sun Xuanji, an institution established at the rise of South Palace Fuyiao. A cradle for the strong of the Fuyiao Empire, housing various experts gathered by her over the years. Director Sun, how is the situation? South Palace Fuyiao inquired urgently. Sun Xuanji shook his head gravely and replied. After a day of effort, we have temporarily managed to reseal the two demons, but this is only a stopgap measure. Unless the experts of the entire Heavenly Palace continuously channel energy into the seals for 12 hours, we can only maintain a precarious balance with those demons. Otherwise, it will not be long before they break free. South Palace Fuyiao's expression shifted at once. Asking the entire Heavenly Palace's experts to channel energy for 12 hours without interruption was simply impossible. Would they cease their cultivation? Furthermore, could they sustain such a strain for half a month, let alone half a year? Director Sun, have you determined why the seals, which were originally intact, suddenly allowed these two demons to assault and weaken them? South Palace Fuyiao posed her greatest confusion. Upon hearing this, the head of the Heavenly Palace, with a grave expression, sighed and replied, according to our thorough investigation, while the imperial city's chain seals are intact, they have never been sufficient to restrain the two demons. With those words, the gravity of the situation became even clearer. Like a bombshell, the news fell upon Nangong Fuyao's ears. How could this be possible? If the seal itself is insufficient to contain the two formidable beasts, Why did they not breach the seal at the moment it was cast, choosing instead to wait until now? Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanji shook his head with a bitter smile. This matter perplexes them greatly as well. It is utterly illogical. However, your majesty need not worry excessively. Although it is currently necessary for the heavenly palace to input energy into the seal without interruption for 12 hours to maintain its suppression, for the time being, it can indeed be contained. Moreover, it suddenly occurs to me that within our empire, the Qingyun sect's ancient adept is highly skilled in formations and seals, regarded as a pinnacle of expertise among the neighboring nations. Sun Xuanji continued, if we could summon him, perhaps a solution could be found. Oh? If that is the case, then hasten to call him for assistance. If he can resolve this issue, I shall reward him handsomely. Nangong Fuyiao declared with resolute determination. Sun Xuanji bowed his head in response, saying, yes, your majesty, I shall arrange it at once. Meanwhile, while chaos reigned in Fuyiao imperial capital, Yuqing and Lu Yi, along with their companions, continued their journey southward, honing their skills and experiencing the diverse cultures along the way. Unbeknownst to them, they remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding events. Night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the group lit a bonfire, casting a warm glow upon their flushed faces. As they enjoyed their post-meal revelry, Lu Yi, her eyes sparkling, said, Brother Yu, why not join our Qingyun sect? The moment her words left her lips, they sparked a chorus of enthusiastic agreement from the others, urging, yes, Brother Yu. You are not much older than us, and with your impressive cultivation, you should definitely join us. One added, our Qingyun sect has a significant legacy. Surely, you have heard of the green-robed sword immortal, the very one who vanquished the three kings during the establishment of the Fuyiao Empire. He is a great figure, and our ancestor had connections with him. Another chimed in, moreover, our ancestor is not only powerful but also uniquely adept in formations. If you have an interest in formations, perhaps he could teach you. Wow, is it really that impressive? Yuqing exclaimed, his thoughts drifting back 20 years to the long-forgotten title of green-robed sword immortal, surprised to hear it from a group of young ones. Reflecting on their ancestor, he recalled a certain connection. For it seemed that the skills and formations he possessed were indeed imparted by himself. Chapter 5. Could this beast have already been cooked? Coincidentally, our ancestor will also be heading south on business and could bring us back. Lu Yi and the others continued to express their eagerness, asking, so, what do you say, Brother Yu? Joining the sect is not urgent. Let us see if we have the chance to meet your ancestor first. Yuqing replied with a gentle smile, that is fine. Our ancestor is quite amiable and cares for us junior disciples. We will definitely introduce you to him, they chirped enthusiastically. These young adventurers, fresh to the world, expressed their desires openly. Why Yuqing was more than content to be among them, especially since they were earnest and not mischievous when it came to drinking. At that moment, the group was gathered around the bonfire, preparing their dinner. Typically, upon reaching the innate realm, one could fast for several days, or at the very least, consume a low-grade fasting pill to sustain themselves for days without food or drink. However, ever since Yuqing had treated them to a hot pot meal, these youngsters had abandoned the fasting pills and eagerly awaited another feast. Since his arrival in this world, regardless of his cultivation level, he had maintained the habit of enjoying meals, particularly hot pot and barbecues, complemented by a bit of wine, a delight unknown to the average cultivator. Thus, in the courtyard filled with treasures, he had all manner of ingredients and utensils. You all wash the pots and prepare. I will go gather some ingredients. After retrieving the necessary items, Yuqing ventured into the forest to seek out food. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and the others excitedly set about their preparations in the forest. The moment Yuqing stepped forward, he found himself on a different hill. He gazed silently around. He murmured softly. He had intended to find some ordinary wild beasts for ingredients, but unexpectedly encountered a demonic beast, an entity of the heavenly desolation realm. The realm of demonic beasts is roughly comparable to that of humans. After the innate stage, they can draw upon the natural energies of heaven and earth for cultivation. Thus, the realms beyond innate are classified as human desolation, earth desolation, and heavenly desolation. Demonic beasts absorb the energies of heaven and earth for their cultivation, possessing pure flesh far superior in taste to ordinary beasts. Although a heavenly desolation beast is indeed formidable, akin to the power of a minor sect's leader, it would serve well to nourish these young ones. With a decisive step, Yuqing approached the demonic beast. Startled by the sudden appearance of a human, the beast, unable to take on a human form, nonetheless spoke, "Die!" It roared, opening its massive jaws to lunge at Yuqing. Yet, it met its demise in an instant. This beast, resembling a tiger but smaller in stature, was swiftly collected by Yuqing as he made his way back to camp. "Wow, brother Yu. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen one like it," Lu Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she beheld the ingredient Yuqing had brought back. "Brother Yu, you take a rest. I will handle it," one young disciple said, drawing his sword and approaching the beast. With a single strike aimed at the beast's head, he only managed to scratch its skin. Laughter erupted from the group, teasing him about his lack of strength. "Use my knife," Yuqing offered, pulling out a broad, heavy cleaver. For reasons unknown, the moment the knife appeared, Lu Yi and the others felt an inexplicable chill, and their somewhat sentient swords dimmed in their hands. However, this fleeting change went unnoticed by the inexperienced youngsters. "Wow, brother Yu, you even have this kind of knife prepared," the boy exclaimed in surprise as he took the cleaver, then swiftly decapitated the beast with ease. "Why?" Yuqing chuckled. "S is semi-professional gourmet. One must be equipped with the right tools. The head is unnecessary. It looks unappetizing." The boy casually hung the severed head on a tree. Under the light of the moon, laughter and joy filled the air around the bonfire. Why Yuqing transformed into a master chef, adding seasonings to the hot pot until a bubbling cauldron of broth soon captivated everyone's attention. "Come, let us raise a toast to brother Yu." The young men and women produced wine flasks and toasted Yuqing, then began to savor their meal. Before long, the group was indulging, their mouths glistening with oil as they enjoyed meat and wine, leading to one young one becoming tipsy and reminiscing about the past. The sight of these youngsters, still in their early years, brought Yuqing a sense of amusement. However, just as the jovial atmosphere reached its peak, an unsettling chill crept in silently. Why Yuqing's grip on the wine flask faltered momentarily, yet he remained still, casting a watchful eye on Lu Yi and the others. Soon, they too sensed the shift, their expressions sharpening as they instinctively drew their swords and formed a defensive stance, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Why Yuqing found himself instinctively encircled by them. Their alertness was commendable. Observing their actions, Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. In the very next moment, a myriad of rustling sounds erupted from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a mocking voice. "Teske, a group of little brats, your vigilance is quite commendable." Shadows began to close in from all directions, and among them stood a bald man, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, his face marred by a menacing scar. "Hand over your pills and treasures, and I may spare your lives," he growled ominously. As the man spoke, the group quickly grasped their identities. In the vast Fuyiao Empire, where numerous sects thrived, many cultivators of middling ability banded together to rob passing practitioners of their resources. In essence, they were no different from bandits, just bandits with a touch of cultivation. "Why should we comply with you? Consider this a warning. Do not act recklessly. We are disciples of the Qingyun sect," Lu Yi boldly replied, brandishing her sword while revealing the Qingyun sect's token. "Humph," the bald man scoffed derisively. "We are thousands of miles from the Qingyun sect. Even if you report us later, they would have no way of tracking us down. Since you refuse to heed our warning, do not blame us for what happens next." With that, he waved his hand, commanding, "Seize them." Yet, despite his commands, his followers remained frozen in place, trembling with fear. Confused, he turned back to them, demanding, "What are you doing? Have you all lost your minds?" Just as he spoke, one of his subordinates nudged him and gestured toward a nearby tree, where the head of a demonic beast hung. "Gah!" He let out a sharp scream, producing a sound reminiscent of a dry duck's quack. For those who had long roamed this area, that head was far too familiar. It belonged to a monstrous beast from the realm of desolation. The sovereign of this region, they had once inadvertently encountered it, and their group had nearly been annihilated. The ghastly scar etched across his face was a testament to that beast's ferocity, and now, the severed head of the beast hung from a tree. He turned his gaze to the bubbling pot beside him, swallowing hard. Surely, the head of the beast from the realm of desolation had not already made its way into the pot. Chapter 6. This formation can only be arranged by Yuqing. At the mere thought, his legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. His gaze swept over, finally resting upon Yuqing. The prowess of that group of young rascals was laid bare before him. Only this young man remained inscrutable, having been absorbed in drinking since their arrival. It was evident that the beast had fallen to this man's hand. He must be an extraordinary master. To have cooked a beast from the realm of desolation was akin to stepping on a veritable iron plate for them. In a moment of sheer terror, this group dared not even exhale, their breaths audible, teetering on the brink of suffocation. They didn't even dare to make the slightest move, not even to flee. Suddenly, a voice akin to thunder resounded in their minds. Get lost, upon utterance of that word. Their heads throbbed with a piercing pain, leaving them dazed, yet they could not afford to linger, fearfully exclaiming, Yes, yes, we are leaving right now. Having spoken, the bandits fled in a panic as if granted a reprieve from death, quickly vanishing from sight. Yuqing continued to drink, having discerned that these bandits were merely after riches and bore no intent to kill. Thus, he had no desire to hold them accountable, offering only a minor lesson. The sheep beside him remained blissfully unaware, sleeping with its legs in the air, never once opening its eyes. Only later did they realize they were disciples of the Qingyun sect, prompting their hasty retreat. Lu Yir and the others, their eyes gleaming, were too naive to consider any deeper implications. They merely assumed they had frightened the bandits away with the Qingyun sect's reputation. They sheathed their swords and resumed their feasting. For their age group, experiencing the previous events had not instilled fear, but rather a sense of pride. Hey, brother Yuqing, did you see that? Our Qingyun sect is quite formidable, isn't it? Just a word scared off that band of bandits. When we see the ancestor, you must definitely join our Qingyun sect. The youngsters expressed their delight and pride to Yuqing, who couldn't help but chuckle. A night of revelry continued until midnight, after which they finally settled down to meditate and rest. The next morning, after a brief respite, the group resumed their boisterous journey southward. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, a phoenix-feathered divine eagle soared through the sky, creating rippling waves of air. On its back stood an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, who was none other than the founder of the Qingyun sect, renowned as a master of formations. Gu Daoren, he had been summoned by the Empress Fuyiao to the imperial capital, in this southern region. While some transcendental sects remained unaffected by the empire's governance, the majority were indeed under its jurisdiction. And the Qingyun sect was no exception. Ordinarily, the empire did not impose strict regulations on them, unless faced with a significant crisis. Regardless, since he had been summoned, it was only fitting to honor the request of a sovereign. Upon Gu Daoren's arrival at the capital of Fuyiao, the director of the Heavenly Palace, Sun Xuanji, was already there to welcome him and promptly escorted him to meet the Empress, Gu Daoren. I pay my respects to your majesty. Gu Daoren felt a surge of astonishment within. What could be so grave that even the Empress herself was involved? This illustrious Empress, so famed, was a sight he beheld for the first time. Despite being a woman, she exuded a regal aura that commanded respect without a hint of anger. Gu Daoren, there's no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat. As she addressed him, the Empress softened her demeanor, revealing a gentle disposition. The reason for this was that the demonic creatures beneath the capital were persistently assaulting the seals. Although the experts of the Heavenly Palace had been tirelessly reinforcing the seals for 12 hours, the situation continued to instill dread among the populace, leading many to flee the capital. Reinforcing the seals is of utmost urgency. The Empress Fuyiao, beloved by her people, was indeed experiencing the pressure of the moment. Far removed from her usual composure. 2 hours later, upon their return to Fuyiao Hall, the Empress immediately inquired, What news? Your Majesty, the strength of these demonic creatures is exceedingly formidable, and the intensity of the required formation is extraordinary. With my understanding of formations, I fear I may be unable to assist, Gu Daoren lamented. What? Even you cannot handle it? The Empress's expression turned cold at his words. Indeed, I am powerless, Gu Daoren replied. Only one person can accomplish a formation of this level. Oh? Who might that be? The Empress's gaze brightened, her previous chill dissipating. Your Majesty, that person is King Qing, Gu Daoren proclaimed. The Empress's eyes widened. King Qing, Yuqing? Precisely, Gu Daoren confirmed. Are you not aware that King Qing was rendered incapacitated 20 years ago? Sun Xuanji interjected, his tone laden with significance. Though King Qing's cultivation was indeed nullified, his understanding of formations and knowledge of them were not diminished, Gu Daoren explained. If he were to guide me, I would have the confidence to arrange the formation. As Gu Daoren's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped Fuyiao Hall. Sun Xuanji remained silent, while the Empress's grip on her dragon throne tightened, her hands turning pale. In truth, my expertise in formations was also imparted to me by King Qing, Gu Daoren continued wistfully. King Qing and I share a bond of both teacher and friend. It has been 20 years since we last met. If possible, I implore you to summon King Qing swiftly. Together, we shall undoubtedly alleviate your Majesty's concerns. Chapter 7. I refuse to believe we cannot find another. As Gu Daoren's words lingered, the strange silence persisted, and a chill crept through the air of the hall. Gu Daoren, puzzled, glanced at Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji sighed, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke softly, "Your Majesty, what do you propose?" Upon hearing this, the Empress finally lifted her gaze and, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Though Gu Daoren may be unable to arrange the formation, is there no temporary means of suppression? If it is merely a temporary suppression, I should still be able to manage." Gu Daoren contemplated before nodding. "Then let Gu Daoren assist me in this temporary suppression," the Empress decreed. Gu Daoren replied, "Very well. You may leave. I am weary." The Empress waved her hand. Sun Xuanji nodded and led Gu Daoren out of Fuyiao Hall. "Director Sun, what about summoning King Qing?" Gu Daoren inquired, puzzled as they exited. "There is no need for you to worry, Gu Daoren. The Empress will decide. For now, please assist with the temporary suppression," Sun Xuanji advised. "Very well," Gu Daoren acquiesced, though he felt regret at not being able to meet Yuqing at that moment. Following Sun Xuanji, he ascended into the skies above the capital, where he waved his Taoist robe, summoning 5 small flags that materialized from thin air, soaring towards the 5 cardinal directions of the capital. As the formation flags descended, the experts maintaining the formation in the heavenly palace noticeably felt the pressure lessen. These are the 5 elements formation flags, the treasured relic of our Qingyun sect. Once the flags were deployed, Gu Daoren elaborated, however, their power is limited. They can sustain the formation for no more than a month. A month is already quite remarkable. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist. Sun Xuanji bowed in gratitude. The old man then took his leave, stating he would return when King Qing was summoned. Subsequently, Gu Daoren summoned the phoenix-feathered divine eagle and took to the skies. Safe travels, Taoist. After parting ways with Gu Daoren, Sun Xuanji sighed and turned back toward Fuyiao Hall. Your Majesty, he reported upon entering the hall, Gu Daoren has deployed the Qingyun sect's treasured relic, which can suppress the demonic creatures for a month. After pondering for a moment, he continued, while this will alleviate our pressure temporarily, it ultimately does not address the root of the problem. What do you propose? I understand your meaning, but there is no need for you to elaborate. Nangong Fuyiao, her expression as frosty as winter's chill, declared, a discarded wretch expelled from the Fuyiao Empire is of no use to me. I refuse to believe that within the vast expanse of the Fuyiao Empire, there is not a single person capable of enhancing this formation. Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, yet, the formations of the ancient Taoist are already at their pinnacle within the Fuyiao Empire. If we cannot find anyone here, we shall search the entirety of the southern wilderness. With the might of the Fuyiao Empire, surely we can procure assistance within a month's time. Nangong Fuyao's expression remained icy as she spoke. Sun Xuanji, his expression complex, nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I shall seek out such a person. Days swiftly passed in a city that exuded prosperity. A gathering led by Yuqing and Lu Yi occupied the largest tavern. At that moment, Lu Yi seemed to sense something and hastily produced a jade talisman. The stone shimmered with a gentle glow. Big brother Yu, our ancestors and master have come to meet us ahead of schedule. Lu Yi exclaimed with excitement. They've sent word that they are waiting for us outside the city and wish for us to join them. Have they arrived so soon? Yuqing glanced out the window. A smile gracing his lips. It had been 2 decades since he last saw that old fellow. Very well, let us go greet your ancestors. Why, Yuqing replied with a calm smile. The group hurriedly made their way toward the city gates. The arrival of the ancient Taoist filled Lu Yi and her companions with immense excitement, though they still bore in mind Yuqing's potential induction into their Qingyun sect. Big brother Yu, we are about to meet our ancestors. Please do not be nervous. Although our ancestor may appear somewhat stern, he is truly a good person at heart. If he has any questions for you, just answer truthfully. Given your displayed prowess and character, I'm sure he will be quite pleased with you. Lu Yi and the others earnestly advised Yuqing, their concern evident. However, Yuqing found their anxiousness amusing, even as anticipation stirred within him at the thought of reuniting with an old friend. Our ancestors are just ahead, Lu Yi announced. Moments later, they arrived at the city outskirts, where Lu Yi, the swiftest among them, spotted several figures ahead, with the ancient Taoist at the forefront. Disciples, we greet our ancestors, our master, and the esteemed elders. Lu Yi and her companions joyfully bowed to the gathered figures. Haha, little Yi, you and your companions possess quite the audacity. Having ventured so far on your own, a middle-aged man, Xianyuan Tao, the current sect leader of Qingyun and Lu Yi's master, said affectionately as he ruffled Lu Yi's hair with a beaming smile. The others present were also masters of various disciples and high-ranking elders of the Qingyun sect. Having returned from the imperial capital of Fuyiao, the ancient Taoist had taken the opportunity to bring back this group of disciples he had guided. The long-awaited reunion filled the air with warmth and camaraderie. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yi recalled Yuqing standing nearby. By the way, ancestor, master, esteemed elders, I wish to introduce someone, she said, rushing to Yuqing's side. This is big brother Yuqing. We encountered each other on the road, and he has been very kind to us. Big brother Yu, this is my ancestor whom I mentioned to you. Quickly, pay your respects. Lu Yi urged, tugging at Yuqing. However, Yuqing remained still, gazing at the ancient Taoist with a knowing smile. At that moment, the ancient Taoist's gaze locked onto Yuqing. Until now, he had been unaware of any connection. But upon seeing him, memories from 2 decades ago surged forth, igniting a profound excitement within the ancient Taoist. After a long moment of mutual recognition, Yuqing was the first to break the silence, jovially exclaiming, "Old fellow, it has been far too long." This declaration startled Lu Yi, who instantly wore an anxious expression, thinking to herself, "Oh no, what has big brother Yu done? How dare he refer to our ancestor as old fellow?" Such audacity! She could already envision the ancient Taoist's furious reaction. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the ancient Taoist did not erupt in anger. Instead, to their astonishment, he stepped forward and embraced Yuqing tightly. Lu Yi and her companions could hardly believe their eyes. Their ancestor not only refrained from chastising Yuqing but had welcomed him with an embrace. At that moment, Xinyuan Tao and the other elders turned their attention to Yuqing, their faces lighting up with joy. "Ah, it is indeed Mr. Yu. Long time no see. We have the honor of meeting you again," Xinyuan Tao said, along with the other elders, clasping their hands in greeting. "Master, you, big brother Yu." "You?" Lu Yi and her companions were left utterly speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. "What do you mean by big brother?" "Little Yi, you must not be rude. Quickly, pay your respects to Senior Yu," Xinyuan Tao admonished. "Mr. Yu has rendered great kindness to our Qingyan sect, and he is none other than the legendary Qingyi sword immortal from 20 years ago." "What? Big brother Yu is the Qingyi sword immortal?" The revelation struck Lu Yi and her companions like a thunderclap. The very person they had traveled with for so long was the renowned Qingyi sword immortal spoken of by the elders. We pay our respects, Senior Yu," they stammered, their expressions pale with shock as they hurriedly bowed to Yuqing. "Ha ha ha, little Tao. There is no need for such formality. My relationship with them is quite amicable." Yuqing chuckled, reaching out to ruffle the hair of the 2 closest youths. When little Yi sent word that they were traveling with a young hero. "We were rather concerned. It turns out that you are that very hero." Xinyuan Tao felt no discomfort at Yuqing's address, instead standing beside him with a hint of shyness. He had always regarded Yuqing with profound respect, having followed alongside the ancient Taoist like a servant in the past. "I hope these little ones did not trouble you too much on your journey, Mr. Yu," Xinyuan Tao added. "There is no need for such formalities between us," Yuqing replied with a smile. He had initially been unaware that Lu Yi and her companions hailed from the Qingyun sect, which made this encounter feel serendipitous. The ancient Taoist, having embraced Yuqing, had yet to utter a single word of greeting. Instead, he produced a jade vial and tossed it to Yuqing. "You truly understand me," Yuqing remarked with a smile, catching the vial and inhaling its fragrant aroma. "Excellent wine." Meanwhile, Xinyuan Tao exchanged glances with the others, and they discreetly withdrew, leaving only him to remain at Yuqing's side, reminiscent of their encounters 20 years prior. "I visited the Fuyiao imperial capital a few days ago. Hoping to see you then. I did not expect you to come here," the ancient Taoist remarked with a chuckle. "Why, Yuqing, sipping from the wine, replied with a relaxed demeanor, "You certainly would not have found me at the Fuyiao imperial capital. I have since departed from the Fuyiao Empire." "Departed from the Fuyiao Empire? What does that mean?" The ancient Taoist's brow furrowed as he sat upright. "I have ceased to be a part of the Fuyiao Empire. Matters concerning it no longer concern me," Yuqing stated plainly. "What do you mean?" The ancient Taoist stood abruptly, his gaze fixed on Yuqing. As he observed the absence of any fluctuation in Yuqing's aura, realization dawned upon him, and he spoke in a hushed tone. "Did Nangong Fuyiao cast you aside upon discovering your former cultivation was rendered useless?" "Perhaps," Yuqing replied, nodding calmly after a moment of silence. "There may be other reasons as well. Ultimately, in her eyes, I have become worthless, and this worthless individual has witnessed her vulnerabilities, her failures. For the lofty Nangong Empress, it is only natural to erase her past indiscretions. It may seem absurd to cast aside a former benefactor for such trivial reasons, but that is the reality. The world is but a stage, and the darker facets of human nature abound. Yet, the past is the past, and Yuqing was disinclined to dwell upon it, having expressed his sentiments upon leaving. Birds and fish are not meant to cross paths. From henceforth, we are but strangers. He felt no anger, no resentment, only a tranquil acceptance. However, Yuqing's reluctance to pursue the matter did not mean the ancient Taoist could swallow his indignation. Enraged, he leapt forward and struck the ground, causing the nearby boulders to shatter. Damn that Nangong Fuyiao, that wretched harlot. Does she not possess even an ounce of self-awareness? Who enabled her ascension to the throne? You sacrificed your cultivation to quell threats for her. And yet she cast you aside without a second thought. The most despicable part is that the malevolent creatures sealed beneath the imperial city have begun to stir, and that insufferable harlot expects me to strengthen the seal. How can such a shameless woman exist in this world? It is rather amusing that in my attempt to assist her, I left the 5 elements banner behind. Observing the ancient Taoist's exasperation and vitriolic outbursts, Yuqing slowly sipped his wine, unable to suppress a smile as he shook his head. This fellow has not changed a bit in 20 years. Why Yuqing could not be bothered to placate him, allowing him to vent his frustrations freely. After his tirade, the ancient Taoist finally returned to his seat, seething with indignation. I shall reclaim my 5 elements banner. To hell with the seal. Let them all perish, he declared, rising once more and forming intricate hand seals. Nearby, Yuqing watched the ancient Taoist's actions with a detached demeanor, neither intervening nor stoking the flames. How the ancient Taoist chose to proceed was entirely his prerogative. As for the consequences for the Fuyiao Empire, that was no longer his concern. Chapter 9. To hell with your 7th uncle. Within the Fuyiao Palace, Nangong Fuyiao sat at the head of the table, while several ministers stood respectfully below. Your Majesty, the grand gifts have been sent to the 2 great barbarian nations. Although we have yet to receive a response, they have not refused the offerings. One minister reported dutifully. Excellent, Nangong Fuyiao nodded, pleased that there had been no rejection, which was indeed favorable for them at that moment. Sun Shuji also stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I have dispatched experts from the Heavenly Palace to the southern regions to seek out masters of formation. We shall receive news shortly. Additionally, the 5 elements banner, set by the ancient Taoist, poses no issues for now. There will be no crises within the month. Very good. A satisfied expression appeared on Nangong Fuyao's face. Her spirits evidently lifted. Although there had been some recent troubles and setbacks, it appeared that they would soon be resolved, and everything was progressing in a positive direction. Once the alliance matters were settled and the demonic threat neutralized, all those who contributed would be generously rewarded. As her words resonated, a regal aura emanated from Nangong Fuyiao, her presence commanding and imposing. We thank your Majesty for your benevolence. However, amidst the pleasant atmosphere in the grand hall, a sudden, earth-shattering tremor shook the imperial capital. Caught off guard, many struggled to maintain their footing. The smile that had graced Nangong Fuyao's face vanished in an instant. What is happening? She demanded. Is there an issue with the 5 elements banner? Sun Shuji's expression darkened as he rushed out of the palace. Ascending into the air above the capital there, he beheld the 5 elements banner, which had once been firmly positioned to stabilize the formation, now flickering with an eerie light, its runes swirling as it trembled violently. In the next moment, he realized something and shouted, No, the ancient Taoist has retracted the 5 elements banner. As his words echoed, the trembling 5 elements banner broke free from its position, soaring into the sky, transforming into 5 streaks of light that shot upward, disappearing from sight in an instant. This scene was also witnessed by Nangong Fuyiao, her expression darkening as she stepped out of the Fuyiao palace. Damn it! What is that ancient Taoist doing? Immediately contact him and demand an explanation. If he does not provide a satisfactory response, I shall have the Qingyun sect erased from this world. Nangong Fuyao's face was filled with fury, her cold aura radiating throughout the chamber. Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to stabilize the seal first. Without the 5 elements banner, the seal cannot hold for long. Should the 2 demonic entities escape, the entire capital will surely descend into chaos. Sun Shuji implored urgently. As he spoke, he produced a formation disk from thin air, ascending into the air and channeling its power toward the formation. However, as the disk's power made contact with the formation, 2 immense shocks reverberated from below, causing the disk to shatter under the strain, breaking into 2 pieces. At that moment, the experts from the Heavenly Palace, who were reinforcing the formation, also spat out blood in unison. Sun Shuji, bearing the brunt of the impact, coughed blood and was sent tumbling back 1,000 feet. It was evident that the demonic entities below had sensed the weakening of the formation and were now striving to breach the seal. Sun Shuji's expression grew grave as he disregarded his injuries, hastily swallowing 2 medicinal pills before channeling his strength toward reinforcing the seal, shouting, "Heavenly Palace, heed my command. At all costs, suppress the 2 demonic entities." The others understood the gravity of the situation and also consumed their pills, subsequently channeling their strength back into the seal. However, with some experts dispatched to the southern regions to seek out formation masters, in the absence of the 5 elements banner, it became apparent that Sun Shuji and his companions could not maintain the seal. Before their very eyes, some of the Heavenly Palace experts succumbed to the overwhelming force of the demonic entities and perished. With bloodshot eyes, Sun Shuji desperately sought to reinforce the seal. However, no matter how hard he tried, the relentless assault from the demonic entities caused the seal to weaken rapidly. "Your Majesty, there is no other way. Please allow me to use the Imperial Seal," Sun Shuji cried out anxiously from mid-air. "What do you intend to do?" Nangong Fuyiao snapped, her face contorted with anger. "Why, Imperial Seal is the foundation of the nation. How can it be frivolously used to suppress these 2 demonic entities?" "But Your Majesty, if we do not utilize the Imperial Seal to harness the power of the Empire's fortune, these 2 demonic entities will break free within a day, and the capital will undoubtedly suffer." Sun Shuji pleaded earnestly. "Damn it." Nangong Fuyao's expression turned frigid, her rage palpable. "You are all worthless." As she spoke, the Empress of Fuyiao swept her phoenix robe aside, stepping into the air, the Imperial Seal appearing in her hand as she directed it downward to suppress the demonic entities beneath. The Imperial Seal, embodying the fortune of the nation, immediately quelled the rampaging demonic forces. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Nangong Fuyiao resisted its use. Employing the illustrious Imperial Seal to subdue demonic entities would be a source of shame. And in the long run, it would inevitably affect the Empire's fortune. However, she had conveniently forgotten that it was her own demand to seal these 2 demonic entities beneath the capital. The struggle between demonic creatures and humanity had always been relentless in the Tianhuang continent, and confining such formidable entities beneath the Fuyiao capital would provide an inexhaustible source of fortune for the Fuyiao Empire. As time passed and fortune accumulated, the empire would continue to flourish. Seeing the Imperial Seal take effect, Sun Shuji finally breathed a sigh of relief, landing back beside Nangong Fuyiao, though he was acutely aware that utilizing the Imperial Seal to seal the demonic entities was merely a temporary measure, akin to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. Should the empire's fortune diminish to a critical point, the Fuyiao Empire would struggle to sustain itself, inevitably leading to calamity and eventual downfall. In such a scenario, it might be preferable to let the 2 demonic entities emerge. The devastation they wrought would be far less dire than the collapse of the nation. First, contact the ancient Taoist and inquire why he has chosen to toy with us so. Nangong Fuyiao commanded coldly, her demeanor reminiscent of a tiger poised to strike. Yes. Sun Shuji did not dare to delay, quickly retrieving a communication stone to reach out to the ancient Taoist. At that moment, countless miles away, the ancient Taoist had just retracted the 5 elements banner. "To hell with it. Let them die." The ancient Taoist continued to curse. Yuqing chuckled and shook his head, attempting to calm him down. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan Tao, the leader of the Qingyun sect, found himself at a loss for words, as the ancient ancestor was a figure of formidable authority before everyone in the sect. Yet he revealed his true volatile nature solely in the presence of Yuqing. Just then, the irate ancient Taoist noticed a disturbance in the communication stone. "Damn it, this vile woman dares to contact me." Without hesitation, he infused his power into the communication stone and unleashed a tirade. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital of the Fuyiao Empire, Sun Shuji awaited the ancient Taoist's response, while Nangong Fuyiao sat in a state of simmering anger. Finally, the communication stone in Sun Shuji's hand began to vibrate. "Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has replied," he announced hastily. "Let us hear it," Nangong Fuyiao commanded in a low voice. "Yes," Sun Shuji nodded, moving his fingers to activate the stone, which relayed the ancient Taoist's voice. The first words he uttered were, "Nangong Fuyiao, you foul witch, to hell with your 7th uncle. You miserable wretch. How much has my brother Yuqing sacrificed for you? Do you not have a shred of self-awareness? If he had not picked you up from that corner, you would have long since rotted away and not even be fit to be an emperor. You'd be more akin to a starving ghost. My brother may lack cultivation, but he has aided you in quelling troubles, and yet you, this venomous woman, not only fail to express gratitude but also turn against him. Banishing him, the audacity. You even dare to ask me to reinforce the seal. Where do you find the gall? How can such shamelessness exist in this world? At this point, Sun Shuji could no longer bear to listen. Having only heard a fraction of the ancient Taoist's tirade, he quickly crushed the communication stone to powder. Yet, even having heard only this much, Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. Her icy aura enveloping the entire Fuyao palace. Countless items around them shattered silently, splintering on the ground, a testament to the Empress's fury. Throughout her reign, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner, let alone publicly dredge up her past misdeeds before Sun Shuji. Sun Shuji remained silent, fully aware that this was a sensitive topic for the Empress. Tio insult me so brazenly for the sake of a banished wastrel. Time seemed to stretch endlessly in the frosty silence until, finally, Nangong Fuyiao's voice broke through, each word dripping with venom. I want the Qingyun sect to vanish from this world. Understood, Sun Shuji replied, his expression complex as he nodded. The ancient practitioner dared to scold Nangong Fuyiao in such a manner, inevitably leading to this outcome. In fact, he was not entirely surprised by the result. Given the relationship between Yuqing and the ancient practitioner, upon learning that Yuqing had been expelled, such a scene was unavoidable. He simply did not expect that this day would arrive so swiftly. Yet, he could not help but sigh. From the very beginning, it should not have come to this. Chapter 10. A supreme boon for you. Upon discovering that the communication stone had fallen silent, the ancient practitioner finally put it away. However, he remained unwilling to accept the situation. He took out another communication stone and sent a notification to the entire Southern Region Array Masters Guild, prohibiting any array master within the guild from assisting the Fuyao Empire. After hastily completing this task, he turned to Xinyuan Tao and commanded, issue an order to recall all disciples of Qingyun sect and activate the mountain ceiling array to restrict all entry and exit. Understood. Xinyuan Tao promptly relayed the message. Knowing that his ancestors' harsh words towards the Empress would inevitably attract retaliation, Yuqing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He was somewhat aware of the ancient practitioner's expertise in array formations. If the ancient practitioner activated the mountain ceiling array and chose to retreat, for the time being, no one from the Fuyao Empire would be able to deal with the Qingyun sect. However, he could not fathom when the Southern Region Array Masters Guild had emerged, allowing this old fellow to issue such commands. Xinyuan Tao seemed to perceive Yuqing's confusion and promptly explained, Mr. Yuqing, the Southern Region Array Masters Guild was recently established under the guidance of our ancestor, making him the inaugural president of the guild. I see. Yuqing nodded, privately acknowledging that this old man had indeed achieved considerable success over the years. He then inquired, is your purpose in bringing little Tao and the others here merely to retrieve your disciples? Indeed, the ancient practitioner nodded. Recently, some of our Qingyun sect members discovered a secret realm nearby. From my investigations, it is highly likely that this secret realm contains the legacy of a master alchemist. Isn't it true that your lifespan is nearing its end? With no breakthroughs in sight, if you don't seek out a means to extend your life, you may not have many years left. The ancient practitioner chuckled wryly. Now that you mention it, I do recall that you are indeed several hundred years old. Yuqing nodded. Mr. Yuqing, actually, at this moment, Xinyuan Tao could not restrain himself and spoke up. Our ancestor is not merely seeking longevity pills. Oh? Yuqing cast a curious gaze at Xinyuan Tao. What else is he looking for? Ever since our ancestor learned that your cultivation had been devastated, he has been tirelessly searching through various secret realms for a remedy to restore your foundational roots over the past 20 years. He has been racked with guilt for not finding a solution, feeling unworthy to face you. Mind your tongue. Upon hearing this, the ancient practitioner kicked Xinyuan Tao playfully and then turned to Yuqing, saying, do not heed this boy's exaggerations. While I have indeed been searching in that direction, it is not as outrageous as he claims. Yet, the speaker's words were unintentional, while the listener's heart was stirred. Yuqing could not help but feel moved, even a tinge of guilt. For the past 20 years, he had assumed the ancient practitioner was engrossed in some intricate array research. After all, for someone of the ancient practitioner's caliber, dedicating 2 decades to studying an array would not be considered excessive. Thus, when he did not seek out Yuqing, Yuqing felt no need to approach him either, nor did he find it necessary to mention that his cultivation did not require remedying. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had been toiling so hard for him. Would 100 years suffice for you to break through to the next realm? Yuqing inquired. The ancient practitioner shook his head, evidently perplexed by Yuqing's intent. Not enough. Then let it be 1,000 years. As he spoke, Yuqing produced a jade pill bottle from his sleeve. In truth, even before discovering he would meet the ancient practitioner at Lu Ye's place, Yuqing had contemplated presenting a gift to this old man. However, he had momentarily struggled with what to bestow, and now he had found his answer. What is this? The ancient practitioner, somewhat dazed, accepted the jade bottle and opened it. His eyes widening in shock. Goodness, longevity pills? And 10 of them? The ancient practitioner's face was filled with astonishment as he stared at Yuqing, utterly bewildered. Before Yuqing could respond, an equally excited Xianyuan Tao interjected, Ancestor. The efficacy of this medicine. Upon hearing this, the ancient practitioner finally grasped the situation. The medicinal aura emanating from the pill bottle was several times more potent than any longevity pill he had encountered before. Remembering Yuqing's earlier question, he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise. The longevity effect of these pills, could it be 100 years each? Yuqing smiled and nodded. With Yuqing's confirmation, the ancient practitioner took a deep breath. Already too overwhelmed with excitement to articulate his thoughts. One must understand that ordinary longevity pills could at best extend one's life by 10 to 20 years. Even then, they were rare and valuable commodities. For many experts could step into higher realms with just a nudge, further extending their lifespans, yet found themselves unwilling to perish due to the constraints of time. Those extra 10 or 20 years were thus exceedingly significant. Let alone the prospect of extending life by 100 years, the value was simply incalculable, if offered. Who knows how many would flock to acquire them, all of them being formidable experts, and now. Yuqing presented 10 at once, potentially extending life by 1,000 years. The ancient practitioner felt as if he had never lived so long. How did you come by these? The ancient practitioner stammered, struggling to articulate his astonishment. There's no need to inquire about their origin. Simply consume them. If it's not enough, there are more. Yuqing chuckled. As for the source of the pills, it was naturally from his system. Over the years, the treasures he had acquired from daily sign-ins were countless. More? The ancient practitioner was at a loss for words. Little Tao, this is a gift for you. Yuqing then produced another item, declaring, I have one too. Xianyuan Tao was taken aback. Upon accepting it, he was instantly dumbfounded. This is a supreme bone. Indeed, this item is known as a supreme bone. Take it back and diligently absorb and refine it. Once you succeed, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Yuqing explained, supreme bone. Xianyuan Tao trembled with excitement. He only knew that the youthful first of the Fuyiao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, possessed a supreme bone, allowing him to progress rapidly, surpassing many from the older generation in just a few short years. He had never imagined that he too would receive a supreme bone one day. Lord Yuqing? This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xianyuan Tao instinctively attempted to refuse, but upon receiving a glare from Yuqing, his words faltered. Having known Yuqing for so long, he was well aware of his resolute nature. He excitedly accepted the supreme bone, preparing to bow in gratitude, only to find a force gently supporting him. Lord Yuqing, your cultivation? Xianyuan Tao gazed at Yuqing in astonishment. The ancient practitioner turned to look as well. Do you think there could be any issues with my cultivation? Yuqing could not help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily stunned, before realizing the truth. Indeed, with 100 years' worth of longevity pills offered at once and the supreme bone produced so readily, what issues could Yuqing possibly have with his cultivation? They suddenly recognized that Yuqing, just like 20 years ago, always brought surprises and unexpected delights. However, this time, the surprises were far greater than before. Then I shall accept these longevity pills as interest. It is your fault for not telling me sooner, causing this old man needless worry. The ancient practitioner shot a resentful glance at Yuqing, promptly consuming one of the pills before carefully stowing the rest away like treasures. Yuqing could not help but smile, silently acknowledging the ancient practitioner's resentful gaze. He then produced a storage bag filled with various cultivation resources. Most were items he had obtained through his system's sign-ins. Some lower-tier materials suitable for distribution among the members of the Qingyun sect. Even these relatively lower-quality items dazzled Xianyuan Tao's eyes. Any one of them could serve as a treasured possession for the Qingyun sect. Xianyuan Tao was ablaze with enthusiasm. It was easy to foresee that the future Qingyun sect would undoubtedly become a superlative and transcendent force. Chapter 11. Anyone can take advantage of another's misfortune, except you remember, the life of the ancient Taoist will ultimately be taken at the last moment. I want him to witness the destruction of the Qingyun sect with his own eyes, tearing at his very heartstrings, so that he may fully comprehend the consequences of daring to offend me. Nangong Fuyiao spoke with an icy tone. Yes, Sun Xuanji replied with a nod. After a brief contemplation, he continued, according to the information from our scouts, In the days following the ancient Taoist departure, he encountered Yuqing at a distance of 1,000 miles from the southern country's border. Bang! Nangong Fuyiao slammed her palm onto the table, her icy demeanor palpable. I wondered why the ancient Taoist would suddenly dare to oppose me. It turns out he was instigated by Yuqing. Yuqing, oh Yuqing, it seems you harbor resentment against me, because I exiled you from the Fuyiao Empire. You have disregarded the safety of the Fuyiao imperial capital. Indeed, Your Majesty, Sun Xuanji responded. This man, after being stripped of his cultivation, was still granted the title of king for over 20 years due to his past merits, enjoying all the luxuries. Now, merely because he has been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire, he bears a grudge, compelling the ancient Taoists to withdraw the formation flags that suppress the demonic creatures. Such a person is truly unfaithful and unjust. Beside them, Xiao Wuqing spoke with righteous indignation. Such a treacherous person deserves to die. Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, though it quickly dissipated, and she reined it in. She understood that it was not yet the right time to act. During the establishment of the nation, Yuqing had decisively slain the three kings, and the repercussions of that event still lingered in the court. Although no one openly criticized her for expelling him from the Fuyiao Empire, many harbored discontent in secret. If she were to kill Yuqing at this juncture, the rumors would likely spiral beyond her control. However, not being able to kill Yuqing did not mean she was powerless to employ other means. Yuqing, since you are devoid of benevolence, do not blame me for lacking righteousness. With that, her tone grew cold, and her gaze turned to Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji, breaking his gaze from Xiao Wuqing, hastily bowed and asked, "What is your command, Your Majesty? You just mentioned that the ancient Taoist and Yuqing met 1,000 miles from the southern border, which suggests that Yuqing is heading south. Is that correct?" "It should be so," Sun Xuanji replied. "He is quite astute. Given the chaos in the north, it is uncertain whether he would survive there as a mere powerless individual. Hence, he chose to venture into the southern country, known only for its scenic beauty and frailty. But if you wish to go south, then I shall not allow you to do so. Dispatch a messenger to the southern country, informing them that Yuqing is a traitor expelled from the Fuyiao Empire. I believe they will know how to respond. Your Majesty is wise. Given the southern country's weak state, they would undoubtedly fear opposing the mighty Fuyiao Empire, thus preventing Yuqing from even entering their borders." Xiao Wuqing timely praised. "Your Majesty, it may not be necessary," Sun Xuanji interjected, his expression complex. The mere meeting between the ancient Taoist and Yuqing does not necessarily imply that the withdrawal of the formation flags was Yuqing's directive. After all, their relationship is evident. The ancient Taoist, knowing of Yuqing's exile and harboring resentment, might have taken the initiative to withdraw the flags of suppression. Director, that is not how it works, if not for Yuqing's instigation. Would the ancient Taoist have had the audacity? Xiao Wuqing retorted coldly. He has shown you no mercy, so must you not reciprocate with equal measure? Moreover, your decision to spare him is already a sign of your magnanimity. What gives you the right to interject while I am conversing with Your Majesty? Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he reprimanded without mercy. Anyone can take advantage of another's misfortune, but you alone must not. For regardless of Yuqing's actions, he is still half your mentor. Xiao Wuqing's face turned sour from the scolding, yet he dared not retort due to Sun Xuanji's status, allowing his resentment to fester within as he withdrew. Enough, Director Sun. He is merely expressing concern for my well-being. For the matter of Yuqing, we shall proceed as I have stated. At this moment, Nangong Fuyiao raised her head, speaking with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Yes, Sun Xuanji sighed and accepted the command. Chapter 12. Entering the southern country. A nation awaits news from the Fuyiao Empire quickly reached the southern country. The imperial capital of the southern country, Shangnan City, within the Golden Luan Hall, civil and military officials were gathered. The southern country, apart from the Fuyiao Empire, was another nation ruled by a woman. Her name was Nanshi, not yet advanced in years. She possessed a delicate visage, her skin as fair as snow, and she sat gracefully in a magnificent phoenix robe upon the dragon throne, exuding elegance and poise, in contrast to Nangong Fuyao's imposing presence. She embodied a certain vivacity and feminine charm, yet her keen eyes revealed her intelligence. Esteemed ministers, you have surely seen the message from the Fuyiao Empire. With that, Nanshi spoke. My opinion is that we must not only welcome the esteemed hero Yuqing with open arms, but do so with great ceremony. Her statement elicited a wave of disbelief throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Your Majesty, that would be unwise. One minister stepped forward, hastily adding, the Fuyiao Empress's message is quite clear. If we proceed as such, the Fuyiao Empire may harbor resentment against us. After all, the strength of the Fuyiao Empire far surpasses that of our southern country. Indeed, Minister Fong is correct. The Fuyiao Empire has risen swiftly and harbors considerable ambition. They may very well use this as an excuse to strike against us in the future. Another minister chimed in an instant. Many voices joined in, largely echoing this sentiment and expressing their confusion over the Southern Empress's proposed course of action. After all, to offend the Fuyiao Empire would be exceedingly unwise. Nanshi listened calmly to the minister's advice before slowly rising. Then, she spoke evenly. Now that you have all shared your thoughts, it is time for me to express mine. Do you all remember the vile dragon that unleashed a bloody storm at our southern border 20 years ago? At her words, many present were transported back to that harrowing memory. The dragon had wreaked havoc, slaughtering 3 cities and causing countless casualties. Even General Huangfu had been deployed, yet he was unable to subdue the beast at that time. The Fuyiao Empire had not yet been established and was embroiled in internal strife. It was then that the esteemed hero Yuqing emerged not far from the border. My father, in desperation, urgently sought his aid, and without hesitation, he single-handedly vanquished the dragon. After slaying the dragon, even while wounded, he merely smiled and waved his hand, departing without partaking in a single cup of tea or wine. This incident, I trust, is well known to all present. Many of our military officials were there to witness the dragon's demise. Correct? Nanshi's calm voice resonated throughout the Golden Lawn Hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Moreover, do you not remember the 3 kings from the time of Fuyao's establishment? They were filled with ambition, causing chaos in the Fuyiao Empire, and our southern country suffered greatly as a result, with many of our territories seized by the Spirit King among them. After Yuqing quelled the 3 kings, what did he do? Under his influence, the territories occupied by the Spirit King were returned to our southern country intact. I recall that Minister Fong, your ancestral home is from that very place. Is it not? Nanshi turned her gaze toward the minister who had spoken earlier, gently inquiring. Yes, the minister replied, lowering his head. At this moment, Nanshi continued, her voice flowing smoothly, our southern country, though of modest strength, has always been a land of propriety and righteousness. This is the very foundation upon which our southern country stands. The people of our southern country have always distinguished right from wrong. Knowing how to be grateful, a person who once rendered great service to our southern country is now in distress. Do we really intend to turn him away and kick him when he is down? Admittedly, our southern country cannot compare to the Fuyiao Empire and does indeed fear retaliation from them. However, if we act in such a manner, can we still uphold the backbone of our southern nation? Nanshi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly in the Golden Lawn Hall. Her words, though measured, rang with conviction, compelling the ministers to lower their heads in silence. Finally, after a moment of silence, a minister stepped forward, shamefacedly declaring, Your Majesty's words fill us with guilt. We are grateful for your reminder that the roots of our southern people lie in righteousness. I have no objections to your proposal, and I am willing to take responsibility for receiving the esteemed hero Yuqing. Your Majesty's words have shamed us. I have no further objections. I too have no objections. I too wish to go to the border to welcome the esteemed hero Yuqing. In an instant, a multitude of ministers voiced their agreement. Excellent. This is the demeanor our southern people should embody. Seeing this, Nanshi waved her phoenix robe and returned to her seat, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, As for welcoming the esteemed hero Yuqing, I intend to go personally. We all wish to accompany your Majesty. A unified voice rang throughout the Golden Lawn Hall, gradually spreading across all of Shangnan City and indeed the entire southern country. Unbeknownst to all of this, Yuqing remained oblivious. With his speed, he could have swiftly reached the southern country. However, throughout his journey, he had taken the time to admire the scenery and experience the myriad facets of the world. He would linger in an inn for an entire afternoon simply because he wished to savor a particular melon, or he would stay several days in a quaint town just to enjoy a specific delicacy. At last, on this day, he arrived at the southern country's border. He held some connections to this nation, albeit not profound. He had visited before but had never truly explored it. However, he found it rather puzzling that the spacious official road was currently devoid of any travelers. Just as he pondered this, on the road ahead, a large contingent of soldiers appeared, their attire suggesting they were not of ordinary rank. The soldiers formed 2 rows, flanking the official road and clearing a path. Following this, folk dancers emerged, playing gongs and drums, singing and dancing exuberantly. However, the most striking sight was the magnificent dragon carriage, drawn by 6 majestic dragon horses, which approached with great grandeur. As the dragon carriage slowly drew near, A procession of civil and military officials followed closely behind. This spectacle left Yuqing utterly bewildered. He glanced left and right, silently pondering whether a significant figure from the southern kingdom had arrived. It was not until the dragon carriage halted before him that he realized it was indeed directed at him. Upon learning that the valiant Yuqing had come to the southern kingdom, the emperor declared, "I have specially brought my ministers to welcome you." After the dragon carriage came to a stop, the southern empress, Nangong, stepped out and greeted Yuqing with a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Yuqing, I have the honor of meeting your majesty," Yuqing said, clasping his fists in a respectful salute. At the same time, he cast a curious glance at the woman before him, feeling both flattered and astonished. Reflecting on the fact that he had no prior connection to this southern empress, yet here was such a grand welcome in his honor. Meanwhile, Nangong was also observing Yuqing, feeling a sense of surprise. She had ascended to the throne only a few years prior, and 20 years ago, she had been quite young, thus never having encountered Yuqing. The tales of him had reached her ears through her father, the emperor, during her childhood, and her curiosity about the once-renowned swordsman of the Fuyiao Empire had been considerable. She had envisioned Yuqing as a weathered middle-aged man, or perhaps a robust and imposing martial general. Yet she was taken aback by the sight of a young man exuding a sense of freedom and elegance. It was hard to fathom that such a person could single-handedly vanquish the malevolent dragon that had terrorized the entire southern kingdom. Chapter 13. We do not seek what you can bring us, but your presence is enough. However, Nangong soon pulled her gaze away, recognizing that such scrutiny was impolite. "Hero, you, please, join me in the dragon carriage," she invited. "Your Majesty may not be aware, but I am no longer a prince of the Fuyiao Empire. I am merely a commoner now," Yuqing replied. "I am aware," Nangong acknowledged. After a moment's contemplation, Yuqing continued, "I have been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire. I know that as well," Nangong responded. "Then why, Your Majesty?" Yuqing wondered, initially believing the southern kingdom's gesture was merely due to his former status as a prince of the Fuyiao Empire. But he was surprised to learn that they were already aware of his expulsion. "Perhaps you have forgotten that you helped our southern kingdom slay the malevolent dragon and return the lands taken by the three kings. However, we dare not forget your deeds," Nangong asserted firmly. "Thus, upon your arrival, we must extend our heartfelt welcome." Her succinct words clearly conveyed her purpose for coming. Upon hearing this, even Yuqing, with his composed demeanor, felt a surge of emotion, particularly in stark contrast to his recent expulsion from the Fuyiao Empire. It seemed not all was tainted in this world. Some would burn bridges while others would hold you in their hearts. In truth, Yuqing had never considered himself to have any particular favor with the southern kingdom. The dragon he had slain was merely an opportunity that had presented itself, and returning the lands had felt like a matter of course to him. At this moment, Nangong added, "The title of hero feels like an insult to me. In our southern kingdom, you deserve to be addressed as Master Yu." With that, she personally descended from the dragon carriage and extended her hand in greeting. "Master Yu, please." "Very well," Yuqing replied, not wishing to appear overly modest. After Yuqing and Nangong ascended the dragon carriage together, the grand entourage finally set off towards the palace. Inside the dragon carriage, it was luxuriously appointed, spacious and comfortable, adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. On the table lay an array of beverages, including exclusive delicacies from the Fuyiao Empire, indicating the effort that had been put into the preparations. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yuqing could not help but express his gratitude. "Hearing that you enjoy wine, I have prepared for you our southern kingdom specialty, peach blossom wine. Here, I toast to you on behalf of the southern kingdom," the southern empress declared, lifting her cup towards Yuqing. "Thank you," he responded, raising his cup and drinking it all in one go, unable to resist exclaiming, "This is excellent wine. I am glad you are satisfied." Nangong replied with a smile. After setting down his cup, Yuqing paused thoughtfully before saying, "May I inquire if Your Majesty is aware that 20 years ago, during my battle with the three kings, my dantian was destroyed?" "I am indeed aware," Nangong replied with a smile. "Thus, Your Majesty should not feel obligated." Yuqing continued, "At this." Nangong hesitated for a moment, but soon grasped the implication of his words. "I understand your concerns. To be frank, the Fuyiao Empire has already sent word, implying they wish for me to turn you away. I am also aware that such actions may incur their wrath. The southern kingdom is not as formidable as the Fuyiao Empire. If animosity arises, the consequences for us would be significant. Your Majesty's actions, therefore, seem unwise," Yuqing remarked, shaking his head. Nangong smiled softly, not responding immediately but instead walking towards the window. At the pace we are traveling, we should be nearing the border town of Fuyiao shortly. As she spoke, she gently pulled aside the curtain, revealing the view outside. Yuqing instinctively glanced out and saw that the sides of the road were packed with a sea of people. The crowd was exuberantly cheering, and the buildings behind them were festooned with lanterns and various welcoming banners. "What is this?" Yuqing asked, moved by the sight. Nanshi explained, "Some of these people are from Fuyiao, which was one of the cities massacred by the malevolent dragon. Others have come from regions previously occupied by the Ling King. During his reign, they lived as slaves, but once the lands were returned, they could finally live normal lives. They have known of your arrival in the southern kingdom and have been preparing for this for 3 days. At this, Nanshi lowered the curtain and turned to Yuqing, declaring, "Thus, this is not merely my sentiment. It reflects the will of the people of our southern kingdom. Discussing benefits and drawbacks is normal, but if everything is reduced to mere calculations, how are we any different from pigs and dogs? For us, we do not seek what you can bring us, nor do we care about your strength. Your mere presence is enough. If you find comfort in the southern kingdom, consider it your new home. If anyone poses a threat to you, we shall protect you. In the future, we are willing to support you for the rest of your days." Yuqing, poised to raise his cup, froze mid-motion, and upon hearing Nanshi's words, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him, prompting a bitter smile. It dawned on him that he had underestimated her intentions. He shook his head in self-deprecation and then looked up to say, "I have long heard that the southern kingdom is a place of great beauty. If possible, I would like to enjoy its scenery and savor its exquisite wines." Nanshi beamed. "The southern kingdom will surely not disappoint you." A few days after Yuqing's arrival in the southern kingdom and the grand welcome he received, news finally reached the Fuyiao Empire. Smash! Nangong Fuyiao slammed her palm onto the table in the Fuyiao Hall, fuming. "How dare a mere southern kingdom defy my Fuyiao Empire? What right does she, Nanshi, have? Yuqing is nothing more than a dog I have discarded. Do they truly wish to pick up the waste I no longer want?" "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," Xiao Wuchen quickly interjected, attempting to soothe her. "The southern kingdom likely believes Yuqing is still the Yuqing of 20 years ago, thinking he holds great value for them." "Humph! What use is a discarded dog?" Nangong Fuyiao scoffed coldly, her voice icy. "Send orders to sanction the southern kingdom and halt all trade with them. I shall make Nanshi understand the consequences of defying the will of the Fuyiao Empire. And let the world see that not every woman is fit to hold the throne." Xiao Wuchen, bowing respectfully, replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to this matter at once, ensuring the southern kingdom comprehends the repercussions of disobedience." However, just as Xiao Wuchen was about to take his leave, Sun Xuanji entered with a grave expression. "Your Majesty," Sun Xuanji began, "it has been several days. How fares the search for the formation master?" Nangong Fuyiao pressed, "Every day we delay weakens the fortunes of the Fuyiao Empire. We cannot afford to wait any longer." Sun Xuanji's face darkened, hesitating to speak. "What is it?" Nangong Fuyiao sensed something amiss, her brows knitting in concern. Chapter 14. "When will you come to me, bowing in repentance, before we discuss matters?" Sun Xuanji finally spoke. "Your Majesty, the individuals dispatched to seek the formation master have returned with news. It seems that all the well-known formation masters in the southern region have declared themselves incapable." "How can this be?" Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she inquired. "The southern region is vast. How can we not find a single formation master? I also sense something unusual, so I personally traveled to another nation to inquire with a formation master with whom I had a reasonably good relationship." Sun Xuanji explained, his expression grim. It was then I discovered that a formation master guild has recently been established in the southern region, and nearly all esteemed formation masters have joined this guild. The reason we cannot hire a formation master is that the guild leader has issued a decree forbidding any guild members from assisting the Fuyiao Empire." "What?" Upon receiving this news, Nangong Fuyiao was seized by a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What audacity does this guild leader possess to impose such a decree upon us, when we have not wronged him?" With a complex expression, Sun Xuanji replied, "The leader of the Array Masters Guild is none other than Gu Daoren." "What did you say? Gu Daoren?" Sun Xuanji's words struck Nangong Fuyiao like a bolt from the blue, causing her to rise in disbelief and inquire, "This insignificant Gu Daoren, what qualifications does he have to lead the Array Masters Guild?" Sun Xuanji elucidated, "While Gu Daoren may not be the most skilled array master in the entire southern wilderness, he certainly ranks among the foremost. More importantly, his extensive connections facilitated the establishment of the Array Masters Guild. thus enabling him to assume the position of its leader. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao was rendered speechless. The formidable empress, known for her decisive actions, found herself utterly flustered in this moment. Without the aid of array masters, the threat posed by the underground demons to the imperial capital could only be suppressed with the imperial seal, which, over time, would undoubtedly diminish the nation's fortune and lead the Fuyiao Empire towards decline. Cursed, cursed, cursed! In her fury, Nangong Fuyiao lost her composure, wreaking havoc within the Fuyiao palace. How could Gu Daoren act in such a manner? Does he intend to undermine the very foundation of our Fuyiao Empire? Sun Xuanji's expression grew intricate as he continued. Perhaps it is due to the ongoing siege on Qingyun's sect by the Xinwei camp. He is likely aware of your majesty's plan to eradicate them. Even so, he cannot behave in this manner. Nangong Fuyiao retorted indignantly. Can the mere Qingyun sect be compared to my entire Fuyiao Empire? My decision to send the Xinwei camp was a direct response to Gu Daoren's prior defiance against me. Had he not opposed me, I would not have resorted to such extreme measures. Sun Xuanji was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, the pressing concern remains the swift resolution of the underground demon threat. To persuade the Southern Wilderness Array Masters to intervene, we may need Gu Daoren to retract his decree. Are you suggesting that we no longer pursue accountability for Gu Daoren? Nangong Fuyao's icy gaze fixed upon him as she replied somberly. He has insulted me and unilaterally removed the 5 elements array flags, nearly causing a catastrophe in the imperial capital. If I were to let him off the hook, what would become of my authority? Would it not embolden anyone to defy me? Yet, without such an approach, the demon menace will remain unresolved. As you have stated, relying on the imperial seal for suppression is not a sustainable solution. Sun Xuanji implored earnestly. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, her chest heaving with indignation. After a lengthy contemplation, influenced by Sun Xuanji's heartfelt persuasion, she reluctantly conceded, very well, I shall grant Gu Daoren an opportunity, as long as he utilizes the Array Masters Guild to expediently address the demon threat in the imperial capital. I shall overlook past grievances. Sun Xuanji sighed in relief, promptly stating, Your Majesty's magnanimity is commendable. I shall personally visit Qingyun's sect forthwith. Following Sun Xuanji's departure, he wasted no time in hastening to Qingyun's sect. The following morning, he swiftly disbanded the Xinwei camp and, alone, approached the entrance of Qingyun's sect. At the foot of the heavenly palace, I, Sun Xuanji, respectfully request an audience with Gu Daoren for a discussion. Standing outside the gates, clad in plain attire, Sun Xuanji clasped his hands in greeting. After a prolonged wait, Gu Daoren, dressed in his Taoist robes, finally descended from the air. Greetings, Gu Daoren. Upon witnessing Gu Daoren's arrival, Sun Xuanji hastily bowed. If there are matters to discuss, please speak candidly. Gu Daoren maintained an impassive demeanor. Very well. Sun Xuanji understood that directness was preferable. Thus he stated without preamble, I come at the behest of His Majesty. The Emperor acknowledges that Qingyun sect is a prestigious establishment within the Fuyiao Empire, having produced countless talented disciples who have made significant contributions to our realm. Therefore, we ought to be united as one family and should not allow matters to escalate to this point. I have come to negotiate. Observe, as a gesture of sincerity, the Xinwei camp has been disbanded. However, in response to Sun Xuanji's words, Gu Daoren merely scoffed dismissively. What I see is not that Qingyun sect is a prestigious institution, but rather that Nangong Fuyiao is unable to summon array masters and has come to negotiate out of desperation. Sun Xuanji's face flushed with embarrassment at this revelation, and he quickly defended. This situation cannot be entirely blamed on the emperor. After all, he is the sovereign of a nation. It is only natural for him to react with anger when faced with such insults. Humph, am I to be blamed for insulting her? Gu Daoren's expression remained cold as he retorted. Has she ever considered how she treated my brother, severing all ties? Sun Xuanji, stung by the retort, sighed deeply. Gu Daoren, responding to resentment with resentment will yield no resolution. The emperor's willingness to negotiate is, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity for all parties involved. Before Sun Xuanji could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Daoren. Sun Xuanji, I am well aware of what you wish to convey. I must make it unequivocally clear that this matter is off the table. If she truly wishes to negotiate, let her come to me and seek forgiveness for her transgressions against my brother before we discuss anything. This, Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, yet he remained unwilling to concede. Pressing on, Gu Daoren, if this matter continues to escalate, it will benefit no one. I implore you to reconsider. Sun Xuanji, there is no need for further discussion. The matter has been exhausted. I request that you take your leave. Gu Daoren's expression remained unyielding. The only reason I have appeared today is out of respect for you, Sun Xuanji. However, if you persist in this pursuit, it will only lead to embarrassment for us both. Sighing in resignation, Sun Xuanji shook his head, recognizing that a favorable outcome was unattainable today. After Gu Daoren took his leave, he turned away with a sense of melancholy. Chapter 15. A single breath has helped our southern nation slay a malevolent dragon. Truly remarkable. Upon returning to the Fuyiao Empire, Sun Xuanji entered the Fuyiao Palace, where he found Nangong Fuyao's expression dark and brooding. Gu Daoren is truly overstepping. Does he wish to insult me further? Your Majesty, I believe the crux of the issue does not lie solely with Gu Daoren. Sun Xuanji spoke earnestly. His decree within the Array Masters Guild is fundamentally a reaction to Yuqing's grievances. I see it clearly now. All of this is orchestrated by Yuqing from behind the scenes. Nangong Fuyiao scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. He seeks revenge for being expelled from the empire. Your Majesty, dwelling on this is futile, Sun Xuanji said after a moment of contemplation. If we wish for Gu Daoren to retract his decree, it seems we must bring Yuqing back. Bring him back? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened immediately. If I were to allow him to return, would that not render my actions a mockery? I personally banished him from the imperial capital. How would the world perceive me if I were to welcome him back? Yet without Yuqing's return, it is unlikely that Gu Daoren will revoke his decree, Sun Xuanji stated firmly. The weight of this situation requires your Majesty to deliberate carefully. These words. Veins throbbed on Nangong Fuyao's forehead, her face resembling a winter's frost. What a cunning maneuver. He has me thoroughly ensnared. Given this, I am willing to take a step back for the sake of the Fuyiao Empire and grant him an opportunity. I will permit him to return temporarily. Summon Xiao Wuchen. Xiao Wuchen arrived shortly thereafter. Xiao Wuchen, I need you to journey to the southern nation and locate Yuqing. Inform him that I am prepared to offer him a chance for redemption, provided he collaborates with Gu Daoren to resolve the demon threat in the imperial capital. I will allow him to remain within the Fuyiao Empire. But Xiao Wuchen hesitated, casting a meaningful glance at Nangong Fuyiao. What if he is unwilling? Nangong Fuyao's expression turned icy. If he refuses to accept my goodwill, then we shall employ more forceful measures to bring him back. Xiao Wuchen's pupils constricted, and he replied, Understood, Your Majesty. After receiving his orders, Xiao Wuchen took his leave. Observing his departure, Sun Xuanji let out a sigh. There was little more to be said. The resolution of the demon threat remained paramount, and all that mattered was that Yuqing returned to the Fuyiao Empire. In the southern nation, at Upper Southern City, Nanshi had complied with Yuqing's request, securing him a waterside pavilion along the banks of the Mi River. Residing there, Yuqing found great contentment. Recently, he had developed a passion for fishing, often spending his days on the pavilion, bamboo rod in hand, hoping to catch a unique lotus fish native to the Mi River. This fish, renowned for its exquisite flavor, when simmered in a broth made from the pristine river waters, would yield a truly delightful dish. Meanwhile, Nanshi frequently donned a casual robe and visited Yuqing during her leisure hours. As they spent time together, their camaraderie deepened significantly. For Nanshi, having grown up within the confines of the imperial palace, she held a keen interest in the myriad tales of the outside world. She often implored Yuqing to recount the stories he had heard and experienced, occasionally sharing her own joys and sorrows. How could this Tang Song be so foolish? The great sage was merely protecting him. Yet he still recited scriptures to drive the great sage away. Truly a dense fool. At this point, she paused, glancing at Yuqing and inquiring, Yuqing, what was that about a dense fool? A dense donkey. Yuqing replied with a chuckle, indeed, a truly dense donkey. Nanshi clenched her fists in quiet indignation. Afterward, glancing at the sky, she rose and said, Alas, it has grown late. I must take my leave, for there are numerous matters to attend to in court. Yuqing stood, saying, Your Majesty, safe travels. If only your culinary skills were as remarkable as they are, I would wish to dine before departing, Nanshi lamented wistfully. The future is long. Your Majesty can come at any time. Yuqing chuckled. After bidding farewell to Nanshi, Yuqing settled back into his lounge chair and resumed his fishing. As time slipped away, the sky darkened, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He had been without a catch for several days, and today seemed no different. The mere thought of it ignited a slow-burning anger within him. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. In a fit of frustration, he slapped the surface of the river, causing a 100-foot radius of water to freeze in place. Countless fish leapt from the water, suspended in midair. Yuqing squinted, glancing left and right, then selected the plumpest fish, reaching out to capture it effortlessly, tossing it into the nearby fish basket. With a wave of his hand, he allowed the other fish to return to the water, restoring tranquility to the river. Today, he would not go home empty-handed. Stretching his limbs, he displayed a look of contentment. Nearby, a sheep lying on the ground rolled over, casting a disdainful glance before returning to its languid slumber, as if the sky were falling. It could not alter its indifferent demeanor. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, a head emerged from the river. A young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, holding a lotus fish weighing about half a pound, shouting, brother you, look, I caught another one." He clumsily climbed onto the bank. Clad only in shorts, his sun-kissed belly exposed, eagerly sharing his joy with Yuqing. "Little Lear, you're impressive," Yuqing praised. "Hee." Little Lear chuckled, playfully poking his belly button, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Little Lear lived not far from Yuqing and had grown up in the river. They had become fast friends the very day Yuqing moved in. This moment, Little Lear said, "Brother you, I suppose you'll be going home empty-handed again today? Knowing you love osmanthus fish, I'll give you this one." As he spoke, Little Lear prepared to toss the osmanthus fish into Yuqing's basket. No. Yuqing quickly raised his hand to shield the basket. "What's wrong, brother you?" Little Lear asked, puzzled. "Just take a look at my basket," Yuqing replied, full of bravado. Little Lear struggled to lift the basket, his big eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, brother you, this one must weigh several pounds," he exclaimed excitedly. Keep it low-key, Yuqing urged, pressing down with his palm. Though a smile threatened to break through, Little Lear then fetched a small stool and sat beside Yuqing. "Brother you, have you heard? A great figure has recently arrived in the southern kingdom," Little Lear said earnestly. Yuqing blinked and asked, "What great figure?" "I heard he is from the Fuyiao Empire, known as the Green Robe Sword Immortal," Little Lear replied, his face alight with excitement. "They say his sword is 40 meters long, towering 3 zhang high, immensely powerful, and he single-handedly defeated a fierce dragon for our southern kingdom." "How impressive! Watch your language, little brat." Yuqing couldn't help but tap him on the forehead, admonishing him further. "You really don't know where you heard that nonsense, do you? It's false. Don't believe it's not false." Erden from the next village saw it with his own eyes. Little Lear insisted, his expression serious. He said he even dined with the Green Robe Sword Immortal, taken by his grandfather, who was a soldier back in the day. As he spoke, the little fellow's face gleamed with longing that, "Oh, if only I could meet him, then I could become his disciple and uphold justice," he exclaimed, his small hands and feet fidgeting on the stool, accompanied by sound effects of popping and crackling, lost in his daydreams. Chapter 16. You don't think you possess the supreme bone because you're a prodigy? Do you? Absolutely not. Yuqing couldn't resist a sarcastic remark, just as he was about to continue lecturing the child to avoid believing in rumors when his brow furrowed. The smile on his face gradually faded. Across the riverbank stood a young man in black, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixed firmly upon him. "Little one, sit still," Yuqing said, pressing down on the restless child's head. Little Lear looked at Yuqing in confusion. The next moment, his mouth fell agape. The figure in black was striding across the river. As he walked, the water beneath his feet solidified, forming platforms for him to step upon. Soon, the young man in black stood before them. Little Lear trembled and feared. Him, the extraordinary scene was akin to a celestial being. At last, "I've found you, Prince Qing," the young man in black said, a smirk playing on his lips. "I must say, the scenery here is truly splendid. Were it not for an urgent matter, I would love to linger here for a couple of days." The newcomer was none other than Xiao Wuchen, the greatest talent of the Fuyiao Empire, bearer of the supreme bone. Before Yuqing could respond, Xiao Wuchen added, with a hint of mockery, "So, how about it, Prince Qing? That display I showed earlier isn't any worse than what you did back in the day, is it?" Yuqing frowned slightly and replied coolly, "If you have something to say, just say it plainly. I've come on the orders of Her Majesty the Empress to escort you back," Xiao Wuchen stated, pausing before adding with a teasing tone, "No, I should say, I'm here to invite you back. So, I must trouble you, Prince Qing, to rise and accompany me. Please don't make this difficult for me." "There's no need. I'm quite content here," Yuqing replied indifferently, continuing to bait his hook. Xiao Wuchen's expression darkened, and his tone grew more severe. "This is the Empress's command." Yuqing remained focused on his bait. Once he finished preparing, he gently cast the fishing rod. Seeing his words completely disregarded, a flicker of anger crossed Xiao Wuchen's eyes as he grasped the fishing rod tightly. "Yuqing, are you deaf? I am speaking to you." Xiao Wuchen's voice turned icy as he suddenly applied pressure, causing the fishing rod to shatter into fragments. Yuqing frowned. He reached out to comfort the frightened little Lear while turning his head to say, "Out of respect for our past, I'll give you 3 breaths to leave." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Yuqing's words, Xiao Wuchen erupted into laughter as if he had heard a great joke. "Yuqing, look at you. Reduced to this state, and you still can't tell your own worth. Do you think you're still the Yuqing of 20 years ago? The one who single-handedly quelled the 3 kings? The green-robed sword immortal? You dare to lecture me and demand that I leave within 3 breaths? You think you're worthy? Let me tell you, you are nothing now, merely a complete waste. Let us assume for a moment that you were indeed the Yuqing of 20 years ago. How does that matter now? Do you think I'm any worse than you were back then? I possess the supreme bone, an unparalleled gift among millions. Dio, you know what that means. Not just you now, even the Yuqing of 20 years ago wouldn't be worthy of my attention. The supreme bone, you say?" Listening to Xiao Wuchen's incessant boasting, a flicker of derision passed through Yuqing's cold gaze, as if he were observing a mere clown. Yuqing's demeanor thoroughly enraged Xiao Wuchen. "Let me make it clear. The current situation is dictated by me. You must obey my commands. Kneel." As he spoke, he transformed his hand into a claw, reaching for Yuqing. However, just 3 feet away, his hand froze mid-air. Xiao Wuchen's expression shifted drastically. In that moment, he felt a strange force surge from the very fabric of space, invading every pore of his being, completely immobilizing him. Waves of panic swelled within him. In this state of utter helplessness, cold sweat poured down his face. He stared wide-eyed, frantically scanning his surroundings, trying to comprehend what was happening, only to discover Yuqing gazing at him with a mocking expression. It dawned on him in terror that the architect of this predicament was none other than Yuqing himself. "What have you done to me? Let me go!" he screamed, a mix of fear and fury. Desperately, he struggled to break free, but found his efforts futile against this overwhelming force, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Yuqing regarded him coldly. "The supreme bone is indeed remarkable, but do you truly believe you are the chosen one? That out of the ordinary, a supreme bone suddenly sprouted within you?" Yuqing's icy glare sent chills down Xiao Wuchen's spine. "What do you mean by that?" he shouted in panic. "When I was in the Fuyiao Empire, I had little interest in court affairs, so I sought to cultivate a formidable expert for the empire. At that time, you were somewhat compliant, so I chose you and bestowed upon you this supreme bone," Yuqing said with a mocking grin. "Otherwise, do you think you would possess such a gift? What? How could that be?" At Yuqing's revelation, Xiao Wuchen felt as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across his face as he shouted, "No, it's impossible. I refuse to believe it. You're a waste yourself. How could you grant me the supreme bone? Hee hee." Yuqing chuckled derisively. In the midst of his laughter, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward. In an instant, dozens of hidden figures surrounding the courtyard exploded, showering the area with blood. Xiao Wuchen's eyes widened in horror. Though his body was immobilized, his mind remained keenly aware of everything happening around him. Those dozen individuals were his loyal confidants brought from the Fuyiao Empire. The lowest among them possess cultivation at the level of the celestial realm. When presented to the world, they are either formidable generals or esteemed elders. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Yuqing extinguished them without a trace. Even with his vast perspective, it was difficult for him to fathom the level of cultivation required to achieve such a feat. Your cultivation." Xiao Wuchen trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his words stammering in fear. He could hardly believe that this individual, who had been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire, was anything but a failure. Not only was he not a failure, but his cultivation had reached an unimaginable height. He was loath to envision the scene before him, let alone accept the cold, hard truth that Yuqing had just presented. Moments ago, he had felt a sense of accomplishment in humiliating the once revered Qingyi sword immortal. Now, he was confronted with the revelation that everything he possessed was granted by the very man he had sought to belittle. "Having departed from the Fuyiao Empire, I have no desire to remain entangled with it. Thus, I relinquish the supreme bone to you without reservation. But I did not anticipate that you would wield it against me. Posing as something you are not. So, what do you truly amount to? What I can bestow upon you, I can just as easily take away." As he spoke, Yuqing slowly extended his palm toward Xiao Wuchen. "What are you doing?" Xiao Wuchen cried out in panic. "What madness is this, using a sheep as a hostage?" It seemed he had grasped Yuqing's intentions, growing increasingly frantic until he ultimately broke down. Pleading for mercy, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you." Do not strip me of my supreme bone. Yet, Yuqing's eyes remained cold and indifferent. His slender hand passed through Xiao Wuchen's body as if piercing through water. Ah! Xiao Wuchen screamed in agony, helplessly watching as Yuqing extracted his supreme bone. Moments later, Yuqing withdrew his hand, grasping a segment of golden bone that shimmered with a faint light, exuding an aura that stirred one's very soul. As the supreme bone was drawn forth, Yuqing waved his hand, releasing Xiao Wuchen from his confinement. He seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, with the removal of the supreme bone. Xiao Wuchen's once mighty cultivation ebbed away like the retreating tide, transforming the former pinnacle of the Fuyiao Empire into a mere shadow of his former self. Enduring the excruciating pain of his bone being extracted, he fixated on the supreme bone in Yuqing's grip. I beseech you, Lord Yuqing, I was wrong. Please return my supreme bone to me. If you are willing to restore it, I will serve you like a dog. Biting whoever you command, in desperation, he crawled on the ground like a dog, his forehead striking the earth, bleeding yet still pleading. Without my supreme bone, the empress will no longer value me. I will lose my identity and status. I cannot live without it, however. Yuqing paid no mind to Xiao Wuchen, instead turning his gaze towards the nearby little Lier. The small creature, with big eyes beneath thick brows, was staring wide-eyed in astonishment, clearly not foolish enough to miss the implications of their conversation. See? The rumors outside are nothing but fabrications. Why? Yuqing shrugged helplessly. After a moment's thought, he extended the supreme bone towards the little Lier, asking, how about this? The small creature's eyes were locked onto the supreme bone, filled with tension as it realized the gravity of the decision before it. A potentially life-altering opportunity. Yes. The little one dug its toes into the ground, looking up at Yuqing, responding anxiously. Why? Yuqing smiled lightly, his palm enveloped in a gentle glow as he infused the supreme bone directly into the little Lier's body. The creature gazed in wonder as the bone melded with it. Take a nap in the recliner. I will assist you in the integration, Yuqing instructed. The little Lier nodded, not daring to question, fully compliant with Yuqing's wishes, and climbed barefoot onto the recliner. Yuqing waved his hand gently, channeling a soft power into the little Lier, who soon fell into a deep slumber, snoring lightly in the recliner. No. My supreme bone. That is my supreme bone. Return it to me. Xiao Wuchen, now reduced to a pitiful heap on the ground, shrieked in anguish at the sight of the supreme bone being absorbed by the little Lier. His eyes blazed with hatred. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his waist, rolling across the ground until he reached the sheep that had been peacefully sleeping nearby. Clinging to the sheep with all his might, he pressed the dagger against its throat. Return my supreme bone, or I will kill it. Xiao Wuchen trembled, his eyes fixed on Yuqing, shouting in desperation. Why? Yuqing, witnessing this, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Xiao Wuchen, his forehead adorned with sweat and countless question marks. Wait, you threaten me with a sheep as a hostage. What kind of madness is this? The once peaceful sheep awoke from its slumber, blinking its innocent eyes as it felt itself ensnared. Its legs stiffened in shock, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Hurry! Return my supreme bone, or I will end its life. Xiao Wuchen continued to scream, gripping the dagger tightly, his voice tinged with madness. His choice of a sheep as a hostage was not a sign of lost sanity. Rather, it was his last flicker of rational thought. With the little Lier so close to Yuqing, he knew he could not threaten the child. This sheep had been by Yuqing's side since Xiao Wuchen had first encountered him, kept well-fed and plump over the years. Thus, in Xiao Wuchen's mind, the sheep might hold significant value to Yuqing, perhaps even more so than the little Lier. Did you not hear my words? If you do not return it to me, I will take us both down together. Xiao Wuchen screamed frantically. Yet, in the face of Xiao Wuchen's threat, Yuqing merely regarded him with pity, casually responding. As you wish. The sheep, still groggy from sleep, seemed to belatedly comprehend its predicament. With a sudden kick, it knocked Xiao Wuchen aside. Thus, Xiao Wuchen was sent flying through the air, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a brilliant streak of light that many in the southern kingdom would later wish upon. Days passed in the blink of an Why Yuqing's life remained as ordinary and pleasant as ever, the only difference being the presence of the little Lier in his waterborne abode. Though young, this little creature understood to some extent the significance of having integrated the supreme bone. Each day, before dawn, it would run over to Yuqing's courtyard, tidying it up meticulously and washing the garments he had worn the previous day. Once everything was in order, it would prepare a basin of warm water, eagerly awaiting Yuqing's rise. Knowing that Yuqing would be fishing later, the little leer would set up the fishing spot and prepare the bait in advance. After completing all the chores, it would sit beside the sheep, entering a state of meditation. This little one was indeed diligent. Observing the little leer deep in meditation, Yuqing could not help but smile. The little leer was not a disciple assigned by the system. The supreme bone had simply come to him by chance, so Yuqing had only taken him on as a nominal disciple. However, despite this nominal status, Yuqing did not withhold his teachings. He first provided the little leer with a suitable cultivation method for the supreme bone, then infused a lifetime's worth of insights from a certain sage into its mind. Both the cultivation method and the sage's insights were rewards Yuqing had earned through his system's sign-in process over the past 20 years. Of course, the rewards were not limited to these. He had amassed a plethora of other items as well. With the cultivation method and the sage's insights at his disposal, the little leer could cultivate independently, freeing Yuqing from the burden of direct oversight. How far the little one could progress would depend on its own fortunes. Yet, it was worth noting that when Xiao Wuchen had received the supreme bone, he had not yet been granted the sage's insights. Had he possessed them then, perhaps he would have been more adequately equipped for his journey. Regardless, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Why Yuqing felt no emotional turmoil regarding Xiao Wuchen. After all, life is replete with moments of misjudgment. What mattered most was living happily. Meanwhile, not far from Yuqing's courtyard, Nanshi, clad in casual attire, was accompanied by a few personal maidservants and a strikingly poised young man. Cui Wei, Lord Yu has rendered great favors to our southern kingdom. Since he has come to our land, it is only right that we ensure his protection. Recent reports suggest that the Fuyiao Empire may send individuals to do him harm. I cannot rely on others. So I would like you to stay by his side and safeguard his safety. Your Majesty, this Cui Wei responded, bowing deeply, a troubled expression crossing his face. What is it? Are you unwilling? Nanshi inquired. It is not that I am unwilling, as your Majesty has stated. Lord Yu has indeed bestowed great kindness upon our southern kingdom, and it is only fitting that we take good care of him. Cui Wei bowed deeply, his demeanor fraught with difficulty as he spoke. Your Majesty, you are well aware of my disposition. I am truly ill-suited for such a task. Might I implore you to consider appointing another? Even if you were to cast me into the military ranks, training soldiers, or charging into battle, I would have no objections. However, being assigned to this idle duty is something I fear I cannot fulfill. Moreover, the protection of Mr. Yuqing could very well be entrusted to the Imperial Guard. Therefore, I humbly request that your Majesty rescind your command. Nanshi smiled as she explained, I understand your character, but even with the Imperial Guard assigned for protection, I remain unconvinced. Mr. Yuqing's nature does not favor ostentation. Thus, you are indeed the most fitting choice. But I? Cui Wei's face was a mask of reluctance. Enough of this, it is settled, Nanshi declared with unwavering authority. Although Mr. Yuqing has lost his cultivation, his wisdom is vast. Accompanying him might grant you invaluable insights. Very well. Seeing Nanshi's insistence, Cui Wei finally nodded, reluctantly acquiescing. Let us proceed to meet the esteemed gentleman. Before long, Nanshi and her companions arrived at Yuqing's abode. Mr. Yuqing, it has been quite some time, Nanshi greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Please, take a seat, Yuqing replied, rising with a smile. Nanshi beamed, sitting down and introducing to the side, Mr. Yuqing, allow me to present Cui Wei. Cui Wei, do offer your respects to the gentleman. Cui Wei promptly bowed, respectfully stating, Cui Wei pays his respects to you. Mr. Yuqing, that there's no need for such formality, Yuqing quickly responded with a smile. Mr. Yuqing, the matter is this, Nanshi interjected, given your esteemed status, I could not help but worry about potential disturbances from unsavory individuals. Hence I have specifically assigned him to accompany you. He will be at your service for any errands, and when unoccupied, he will remain discreetly by himself, ensuring not to intrude upon your peace. How can I accept such an arrangement? Yuqing replied hastily. Nanshi chuckled. If you refuse, it would imply a lack of respect for me. Nanshi. Very well, Yuqing conceded with a nod. After all, he was in a foreign land, and for whatever reason, it would be inappropriate to decline. Ultimately, he was merely a guest. Thus, he stood and clasped his hands towards Cui Wei, saying, I shall trouble you, young Master Cui. Mr. Yuqing, you flatter me. Please do not hesitate to call upon me for anything. Cui Wei replied promptly. Having left Cui Wei behind, Nanshi and Yuqing engaged in casual conversation until she departed due to matters at court. Yuqing resumed his fishing, glancing at the upright Cui Wei, and couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Cui, there is no need to be so tense. Feel free to be at ease. I appreciate your concern, but I must ensure the safety of the gentleman. I cannot afford to be negligent, Cui Wei replied, bowing slightly. All right, Yuqing chuckled, allowing him to be. Meanwhile, in the Fuyiao Empire, Nangong Fuyiao sat in the palace, her brow furrowed in thought. No news from Xiao Wuqing yet? She inquired of Sun Xuanji, who stood below. I have exhausted all means of contact, yet received no response, Sun Xuanji replied. However, according to spies from the south, he entered southern territory several days ago. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's brow furrowed even deeper. She felt an unsettling sense of intrigue surrounding the situation, a vague unease lurking within her. Given her understanding of Xiao Wuqing's character, it was unreasonable for him to remain silent. The threat of demonic affliction could not be delayed. It is imperative that we establish contact with Xiao Wuqing post-haste and urge him to bring Yuqing back. Understood. Sun Xuanji accepted the order and withdrew. After he left, Nangong Fuyiao could not help but rub her forehead. The thought of the Empire's fortunes waning daily due to the need to suppress the demonic creatures left her feeling anything but composed. Now, with Xiao Wuqing suddenly out of contact, her inner turmoil only intensified. Chapter 19. Little did I expect that one day I would need to summon Yuqing back. Days passed, the routine unchanged. I in the courtyard. Yuqing observed the little carp beside him and could not help but commend, little one. You have made remarkable progress. The little carp appeared unchanged on the surface, even lacking visible cultivation. Yet, in just over a fortnight, he had become a formidable expert in the southern kingdom, thanks to the terrifying power of his supreme bone, coupled with the advanced techniques and insights bestowed upon him by Yuqing. All these elements combined to create such an effect. None could be omitted. The reason his cultivation remained undetectable was due to the method of concealment inherent in the technique given by Yuqing. This was also a protective measure for the little carp. When venturing into the world, sometimes hiding one's capabilities could prove crucial in critical moments. Moreover, given his youth, such discretion could shield him from numerous temptations that might lead him astray in the future. Such wisdom comes from a good master, the little carp thought, grinning widely while still dressed in his oversized shorts, with his belly and feet bare. No one would suspect that this little fellow had already become an extraordinary expert. Very good, remain humble and steadfast in this mindset, Yuqing praised. Now, continue your training. Yes, master, the little carp replied respectfully before scampering off to resume his practice. As a few more days passed, the little carp maintained his usual routine. Observing the little carp diligently wiping the table early one morning, Cui Wei could no longer remain idle. He picked up a broom and began sweeping the courtyard. These days had been somewhat torturous for him. It was not that Yuqing treated him poorly. Rather, he found the tranquility here to be excessively monotonous. Yuqing had little for him to do, mostly sending him to the southern part of the city to fetch some peach blossom wine. Aside from that, he spent his days watching Yuqing fish, which could stretch on for hours. For him, such idleness felt like a waste of time. He would be more than willing to face the battlefield or undertake arduous tasks for the southern kingdom. Yet, this leisure was a form of torment. Thank you, the little carp said politely as Cui Wei finished sweeping the courtyard. Not at all, Cui Wei replied with a smile. He found the thoughtful little boy quite endearing. However, when he saw the little carp sitting cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state, he couldn't help but shake his head. He naturally understood that the little carp was training, but he pondered how effective mere sitting and meditation could be for actual cultivation. Little one, simply sitting will not yield results in your training, Cui Wei kindly advised. If you truly wish to cultivate, I can teach you. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. The little carp opened his eyes and replied. Do you doubt my abilities? Cui Wei retorted. Very well, perhaps you are unaware of my identity. Allow me to show you what true mastery of cultivation looks like. With that, Cui Wei's sword moved, and the surrounding environment stirred without wind. Watch closely, he called out. Drawing his sword, a glimmer of cold light erupted as he swung, unleashing a stream of sword energy that struck a rock several feet away, shattering it explosively. What do you think? Cui Wei said nonchalantly, smiling at the little carp. However, the little carp's response was beyond his expectations. Thank you. But that won't be necessary, he shook his head, declining the offer. One reason was that he possessed the lifetime insights of a sage in his mind. In many respects, he was far from inexperienced. In fact, the knowledge and experience he held exceeded that of Cui Wei. Another reason was that, at present, he felt capable of performing feats akin to Cui Wei's. Hey, you little rascal! Cui Wei's expression shifted to one of mild irritation upon witnessing the little carp's attitude. Despite this, he held no genuine anger. Recognizing the little carp's refusal, he decided to let it be, as he could see that the little one lacked any particular talent for cultivation. Thus, How he chose to practice was somewhat inconsequential. He had initially hoped to find something engaging in the days to come. But it seemed that was now a lost cause. Master, here is the bait, Chui Wei said, taking the prepared bait from the little carp and presenting it to Yuqing, who had just woken up and was preparing to fish. Thank you. Yuqing accepted the bait with a smile. He did not harbor any resentment towards the individual Nanshi had assigned to him. Rather, he found him quite agreeable. Chui Wei was neither intrusive nor overly talkative. Standing like a pillar while Yuqing fished, if he could no longer contain himself, he would retreat to the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. On this day, after a long wait, Chui Wei finally saw Nanshi arrive. She had been relatively unoccupied, spending nearly 2 hours with Yuqing before taking her leave. Chui Wei hurriedly caught up with her. What business do you have? Nanshi turned to face Chui Wei. Your Majesty, Chui Wei scratched his head in embarrassment, a look of difficulty crossing his face. Might I ask how much longer I must remain here? Is it not satisfactory to stay with the gentleman? Nanshi inquired. It is not that it is unsatisfactory, but rather, it is excessively idle, Chui Wei implored earnestly. During this time, I have even let my cultivation languish. If I stay any longer, I fear I may become utterly useless. Could you allow me to return? Nanshi hesitated slightly before ultimately declining Chui Wei's request, stating, it's the same as before. I cannot trust others. I shall wait until I find someone more suitable. Very well. Chui Wei could only nod helplessly and return to the courtyard, resuming his tranquil life as a protector of Yuqing in the Fuyiao Empire. Despite several days of communication, there was still no news of Xiao Wuchen. It was evident to all that something must have gone awry with him. Could it be that the southern kingdom has apprehended him? Nangong Fuyiao remarked solemnly. Given Xiao Wuchen's capabilities, if he chooses not to engage in battle and merely wishes to leave, it should not be difficult, Sun Xuanji replied. Then what exactly is happening? Nangong Fuyiao asked, her expression filled with frustration. Your Majesty, although Xiao Wuchen's disappearance is indeed suspicious, the most pressing matter remains the demonic plague. Sun Xuanji suggested. Perhaps I should personally travel to the southern kingdom to retrieve Yuqing and inquire about any news regarding Xiao Wuchen. Upon hearing this, a grim expression crossed Nangong Fuyiao's face. After a moment's contemplation, she reluctantly released her tightly clenched fists and said, if that is the case, then you may go. However, to ensure absolute certainty. At that moment, Sun Xuanji added, it would be best for your Majesty to issue a formal decree to Yuqing, clarifying the stance. That is out of the question. Nangong Fuyiao firmly rejected without hesitation. Allowing you and Xiao Wuchen to go together is already the utmost leniency on my part. Simply convey my message to him. If he wishes to return, he may do so. Does your Majesty truly believe I am in need of him? However, the matter of the demonic plague indeed necessitates his presence. Only then will the ancient practitioner relent. Sun Xuanji argued, visibly troubled. That concerns the ancient practitioner, and it is not my concern, Nangong Fuyiao replied coldly. Yet the ancient practitioner imposed the ban because of him, Sun Xuanji pointed out. If Yuqing does not return, or if he is forcibly brought back, it is likely the ancient practitioner will remain unyielding. Go persuade him. It is essential for Yuqing to return and preferably regain his title as the Prince of Qing. Thus, I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to express this stance. After listening to Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyiao's countenance darkened to an almost palpable degree, her tightly clenched fist revealing the faint outline of veins. She could hardly fathom that there would come a day when she would truly need to summon Yuqing back. After what felt like an eternity, she finally penned a decree and handed it to Sun Xuanji. Your Majesty, I shall set off for the southern kingdom at once. Sun Xuanji's face brightened with joy as he received the decree and immediately hastened towards the southern kingdom. Chapter 20. I have long severed ties with the Fuyiao Empire. Soon enough, Sun Xuanji arrived in the southern kingdom. In the absence of any deliberate concealment on Yuqing's part, if Xiao Wuchen could locate Yuqing, so too could Sun Xuanji. Subsequently, he knocked on the door of Yuqing's courtyard. Yuqing, who was leisurely fishing on the pavilion, responded nonchalantly, let him return. Understood. Chui Wei, upon hearing this, turned and stepped outside. Your Excellency may go back. The gentleman is indisposed to meet you. This, Sun Xuanji's expression soured, having not anticipated being met with a closed door before even entering. Yet, he was unwilling to give up so easily. Prince Qing, I implore you for a brief audience. I have but a few words to convey, after which I shall take my leave without further intrusion. Sun Xuanji called out confidently into the courtyard. Be silent. Chui Wei's face darkened, positioning himself firmly at the door, half drawing his sword, the glint of cold steel evident. The standoff continued until a calm voice resonated from within the courtyard. Let him in. This. Chui Wei's cold demeanor dissipated, and he stepped aside to allow entry. "Thank you," Sun Xuanji expressed with a respectful gesture as he entered the courtyard. "Prince Qing, it has been some time." "Please speak plainly, Director Sun," Yuqing replied, continuing to fish with an air of indifference. "The purpose of my visit is to convey apologies on behalf of the Fuyiao Empire and Her Majesty the Empress." Sun Xuanji began. "The establishment of the Fuyiao Empire owes much to your contributions, and you have always been regarded as a great benefactor. Yet, you were unjustly exiled, a decision that the Empress deeply regrets. Since your departure, she has missed you greatly." Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, a derisive expression crossed Yuqing's face. "Before me, Director Sun, there is no need for such insincere platitudes." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Sun Xuanji's face. But he quickly regained composure and replied, "Perhaps you may not believe it, yet this is the Empress's decree, which clearly articulates her stance. You will see for yourself that." As he spoke, Sun Xuanji presented the decree from Nangong Fuyiao with both hands. "Director Sun, the past is behind us. From the moment she expelled me, I severed all ties with the Fuyiao Empire. Therefore, her current stance holds no significance for me, and I am indifferent to it. Thus, there is no need for me to peruse that decree. I ask you to take your leave," Yuqing said, not even casting a glance at the decree. This, Sun Xuanji's face darkened. Seeing Yuqing's resolute demeanor, he hesitated for a long moment before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Yuqing shook his head in disapproval. "Director Sun, you hold a position of great esteem within the Fuyiao Empire. What is the purpose of this? I implore the prince to read the decree. After you have done so, you may decide." Sun Xuanji urged earnestly, extending the decree towards Yuqing. Observing the sincerity etched on Sun Xuanji's face, Yuqing sighed and set down his fishing rod. "Director Sun, I respect your loyalty to your country and acknowledge your responsibilities as a minister. For your sake, I will take a look. However, I must inform you in advance that this will not alter the outcome." After saying this, Yuqing reached out to accept the decree. "Thank you, Prince Qing," Sun Xuanji replied, his expression brightening. Over the years, he had come to understand Yuqing to some extent, knowing him to be a person of deep feelings. Having lived in the Fuyiao Empire for so long, he had invested much of himself into its foundation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the empire was a product of his blood, sweat, and tears. If the decree contained a sincere apology from the Empress and an invitation for Yuqing to return, it was likely that he would soften. However, the next moment, Yuqing's derisive voice rang out clearly. "Yuqing, you conspired with foreign powers in an attempt to rebel at I, in light of your past merits, spared your life but chose to expel you from the Fuyiao Empire. Rather than expressing gratitude, you harbor resentment and incite the ancient practitioner to impose a ban on the Fuyiao Empire, causing its fortunes to wane. Considering our past ties, I am still willing to offer you a chance, as long as you promptly persuade the ancient practitioner to lift the ban and send someone to resolve the demonic plague in the imperial capital. I can overlook your past transgressions and allow you to remain in the Fuyiao Empire." As she spoke, the scorn on Yuqing's face deepened, while Sun Xuanji's embarrassment grew more pronounced, trembling with the urge to find a hole to hide in. He dared not pry into the emperor's decree. He had initially thought that, regardless of her personal feelings, the urgency of the demonic plague would prompt the empress to extend a favorable attitude towards Yuqing. He never anticipated that the contents of the decree would be such. "So, is this the attitude of your Fuyiao Empress?" Yuqing inquired with a meaningful tone. "Is this the decree you wish for me to see?" Director Sun, Chapter 21. Let him see for himself whether meditation is of any use. Yuqing's words left Sun Xuanji at a loss for words. His face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, and after a lengthy pause, he was unable to utter a single word. All the arguments he had prepared to persuade Yuqing vanished in that moment, leaving him too ashamed to speak. "Director Sun, please take your leave. Do not return," Yuqing said with a mocking shake of his head, tossing the decree to the ground. Sun Xuanji's expression became immensely complicated. Alas! After a long silence, he sighed deeply, picked up the decree from the ground, and left without uttering a single word. "The gentleman has stated that you are not to return. Should you come again, the southern kingdom shall not be so courteous." Chui Wei's cold voice echoed at the entrance. Sun Xuanji gazed at the young man standing at the door, his demeanor icy, and felt another profound sigh escape him. The heavenly palace, as the cradle of strength for the Fuyiao Empire, not only executed various missions but also served as the intelligence center. As the head of the heavenly palace, he recognized who stood before him. One of the 10 most talented youths of the southern kingdom, highly esteemed by the southern kingdom's empress. It was certain that this individual would play a significant role in the future. He had previously known that the Southern Kingdom's empress personally welcomed Yuqing's arrival, yet he had not anticipated that Cui Wei would also be sent to accompany him. From the moment he entered, Cui Wei had assumed a protective stance. The Southern Kingdom's attitude towards Yuqing was a stark contrast to that of the Fuyiao Empire. In that moment, Sun Xuanji truly felt that he could no longer bear to seek out Yuqing. Rest assured, young sir, I shall not return, Sun Xuanji spoke bitterly. With that, he turned away in desolation, his gaze directed towards the Fuyiao Empire, where the spark of hope seemed to have vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Originally, he had intended to inquire about Xiao Wuchen's whereabouts, yet he now found himself devoid of any interest. After sending Sun Xuanji off, Cui Wei returned to the courtyard, still feeling bored. Noticing the small fish, who was once again engrossed in meditation, he could not help but sigh. This little creature. How many times must I tell you that meditating is of no use? This is not the age for such pursuits. As he prepared to practice his swordplay, his gaze suddenly narrowed, and he swiftly turned around, his piercing eyes cutting through the ornate buildings, locking onto a rooftop a mile away. There stood a young man clad in white. The two exchanged distant yet charged glances, igniting an unspoken tension fraught with the scent of gunpowder. The young man in white smirked disdainfully, his eyes brimming with provocation. He then leapt away, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. Upon witnessing this, Cui Wei clenched his fists tightly, instinctively preparing to rush out. However, just as he exerted himself, he glanced back at Yuqing, who was leisurely fishing on the balcony, and came to an abrupt halt. With a solemn expression, he returned to the pavilion, standing guard as usual. It was evident that despite his desire to pursue, he remained steadfast in his mission to protect Yuqing in the pavilion. Yuqing shook the wine flask beside him with a wry smile. He then turned to Cui Wei and said, Brother Cui, would you be so kind as to fetch me a jar of peach blossom wine from Old Lu outside the city? I've heard from our neighbor that Old Lu's peach blossom wine is the most authentic. This. Cui Wei's eyes brightened. Of course, sir. I shall go immediately. With a glance towards the direction beyond the city, he stepped out of the courtyard and leapt swiftly towards the outskirts. Alas, it seems today will be another day of empty pursuits. After Cui Wei departed, Yuqing set down his fishing rod, stretched languidly, suppressing the urge to evaporate the river before him, and approached Xiao Lier. Have you encountered any challenges or bottlenecks in your training, master? Xiao Lier opened his eyes eagerly. With the insights you've provided, I have faced no difficulties or obstacles. That's good to hear. Yuqing nodded with a smile. However, what you lack most at this moment is practice. Would you be interested in some practical experience? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lier's large eyes sparkled with excitement. The current Xiao Lier was no longer the same as before. Under the guidance of the sage's teachings, he had not only learned to avoid detours in his training but had also ingrained various combat experiences and techniques in his mind. Yet, he had always lacked a genuine opportunity to put his newfound skills into practice, leaving him restless with anticipation. Cui Wei treats you well, doesn't he? Yuqing inquired. Yes, master, Xiao Lier nodded, scratching his head in mild annoyance. But he always says that my meditation is useless, which I find quite bothersome. Why Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, if my instincts are correct, he is currently facing a bit of trouble. Why don't you go assist him? It will also give him a chance to see whether your meditation truly bears fruit. Xiao Lier's eyes lit up as he jumped to his feet. Yes, master, I shall go at once. Chapter 22. Where did this little brat come from outside of South City? Cui Wei soared through the air, reaching unprecedented speeds. His first priority was not to seek out the young man in white, but to heed Yuqing's instructions and procure a jar of peach blossom wine from Old Lu. Once he secured the wine flask, he made his way towards the peach blossom grove outside the city. In the grove, the peach blossoms stretched for miles, and the recent light rains had rendered the paths within muddy. Cui Wei carefully treaded through the muck toward the pavilion nestled among the blossoms. Inside, the young man in white stood with a mocking smile, locking eyes with Cui Wei. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, marked by palpable animosity. The young man, known as Bai Hua, was of similar age to Cui Wei and one of the top 10 young talents of the Southern Kingdom. However, their backgrounds were starkly different. Cui Wei hailed from humble beginnings, having clawed his way up, while Bai Hua came from a prestigious family that had held significant influence in the Southern Kingdom for generations. Despite their disparate origins, there was no inherent animosity between them. The real conflict began when Nanshi placed great importance on Cui Wei, which sparked a sense of crisis in Bai Hua, a mere commoner rising to challenge him. Thus, he initiated various forms of suppression against Cui Wei. The tension escalated to a boiling point when Cui Wei witnessed his fiancée emerge from Bai Hua's bed one fateful day. solidifying their enmity. You, a worthless wretch of lowly birth, are even slower than I expected. Bai Hua sneered from the pavilion. In a wonder Lianer chose to climb into my bed instead of yours. I must admit, her body is indeed quite tender. Shut up. Chui Wei's forehead throbbed with rage, his fists clenching with a cracking sound. What's wrong? Upset? Bai Hua mocked. But it's only natural. Lianer has been with you for years without yielding, while she willingly gave herself to me after merely half a month of acquaintance. You must feel utterly impotent with rage. At these words, Chui Wei's breath became erratic, his entire body trembling with fury. Bai Hua continued nonchalantly. Now, I grant you a chance for revenge. Let us engage in a life-or-death duel between men, shall we? As soon as the words left Bai Hua's lips, Chui Wei unsheathed his sword with a sharp sound, transforming into a streak of cold light as he charged at Bai Hua. Sensing Chui Wei's fury, a smirk crept onto Bai Hua's face. This was precisely the outcome he desired. After secretly consuming a violent pill, he surged towards Chui Wei. Though the pill came with severe side effects, it would enhance his strength by nearly 30%. With Chui Wei already agitated and his breath in disarray, Bai Hua was confident that he could take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. Once Chui Wei was out of the picture, no one in the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom would be able to challenge Bai Hua's position. Thus, the minor drawbacks of the violent pill were of little consequence. Even if Chui Wei's death would incite the wrath of the Empress, it was a risk worth taking. After all, the loss of one outstanding youth would not prompt Nanshi to remove another, lest the Southern Kingdom find itself bereft of successors. Hence, for the future of the Southern Kingdom, it was likely that Nanshi would merely turn a blind eye. Besides, it was Chui Wei who made the first move. As the two young talents clashed, the Peach Blossom Grove was illuminated by flashing sword light. The violent energy radiated in all directions, severing countless peach trees in half, while blossoms danced through the air, ultimately turning to dust. After a fierce exchange of blows, Chui Wei staggered backward through the air. What's wrong, you worthless fool? Is that truly your utmost power? No wonder Lianer finds you lacking. Bai Hua continued to taunt him. In a duel between experts, a single miscalculation could lead to chaos. Losing one's composure could result in catastrophic mistakes, and indeed, Chui Wei, now with bloodshot eyes, charged at Bai Hua once more. His swordplay, though fierce and relentless, was purely offensive, revealing a desperate fighting style. At this moment, Chui Wei had unwittingly fallen into Bai Hua's trap. Before long, Bai Hua's sword pierced through Chui Wei's shoulder. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Hua's eyes as he regretted not severing Chui Wei's head with that strike. Yet it mattered little. Chui Wei was now at his last gasp. The two clashed again in an escalating battle, devastating the peach grove over a span of 10 miles. Chui Wei was now covered in sword wounds, while Bai Hua remained composed and unscathed. Finally, in the last exchange, Bai Hua struck Chui Wei in the chest with his palm, sending him flying dozens of yards, crashing into the muddy ground from which he could no longer rise. Such is the fate of one born of humble origins. Never dare to dream of competing with the moonlight. Bai Hua approached with his sword, disdainfully declaring, "You shall perish," just as he stood before Chui Wei, who lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and his eyes filled with a mix of fury and despair. Bai Hua raised his sword to deliver the final blow. "Stop!" A crisp, youthful voice echoed through the air. Bai Hua's gaze snapped to the source of the voice, spotting a small boy of 7 or 8 years approaching along the muddy path, barefoot and clad in oversized shorts caked in dirt. Bai Hua's lips twitched in irritation. He had expected someone formidable, yet here was merely a little brat. He couldn't be bothered to pay the child any mind, raising his sword once more to strike at Chui Wei. "I told you to stop." The boy's voice rang out again, his childish tone resolute and unwavering. Bai Hua's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. Where did this little brat come from, with such audacity? Meanwhile, Chui Wei, lying on the ground, caught sight of the boy approaching. As he recognized Xiao Lier, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his body shook. What was this little fellow doing here at such a time? Just as he intended to shout for Xiao Lier to leave, a scene unfolded that shocked him to his core. In an instant, Xiao Lier, who had been several dozen yards away, appeared right in front of the two combatants. At that moment, Chui Wei's frustration and hatred for Bai Hua nearly slipped from his mind, his bloodshot eyes widening in disbelief. Bai Hua, too, was taken aback by this unexpected display. "I told you to stop. Did you not hear me?" Xiao Lier, though only as tall as Bai Hua's waist, spoke with an authoritative tone that was anything but childlike. His cold demeanor bore the gravitas of someone seasoned in battle. This attitude infuriated Bai Hua. While Xiao Lier's sudden appearance had startled him, it did not imply that the child possessed any real strength. What could a mere child do? Even if he had been training since birth, he would be nothing significant. He raised his sword to attack. However, the next moment, he was about to pay dearly for his folly. With a resounding thud, Xiao Lier delivered a punch to an indeterminate area of Bai Hua's anatomy. The force propelling Bai Hua into the air, sending him flying 100 yards away. During the tumultuous process of his backward flight, Bai Hua endured a harrowing journey of agony, transitioning from initial numbness to a throbbing pain, ultimately culminating in a deep, penetrating ache that felt as if it had reached his very bones. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground, his body carving a long trench into the earth before coming to a halt. Chapter 23. Are you really only 8 years old? No, I am 7.5. The injuries inflicted by the impact caused Bai Hua to spew forth blood in great gasps. Yet, he paid it no mind. Curling his body on the ground, rolling and clutching his abdomen with trembling hands, beads of cold sweat forming all over him. This scene left Tuiwei, who lay on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? He fixed his gaze on Xylier, his eyes brimming with disbelief, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. Is this really the same clumsy little fellow who, aside from household chores, could only meditate in silence? I will kill you. At that moment, Bai Hua, after enduring the initial pain, finally staggered to his feet, gazing at his blood-soaked hands, his trembling hands shaking uncontrollably, and he let out a frenzied roar then, wielding his sword. He shot into the air, aiming a strike at Xylier. Be careful. Get out of the way. Seeing this, Tuiwei shouted urgently. Although Xylier's sudden teleportation and the display of strength had astonished him, he did not believe that Xylier could match Bai Hua in a direct confrontation. It was understandable. Xylier was simply too young. Hurry up! Noticing Xylier still had not moved, he cried out again in desperation. However, as he shouted, he found his voice dwindling, as if his throat were clogged with phlegm. Suddenly, Xylier extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched Bai Hua's descending sword. Tuiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but rub them. This scene appeared too surreal to him. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, that tender hand, still specked with dirt under the fingernails, had indeed clamped down on the descending sword, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Bai Hua, too, was taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost. His heart racing with fear even more than Tuiwei's. This was a sword he had swung himself. No one understood its power better than he did. To have it intercepted by 2 fingers was beyond his imagination when it came to Xylier's strength. At that moment, Xylier gently bent his fingers, and Bai Hua's sword abruptly shattered. Unwilling to relent, Xylier kicked out his foot, aiming for the same spot where Bai Hua had been injured. Once again, Tuiwei instinctively shivered at the sight. Bai Hua, predictably, was sent flying once more, though his landing was far less dramatic than before. He lay on the ground, convulsing intermittently, his eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. From now on, do not say that my meditation is useless. After regaining his composure, Xylier looked down at Tuiwei and spoke earnestly. Tuiwei clicked his tongue, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he finally gathered his words and asked, Are you really 8 years old? No, Xylier replied. Upon hearing this, Tuiwei let out a sigh of relief. If Xylier were indeed only 8 years old, then he, who prided himself as a genius among the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom, might as well find a tofu block to end his life. However, the next moment, Xylier's words nearly choked him. I am only 7.5. Seeing Xylier's earnest demeanor, Tuiwei, who should have been grateful for Xylier's life-saving intervention, felt an impulsive urge to strangle the little fellow. As if sensing Tuiwei's thoughts, Xylier added, I am capable of this because my master bestowed it upon me. Moreover, I came here at my master's behest. He knew you were in trouble, master. Tuiwei's body jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a long moment, it seemed he finally grasped the implications. Initially, he had thought that Xylier's displayed power was due to his own extraordinary talent. It was only when Xylier mentioned his master that he recalled Yuqing, the great benefactor of the Southern Kingdom, the seemingly idle young man who spent his days fishing. He hastily felt around in his pocket for the wine pot. The pot was intact. Only then did he realize why Yuqing had asked him to fetch a jar of wine at that particular moment. He had been puzzled as to why, despite the peach blossom wine available in the city being sourced from Old Lu, Yuqing sought to go the extra mile. In retrospect, it was clear that Yuqing had already known of Bai Hua's arrival. He must have calculated that Cuiwei was not Baihua's match and sent Xylier to assist him. This meant Yuqing was far from the rumor that he had been discarded 20 years ago by the Fuyiao Empire. This monumental revelation left Cuiwei momentarily dazed. "Do not dawdle. What about that person?" At this moment, Xylier inquired. Cuiwei snapped back to reality, and with Xylier's assistance, he slowly approached Baihua. By now, Baihua had already lost consciousness, but his body continued to twitch sporadically. Under the relentless assault from Xylier, Baihua's crucial components had been utterly destroyed, prompting Cuiwei to gasp in horror. He could not comprehend why Xylier had targeted that specific area. Nonetheless, he silently vowed never to provoke this little fellow again. However, as he gazed at Baihua, his expression quickly turned cold. Despite having lost his temper and reason earlier, he was not foolish. Now, with a clearer mind, he reflected on Baihua's earlier actions and grasped his intentions. Gritting his teeth, he brought down his sword, cleanly and decisively ending Baihua's suffering. The two soon returned to the Mozhui Pavilion in Shangnan City. Yuqing was still lazily reclining in a lounge chair. Fishing. Upon seeing Yuqing again, Cuiwei felt an entirely different sentiment brewing within him. Previously, he had only known that Yuqing had once been a benefactor to the Southern Kingdom and that, due to the edict of the Empress Nanxi, he had to fulfill his duties. Koa knelt heavily, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. It was merely a trivial matter." "There is no need for such formality," Yuqing smiled lightly, raising his hand to assist Cuiwei back to his feet. However, he then added, "Your injuries are more severe than anticipated. Under normal circumstances, his strength should not have been sufficient to inflict such damage upon you. My lord, your insight is sharp." Cuiwei offered an embarrassed smile, before recounting the enmity between himself and Baihua without reservation. "I see." Yuqing patted Cuiwei on the shoulder to comfort him. "It is just a woman. There is no need to dwell on it. I will take you to enjoy some music another day. I will remember your teachings, my lord, but I must decline the music. I am truly not interested." Cuiwei quickly refused. "You speak too soon. Wait until the day arrives and you will understand." Yuqing chuckled, then turned his gaze to Xylier and asked, "How do you feel?" "Thank you, master. I feel excellent." Xylier clenched his small fist, still buzzing with excitement, for this was his first time showcasing his abilities after achieving success. "Oh, then tell me how you managed to defeat that fellow?" Yuqing asked with a smile. Thus, Xylier began to recount the tale animatedly. Meanwhile, Cuiwei chimed in with additional details. As he listened, Yuqing began to sense something amiss. "Your punches and kicks, wait, let me take a closer look at the specific insights." With that, Yuqing hurriedly began examining the time. He had focused solely on whether Xylier's insights were suitable for the growth of the supreme bone, neglecting to pay attention to the specific teachings of the saint. After inspecting, Yuqing was left momentarily dumbfounded. His lips twitching, he regarded Xylier with a gaze that had grown profoundly meaningful, as if he could already foresee a future presence that would instill terror in others, causing their legs to tremble. "Master, is something wrong?" "No, nothing is amiss." Yuqing awkwardly waved his hand, hastily smoothing things over. Although the methods may appear somewhat unsavory, a technique that can defeat an enemy is still a good technique. Chapter 24. An unprecedented opportunity for the Southern Kingdom. 2 days passed, and Cuiwei's injuries had nearly healed. Strangely, Yuqing did not fish today. Instead, he lay languidly in a lounge chair, holding the peach blossom wine that Cuiwei had retrieved from outside the city a couple of days prior. He also began today's system check-in. Yet another saint's insight. Yuqing's expression remained unchanged. Recently, saintly insights had been pouring in like an overflowing stream, and there were already over 100 in his storage space. One belonged to a sword saint. Just as he was about to put it away, he glanced at Cuiwei, who was practicing his swordplay nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he called Cuiwei over. "Greetings, my lord." "What commands do you have?" Cuiwei replied respectfully. "I have a gift for you." Yuqing waved his hand and produced a jade slip that shimmered with a faint glow, placing it in Cuiwei's hands. "What is this?" Cuiwei asked, puzzled as he received the jade slip. Upon opening it, he was taken aback and promptly knelt on the ground. "Why, lord, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it at that moment." Yuqing had already closed his eyes again, merely waving his hand to signal Cuiwei to withdraw. Cuiwei, overwhelmed with excitement, swallowed hard, gripping the jade slip tightly, and knelt again to offer profound thanks. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this treasure." After expressing his gratitude, Cuiwei respectfully retreated to a corner, reopening the jade slip. Although he had already known it contained a saint's insights, he soon realized, upon closer examination, that he had underestimated its value. Within it lay not only the Sword Saint's lifelong insights into swordsmanship, but also various combat experiences and perspectives on numerous topics. Just by perusing it briefly, many of the questions and challenges that had previously confounded him were swiftly resolved. In other words, during his future cultivation, armed with the insights of the sage, he would avoid any detours and bypass all bottlenecks. He need only follow the prescribed path, and his progress would come effortlessly. Over the course of the following day, Cui Wei experienced 2 more moments of enlightenment, each time achieving a breakthrough. Should he encounter Bai Hua, who had consumed the frenzied pill, again in his current state, he was confident he could dispatch him with a single, effortless strike. From that day forth, beside the sheep, not only was Xiao Li sitting in meditation, but Cui Wei joined him as well. Xiao Li shifted slightly, unable to resist casting a glance at Cui Wei. "You said meditating is useless, yet here you are meditating," she couldn't help but inquire. Cui Wei's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, shifting from one expression to another as he stammered for a considerable time before responding. "Did I ever say that? Your memory is poor. Hurry up and cultivate." With that, Cui Wei promptly closed his eyes, avoiding Xiao Li's gaze filled with questions. However, just as the two had settled into meditation for a short while, a knock sounded at the door. They both opened their eyes and approached the entrance. Outside stood a young man clad in armor, exuding an aura of authority. "I have seen General Li." Cui Wei immediately clasped his fists in greeting, his face a mask of confusion. How had this man arrived here? It was well known that Li Shang was a member of the Southern National Imperial Guard, one of Nanshi's closest confidants. Li Shang glanced at Xiao Li, noting no one else was present, and then cupped his hands, saying, "Lord Cui, His Majesty has considered your wish to join the military and has specifically sent me to take over your duty of protecting Mr. Yuqing. His Majesty is currently occupied with national affairs, so I kindly ask you to introduce me to Mr. Yuqing and explain the situation." Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's expression changed dramatically. Before he could respond, Xiao Li pointed at him and exclaimed, "Oh, so you wish to leave? I will inform Master right away." With that, she dashed towards the courtyard. Seeing this, Cui Wei quickly lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Li and firmly covering her mouth while exclaiming, "Shoo, shoo, shoo, Lear, no, Li Yi, I was wrong. I truly meant no harm. Please, spare me." Yet, the look in Xiao Li's eyes showed no inclination to let him off the hook. 10 strings of candied hawthorn and an additional 10 portions of osmanthus cake. Cui Wei quickly added, "Moreover, I will take care of all household chores for the next month, giving you more time to meditate and cultivate." At this, Xiao Li finally ceased her intent to inform on him. Cui Wei sighed in relief and turned back towards the entrance, cupping his hands toward Li Shang, saying, "General Li, I apologize for making you come all this way. I have grown quite accustomed to being here, and I would appreciate it if you could inform His Majesty of my decision." "Very well, then I shall take my leave." At the door, Li Shang scratched his head, perplexed. Why had this man, who had been so eager to leave, suddenly changed his mind? After Li Shang departed, Cui Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having just received the sage's insights from Yuqing, it would have been unthinkable for him to leave, especially considering that Yuqing had saved his life. He wished to contribute as much as he could while remaining. Subsequently, he approached Yuqing to explain and confess everything that had transpired. Yuqing merely smiled gently and patted his shoulder, assuring him that he need not worry about it. This only deepened Cui Wei's respect for Yuqing, while also filling him with guilt. After a long hesitation, he finally voiced the question weighing on his heart. "My lord, I still do not understand. What merit do I, Cui Wei, possess that warrants such a significant gift from you? Would it not be better for you to keep such an important thing for yourself, or to pass it on to your descendants?" Xiao Li, perhaps lacking understanding, was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, as Cui Wei continued to grasp the essence of the sage's insights, he became increasingly astonished. In his view, this knowledge was sufficient to cultivate a powerful sect, even serving as the foundation of a nation, nurturing an endless stream of formidable experts. Thus, alongside his gratitude was a sense of overwhelming trepidation. Upon hearing his words, Yuqing smiled slightly and reassured him. "You need not feel overly burdened. The fact that I can bestow this upon you indicates that it holds little value to me." Cui Wei was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but feel a shock. Was it true that in Yuqing's eyes, the sage's insights were not valuable? What realm or level did Yuqing himself occupy? One could only wonder how the Fuyiao Empire would react if they learned of this. Yet, Yuqing did not harbor resentment towards the Fuyiao Empire, which spoke volumes of his benevolent nature. Nevertheless, despite Yuqing's reassurances, Cui Wei felt unworthy of receiving such a precious gift. Observing his demeanor, Yuqing smiled faintly. Rising to the railing, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed at the expanse of azure waters and the sunset reflecting upon the surface. I hail from a distant land, where there too exists such a stretch of azure waters. Though shadows and inequalities abound there, many of its people resemble you of the southern kingdom. Thus, I hold a fondness for this place and am willing to remain. Yuqing's words caused Cui Wei to tremble involuntarily, a surge of pride welling up within him. The southern kingdom, a small nation throughout history, had endured numerous wars, struggling for survival, even coming perilously close to extinction. Yet, the unwavering quality of its people remained unchanged. Perhaps there were grievances akin to those between him and Bai Hua, alongside many unseen injustices. Yet, the majority steadfastly upheld their principles. It was precisely for this reason that the southern kingdom's selfless actions garnered Yuqing's recognition. The bestowal of the sage's insights was not merely for Cui Wei's benefit, but rather a gesture of goodwill towards the southern kingdom. I am grateful for your acknowledgement of our southern kingdom. My lord that Cui Wei comprehended all of this. He felt an overwhelming excitement. It seemed he could foresee that the southern kingdom was on the brink of an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 25. Sun Xuanji request to resign life in the southern kingdom was tranquil and serene. Meanwhile, in the Fuyiao Empire, Nangong Fuyiao was in a rage. How dare they show such disrespect? Moreover, are you saying that Nan Shi not only personally welcomed him, arranged for his accommodations, and fulfilled all his requests, but also sent his confidant to act as his guard? Indeed, Sun Xuanji nodded from below. I wondered how a useless man like Yuqing would dare to oppose me. It turns out he has the southern kingdom backing him. Southern kingdom, O southern kingdom, it seems you wish to oppose my Fuyiao empire entirely. If I am not mistaken, the southern kingdom must be aware of the demonic affliction plaguing our imperial capital and has deliberately kept Yuqing within their borders, waiting for the Fuyiao empire's fortunes to wane before plotting against us. Truly, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Since such a small nation dares to repeatedly oppose me, I shall not hesitate to act ruthlessly. The southern kingdom's fertile lands are precisely what I seek. If I can indeed conquer the southern kingdom, the loss of fortune due to the demonic affliction will be of little consequence. As he spoke, Nangong Fuyiao's gaze fell upon Sun Xuanji. Are you about to utter some cautionary words to make me reconsider? You, the esteemed head of the Heavenly Palace Academy, cowering like a coward. How can you accomplish anything great? Furthermore, if Yuqing is unwilling to return, do you not know how to force him back? Must I personally teach you? In the face of Nangong Fuyiao's tirade, Sun Xuanji remained silent, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. He had not intended to provoke Nangong Fuyiao into attacking the southern kingdom when discussing their treatment of Yuqing. Rather, he had hoped the empress would reflect on the situation. Despite Yuqing having merely eliminated a formidable foe for the southern kingdom, he was treated with such respect, while Yuqing, a founding hero of the Fuyiao Empire, found himself regarded as an enemy. He quietly awaited the completion of Nangong Fuyiao's tirade before kneeling on the ground. He then respectfully stated, "As your majesty has said, this old minister is indeed no longer capable of fulfilling the role of head of the Heavenly Palace Academy. I humbly request your majesty to relieve me of my duties and allow me to retire to my hometown." You wish to resign? Nangong Fuyiao's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fixated on Sun Xuanji as she asked sternly, "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Sun Xuanji replied respectfully. Seeing Sun Xuanji's serious demeanor, Nangong Fuyiao's face fluctuated between various emotions. However, the next moment, she erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, come now, Director Sun, do not speak such words in jest. I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier, but I was merely upset. The demonic affliction in the imperial capital remains unresolved. Xiao Wuchen is still missing, and both Yuqing and the southern kingdom are opposing me in my anger. I spoke those words. You must be more understanding, your majesty. I am not speaking in anger. It is simply that I am indeed of advanced age and can no longer fulfill the role of head of the Heavenly Palace Academy." Sun Xuanji said earnestly. After speaking, he knelt once more, bowing his head to the ground to express his stance. Observing this, Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened, her face dripping with disdain as she questioned him. "Do you harbor any discontent with how I treat you?" "Director Sun? I do not dare," Sun Xuanji replied. "Then do you feel that my treatment of you is insufficient?" Sun Xuanji stated, "It is not that." For a prolonged silence, Nangong Fuyiao did not utter a single word, and the palace was filled with an oppressive chill. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Nangong Fuyiao drew out her voice, saying, "Director Sun, you must be certain. Once I give my consent, there is no taking it back." "I confirm," Sun Xuanji replied. Nangong Fuyao took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous chest, and then spoke. "Recently, due to the affliction of demonic forces, it is only natural for the director to be burdened with worry and fatigue. I will temporarily grant permission for the director to rest for a while. Once he has recuperated, he may return." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Sun Xuanji said, bowing in gratitude. After rising, he exited the hall directly. "Have you truly allowed that old man to leave?" Following Sun Xuanji's departure, a figure clad in white emerged from behind the screen. "He likely harbors concerns upon seeing my intentions to invade the southern kingdom. It is wise to let him take a respite," Nangong Fuyao said solemnly. "Once I have truly subdued the southern kingdom and all is settled, he will have little to say. Then I wish you success," the man in white remarked casually as he took a seat beside her. "Is this body still accommodating?" Nangong Fuyao inquired. "This is indeed one of the top 3 among the younger generation of my Fuyiao Empire. It is manageable, I suppose." The man in white glanced down at himself, then produced a list of materials, placing it on the table. Observing this, Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow. Sensing her concern, the man in white reassured her. "Having just taken over this body, a period of adjustment is necessary. After this phase, I shall swiftly return to my peak state in my prime. The entire southern region will appear as mere ants in my eyes. At that time, whatever you wish to accomplish will be but a simple gesture from me." Nangong Fuyao tucked away the list, her expression softening as she regarded the young man in white. "I hope you will fulfill your promise when that time comes, in the following days." Within the Fuyiao Empire, troops were mobilized and cavalry assembled. Although the Fuyiao Empire did not declare war immediately, the southern kingdom sensed a looming threat. The major generals and numerous ministers of the southern kingdom were summoned to the palace without delay. The entire situation bore an unmistakable air of impending storm. Meanwhile, at the Moshui Pavilion, a tranquil atmosphere persisted. Cui Wei and Xiao Li remained seated beside the sheep, engrossed in meditation and contemplating the insights of the sages. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Xiao Li, causing Cui Wei to stare in astonishment. This marked the 3rd breakthrough for Xiao Li in just a few days. Ever since Xiao Li saved him, he had known that her prowess surpassed his own. Yet now, despite having gained insights from the sages himself, he found himself unable to keep pace with her. "How did you break through again?" Cui Wei's voice carried a tinge of envy. "Because my master bestowed upon me the supreme bone," Xiao Li replied earnestly. "What?" Cui Wei exclaimed, springing to his feet in shock as he gazed at Xiao Li. He understood all too well what the supreme bone signified. The foremost youth of the Fuyiao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, bore the same. With the insights of the sages combined with the supreme bone, Xiao Li's future was almost beyond his imagination. It was as if he could already envision an unparalleled powerhouse standing before him. Despite the pang of envy, he genuinely felt happiness for Xiao Li and for the future of the southern kingdom. After all, Xiao Li was a native of the southern kingdom. He could not help but cast a reverent glance at Yuqing beside him, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead with her arrival. Chapter 26. Listen to me, or face death. However, today heralded the arrival of a guest, the ancient Taoist. He produced 2 jars of fine wine from his storage bag and sat with Yuqing at the Moshui Pavilion, indulging in a drink. Is the Fuyiao Empire still besieging your Qingyun sect? Yuqing inquired. Not anymore, the ancient Taoist replied. After all, they understand that they cannot even breach my mountain-protecting array, and they are counting on me to lift the ban imposed by the Array Masters Guild. That's good to hear, Yuqing nodded. Regarding the ancient Taoist's ban on the Array Masters Guild, he remained indifferent. He had long severed ties with the Fuyiao Empire. However, I have heard whispers that the Fuyiao Empire seems poised to take action against the southern kingdom. The ancient Taoist remarked. What is the reason? Yuqing asked. If I am not mistaken, it is likely due to you. The ancient Taoist stated that of course, it is also possible that your sister has her own designs on the southern kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's brow furrowed. Combining the recent happenings with the 2 demons beneath the Fuyiao Empire, along with the ancient Taoist ban and the visits from Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji, he quickly unraveled the key elements. A hint of anger surfaced on his typically gentle face. So, I have come to ask you. What do you intend to do? The ancient Taoist inquired. Why? Yuqing's pupils constricted. If the Fuyiao Empire truly launched an attack on the southern kingdom, while he might not be the sole cause, he certainly played a significant role. Out of both emotion and reason, he could not remain indifferent. In truth, given his strength, he could easily crush the Fuyiao Empire if he personally aided the southern kingdom in battle. But what of the future? What if he were not present in the southern kingdom? Therefore, he did not regard the Fuyiao Empire as a significant concern. He was focused on the longer term. Resolving the issues facing the Southern Kingdom required addressing the root causes. He had grown fond of the Southern Kingdom. This Mo's Hui Pavilion was, in fact, the home he had found as a traveler from another world. Even if he ventured elsewhere in the future, weary and fatigued, he might still return here. Could you establish the headquarters of your Array Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom? Yuqing asked. That was precisely my intention. The ancient Taoist's eyes lit up as he replied, To be frank, due to recent events, I have been contemplating relocating my Qingyun sect. Therefore, I consulted the stars and received an omen indicating that the new location should be in the south. The southern region where the Qingyun sect was originally located could only refer to the Southern Kingdom. Moreover, with Yuqing now residing there, he had resolved to move the entire Qingyun sect to the Southern Kingdom. The status of Array Masters was well recognized throughout the southern region. Often, an Array Master could rally a multitude with a mere call, as anyone from any sect might seek their assistance at any time. Thus, it was evident that the location of the Array Masters Guild's headquarters would become one of the core areas in the southern region. Hence, if the Qingyun sect relocated to the Southern Kingdom, even out of selfish motives, he wished to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild there as well. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance in making this happen, Yuqing replied. His hands clasped behind his back. As long as the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is situated in the Southern Kingdom, not to mention the Fuyiao Empire, no other nation in the southern region would dare harbor any ill intentions against it. For them to attack the Southern Kingdom would equate to declaring war on the Array Masters Guild. To be honest, that may be somewhat challenging, the ancient Taoist admitted with a wry smile. Aside from me as the president, there are 3 vice presidents in the Array Masters Guild. Their skills in array formation are on par with mine, and given their seniority and high reputation, they will likely accommodate me when it does not involve interests. However, when it comes to something as significant as relocating the headquarters, they may not easily yield. The ancient Taoist expressed his frustration. Upon hearing this, Yuqing smiled faintly and said, I have a method for that. Oh? What is it? The ancient Taoist asked, puzzled. When the time comes, you can take me to meet them, and you will understand, Yuqing replied with a smile. Very well, in 2 days, we will convene a meeting regarding the location of the Array Masters Guild's headquarters in the Kingdom of Qing. You can accompany me then, the ancient Taoist informed him. Agreed. Yuqing nodded. 2 days later, Yuqing followed the ancient Taoist to the Kingdom of Qing. Inside a grand hall, all the prominent Array Masters from the southern region had gathered. Although the ancient Taoist may not be the most outstanding in terms of array skills, his connections and overall abilities were undoubtedly formidable, which explained the greetings he received from many upon his arrival. Observing Yuqing beside the ancient Taoist, numerous individuals offered generous compliments. Ancient President, is this youth perhaps your recently accepted disciple? He certainly possesses remarkable talent, a true gem among men. Indeed, it is beneficial for the younger generation to broaden their horizons, especially at a gathering of this magnitude, which brings together all the Array Masters of the southern region. Young man, be sure to learn as much as you can and do not disappoint the ancient president's expectations. In response to their words, the ancient Taoist hurriedly clarified that it was not the case, while Yuqing merely smiled in silence, unfazed. By the way, you still haven't told me what method you plan to use. The ancient Taoist inquired, puzzled. You will find out shortly. Let us proceed. The meeting is about to commence. Yuqing replied with a gentle smile. In the vast hall, all the Array Masters took their seats according to their ranks. Yuqing casually chose a spot to sit. Apart from the ancient Taoist, the most prominent figures were the 3 elders flanking him, the vice presidents of the Array Masters Guild. After a brief opening statement, the ancient Taoist got straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss the location for the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild. As the ancient Taoist's words fell, the 3 vice presidents exchanged glances, and then one of them, an elder named Nangong, spoke up. Ancient President, our unanimous decision is to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in the Kingdom of Qing. The ancient man furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Although the 3 vice presidents are esteemed and highly regarded, making decisions without my knowledge as the president seems rather disrespectful, does it not? Elder Gu, establishing the headquarters in Qinghua is the most prudent decision, and I believe those present will have no objections. So, does anyone dissent? As he spoke, the 3 vice presidents simultaneously cast their gazes across the entire assembly. This scrutiny silenced the previously murmurous crowd. With so many individuals present, it was inevitable that differing opinions would arise, and some would wish to align themselves with the ancient man. Yet, none were eager to be the first to voice opposition. The adage, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, rang true. Incurring the simultaneous ire of the three vice presidents was no small matter. Observing the atmosphere, the three vice presidents exchanged glances, their faces revealing satisfaction. They had expertly capitalized on this moment, swiftly establishing the headquarters in Qinghua before Elder Gu could react. Just as Chang Kong was about to decisively announce the outcome, a voice finally broke the silence. I oppose. Why? Yuqing spoke calmly. The moment his words fell, the countenance of the three vice presidents darkened, and they turned their gazes towards him. The other formation masters in the room also shifted their attention. Some were in admiration, while others were astonished at such boldness. For the three vice presidents, the appearance of a first opposing voice was the most dreaded scenario. Once one dissenting voice emerged, others would inevitably follow. You oppose, but who are you? Chang Kong's expression hardened as he fixed a menacing gaze on Yuqing and bellowed. I have never seen you before. Speak, how did you manage to come here? At this, the ancient man finally responded, his voice steady. He did not come uninvited. He arrived with me. Hemph, Elder Gu, even if he came with you, what of it? Chang Kong snorted coldly, surveying the room. I in a meeting of our Formation Masters Guild at this level. Who among them is not a prominent figure from Nanjing? Since when can a mere child, still wet behind the ears, be brought along? With that, he directed his oppressive aura towards Yuqing, speaking in a low tone. You little brat, this is not a place for someone of your standing. Out of respect for Elder Gu, I suggest you leave, and I shall not hold it against you. I curse your horse's currency. The ancient man, upon witnessing this, was instantly enraged, slamming his hand on the table and leaping up to scold, for in his heart, none present could rival Yuqing's qualifications in the art of formations. You, as the president, dare to insult so? How can you lead? Chang Kong, seeing this, pointed angrily at the ancient man, his face contorted with rage. Just as a verbose conflict seemed poised to erupt, Yuqing shook his head and stood up. Originally, they had all gathered for mutual benefit. Vying for interest was understandable and did not equate to enmity. Thus, he had intended to offer some benefits, to buy favor and ensure a win-win scenario. However, since they had chosen this route, he could not be blamed. He had no time to engage in verbal sparring with them. Instead, he drew a broad-bladed long knife and pressed it against Chang Kong's neck. Now you listen to me. Refuse, and you shall perish. Chapter 27. The reinforcements arrived. The reinforcements fled. What are you doing? Feeling the chill against his neck, Chang Kong looked at Yuqing in disbelief, exclaiming, This is the Formation Masters Guild. Do you dare to commit violence in public? Upon hearing this, Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Without further ado, he swung his long knife, aiming to strike. Stop, stop, stop. Chang Kong's legs buckled, and he knelt, retracting his neck in a plea for mercy. At this moment, he trembled in fear, acutely aware that had he not yielded, Yuqing would have unhesitatingly severed his head. This fellow was indeed audacious. The sharp blade hovered just an inch from his forehead. You are not so impressive yourself, Yuqing said, looking down at Chang Kong with derision. This scene threw the entire assembly into disarray. No one had anticipated that someone would draw a weapon against a vice president at the Formation Masters Guild conference. Meanwhile, the ancient man widened his eyes in astonishment. Was this the method you proposed? From now on, I shall have the final say. The Formation Masters Guild headquarters will be established in Nangong. Do you have any objections? Yuqing's gaze swept across the crowd, particularly fixing on the three vice presidents. The three remained silent, their faces darkened, yet they discreetly crushed their jade slips to send signals. From the moment Yuqing had drawn his blade, they realized the extent of his power. Although many formation masters were not weak in terms of cultivation, they lacked practical combat ability, with most of their focus directed towards formations. Of course, the energy they wielded was immense, with their strength manifesting through their aids. After all, who among them had not needed a formation master at some point? Whether it was setting up protective mountain arrays, exploring secret realms, or even arranging spirit-gathering formations for their disciples' cultivation, they were indispensable. Thus, many major sects would hire powerful formation masters as guest elders. They would never dare to offend such individuals in their spare time. A capable formation master could indeed command a legion with a single call. However, their covert maneuvers did not escape Yuqing's keen eye. But he merely remarked, very well, summon your aides. It will save me trouble in the future. But remember, if you call for help, ensure it is the strongest, and do not engage in that farcical father and then grandfather routine. My time is limited. Why? Yuqing's words left Chang Kong and the others grinding their teeth in frustration. Such arrogance was beyond measure. Young man, you are indeed brash. but I hope you still possess the qualifications to speak so boldly." One of the elderly men snorted. Yuqing, however, paid him no mind, instead sheathing his long knife and sitting down to await the arrival of their reinforcements. Moments later, a commotion arose outside. A middle-aged man in a long robe strode in from afar. Upon seeing this man, the crowd erupted in whispers. "Goodness, is that not Yi Nantian, the leader of the Fengyun sect?" It appears to be true. Aside from a few transcendent sects, most sects across the southern regions are governed by the empire. And the Fengyun sect can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of Qinghua, illustrating its formidable strength. With the leader of the Fengyun sect personally present, the three vice presidents indeed wield significant influence. The assembly buzzed with discussions, for while formation masters could command respect, the tiers of their influence were relative. At least these individuals had no hope of summoning Yi Nantian. Currently, Yi Nantian hovered in midair outside the Grand Hall. His voice resonating, "I have heard reports that the three formation masters have encountered some troubles. May I inquire as to the nature of these troubles?" Seeing this, Kong and the others hurried forward to greet him. "Lord Yi, we are troubled indeed. Not only were we threatened, but they also attempted to murder us. We implore you to assist us in apprehending the villain." Kong spoke coldly, recalling how Yuqing had forced him to kneel with a knife to his throat. His heart filled with resentment. "Oh, such a matter exists?" Yi Nantian's expression darkened as he intoned, "Where is the villain? I shall ensure he is captured and delivered to you for judgment." At this moment, Yuqing remained seated, and upon seeing Yi Nantian, a meaningful smile spread across his face. How fortuitous to encounter an old acquaintance. Thus, before Kong and the others could speak, Yuqing preempted them, declaring, "Lord Yi, the so-called villain is none other than myself." He raised his chin slightly towards Yi Nantian. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian's pupils constricted, and as he scanned the crowd, his gaze locked onto Yuqing. This gaze was shocking. He had not anticipated this encounter. In that instant, he felt a shiver down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over him. He vividly recalled 10 years prior, when diplomatic tensions arose between Qinghua and the Fuyiao Empire. And he had been sent by the Emperor of Qinghua to exert pressure on the Fuyiao Empire. That journey became a nightmare in his life. Upon his return from the Fuyiao Empire, this demon had visited the Fengyun sect at midnight, binding him and several elders and subjecting them to torment until dawn. Since that harrowing night, both the Fengyun sect and all of Qinghua had refrained from any association or conflict with the Fuyiao Empire. The psychological trauma from that night took nearly a decade to heal, nearly turning him into a victim of his own mind. Just as he had finally emerged from that shadow, he encountered this demon once more. The very knife he had wielded back then still in hand. Memories of that unbearable night flooded his mind in an instant, and without a word, he turned and fled, his form disappearing into the air. It seemed he feared his pace was insufficient, as he kicked his legs in midair, seeking to hasten his escape. Meanwhile, Kong and the others, brimming with anticipation for Yi Nantian to apprehend Yuqing and already devising cruel methods for his punishment, were left bewildered when they saw Yi Nantian vanish without a trace. They stood there, dumbfounded. The onlookers also fell into a stupor, utterly perplexed. After a long pause, someone finally exclaimed in disbelief, "Why Yi Zhongzhu seems to have fled." As this statement echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. The reinforcements had arrived, only to flee. Chapter 28. Since you have arrived, why flee? Yi Nantian was desperately fleeing in midair, cursing as he ran, "Damn you, Kong, you three old fools, you have brought me to this predicament, to hell with you." However, as he continued his flight, he suddenly froze, a chilling sensation gripping his throat. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that the very space around him had become utterly immobilized. It felt as though he had been frozen in midair. Cold sweat poured down his brow. Despite his seasoned identity, having witnessed many things, he found it hard to fathom the level of power required to achieve such a feat. He was unaware of how many miles he had covered in that brief span. The strength of this demon seemed even more terrifying than it had been a decade ago. The same instant he was ensnared. A voice echoed in his mind, "Since you have already arrived, why bother running? Come back and reminisce." As the voice faded, the binding force finally dissipated. Yet, Yi Nantian no longer had the inclination to flee. With a face resembling a bitter melon, he turned back, just as the onlookers were in a daze. Questioning whether Yi Nantian had truly fled, they were taken aback to see him return. This revival of hope rekindled the spirits of Kong and his companions. They realized that Yi Nantian was not fleeing but had urgent matters to attend to. Thus, upon seeing him, they were filled with joy and hurriedly exclaimed, "Master Yi, we are truly sorry for disturbing you amidst your pressing affairs. We implore you to act swiftly and help us capture this rogue." "Silence!" The disgruntled Yi Nantian, returning with a sullen demeanor, was immediately met with these words, which nearly drove him to despair. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap these three old rogues into silence. However, he had no time to deal with them. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he approached Yuqing with a facade of obsequiousness. "Senior, I am not actually well acquainted with them." Upon reaching Yuqing, Yi Nantian hastily distanced himself from the trio of array masters, his demeanor more respectful than ever. Yet, his words stirred a tempest of speculation among the onlookers. What had they just heard? The leader of the Fengyun sect had addressed Yuqing as senior. In the land of Tianhuang, strength was revered above all. This title of senior implied that Yuqing's power surpassed even that of Yi Nantian. Even if they had misheard, the rapid disavowal of his ties with Ying Chongkong's trio, coupled with his fawning attitude toward Yuqing, was evident for all to see. It became clear that Yi Nantian had not been preoccupied with urgent matters earlier. He had simply been fleeing. Though the reasons for his return remained a mystery, the expressions of Ying Chongkong and his companions were particularly striking, resembling those who had bitten into a dead rat. They had considered themselves sufficiently respectful toward Yuqing, which was why they had invited Yi Nantian. They had hoped to demonstrate that the energy they represented transcended mere strength. Yet, they did not anticipate Yi Nantian's obsequious demeanor before Yuqing. "Master Yi, you are the savior they summoned. Your deference to me is rather inappropriate," Yuqing remarked with a smile. "Under normal circumstances, you should assist them, and then we would engage in a duel." This statement caused Yi Nantian to shudder, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow as he ingratiatingly replied, "Senior, such words are unwarranted. To challenge you to a duel would be to elevate me beyond my station. Moreover, I have already stated that I am not familiar with them." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd erupted in astonishment. They had witnessed many instances of humility, but none so extreme as this. Was this truly the renowned leader of the Fengyun sect from the southern lands? "Oh, does this mean you will not intervene in their grievances?" Yuqing inquired languidly. "Of course, it is none of my business." Yi Nantian hastily declared, "If senior commands, I shall promptly apprehend the three of them." Ying Chongkong and his companions nearly spat blood in indignation. This was the person they had summoned. They pointed at Yi Nantian, their eyes brimming with hatred and mockery, rendered speechless by their fury. How could the illustrious leader of the Fengyun sect display such ignominy, his spine so pliant? Ignoring their scornful gazes, Yi Nantian surmised that these old fools were utterly oblivious to the terror of the individual before them. "Since you choose not to involve yourself, very well, amuse yourself elsewhere." Yuqing waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian's expression transformed to one of palpable relief as he quickly retreated to the sidelines. Yuqing then directed his gaze toward Ying Chongkong and the others, asking, "Do you have anything further to say? This is the Array Masters Guild, not the outside world. Even if you attempt to coerce us through force, the entirety of the Southern Array Masters will not acquiesce." One of the vice presidents, an elderly man, declared, his face flushed with indignation. His words resonated with the approval of all present, regardless of their respective positions. They were first and foremost Array Masters. If the guild were to bow its head under the threat of violence, they would never accept it in their hearts. "You make a valid point. This is indeed the Array Masters Guild," Yuqing mused thoughtfully. He then rose slowly and announced, "I shall set up an array for you three to attempt to break. If you succeed, I will leave your fates in your hands." At this, the eyes of Ying Chongkong and his companions brightened with excitement. "Are you serious?" they asked eagerly. "Of course, I am serious," Yuqing replied confidently. "Very well," Ying Chongkong responded. "If we can break your array, you shall let us decide our course. If we fail, then whatever you say shall stand." There was a note of confidence in Ying Chongkong's voice. While they might not be Yuqing's match in raw strength, they prided themselves on their array mastery and believed they could face anyone from the southern lands without fear. "I will borrow 3 swords," Yuqing said, casually reaching into the air. 3 long swords floated upward, seemingly conjured from thin air, and fell into position from the directions of the 3 vice presidents, forming the array's foundation. Under the watchful eyes of countless array masters, Yuqing swiftly formed a series of hand seals. "Effortlessly crafting an array. It is done. Please attempt to break it," Yuqing stated nonchalantly. "Is this it?" Ying Chongkong and his companions stared at Yuqing in disbelief. They had anticipated more sophistication, thinking Yuqing must have some substantial skill. Yet, they were taken aback by the apparent simplicity of the setup. Even the materials used for the array had been hastily improvised, leaving them with a sense of being underestimated. "Let us break it first," Yuqing suggested nonchalantly, then seated himself, indifferent to the gazes of the spectators. Chapter 29. Senior, we have nothing more to say. Observing Yuqing's demeanor, many other array masters felt a sense of displeasure. Indeed, Yuqing was powerful, yet he was dismissing the trio of Kong, who represented the pinnacle of array masters in the southern lands, with such casualness. His apparent disdain suggested he did not regard them highly at all. Even Gu Daoren furrowed his brow, feeling that Yuqing was being overly reckless. Was it truly sufficient to merely insert 3 swords and perform a few hand seals to constitute an array? He could not discern any clues about its nature, nor could he identify what kind of array it truly was. Very well. We shall now attempt to break this so-called array. Remember your earlier words. Kong declared solemnly. Please proceed, Yuqing replied, extending his hand nonchalantly. As his words fell, Kong and his companions exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison. However, as they took that step, the environment before them shifted entirely. Moments ago, they had been standing within the array, able to converse with Yuqing and the other array masters, yet now it felt as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The trio exchanged astonished looks, their earlier arrogance dissipating. "This is something," remarked one of the elderly men. "Indeed, it is quite impressive," Kong responded. "However, it is merely an illusionary array." The other two nodded in agreement. They understood that although the world before them appeared different, they had not forgotten that they were still standing in the Great Hall. While it was a clever trick, they felt it was still underestimating them. "Surely, they do not believe that a mere illusion can deter us," one elder stated. The other two nodded in concurrence. Then, they took another step forward. However, with that step, their previously calm demeanor vanished, replaced by expressions of sheer horror. Moments later, a terrified cry escaped Kong's lips. "No, don't come any closer." With that shout, Kong, like a headless fly, began to flail about within the small radius encircled by the 3 swords. The other 2 elders fared little better. One turned pale, desperately consuming pills from his storage bag, as if facing some overwhelming peril. The other, his face ashen, brandished the sword he carried, swinging it wildly in front of him. This scene naturally caught the attention of the array masters present, who were left in disbelief, and no longer able to harbor even a shred of contempt. They cast their gazes of awe toward the seated Yuqing. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding the 3 swords retreated hastily, fearing they might inadvertently step into that perilous zone. Observing the 3 vice presidents in such a state, they were certainly aware that beneath the seemingly hasty formation lay profound intricacies. Their disheveled appearances prompted deep reflection on the nature of their experiences within. They could only continue to watch, hoping that the 3 vice presidents could regain their composure and subsequently break the formation. However, events did not unfold as they had hoped. Before long, Kong appeared to confront the most terrifying ordeal imaginable, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes wide with fear, fleeing as though his very bones had turned to jelly. Ultimately collapsing to the ground in a pitiful plea for mercy, it was as if he had been possessed, repeatedly striking his head against the ground, his forehead swollen and blood clearly visible. The other 2 were not faring any better, having devolved into a frenzied fight, failing to recognize one another, as if they were malevolent spirits assailing each other. The onlookers gasped in horror at the scene, questioning what on earth they had encountered within the formation. Given their current condition, breaking the formation seemed utterly out of reach. Someone tentatively called out to Kong, but despite being close at hand, it was as if they were separated by 2 worlds. Kong exhibited no response. Should we not release them? Finally, one of the formation masters could no longer restrain himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their inquiring gazes toward Yuqing. Observing their state, it was clear that if they were not released soon, they might suffer irreparable harm. "Perhaps we should let them go," the ancient Taoist also spoke up. Although he was not particularly close to the 3 vice presidents, they had no life-and-death feud, merely a conflict of interests. Moreover, if they were indeed rendered incapacitated, it would weaken the power of the Formation Masters Guild. Seeing the ancient Taoist stance, Yuqing waved his hand casually, and 3 swords embedded in the ground returned to their rightful place. Yet, even with the formation broken, the 3 within remained in disarray. Kong curled on the ground, trembling. The two combatants merely paused momentarily before resuming their assault on one another, seemingly unable to distinguish reality. The crowd rushed forward to restrain them, preventing further violence, while others helped Chang Kong to his feet, informing him that they were no longer within the formation. Only then did the three gradually regain their senses, casting fearful and dazed glances toward Yuqing. "So, am I still worthy of speaking now?" Yuqing inquired lightly, a smile playing on his lips as he faced their gaze. The three exchanged complex looks, no longer possessing the confidence to retort. Today had indeed been a complete disaster for them. Strength, strength. Upon seeing the reinforcements, they had fled at first sight. The formation was of an entirely different caliber. "Senior, we have no further objections," they said, clasping their fists in respectful acknowledgement. Though they had suffered a crushing defeat, their admiration for the formation set by Yuqing was undeniable. This gesture was a sincere bow of submission. The change in how they addressed Yuqing was telling. "Very well, my intention, along with President Gu, is to establish the Formation Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom. Do any of you have objections?" Yuqing asked. Silence enveloped the room, clearly indicating their agreement with his proposal. "Since that is settled, then it shall be so." Yuqing nodded and prepared to depart. "Wait, senior." Just as Yuqing stood, Chang Kong called out to him, stammering. "Speak your mind," Yuqing replied. "May I inquire? What precisely is this formation?" Chang Kong, visibly flushed, adopted a posture of earnest inquiry. Despite his lingering fear of the formation's terror, his lifelong devotion as a seasoned formation master drove him to seek clarity on its workings. "Such complexities cannot be explained in a few words, but I reside in the Southern Kingdom. When you arrive, I can elucidate its nuances," Yuqing responded coolly. "We could also exchange insights on the mysteries of formations." He added, "Great, splendid," exclaimed Chang Kong and his companions, their prior grievances seemingly forgotten, their eyes filled with fervor and enthusiasm directed at Yuqing. They sensed that if Yuqing could illuminate the intricacies for them, their mastery of formations would surely ascend to new heights. "Senior, we will collaborate with President Gu to expedite the establishment of our headquarters in the Southern Kingdom," Chang Kong promptly pledged. As Yuqing prepared to leave, the group hastily offered their respectful farewells. Chapter 30. The Formation Masters Guild aligns with the Southern Kingdom. Advancing together after Yuqing's departure, the ancient Taoist gazed contemplatively in the direction he had gone. He realized that he had never fully understood Yuqing. The final words of Yuqing left him in awe. They not only showcased his magnanimity but also demonstrated his complete mastery over the foolish old men who were now eager to head to the Southern Kingdom. One could foresee that, with Yuqing at its core, the Formation Masters Guild would become a united front, free from concerns of betrayal. Such a deft manipulation of human sentiment was indeed remarkable. Anyone who believed him to be a mere indolent wastrel would be gravely mistaken. Meanwhile, Dantian, who had been lurking in the shadows, sighed in relief. Fortunately, this formidable figure had never regarded him as a threat. His gaze shifted. It seemed necessary to establish rapport with Emperor Qing and foster a good relationship with the Southern Kingdom. Quietly, Dantian slipped away. Soon after, the meeting of the Formation Masters Guild resumed, with no further objections regarding the headquarters location in the Southern Kingdom. The next steps involved concrete arrangements. Thus, upon Yuqing's return to the Southern Kingdom, Chang Kong and his companions promptly arrived in Shangnan City. Within the royal palace, Nan Shi furrowed her brow, discussing strategies with several ministers regarding the impending threat from the Fuyiao Empire. The troop movements from the Fuyiao Empire pointed directly at the Southern Kingdom, making an all-out war inevitable. The tense expressions of Nan Shi and her ministers signaled a grim outlook. Given the Southern Kingdom's limited territory and population, its economic and military strength could not compete with the Fuyiao Empire. "Your Majesty, I hesitate to speak." Yet, a minister began hesitantly. "You wish to imply that I should never have welcomed Mr. Yu, nor should I have publicly celebrated his arrival, correct?" Nan Shi discerned his thoughts and questioned. "Indeed." The minister bowed his head, continuing, "Otherwise, Nangong Fuyiao would not have used this as a pretext to attack our Southern Kingdom." "No, you are mistaken," Nan Shi replied firmly. "Nangong Fuyiao has long coveted our Southern Kingdom. With or without Mr. Yu, she would eventually find an excuse to mobilize her forces. For the sake of peace and the greater good, it is indeed permissible to sacrifice certain things, but if we abandon our bottom line, then our Southern Kingdom will cease to be the Southern Kingdom. Thus, those among you who entertain the notion of sacrificing why you to appease the Fuyiao Empire can abandon such thoughts. Setting aside Mr. Yu's significant contributions to our Southern Kingdom, do you truly believe that concessions will deter them? No, It will only embolden them, leading them to perceive us as soft, as weaklings, inviting further aggression. Therefore, to avoid invasion, we must instill in them the awareness of our southern kingdom's resolve, demonstrating that while we may be small, we are not easily trifled with. This battle is not merely against the Fuyiao Empire. It is also aimed at quelling the ambitions of neighboring nations. Thus, esteemed ministers, while this battle may be arduous, it is one we cannot evade. We must fight with confidence and dignity. Nanshi's words rang with strength, causing those ministers with ulterior motives to feel a sense of shame as their morale soared, uniting them in purpose. Just as Nanshi issued her commands, a eunuch rushed in with urgency. Your Majesty, I bring news that Nangong and the 3 formation masters from the southern frontier seek an audience with you, the eunuch reported respectfully. Nangong, what could these renowned masters want at such a time? The ministers exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the eunuch's words. Nanshi was equally perplexed. She had heard of their illustrious reputation, yet the southern kingdom had no ties to them. Why had they come? Please invite them in, Nanshi instructed, before returning to strategizing with her ministers, recognizing that time was of the essence and that a moment's planning could avert significant losses. A moment later, led by Nangong, the 3 formation masters entered the hall. We pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, they greeted courteously. You are too kind. It is I who have failed to extend a proper welcome to such esteemed masters. Nanshi replied, momentarily stepping away from discussions with her ministers to address them. Given that you have come to our Southern Kingdom, I assume you are aware of our current situation. I hope for your understanding. The Empress is too gracious. Nangong and the others quickly returned the courtesy, feeling positively inclined toward Nanshi. Thus, they did not withhold their intentions and promptly articulated their purpose. Your Majesty, we are well aware of the Guild of Array Masters has allied with our southern nation, advancing and retreating together. Why? Nanshi gazed incredulously at Nangong. Although she felt exhilarated upon hearing this news, a greater sense of confusion and bewilderment enveloped her. The ministers behind her shared her sentiment of perplexity. Observing Nanshi's expression, Nangong smiled and continued, Of course, Your Majesty, all of this hinges upon Her Imperial Majesty, the Empress, consenting to our Guild of Array Masters establishing our headquarters in Shangnan City of the southern nation. The announcement of the Guild of Array Masters headquarters being located in Shangnan City left the people of the southern nation, including Nanshi, utterly astounded. Recently, the establishment of the Array Masters Guild in the southern frontier had been noted, and they were aware of its search for a headquarters, but they had merely kept a watchful eye on it. After all, they had never considered that the southern nation could forge any connection with the guild, let alone host its headquarters. They understood the significance that the headquarters represented and did not believe that Shangnan City could be worthy of such honor. Yet now, Nangong was revealing that the Guild of Array Masters intended to establish its headquarters in Shangnan City. This seemed nothing short of a dream to them. Such jesting was not to be taken lightly. Once Nanshi regained her composure, she half-jokingly remarked, yet the jade hand hidden beneath her phoenix robe trembled uncontrollably, her obsidian eyes fixated intently on Nangong. The ministers behind her dared not even breathe. Their gazes locked on Nangong. Just as Your Majesty has stated, we would never dare to jest about such matters. The headquarters of the Guild of Array Masters will indeed be established in Shangnan City. And thus we 3 have come to seek Your Majesty's gracious approval, Nangong stated with a smile. Approval. Naturally, approval. Of course, approval. Upon hearing Nangong's response, Nanshi immediately replied, her voice quivering with excitement. The ministers behind her were equally stirred, with some elderly officials' eyes brimming with tears, while 2 others, nearing 2 centuries in age, embraced tightly, Heaven bless our southern nation, heaven bless our southern nation. Their elation was no surprise. They were acutely aware of the profound implications that the Guild of Array Masters headquarters being located in Shangnan City entailed. Chapter 31. It seems you are not what everyone believes you to be in the presence of the 3 masters. Nanshi could not help but admonish the ministers. What kind of decorum is this? Yet her exquisite face could not conceal a smile. Although she had prepared meticulously for the impending conflict with the Fuyiao Empire, she understood that preparation alone could not bridge the gap in national strength. Regardless of the outcome, the southern nation would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. However, if the Guild of Array Masters headquarters were to be established in the southern nation, it would effectively bind the nation to the guild. Masters, if you would indulge my impertinence with a question, why has the Guild of Array Masters chosen to establish its headquarters in the southern nation? Nanshi inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. With her keen intellect, She sensed that there must be some underlying reason for this decision, and she did not believe that the guild would simply choose the southern nation without cause. Other ministers also cast questioning glances in her direction. Since your majesty has asked, I shall speak plainly. It was Elder Yu who advocated for the Guild of Array Masters to be established in the southern nation. Ing Changkong revealed. Elder Yu? Nanshi's eyes flickered as the figure of Yuqing materialized in her mind. She quickly asked, Are you referring to Yuqing? Indeed, it is Elder Yuqing, Ing Changkong confirmed. Upon hearing this, Nanshi and the others exchanged astonished glances, never having imagined that the Guild of Array Masters would choose to establish its headquarters in the southern nation due to Yuqing. When they had welcomed Yuqing into their fold, they had never anticipated that he would bring such significant benefits to the southern nation. They had merely regarded him as a benefactor. Yet, their unintentional kindness had unexpectedly yielded such great rewards. Especially the elder who had previously argued against Nanshi's acceptance of Yuqing now found himself blushing with shame. Speaking of Mr. Yu, your majesty, do you know where he resides now? Ing Changkong inquired eagerly, and the other two elders also turned their attention toward her, still remembering the discussions they had shared with Yuqing regarding array techniques. I am well aware, and I can take the three of you to pay our respects to him at once. Nanshi responded promptly. No, there is no rush, Ing Changkong quickly interjected. While they were eager to engage with Yuqing on array techniques, they still harbored a degree of trepidation toward him. With the matter of the guild's headquarters not yet fully settled, they could not dare to make an audience with him. It would be prudent to wait until the establishment of the headquarters is completely finalized before paying our respects to Elder Yu. Ing Changkong advised, Rest assured, your majesty, we shall issue the announcement regarding the guild's headquarters in Shangnan City today. Once the announcement is made, the Guild of Array Masters and the southern nation will truly be aligned. Should the Fuyiao Empire abandon their ambitions against the southern nation, it would be for the best. If they persist in their folly, we shall make them witness the might of the Guild of Array Masters. Excellent. With your words, master, I can rest easy, Nanshi replied excitedly. Then, if that is the case, we three shall take our leave for now, Ing Changkong and the other two masters stated. Attendants, see these three masters off? Nanshi commanded. Once Ing Changkong and the others had departed, Nanshi turned her back to the ministers, a tear of joy cascading down her cheek. She felt an immense sense of gratitude for the decision she had made previously, which had culminated in the southern nation's current fortune. Wiping away her tears, she turned resolutely to the ministers and declared, We must still prepare for contingencies. Proceed as we have arranged. Yes, your majesty. The ministers responded with enthusiasm. They all understood that this preparation was merely a precaution. With the binding of the Guild of Array Masters, even if conflict were to arise, the southern nation need no longer fear the Fuyiao Empire. Once the ministers had withdrawn, Nanshi finally took her seat. On the long table lay an unfinished portrait. Gazing at the image, Nanshi fell into a contemplative reverie. It seems you are not what everyone believes you to be. She murmured, as the sovereign of a nation. Her ability to read the room had reached its zenith. She had noticed the reverence in the way the three masters referred to Elder Yu, as well as the subtle hint of fear in their voices when speaking of him. The status of the three in the southern frontier was enough to illustrate Yuqing's extraordinary nature. In the Fuyiao Empire, within the Fuyiao Palace, Nangong Fuyiao sat at the head of the table, flanked by numerous military generals in orderly formation. General Longhu, I grant you a deadline. Capture the southern nation within a month. Do you have the confidence to do so? Nangong Fuyiao inquired, eyeing the formidable middle-aged man before her. Your majesty, with the might of the Fuyiao Empire at my disposal, the insignificant southern nation does not require a month. Give me 20 days and I shall suffice, the middle-aged man replied with vigor. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's face brightened with delight. Very well, 20 days it shall be. In 20 days, I shall prepare a grand celebration to welcome your triumphant return. Thank you, your majesty. We shall set forth immediately. With General Longhu's command, the multitude of generals exited the Fuyiao Palace, ready to march southward. Watching the organized ranks of generals, Nangong Fuyiao could not suppress a cold chuckle. Yuqing, oh Yuqing, you had your chance to return, yet you believe that clinging to Nanshi's favor would allow you to defy me. You are gravely mistaken. In fact, I must thank you for providing me with a pretext to deploy my forces against the southern nation. Now, even if you wish to repent, the opportunity has slipped away. Once the southern nation is subdued, the fortunes of the Fuyiao Empire will undoubtedly surge. The previously lost fortunes of the demon suppression would pale in comparison. She could even harness the fortunes plundered from the southern nation to eradicate the underground demons. With this thought, Nangong Fuyiao extended her slender hand to lift a cup of tea nearby. Savoring it leisurely, as Nangong Fuyiao dreamed of a glorious future. A sharp voice pierced the air from outside the palace. "Report! Urgent news, Your Majesty, urgent news!" A eunuch rushed in, prostrating himself before her. Why such a fluster over a mere issue? "What kind of decorum is this?" Nangong Fuyiao remarked nonchalantly, savoring her tea. "You better pray that the matter is truly urgent. Speak. What is the situation, Your Majesty?" The Guild of Array Masters has announced in the southern frontier that their headquarters will be established in Shangnan City of the southern nation. The eunuch trembled as he delivered the news, his voice sharp and piercing. "What?" The previously composed Nangong Fuyiao was taken aback, her teacup crashing to the ground as she leapt to her feet. Her long fingers reached out, drawing the eunuch closer with an overwhelming force. She grasped him fiercely by the collar. "What did you just say? Repeat that." The frost on Nangong Fuyiao's face was palpable as she questioned him. Word by word. "Your Majesty, the Guild of Array Masters has established their headquarters in Shangnan City of the southern nation." The eunuch stammered in fear. "Damn it!" Nangong Fuyiao flung the eunuch away, her palm crashing onto the table with such force that it splintered, reducing the entire table and its documents to dust. Chapter 32. Nan Shi, who falls after one cup from the look on his face. It was evident that he was already aware of the matter at hand. "Pray tell, why has the Array Master Guild established its headquarters in the southern nation?" Nangong Fuyao's chest heaved violently as she fixed her gaze on Grand Tutor Sun, questioning him word by word. "Your Majesty, the information I have received indicates that the reason the Array Master Guild has set its headquarters in the southern nation is due to Yuqing." Grand Tutor Sun prostrated himself on the ground and spoke. "What? Yuqing?" Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Are you certain your intelligence is not flawed? What qualifications does Yuqing possess to influence the location of the Array Master Guild's headquarters? Admittedly, he shares a good rapport with the ancient Taoist, but such decisions are not solely at the discretion of the ancient Taoist. Your Majesty, reports indicate that the Array Master Guild recently held a conference in the kingdom of Qing, after which 3 vice-presidents of the guild visited the southern nation to meet with Nanshi. Grand Tutor Sun recounted in detail why Yuqing was also present at this conference, and although we are yet unaware of the specific details, all evidence suggests that Yuqing indeed played a role in the decision to locate the headquarters in the southern nation. Upon hearing Grand Tutor Sun's words, Nangong Fuyiao felt a surge of anger that nearly caused her to stumble backwards. Her face turning as pale as death, a tumult of emotions surged within her, a mixture of regret and resentment. Never did she expect that Yuqing, a man deemed utterly useless, could wield such influence over such a significant matter. Had she known of his capabilities earlier, she would never have expelled him from the Fuyiao Empire, allowing the Array Master Guild's headquarters to be established there, which would have ensured the future prosperity of the Fuyiao Empire and solidified its position as the core region of the entire southern frontier. The implications were overwhelmingly beneficial. She trembled slightly as she steadied herself against a nearby chair, struggling to come to terms with the shocking revelation. "Your Majesty, General Longhu and the others have just set out. What shall we do?" At that moment, Grand Tutor Sun's words jolted her back to reality, adding weight to her already heavy heart. Not only had she missed this fortuitous opportunity, but any plans to attack the southern nation must also be abandoned. Although the Fuyiao Empire had previously faced a prohibition from the Array Master Guild, it was merely a restriction and did not signify outright opposition. However, to launch an attack on the southern nation would mean engaging in direct conflict with the guild. While she bore no fear of the Array Master Guild itself, the powerful figures backing it were another matter entirely. After all, which nation does not require the assistance of Array Masters? Which nation has not owed favors to them? If she were to stubbornly press forward with her attack on the southern nation, she could find herself besieged by a coalition of nations come dawn. Summon them back? Finally, Nangong Fuyiao shouted in frustration, her clenched fists trembling with rage. The decision to place the Array Master Guild's headquarters here had thoroughly disrupted her grand plans, causing her spirits to plummet from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall summon General Longhu back at once," Grand Tutor Sun replied. Rising from the ground, he glanced at Nangong Fuyiao, hesitating momentarily before bowing again. "Given the circumstances, I hope Your Majesty can temper your anger. However, the threat of the demonic plague persists, and our empire's fortunes continue to wane. Therefore, Your Majesty must devise a new strategy to both reclaim lost fortunes and quell the demonic menace. You must personally make a trip to the barbarian nation tomorrow to expedite the alliance negotiations." Nangong Fuyiao composed herself and stated, "Understood." Grand Tutor Sun sighed, realizing that this was the only course of action left. The barbarian nation, being one of the foremost nations in the southern frontier, would indeed bolster the fortunes of the Fuyiao Empire if an alliance were successfully established. Meanwhile, in Shangnan City, by the banks of the Moshui River, a tranquil scene unfolded. To celebrate the absence of aerial forces that day, Yuqing took it upon himself to prepare a feast of roasted fish. The little carp devoured it greedily, while Cui Wei poured wine for both Yuqing and Nanshi. Nanshi looked at Yuqing with a face full of gratitude. With the Array Master Guild now settled in Shangnan City, and the latest reports indicating that the Fuyiao Empire had also withdrawn its troops, the future of the southern nation appeared exceedingly bright. Sir, Nanshi raised her wine cup, about to express her thanks, only to be interrupted by Yuqing waving his hand. Drinking is fine, but there's no need for thanks. It was but a small favor. Why? Yuqing smiled. Nanshi was taken aback. She had prepared numerous expressions of gratitude but found herself swallowing them back, leaving only boundless appreciation. Subsequently, she downed the contents of her cup in one go. Perhaps due to her usual abstinence from alcohol, she immediately erupted into a fit of violent coughing, her charming face turning a deep shade of crimson before she collapsed onto the table. Yuqing, who had just lifted his cup to drink, was left momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at Nanshi before glancing over at Cui Wei. Cui Wei scratched his head, smiling awkwardly as he said, "I apologize, sir. Her Majesty has never consumed alcohol before." Very well. You should help her to the inner quarters to rest," Yuqing replied nonchalantly. "Is that appropriate?" Cui Wei glanced at the inner room. Normally, the little carp did not reside there, and he himself would meditate on the upper floor at night. Thus, there was only Yuqing's single bed in the entire loft. "Under the circumstances, it seems we have no other option," Yuqing said with a hint of resignation. After all, it would be inappropriate for the esteemed empress to return to the palace in such a state of disarray. Understood. Cui Wei promptly summoned Nanshi's personal maidservant to assist her, carefully laying her upon Yuqing's bed. Upon returning, Yuqing addressed him, "Join me for a drink." "Yes, sir." Cui Wei, not daring to neglect his duty, quickly filled Yuqing's cup. Having learned of the Array Master Guild's headquarters being established in Shangnan City, Cui Wei's admiration for Yuqing had reached a fervent peak. Whenever Yuqing expressed a desire to drink, he complied eagerly, continuously toasting Yuqing with cup after cup. Although the young man had a decent tolerance, he was no match for Yuqing. Before long, he collapsed onto the table, sliding under it like a slippery eel, clutching the table leg as he fell into a deep slumber. Why? Yuqing watched him with a shake of his head, a smile gracing his lips as he stood up, holding the wine jug in hand. He strolled to the railing, gazing at the pristine river, lost in thought. The setting sun cast a long silhouette, stretching into the horizon. Inside the room, the inebriated Nanshi gradually regained consciousness, her cheeks still flushed. This sensation of waking up after a drunken stupor, oblivious to everything, was a first for her. Instinctively, she pushed open the window to see what time it was, only to catch sight of that familiar silhouette. Though the sunlight was somewhat blinding, her gaze remained fixated, captivated by the figure. After a long while, she finally snapped back to reality. Looking down, she realized she was lying on Yuqing's bed. For reasons unknown, her delicate form nestled deeper into the covers, and her jade-like hands reached out to pull the blanket closer, inadvertently brushing against her own nose. The blanket bore a faint, indescribable fragrance that compelled her to take another gentle whiff. Turning her head to glance at the silhouette, her face flushed even deeper. "So comfortable. What if I don't want to get up?" she murmured softly to herself. Just then, her personal maidservant approached, bowing low as she spoke. "Your Majesty, you are awake. Allow me to help you sit up. My head hurts." Nanshi quickly placed her hand on her forehead, feeling as though the effects of the wine still lingered. "Your Majesty, I shall fetch a hangover remedy for you at once," the maidservant hurriedly declared. "There's no need. I'll just sleep a bit longer. And please don't tell anyone I've awakened," Nanshi replied. After saying so, she buried her head back into the blankets. Chapter 33. You young whippersnapper, do you still aspire to hold office? Nanshi enjoyed a comfortable slumber on Yuqing's bed until the night fully descended, at which point she bid farewell to Yuqing. As soon as Nanshi left, Cui Wei followed closely behind. "Your Majesty, is there something else you require?" Nanshi inquired. "I wish to report to you that I have received great benefits from Sir and acquired insights from the sage," Cui Wei respectfully reported. Initially, he had hesitated to speak of this, fearing it might unveil Yuqing's secrets. Though he was a subject, he felt uneasy bringing trouble to someone who had bestowed such kindness upon him. However, after several encounters, and with the establishment of the Array Master Guild's headquarters in Shangnan City, Cui Wei discerned that such matters seemed inconsequential to Yuqing. Nanshi was genuinely taken aback. Insights from the sage were an extremely rare treasure, and she was well aware of what it signified. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was Little Carp. After a moment's hesitation, Cui Wei continued, in addition to the sage's insights, he bears the supreme bone. This revelation, Nanshi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Earlier that day, she had encountered Little Carp and, sharing a table with this ordinary child, had felt no particular sentiment. Perhaps out of affection for Yuqing, she had developed a fondness for Little Carp as well. Yet, she had never imagined that Little Carp possessed the supreme bone. I see. You may return now. Since the insights from the sage were bestowed upon you by Sir, they belong to you. You must strive diligently and not let Sir down, Nanshi advised earnestly. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall certainly do so. Time flowed quietly by. The establishment of the Array Master Guild's headquarters in Shangnan City progressed smoothly. It was evident that many unfamiliar faces had begun to appear in Shangnan City, including array masters and skilled individuals from other nations drawn by the allure of the guild. Meanwhile, life for Yuqing and his companions remained simple. On this day, after finishing his training, Little Carp returned home. His family had been fishermen for generations, as had his parents. Though residing in the region of Shangnanqing, an area of Kyoto, this locale is not a bustling district. In comparison to the heart of the city, it remains rather remote. This also elucidates why Yuqing initially chose this place. Hence, their lives are relatively modest. Mother, just you wait, I will certainly become an official one day. Xiaoli sat beside a woman, confidently sipping porridge as she proclaimed, once I ascend to an official position, I will ensure your health is well taken care of. You little rascal, dreaming of becoming an official. The woman, slender in form and evidently in poor health, could not help but tease Xiaoli by pinching her nose and chuckling, My dear, I don't expect you to achieve much. As long as you can be happy every day, that would suffice. Indeed, children should not aim too high. Being an official is not an easy path, interjected a man nearby who was mending a table. In a year's time, I shall send you to school. If you can study diligently and become a scholar, it would be a blessing for our family, the Zhongs. You all doubt me. Xiao Li's face flushed as she retorted, Just the other day, I dined with Her Majesty the Empress. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, the couple was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. Humph, I shan't converse with you any longer. After finishing her porridge, Xiao Li hastily discarded her bowl and stormed out in a huff. Ha ha ha! The couple exchanged amused glances and called out to the departing Xiao Li, Do remember to return early. Don't wander too far. Shortly after Xiao Li left, a knock resounded at the simple courtyard door. I shall go open the door, the woman said as she stood up. Madam, you are still taking your medicine. Allow me to go instead, the man remarked, setting aside his work with a smile before stepping outside to open the courtyard door. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Before him stood a young woman. Though her attire was not extravagant, her presence left him utterly astonished. Old Zhang, who is she? The woman approached and, upon seeing the young lady, was equally mesmerized. She swore she had never encountered a woman of such grace. This lady must belong to a distinguished lineage. May I inquire whom you seek? The man asked instinctively. The young woman smiled warmly and inquired, Is this Xiao Li's home? Yes, but she is not here at the moment. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that this lady had come seeking their daughter. Oh, she is not here? May I come in and sit for a while? The woman hesitated before asking that. Of course, the couple nodded in astonishment, clearly still in disbelief. They welcomed the young lady inside and hurriedly fetched water and snacks to entertain her, seated at the courtyard table. The young woman surveyed her surroundings, engaging the couple in casual conversation while inquiring about their health. After a good 15 minutes, she finally stood up and addressed her female guard beside her, saying, Please contact Physician Liu for Madame Zhang. Understood, the guard nodded. However, the couple was taken aback upon hearing the name of Physician Liu. No, miss, we cannot afford Physician Liu, the woman hastily replied. Do not worry, Madame Zhang. You need not concern yourself with the costs. Just focus on your health, the young lady said with a gentle smile, offering further instructions before taking her leave. How can we accept this? The couple hurriedly saw her off, their hearts swelling with excitement as they realized their daughter had caught the attention of such a prominent figure. To be able to summon Physician Liu undoubtedly indicated that this was a family of great standing, perhaps even one with official ties. As the couple escorted the young lady to the door, they discovered that the once bustling street outside was now surrounded by guards, leaving no room for passage. To their astonishment, they noticed a dignitary from the city government of Nangong, crouched in a corner, wiping the sweat from his brow. Only then did they comprehend the true identity of the young woman. And in their shock, their legs weakened, nearly compelling them to kneel. Chapter 34. The Barbarian Kingdom Rejects Alliance. Was it all for naught? After departing from Xiao Li's home, Nanshi dismissed the others, bringing only her personal guard as she knocked on Yuqing's courtyard door. "I pay my respects to you, sir," Nanshi greeted with a graceful bow. "What brings your majesty to my humble abode today?" Yuqing asked with a smile. "I have come today to apologize. For I had intended to accompany you for a drink yesterday, yet I inadvertently dampened your spirits," Nanshi expressed with regret. "Thus, I have brought a fine bottle of imperial liquor from the palace. And I hope you will enjoy it." As she spoke, Nanshi received a beautifully crafted wine jug from her guard and presented it to Yuqing with both hands. "Your Majesty is exceedingly gracious." Yuqing replied, not wishing to be overly formal. After accepting the jug, he brought it to his nose for a whiff. Indeed, it was exquisite wine. Unable to resist, he poured himself a cup and took a sip. "Perhaps I should toast you again, sir?" Nanshi suggested, reaching for another cue. Why Yuqing hesitated. "Are you certain?" At her words, Nanshi felt a flush rise to her cheeks for reasons unknown. "Never mind, you should refrain from drinking. Your face is already reddening just from the aroma." Why Yuqing took the cup from her hand and set it aside. Nanshi secretly pouted, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance as she said, "Very well, if you are pleased with this wine, I shall bring you more next time. For now, I must take my leave so soon after arriving." Yuqing felt something was amiss with Nanshi's demeanor that day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally saw her out the door. In the Barbarian Kingdom, the two leaders sat upright and serious. It appears that fellow has completely severed ties with the Fuyiao Empire and resides in the south now. Man Shan remarked, "Indeed, I did not expect the headquarters of the Array Mage Guild to be established in the south." Gong Sun too added, "Seems we should cultivate a good relationship with the south." "Is that truly necessary?" Man Shan could not help but question. "Geographically, our territories do not connect, so an alliance would hold little significance. This is unlike our previous intention to ally with the Fuyiao Empire. Due to historical frictions, they consistently sought our engagement, compelling us to express our stance through an alliance." "No, your perspective is misguided," Gong Sun too countered. "Initially, I believed that fellow possessed an alarming level of power. Now that the headquarters of the Array Mage Guild is located in the south, it is clear that this individual is far more formidable than we previously thought. Establishing a rapport and demonstrating our willingness to collaborate would yield nothing but benefits for us. Do not forget, the true power behind the south is not held by us nations, but rather," Gong Sun Tu's argument was articulated with clarity, outlining both advantages and disadvantages. Man Shan nodded in agreement. Previously, due to the historical tensions between the Barbarian Kingdom and the Fuyiao Empire, they were compelled to ally in a defensive posture. Now, however, they found themselves in a position to proactively seek goodwill from Yuqing. "Report." At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. "Your Majesties, the Grand Tutor Son from the Fuyiao Empire requests an audience." "The Fuyiao Empire? And he comes directly?" The two leaders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They decided to receive Grand Tutor Son, reasoning that since he had come all this way, it would not hurt to meet. "Grand Tutor Sunli, I pay my respects to both leaders." Sunli entered, bowing with a composed demeanor. "Grand Tutor, what brings you to our barbarian kingdom without prior communication?" Man Shan inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Sunli offered an awkward smile before clasping his fists and explaining, "I must admit my urgency. I hope both leaders can forgive me. I have come at the behest of our empress to discuss matters of alliance with you both. Although our three nations have had their share of historical conflicts, under the leadership of both leaders and our empress, our relations have progressively improved. If we can facilitate this alliance, it would serve to completely avert the devastation of war between our nations. A truly momentous opportunity for future prosperity." Sunli spoke in a measured tone, emphasizing the benefits of the alliance from the perspective of the three nations. However, the leaders Man Shan and Gong Sun too listened with expressions of derision. "Were it not for Yuqing, the Fuyiao Empire would have been trampled by our two barbarian kingdoms long ago." Sunli continued, "Thus, I have come to inquire whether the specifics of the alliance can be expedited." But before he could finish, Man Shan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Grand Tutor, after careful consideration, we have concluded that since our two nations and the Fuyiao Empire have been at odds for so many years, it would be best to continue our conflict. Therefore, there is no need for an alliance. What? Sun Li was left dumbfounded, instinctively asking, why is that? Did I not make myself clear? Man Shan raised an eyebrow and replied, otherwise, would not those preceding years have been in vain? As soon as these words fell, Sun Li was left even more bewildered. What kind of twisted logic is this? Is this truly the sort of rhetoric one expects from a leader? He quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he said, please, do not jest with an old man like me. Oh, you think I am joking? The expression on Man Mountain's face darkened, and a heavy oppressive force surged towards Grand Tutor Sunday. Within the entire hall, the temperature plummeted. The forced smile on Grand Tutor Sun's face became rigid. Did the two leaders have any dissatisfaction with the alliance treaty? If there were any grievances, they could voice them. We could discuss further. Considering the significance of an alliance with the two great barbarian nations, Grand Tutor Sun was still striving to make efforts. Yet, facing him were the two cold expressions of Gongsun Tuesday. Grand Tutor Sun, please take your leave. Man Mountain evidently had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Grand Tutor Sun, waving his hand to send him away. The words that Grand Tutor Sun had pent up were swallowed down with great difficulty. With the eviction order already issued, any further words would be meaningless. He sighed and departed with a forlorn expression, leaving with a heart full of confusion, entirely unaware of which aspect had gone awry. Just months prior, negotiations with the two great barbarian nations had been progressing smoothly, and their attitudes had been far from this. They even exhibited a stronger desire to promote the alliance, making repeated concessions in the treaty. It was only because Empress Fuyiao sensed the abnormality in their attitudes and feared deception that the discussions were deliberately delayed for several months. Little did he expect that mere months later, the attitudes of the two great barbarian nations would shift dramatically. Although he could not discern the cause of all this, Grand Tutor Sun knew he must swiftly convey this information to Nangong Fuyiao. Thus, he hurried back to the Empire of Fuyiao. Chapter 35. Blame yourself in the Empire of Fuyiao. When Nangong Fuyiao received the news, it struck her like a thunderbolt. She had never anticipated such a drastic change in the barbarian nation's stance at this juncture. For the current Empire of Fuyiao, it was akin to a leaky roof being caught in a torrential downpour. Everything was going awry. Could it be that they are dissatisfied with some aspect of the alliance treaty? Nangong Fuyiao inquired anxiously. Your Majesty, the old minister has stated this, but judging by their attitude, it seems to be far from the truth, Grand Tutor Sun replied hastily. Could it be that they feel my sincerity is lacking? No, I must personally visit the barbarian nations. Nangong Fuyiao resolved decisively, I will go in person to demonstrate my sincerity. Even if they are unwilling, I will demand an explanation. You must act immediately. I shall depart tomorrow. Understood. Grand Tutor Sun recognized the urgency of the situation and hastened to arrange the itinerary for Nangong Fuyiao. After Grand Tutor Sun left, an exasperated Nangong Fuyiao rubbed her forehead. Then, with a face full of worry, she made her way to the area afflicted by demonic calamity, in the void of the region. Her imperial jade seal still lay suppressing the chaos. Although the seal had quelled the disturbances of the demons, as the ruler of a nation, she could distinctly feel that the national fortune condensed within the seal was depleting daily. Why? Why has everything been going awry lately? Raising her gaze to the imperial jade seal, Nangong Fuyiao simmered with quiet fury. It present, forming an alliance with the two great barbarian nations was the only straw to salvage the waning national fortune. Yet now, it appeared that even this last straw was in jeopardy. Early the next morning, Nangong Fuyiao, accompanied by a large entourage, set forth with great momentum towards the two great barbarian nations. In order to facilitate the alliance, she not only ventured forth personally but also made extensive preparations. She was ready to make various concessions in the alliance treaty, as long as they did not touch upon her bottom line. By the time Nangong Fuyiao arrived at the two great barbarian nations, 2 days had passed in the barbarian realm. Man Mountain and Gongsun too sat at the head of the assembly. Nangong Fuyiao has arrived at the city outskirts. She truly does not know when to give up. Man Mountain remarked impatiently. Whether she gives up or not is inconsequential, Gongsun too replied indifferently. After all, it is the visit of an empress. Should we not extend a proper reception? Man Mountain inquired. I have already dispatched a eunuch. Gongsun too stated coolly that a eunuch? Tiske. Man Mountain cast a glance at Gongsun too and said, she is the empress of a nation. Sending a eunuch to receive her may not be well received. I did not summon her. If she is displeased, she may return, Gongsun too replied nonchalantly. Outside the capital city of the barbarian realm, Nangong Fuyiao's entourage was stationed at the city gates. Aside from Grand Tutor Sun, She was accompanied by several high-ranking officials and various vehicles carrying gold, silver, and textiles, which she had brought from the Empire of Fuyiao. She had believed that she had come prepared with sincerity. But upon being welcomed at the city gates by a eunuch, her face darkened to the point where it seemed water could be wrung from it. Her fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. "You barbarian nation are utterly unreasonable. I, the dignified empress of the Fuyiao Empire, am treated in such a manner." The officials accompanying her could no longer contain themselves, their necks reddening with anger. "Your Majesty, if this alliance is to be refused, let us return." Several officials' faces turned ashen. Nangong Fuyiao bit her crimson lips, and after a long moment, she concealed all her emotions and approached the eunuch. "I thank you for your hard work, and I hope you can lead me to meet the two leaders." Since she had already come this far, she felt it necessary to meet them in person. The eunuch looked at Nangong Fuyiao with surprise and then replied, "Only the empress may enter." "What?" At this, even Grand Tutor's son grew anxious. "Your Majesty, you cannot go alone. If anything were to happen to you, you barbarian nation are bullying us. This is the rule of our barbarian realm. Should the empress be unwilling, we kindly ask you to return," the eunuch stated. "Very well, I shall go." Despite the fury boiling within her, Nangong Fuyiao suppressed it at that moment. She refused to believe that the two great barbarian nations would dare to harm her. On the contrary, she was more eager to discern the true attitude of the barbarian nations. Was it a temporary whim to secure greater benefits from the alliance treaty, or was there another underlying reason? Yet, she silently vowed to remember all the humiliation inflicted upon her. The eunuch bowed and led the way, while Nangong Fuyiao's palanquin followed slowly behind. Soon, she found herself before the two leaders of the barbarian nations. "Empress Fuyiao, we regret the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive us." Upon meeting Nangong Fuyiao, the two leaders of Man Mountain exchanged perfunctory pleasantries. Nangong Fuyiao could not discern their true thoughts. She maintained an outward composure. "This visit is indeed an impertinence on my part. I do not blame the two leaders." She smiled and added, "I have long heard of the exceptional prowess of the two leaders. Indeed, seeing is believing. By the way, I have heard that the barbarian nation produces fine wines, so I have brought some exquisite liquor from the Empire of Fuyiao as a gift for the two leaders." In addition, there were some gold and silver treasures, which she intended as her first offering to the two leaders. However, due to the customs of the barbarian nation, all the items remained outside the city, so she hoped the two leaders would personally send someone to bring them inside. Nangong Fuyiao spoke with poise and grace. In her view, this was a powerful rebuttal to the barbarian nation's treatment of her. She arrived with gifts, yet they barred her offerings at the city gates, which indirectly suggested the barbarian nation's pettiness. Thus, she raised her lips with a hint of interest, observing the expressions of the two barbarian leaders, eager to see their reactions. However, to her surprise, the two leaders of the barbarian nations showed no inclination to entertain her overtures. Man Mountain bluntly stated, "Nangong Fuyiao, since you have come to our barbarian realm, there is no need for such theatrics. Tio, speak frankly, we do not welcome you, nor do we require your offerings. Please return." As soon as Man Mountain's words fell, even with her impeccable demeanor, Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened considerably. They had not even begun negotiations and had already issued an eviction order, which was utterly unexpected. "Do the two leaders not wish to form an alliance with the Empire of Fuyiao?" she inquired, enunciating each word. "Your inquiry will not alter the outcome. It is meaningless. I previously informed your Grand Tutor son of this," Man Mountain replied with a heavy tone. Nangong Fuyiao's pupils contracted. Fury churned within her. But recognizing that she was on another's territory, she suppressed her anger and replied, "I have traveled thousands of miles with sincerity for the sake of the two nations, subjects, yet I did not anticipate that the two leaders would go back on their word. This truly astonishes me." "Spare me your sarcasm," Man Mountain interjected, then spoke gravely. "If you wish to place blame, direct it at yourself." Chapter 36. With Yuqing gone, what is your Fuyiao Empire worth? What do you mean by that? Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened as she detected an underlying implication and hurriedly asked, "Humph, it has come to this, and I am not afraid to tell you the truth." "Let me be clear," Man Mountain snorted coldly. "Did you think we were eager to ally with your Fuyiao Empire due to your self-proclaimed prosperity? Did you believe it was because of your capable leadership, or that we, the barbarian nations, were intimidated by your current development? Isn't that the case?" Nangong Fuyiao asked in a low voice. Man Mountain's retort nearly made him laugh. "You truly enjoy embellishing your own image. Let me be frank. We have never regarded your Fuyiao Empire with any seriousness. The only reason we considered an alliance was due to Yuqing." Who is Yuqing?" Hearing this news, Nangong Fuyiao felt as if she had heard the greatest joke of all time. No, it is inconceivable that a mere Yuqing could possess such immense power. Even if you have no desire for an alliance, there is no need to resort to such absurd justifications. Nangong Fuyiao, of course, could not bring herself to believe the words of Manshan. Yet, at the same time, she was perplexed as to how Manshan could possibly know of Yuqing. Observing Nangong Fuyao's demeanor, the previously mocking expressions of Manshan and his companion inexplicably softened, revealing a hint of pity in their eyes. It was indeed tragic that the illustrious empress was oblivious to the true nature of her own allies. Do you truly believe that Yuqing is as you perceive him? Do you genuinely think he is a mere wastrel? Manshan scoffed disdainfully. When he is present, we need not your prompting to forge an alliance. Yet, what we could never have anticipated was your audacity to expel him from the Fuyiao Empire yourself. To put it bluntly, while Yuqing was with you, we could afford you some respect. Now that he has departed, what does your Fuyiao Empire amount to? Is this not a self-inflicted calamity? Manshan's words struck Nangong Fuyiao like a thunderclap, rendering her incapable of maintaining her composure. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. After the War of the Three Kings, his dantian was undeniably destroyed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could he possibly have regained his strength? I refuse to believe any of this. I will not accept it. Her eyes were fixed intently on Manshan, as if hoping for a denial from him. However, Manshan remained impassive, issuing an eviction order. Empress Fuyiao, I have said all that needs to be said. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Unless Yuqing returns, there shall be no possibility of an alliance among our three nations. So please take your leave. Nangong Fuyiao was at a loss as to how she exited the capital of Manshan. The words Manshan had spoken echoed incessantly in her mind. Yuqing has not been rendered powerless. The reason Manshan had previously sought an alliance with their Fuyiao Empire was solely because of Yuqing. Your Majesty, it is merely Manshan. If they do not wish to ally, then so be it. The Fuyiao Empire shall endure for generations. The absence of an alliance is a loss for the two great barbarian nations, not for us. On the way back, noticing Nangong Fuyiao's silence, Sun Taifu could not help but step forward to offer comfort. Leave me be. Yet, what awaited her was a sharp rebuke from Nangong Fuyiao. Sun Taifu exchanged bewildered glances with several high officials nearby, each puzzled by the sudden instability of the empress's emotions. Upon returning to the Fuyiao Empire, Nangong Fuyiao almost immediately retreated to the Fuyiao Hall, dismissing all the palace maids and guards. The furnishings within the hall were reduced to chaos as she vented her fury, casting aside those who brought medicine and meals. Outside the Fuyiao Hall, civil and military officials gathered, their faces etched with concern. Sun Taifu, you should enter and inquire about the empress's condition. Find out what has transpired. Several officials urged him. Sun Taifu wore a troubled expression. In the past 2 days, he had been ejected 7 or 8 times. However, seeing the earnestness in their eyes, he reluctantly nodded and prepared to make another attempt. As expected, just as he approached the entrance of the Fuyiao Hall, he was summarily expelled by Nangong Fuyiao once more. He sighed and shook his head at the officials waiting outside, preparing to leave. When suddenly, Nangong Fuyao's voice resounded from within the hall, "Return." At her command, Sun Taifu froze in shock, hurriedly turning around to enter the Fuyiao Hall with trepidation. Inside, the hall lay in disarray, a testament to Nangong Fuyao's rage. The once imposing figure of Nangong Fuyiao appeared haggard, her eyes bloodshot from a lack of rest. I ask you, has Yuqing's strength truly been restored? Before Sun Taifu could respond, Nangong Fuyao's piercing gaze bore into him, demanding an answer. This question left Sun Taifu utterly bewildered. Why would Her Majesty suddenly inquire about this? Sun Taifu stammered, perplexed. It is I who is questioning you. Nangong Fuyiao raised her voice. Terrified, Sun Taifu quickly knelt, responding in a panic. Your Majesty, I do not know. Useless fool, get out. Sun Taifu dared not linger for a moment longer, hastily retreating in a flurry. Yuqing, why have you deceived me? Within the Fuyiao Hall, Nangong Fuyao's expression was dark, her heart a tumultuous storm. Ever since Yuqing's departure, she had been reluctant to mention him. The name Yuqing was like a scar upon her heart. She feared hearing it from others, and even more so the implications of her being the empress who had exiled a once cherished minister. Yet, the darker corners of her mind whispered that she felt satisfaction in having expelled him. For she was even more afraid of the notion that her ascent to empress was built upon Yuqing's past sacrifices. Thus, upon learning that Yuqing was deemed useless to the Fuyiao Empire, She confidently believed she could secure the empire's foundation on her own and did not hesitate to cast him out. Yet now, Manshan revealed to her that Yuqing had not been incapacitated. Indeed, the willingness of Manshan to ally with the Fuyiao Empire was entirely due to Yuqing. Could it be that I was mistaken? No, that cannot be. If not for your deceit, how could I have acted thus? Had you informed me of your restored strength, would I not have kept you by my side? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and her resentment towards Yuqing deepened. Yet, she could not help but recall recent events. Had Yuqing not departed, the ancient path would not have imposed restrictions upon the Fuyiao Empire through the Array Masters Guild. Perhaps the issues plaguing the imperial capital could have been resolved sooner. Had Yuqing not left, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild would not have been established in the city of southern Nan, but would surely have remained in the Fuyiao Imperial City. Had Yuqing not departed, it would not have been she, Nangong Fuyiao, who forged the alliance, but rather the two great barbarian nations. This would not only have spared the Fuyiao Empire from waning fortunes, but would have propelled it to unprecedented heights of prosperity. Now, instead, she found herself in this predicament, grappling with unresolved demonic afflictions. All of this led her to realize that without Yuqing, she seemed utterly incapable of securing the Fuyiao Empire's foundation. Even though she vehemently resisted acknowledging this truth, it remained an undeniable reality. An idea began to take root in her mind. Should she lower her pride and seek out Yuqing in hopes of persuading him to return, with Yuqing back? The alliance with Manshan would be a mere formality. Given Yuqing's relationship with the ancient path, he would also assist in resolving the demonic issues plaguing the imperial capital. Furthermore, the Array Masters Guild had merely issued a notice. The relocation had not yet been finalized, leaving an opportunity to change its headquarters back to the imperial capital. Chapter 37. Must the Fuyiao Empire necessarily decline without Yuqing? Yet, as this thought emerged, Nangong Fuyiao shook her head to extinguish it. No, this is utterly impossible. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. How can a sovereign lower themselves before a subject? Moreover, she was even more unwilling to believe that without Yuqing, she, Nangong Fuyiao, would be incapable of succeeding. Must the Fuyiao Empire necessarily decline without Yuqing? Difficulties are surely only temporary. She reassured herself thus. Just then, an urgent and excited voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Your Majesty, splendid news, a tremendous piece of news. Speak plainly. What is the news? Nangong Fuyiao replied tersely, her agitation palpable. It is from the immortal sect. They have sent word. Sun Taifu called out excitedly from outside. The immortal sect? Nangong Fuyiao raised an eyebrow in curiosity, quickly summoning Sun Taifu inside. She inquired eagerly, what news has the immortal sect conveyed? It is not surprising that Nangong Fuyiao reacted this way. The southern region appears to be a realm of myriad nations, yet those in power are acutely aware that the so-called multitude of nations merely govern the mundane world and some secular forces. The true rulers are the transcendent immortal sects that exist beyond the worldly sphere. A mere disciple stepping forth from an immortal sect possesses extraordinary prowess in the secular realm. However, immortal sects seldom interfere in worldly affairs, generally refraining from meddling in the conflicts among these nations. The only time the Fuyiao Empire had any contact with the immortal sect was when Xiao Wuchen first revealed his supreme bone, and an immortal sect had expressed interest in accepting him as a disciple. Yet, the Fuyiao Empire, driven by selfish motives, believed they had a rare talent and thus temporarily declined the immortal sect's overtures. Choosing to keep Xiao Wuchen within their ranks, of course, neither they nor the immortal sect comprehended the true significance of the supreme bone. Had they known, the immortal sect would have forcibly taken Xiao Wuchen back for cultivation. After all, the supreme bone did not originally belong to this world. At the feather transformation immortal sect. Nangong Fuyiao's eyes sparkled with hope as she inquired, is it regarding Xiao Wuchen? It is not the feather transformation immortal sect, but rather the Tai immortal sect, Sun Taifu promptly replied. The Tai immortal sect? This revelation filled Nangong Fuyiao with confusion. It is worth noting that they had never had any prior contact with the Tai immortal sect. Speak quickly. What is the specific message? The Tai immortal sect has expressed that our Fuyiao Empire is a rare land of fortune in the entire southern region. Furthermore, they have long heard of your Majesty's illustrious name and are aware of your adept governance. Thus, the Tai immortal sect wishes to send a few disciples to our Fuyiao Empire for training, ideally to hold certain positions within the empire, allowing them to learn while honing their abilities. Sun Taifu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. They stated this explicitly in their correspondence? Nangong Fuyiao could scarcely believe her ears. Absolutely, word for word. Sun Taifu confirmed eagerly. Ha 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 ha. With Sun Taifu's affirmation, Nangong Fuyiao threw her head back and burst into laughter. I knew the difficulties were only temporary. The Fuyiao Empire shall undoubtedly rise. Even the immortal sect acknowledges that we are a land of flourishing fortune. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your wise leadership has garnered admiration even from the celestial realm. Standing nearby, Sun Taifu beamed with joy, confessing that upon first seeing the news, he could hardly believe that such happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. He confirmed it multiple times, for in his perception, the celestial realm seemed far too lofty and distant. Although I have dedicated considerable effort to the advancement of the Fuyiao Empire, it still pales in comparison to the recognition from the celestial realm. Nangong Fuyiao humbly remarked, yet a hint of pride unmistakably shone through his demeanor. Please respond promptly, he ordered. Following this, Nangong Fuyiao hastily commanded, first, let us express our gratitude for the celestial realm's praise. Furthermore, we shall extend a grand welcome to the disciples from the celestial realm to train in our Fuyiao Empire. And I shall personally arrange suitable positions for them. Yes, Your Majesty, I will attend to it immediately, Sun Taifu replied, his face alight with happiness. After he departed with a brisk pace, Nangong Fuyiao felt a surge of elation. Bring forth the meal. I am hungry, he declared. Also, ensure that the Fuyiao hall is tidied up. Yes, Your Majesty. The maidens waiting outside collectively sighed in relief and hurriedly set to work. Before long, the grand Fuyiao hall appeared renewed. Nangong Fuyiao sat at the table, a smile gracing his face as he began his meal. The recognition from the celestial realm overshadowed any prior misfortunes. With the skills of the celestial disciples, the impending demonic afflictions would surely be resolved effortlessly. As for the barbaric nations, let them remain unallied. Once they learn of the celestial realm's regard for the Fuyiao Empire, their regret shall be theirs alone. Yuqing, I truly did not anticipate your strength to have recovered. I must concede that your departure has caused me considerable trouble. However, I wish for you to understand that without you, the Fuyiao Empire shall not falter. This has been true in the past, remains true now, and will continue into the future. Meanwhile, in a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Fuyiao Empire, where clouds and mist entwined amidst the towering peaks, a jade-green pavilion flickered into view. In addition, celestial cranes and white-clad disciples riding flying swords soared past. This was none other than the Tai celestial sect. Within the grand hall, a middle-aged man and several youthful elders sat in silence, exuding an aura that felt unfathomably deep. They were none other than Li Wufeng, the current leader of the Tai celestial sect, along with several esteemed elders. Beneath them stood a group of young disciples, both male and female, exuding an extraordinary presence. Have we confirmed that it is indeed these five? Li Wufeng inquired of the elders. Indeed, after careful selection, it is they. If there are no issues, I shall send them down the mountain tomorrow. One elder responded. There is no rush. This matter is of great significance, and the ancestor must review it personally, Li Wufeng gestured. The elders exchanged glances, pondering whether this was overly cautious, but refrained from voicing their thoughts. After a prolonged wait, an elder in simple robes, carrying a wine gourd, ambled in with hands clasped behind his back. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone present rose and bowed in unison. The elder waved his hand dismissively and then turned his gaze to the five disciples. Nodding in satisfaction, he then solemnly instructed, you must understand that this so-called training is not merely for the sake of experience. It is to cultivate a relationship with that individual. If you can establish a good rapport and obtain some opportunities from him, your lives will be set. However, remember not to be overly deliberate. Focus on doing your tasks well, and opportunities to interact with him will arise naturally. Do you understand? The elder earnestly conveyed his message. Isn't this a bit excessive, ancestor? Li Wufeng could not help but interject. The other elders shared his sentiment. You know nothing. The elder shot them a glare. Although I interacted with that individual a year ago, we were not particularly familiar. Just before parting, I mentioned my intention to send several disciples to experience the secular world, seeking to connect with him in his homeland. Thus, while this isn't without precedent, to him, it may have seemed merely a polite gesture. Being overly forward may lead him to perceive us as greedy. Therefore, I have instructed you to contact the Emperor of the Fuyiao Empire beforehand. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the five disciples, adding, of course, as long as you focus on your tasks, even if he understands your underlying intentions, he will likely choose to overlook them. Given his stature, whether you succeed or not depends on your own efforts, and indeed, the future of our sect may hinge upon you. Yes, ancestor, we understand. The 5 disciples responded in unison, filled with eagerness for the journey ahead. A year prior, this elder, who had seemed to face imminent demise, returned revitalized and even attained a breakthrough in his cultivation. They soon realized that he had encountered a person of great significance during his travels. Representing their sect in this noble individual's realm was a tremendous honor, and they were eager to witness such a remarkable figure in person. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. After making all necessary preparations, the following morning, the 5 young disciples were escorted down the mountain by the elder. They swiftly mounted their flying swords, transforming into 5 streaks of light, racing towards the Fuyiao Empire. Chapter 38. How do you perceive my fortune? Upon receiving news that the disciples from the celestial realm would arrive today, the Fuyiao imperial capital prepared a grand welcoming ceremony, with Nangong Fuyiao personally attending to greet them, at last. Amidst the anticipation of the multitude, 5 beams of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching the Fuyiao imperial capital. These 5 streaks of light shimmered like meteors, capturing the attention of all. As they drew nearer, the crowd recognized them as the disciples of the Tai celestial sect. Standing upon their flying swords, their expressions were serene, as if untouched by worldly affairs. Moments later, the 5 landed gracefully in the plaza of the Fuyiao imperial capital, immediately drawing the gaze of everyone present. The aura they radiated and the faint energy surrounding them inspired a sense of reverence among the onlookers. Many marveled, are these truly the disciples of the Tai celestial sect? They appear as if they have descended from the heavens. Even Nangong Fuyiao's eyes momentarily glimmered with admiration. Surely, these 5 must be the prodigies of the Tai celestial sect. I am Nangong Fuyiao, Empress of Fuyiao. Upon learning of your arrival today, I have come to welcome you, she said warmly as she approached. We are honored to meet your majesty, the 5 disciples responded, maintaining a respectful demeanor, neither overly humble nor arrogantly proud. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Fuyiao continued. You noble prodigies must be weary from your travels. I have arranged a banquet in your honor. Your majesty is too kind. We are merely here to gain experience and cannot accept such lavish treatment. They replied with courtesy. However, unable to withstand Nangong Fuyiao's repeated invitations, they reluctantly agreed. Internally, Nangong Fuyiao couldn't help but admire their demeanor. It was rare to find celestial disciples who were not haughty or arrogant upon entering the secular world. Their composed and humble behavior spoke volumes about the Tai celestial sect's principles while simultaneously reflecting Nangong Fuyiao's own capabilities. After all, respect is often a reflection of strength, in terms of power. The Fuyiao Empire could not compare to the celestial realm, thus reinforcing the notion that the Fuyiao Empire was indeed a land of prosperity and great potential, as the Tai celestial sect had suggested. This was likely why these celestial disciples were so humble and courteous. Yet, the 5 remained unaware of Nangong Fuyiao's contemplations. They were instead focused on when they might meet that esteemed individual. The banquet was set in the nearby Tianguang Hall, attended by officials from both the civil and military sectors. Nangong Fuyiao personally led her ministers in toasting the 5 disciples. Wuchan, with such a grand reception? We have feasts and toasts. One might think we are here to assert our dominance over the Fuyiao Empire, one female disciple remarked to the male disciple at the forefront. The male disciple, named Wuchan, nodded in agreement. He stepped forward to address Nangong Fuyiao. Your Majesty, we 5 have come to the Fuyiao Empire for training purposes, so it would be best to arrange our positions swiftly, allowing us to commence our duties. Nangong Fuyiao, suspecting that they were not merely here for positions, but rather that the Tai celestial sect had utilized some means to foresee the Fuyiao Empire's future and had sent their disciples to foster cooperation and strengthen ties, hesitated. While she was hesitant to grant them official positions, there was indeed a matter she wished to request their assistance with. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously stated, to speak candidly, I do have a request that I hope the 5 prodigies might assist with. Nangong Fuyiao's inquiry was merely exploratory. She did not expect them to offer help immediately upon their arrival. To her surprise, the 5 disciples' eyes lit up with enthusiasm as they responded, if the Empress has any tasks for us, please do not hesitate to command us. We shall not disappoint your trust. Their eagerness astonished Nangong Fuyiao. Are you truly sincere? She inquired. Absolutely, they affirmed. Nangong Fuyiao exchanged a glance with Sun Taifu beside her. And without further ado, she immediately began to discuss the matters concerning the underground demons of the imperial capital. What could be difficult about this? If we were to confront those demons directly, it would likely be troublesome to deal with them, but merely reinforcing the seal. I can do that right away. Having spoken, Wuchen stepped into the void and swiftly made his way towards the afflicted area. The crowd rushed to the hall and looked up, witnessing Wuchen conjuring a grand seal in midair, which he then directed downwards towards the realm of the demons. As the seal descended, a wail echoed from beneath the imperial capital. Followed by an eerie silence, it was swift and efficient. What a formidable seal! Nangong Fuyiao murmured, her expression quickly transforming into one of joy. The demonic affliction that had plagued her for so long was thus effortlessly resolved. Sun Taifu and the others also wore expressions of delight, offering their congratulations to the empress, rejoicing that the demonic threat had been eliminated. Indeed, it has finally been resolved. Nangong Fuyiao felt invigorated. With the cooperation of the celestial sect, what weight did the barbarian nation hold? What significance did Yuqing possess? She promptly retrieved the long-lost imperial seal. At that moment, Wuchen, having completed the sealing of the demons, returned. The 4 junior disciples hurried to greet him. How did it go, senior brother? Was it taxing? It was manageable. I sensed that those 2 demons were once quite powerful, but their strength has been significantly diminished over the years. My own power combined with the Fantian seal was just sufficient. Wuchen replied. However, senior brother, I noticed that Empress Fuyiao even utilized the imperial seal to suppress these demons. Is that truly necessary? A junior sister remarked, catching on to certain nuances. This remark made Wuchen furrow his brow, pondering deeply but failing to arrive at a conclusion. Regardless, we must continue to act diligently, ensuring that the esteemed elder is not displeased by our presence when we are eventually known to him. Wuchen instructed. The brothers nodded in agreement. Just then, Nangong Fuyiao approached, intending to express her gratitude to Wuchen, but he preemptively continued. Your Majesty, I observed several issues within the protective formation of the imperial capital. Although my brothers and I are not professional formation masters, we do have some knowledge and shall proceed to rectify these formations. Without affording Nangong Fuyiao a chance to respond, Wuchen took to the skies with the other 4, commencing their repairs on the formations for the imperial capital. This sight left the onlookers exchanging glances in bewilderment. Sun Taifu could not contain his curiosity and moved closer to Nangong Fuyiao, whispering, Your Majesty, what exactly are they up to? Nangong Fuyiao narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Time passed quietly. A few days later, within the Fuyiao Hall, Nangong Fuyiao stood by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the Fuyiao imperial capital. Sun Taifu stood respectfully behind her, quietly reporting, Your Majesty, according to the scout's intelligence, the barbarian nation has allied itself with the southern kingdom. Nangong Fuyiao's pupils constricted slightly, then she scoffed. Yuqing has truly exceeded my expectations, managing to sway the barbarian nation in such a manner. Yet, it is merely a trifling barbarian nation. I have nothing to fear. Sun Taifu nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that we have established relations with the celestial sect, the minor barbarian nation seems inconsequential. He continued, reporting. Furthermore, they have completed the repairs on the formations of the entire Fuyiao imperial capital and have personally visited the heavenly palace to guide the younger generation there. Oh! Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao could not suppress a smile. She then inquired, Sun Taifu, you are well versed in both celestial phenomena and earthly matters. What, in your opinion, is the essence of destiny, and how can it be controlled? Sun Taifu appeared contemplative, then sighed and shook his head. Destiny is something that an old servant cannot fully comprehend, let alone control. The average person merely understands that certain actions can diminish or enhance destiny. Even the destiny they perceive is merely superficial, making it futile to discuss control. As for the celestial sect or the mighty, they can only achieve a degree of foresight, preparing or adapting to the great tides of destiny that are about to unfold. Nangong Fuyiao listened intently, unable to help but reflect on her life. Despite the setbacks, she had now risen to a position of unparalleled authority, a reality that few, including herself, could have anticipated. What of the future? Would she forever remain a monarch of the Fuyiao Empire? Chapter 39. How could a mere secular emperor dare to drive away the esteemed elder Yuqing? What do you think of my destiny? She questioned again. Your Majesty's destiny is undoubtedly unmatched. Sun Taifu responded hastily. At these words, Nangong Fuyiao smiled broadly, then declared, Inform them that I wish to dig a moat around the city and inquire if they possess any methods to accomplish this. They are disciples of the celestial sect. It may not be appropriate to burden them with such laborious tasks. Sun Taifu hesitated. Do as I say. Nangong Fuyiao replied with a leisurely gaze. Understood. Sun Taifu bowed and retreated. Days later, an astonishing scene unfolded outside the Fuyiao imperial capital. As a true sword cleaved the mountains before the eyes of the spectators, On the city wall, Nangong Fuyiao stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Observing the moat taking shape, a look of satisfaction gracing her features, she then turned to Wuchen and the others beside her, expressing her contentment. Wuchen, you have truly worked hard lately. Your Majesty, it is our duty to serve the Fuyiao Empire. Wuchen replied with a smile. Excellent, I am greatly comforted by this. Nangong Fuyiao appreciatively patted Wuchen on the shoulder, then proposed, how about assisting me with another task in a couple of days? We, your brothers, are willing to serve your Majesty. In the days that followed, Wuchen and his companions tirelessly executed Nangong Fuyao's various commands. The Empress truly experienced what genuine power entailed, should she desire rare and precious materials for her cultivation. Wuchen would travel great distances to procure them for her. Even if she wished to taste the unique spirit beasts from the southern borders, Wuchen and his companions could hunt them for her. She had initially believed that being the ruler of a nation made her a victor in life, but after acquiring Wuchen and the others, she realized that merely being the emperor of the Fuyiao Empire was far from sufficient. Gazing at the 5 individuals standing respectfully below her, Nangong Fuyiao declared, Wuchen, rest assured, as long as you assist me diligently, I shall undoubtedly fulfill all your future needs. Thank you, Your Majesty. You may all return to rest now. Yes, Your Majesty. After Wuchen and his companions departed, one female disciple could no longer contain herself and whispered, Senior brother, we have been in the Fuyiao Empire for quite some time, yet no one seems to mention that esteemed elder. Wuchen furrowed his brow tightly, equally perplexed. They had not dared to hope that upon their arrival, they would encounter or have any dealings with that esteemed elder. However, the complete absence of any mention of him indeed felt rather strange. Such a figure should not be overlooked. Just as they were pondering, they happened upon Sun Taifu. Over the course of their collaboration, Sun Taifu had become quite familiar with these individuals. Initially, he viewed the celestial sect as a lofty presence. Yet now these disciples followed the Empress's commands, leading him to feel that apart from their superior strength, they were not so different from ordinary folk. Everyone, as we now work together, there is one taboo regarding the Empress that you should be aware of. Sun Taifu felt compelled to warn them. A taboo? Wuchen and his companions expressed their confusion but humbly inquired, what is this taboo? It is that in the presence of the Empress, there is one individual you must never mention. Regardless of whether you have heard of him or ever knew of him, Sun Taifu stated earnestly, it is strictly prohibited to speak of him. May I ask who it is? Wuchen inquired. Yuqing, Sun Taifu replied, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned to depart, he found Wuchen and his companions blocking his path, their brows furrowed in concern. Why is it a taboo? Why must we not mention him? Wuchen asked with a serious tone, it is not for you to question why, but you must understand that you should not mention it. Furthermore, when serving the Empress, do not ask too many questions. Sun Taifu admonished, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous pressure descended upon Sun Taifu, overwhelming him. Despite his considerable strength, he felt like a small boat amidst a tempest. Before he could react, Wuchen, with a grim expression, seized him by the throat. I am asking you a question. Wuchen's voice was icy, each word deliberate and chilling. What are you doing? Sun Taifu exclaimed, his face paling. Let me go. I am asking you a question, Wuchen reiterated, tightening his grip around Sun Taifu's throat. The looming threat of death enveloped Sun Taifu, and it was only then that he truly felt feared. In that moment, he realized that these 5 were disciples of the celestial sect, fully capable of easily subduing him. I will tell you. Sun Taifu stammered, then recounted the circumstances of Yuqing's exile and the conflict between him and Empress Fuyiao in detail. However, the moment he spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even upon hearing that the taboo referred to Yuqing, Wuchen and the others felt there was more to the story. But when they learned the full extent of the situation, they could hardly accept it. Others were completely unaware, yet they had prepared for this moment for so long. The 5 of them were meticulously selected by their sovereign, only to toil relentlessly in the Fuyiao Empire, subjected to the whims of those they had once regarded as mere ants. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered that Yuqing had been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire. Had all their efforts been in vain? And now that Yuqing was no longer present, what right did these people of the Fuyiao Empire have to command them? Are you certain you are not lying? Wuchen's forehead throbbed with veins, his gaze fixed intensely on Sun Taifu as he barked, No, I dare not deceive you. Sun Taifu had never encountered such formidable presence and was already rendered speechless, trembling and begging for mercy. Upon receiving Sun Taifu's confirmation once more, Wuchen's expression turned icy. He exerted a sudden force, snapping Sun Taifu's neck with a swift motion. After discarding Sun Taifu's lifeless body, Wuchen wasted no time and soared into the air, heading straight towards the demon-infested region. Extending his hand, he then retracted the Fantian seal that he had previously imposed. Since Yuqing was no longer within the Fuyiao Empire, they had no reason to assist it any longer as the Fantian seal was withdrawn. The entire imperial capital suddenly trembled, fissures appearing as if an earthquake had struck. What was happening? At that moment, Nangong Fuyiao, resting in the Fuyiao Palace, descended from the air. Upon seeing the Fantian seal in Wuchen's hand, she questioned in a deep voice, "Wuchen, what are you doing?" Upon encountering Nangong Fuyiao, Wuchen's expression darkened. "You arrived just in time. I wish to inquire how you dared to do such a thing. You, a mere sovereign of the mundane world, an insignificant being, how could you have the audacity to expel Senior Yuqing?" "Senior Yuqing? Yuqing?" Nangong Fuyiao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding flooding her heart. Yuqing, again with Yuqing? Chapter 40. The Emergence of Demons, Nangong Fuyao's deep regret. "Wuchen, let us speak civilly. Return the Fantian seal first." Nangong Fuyiao said anxiously, her gaze darting towards the demon-infested area. Clearly, she was now preoccupied with other concerns. Should the demons emerge, the entire imperial capital would face calamity. "Speak civilly? What right do you have to talk to me in such a manner?" Wuchen retorted coldly. "How dare you address me this way?" Nangong Fuyiao replied sternly. "What are you? Have you grown accustomed to giving orders? Do you truly believe that your so-called Fuyiao Empire is a land of fortune? Do you think you, Nangong Fuyiao, are truly a prodigy among men? Surely you do not think we came here for you, do you?" Wuchen said, showing no regard for her. His words struck Nangong Fuyiao like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her expression darkened further, and she inquired, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?" Wuchen snorted coldly, stating, "Are you still oblivious? If it were not for the belief that Senior Yuqing was in the Fuyiao Empire, do you think our Tai sect would have any knowledge of your Fuyiao Empire? We came here because of Senior Yuqing, and yet your insignificant mortal nation dared to expel him. How could you have the gall to do so?" As Wuchen's words fell, Nangong Fuyiao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, her entire being seemed to lose its essence, despite her earlier intuition of something amiss when Wuchen mentioned Yuqing. Hearing him assert that they had come for Yuqing exceeded her expectations. Disciples of the immortal sect, indeed, had come for Yuqing. They referred to him as senior with such reverence. It was at this moment that she realized the so-called Fuyiao Empire as a land of fortune, and her status as a prodigy were all mere illusions. During this time, their compliance had not stemmed from her self-perceived superiority, but rather, it was all because of Yuqing. But are you not disciples of the immortal sect? Even if Yuqing possesses some extraordinary qualities, could he truly command your allegiance? Nangong Fuyiao still could not accept this outcome. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "Humph! A summer insect cannot speak of ice, and a cicada knows not the seasons. Your limited understanding and narrow perspective cannot possibly grasp the true heights of heaven." Wuchen scoffed. At that moment, as the Fantian seal was removed and no other means to suppress the demons were available, the entire imperial capital seemed to descend into chaos. Buildings collapsed, and the ground fissured wider and wider. Finally, amidst the tremors, two powerful auras shot skyward. Then, two towering shadows erupted from the earth. The immense pressure they exuded compelled many to prostrate themselves in fear. The two demons, long sealed, had finally emerged. "Ha ha ha ha! We are finally free. We have regained our freedom." The voices of the two demons resonated with excitement, echoing throughout the imperial capital. "Damned humans, let us collect some interest from you first." Without further ado, the two demons unleashed their mighty strength upon the buildings of the capital. The overwhelming force flattened entire structures in an instant. Fortunately, the capital had been plagued by demons for so long that ordinary citizens had long since evacuated, leaving only officials of the Fuyiao Empire behind. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost under their onslaught? Nevertheless, a significant number of Fuyiao soldiers perished. At this moment, the two demons seemed to have caught a whiff of something and approached Nangong Fuyao's location. They hovered menacingly above her. Nangong Fuyiao gazed at the ravaged capital, her eyes bloodshot, and then looked up at the two demons hovering above her, trembling uncontrollably. "Fuyiao Empress, we know you'd." At this moment, the demons spoke. Under the sunlight, their true forms were revealed. Though they bore a resemblance to humans, they were covered in dense fur. their muscular frames towering, their limbs slightly bent as they stood eye in size and aura. Humans appeared as mere insects before these prehistoric behemoths. Although we harbor hatred for you, we must express our gratitude. Had it not been for your expulsion of that demon Yuqing, we two brothers would likely never have seen the light of day again. However, your life, we shall spare you for a while longer. In due time, we will return to settle the score for this seal. The two demons spoke gravely, casting a glance at Wuchen and his companions. Clearly, even in their weakened state after just breaking free, Wuchen and his group posed a considerable threat to them. Fuyiao Empress, prepare for our vengeance to come. With that, the two demons transformed into streaks of light and vanished, leaving behind a devastated Fuyiao capital. Yet even as the demons departed, Nangong Fuyiao found herself staggering, nearly losing her balance. Her trembling intensified. She finally comprehended why the demons had remained sealed for so many years without issue, and why they had recently begun to stir. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. For reasons unknown, Nangong Fuyiao recalled Wuchen's earlier words. She could not help but murmur them softly as she did so. The visage of Yuqing began to flood her mind, accompanied by memories of their time together. It was a stormy night, as she cowered in a corner, emaciated and on the brink of death, that she first met Yuqing. He had pulled a steaming bun from his bosom and gently took her hand. From that moment on, having gone without food, she was nourished and clothed, no longer subjected to the bullying of others. Later, individuals from the palace came to find her. She was a princess lost to the world. She yearned to reclaim her rightful identity, and he unhesitatingly protected her, helping her regain what was hers. Subsequently, as the previous emperor lay dying, and with the princes vying for the throne, Nangong Fuyiao, too, harbored ambition. She merely expressed her desires to him, and he took up his sword to assist her in seizing the throne. Ultimately, she achieved her aspirations as the Fuyiao Empire grew stronger and its fortunes flourished. She found herself atop a mountain of power, and she realized that she no longer needed him. She even perceived him as a part of her past she wished to forget. She feared he would expose her former vulnerability, the time she had been a frail, starving girl. She dreaded losing face. Moreover, she felt that now, as someone who commanded the fates of thousands, she no longer required his feigned concern like that of an elder. This burden weighed heavily upon her, and gradually, her disdain for him grew, intensifying. Yet now she recognized that she had always lived under his protective wing. He had perpetually shielded her. Chapter 41. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. It turned out that he had quietly safeguarded the Fuyiao Empire, suppressing the demons lurking beneath the imperial capital. It was also due to his presence that the barbarous nations, long eyeing the Fuyiao Empire, dared not act recklessly, even willingly suffering losses to foster alliances. He was the one who compelled even the formidable Tai sect to send disciples for training, dutifully following her commands. Had Yuqing not departed, all the privileges enjoyed by the Southern Kingdom today would have rightfully belonged to the Fuyiao Empire. The headquarters of the Array Master Guild should have been established within the Fuyiao Empire. The barbarous nations would have long since allied with them. The so-called demon plague would never have existed, and these disciples of the immortal sect might have truly been of service to her. In that moment, it dawned upon her that she had profoundly misjudged her situation. A wave of regret washed over her, leaving her breathless. I seemed to have truly erred. She felt utterly enervated, her body swaying unsteadily. This is what one might call a self-inflicted calamity. The 5 individuals from Wuchen gazed at her with indifference, their expressions icy as they declared, "We acknowledge your status as a sovereign of the mortal realm, one whose whims can affect countless lives. We, your fellow disciples, shall not hold this against you, and shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Take heed of your actions." With a disdainful huff, they turned away, vanishing in a blink as 5 streaks of light. After their departure, Nangong Fuyiao finally collapsed onto the ground, her eyes devoid of life as tears streamed down her cheeks. In the days following the upheaval in the capital of Fuyiao, reconstruction efforts had commenced. For regardless of the chaos, a nation must continue to function. As the ruler, Nangong Fuyiao could not help but empathize with her people. "Your Majesty." Upon her arrival in the streets, the populace bowed in reverence. Yet, after their salutations, many displayed no trace of the admiration they once held for her. On the contrary, murmurs of dissent echoed throughout the land and the court. Following the emergence of the demons, the news had spread like wildfire across the capital. Many common folk, previously oblivious to the exile of Yuqing, were now aware that this once heroic figure, who had quelled the 3 kings, had been banished by Nangong Fuyiao. It became apparent that Yuqing had been the one suppressing the two demons, and it was only after his expulsion that they broke free from their seals, leading to the devastation of countless families. Thus, Nangong Fuyiao was seen as an indirect perpetrator. Though no one dared voice such sentiments, she could feel the weight of their gazes. Seated in her palanquin, she, who should have shown compassion for her subjects, found herself too fearful to alight. The silent yet piercing glances, as if laden with unspoken accusations, sent shivers down her spine. Even among the troops she had once nurtured, their enthusiasm had waned into a morose silence upon her arrival. Nangong Fuyiao opened her mouth but could utter no words. After instructing an increase in the compensation for the wounded soldiers, she retreated to the Fuyiao Palace. Upon her return, news from the Ministry of Personnel reached her. Numerous officials had resigned, including several of significant stature. It was evident that these were the repercussions of Yuqing's expulsion. As a foundational hero of the empire, many in the court were witnesses to Yuqing's contributions. When he departed, dissatisfaction brewed among the populace, though Nangong Fuyiao had forcibly quelled any dissent. The recent upheaval brought about by the demons had become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, unleashing pent-up frustrations. Why? Why must the Fuyiao Empire be driven to the brink of ruin? Nangong Fuyiao screamed in anguish, frantically striking the table. I have erred. Is that not enough? Her breakdown seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a sachet hanging beside her desk, where she reviewed documents. Unable to resist, she grasped the sachet tightly, recalling that it had been gifted to her a year prior by Yuqing, who had come to check on her, fearing she worked too hard. Just a mere sachet, she had thought little of it at the time, casually hanging it aside, denying Yuqing the opportunity to converse further before dismissing him. Since then, she had not thought of the sachet again, and in the wake of Yuqing's exile, all reminders of him had been cleared away, the sachet forgotten. Now, seeing the sachet, memories flooded back to her. She remembered how she would often visit Yuqing, indulging in feasts, always pestering him to prepare hot pot, which he would readily do, ensuring her favorite ingredients were at the ready. She recalled how, when Yuqing was stripped of his title, she stood steadfastly by his side, leveraging the Fuyiao Empire's influence to procure renowned physicians for him. Yet, she could not recall when everything had changed, nor could she remember the last time she had savored a hot pot prepared by him. Gripping the sachet tighter, she brought it to her nose, hoping to lose herself in its fragrance, to conjure the feeling that Yuqing still resided within the Fuyiao Empire. However, as she inhaled, she felt her very essence respond. Her cultivation energy stirring within her, causing her to realize how her powers had been subtly shifting. Staring in shock at the sachet, her hands trembled as she unfastened it. Soon, the materials contained within were revealed. Tianxin Dan, Qingtian Bai, Wucheng grass, and Tongshuo stone. Each item was exceedingly rare in the entirety of the southern frontier and held immense value. The sachet's simplest purpose was to aid in spirit cultivation, yet the aroma released by these materials held the potential to cleanse the marrow and aid practitioners in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, as well as simply enhancing their abilities. Reflecting on the past year, her cultivation had soared as if propelled by a rocket, devoid of any obstacles, particularly during her time within the Fuyiao Palace. Where the effects were pronounced, she had attributed her rapid ascent to her own innate talents, believing herself to be favored by heaven. Yet now, it was evident that she had merely thrived under Yuqing's protective wings. She had always been that frail girl, never truly departing from his shelter. This realization plunged her deeper into despair, as she clutched the sachet, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears cascading down like raindrops, her sobs echoing in the silence. If only she had been more patient, had not hastily dismissed Yuqing, had allowed him to finish speaking. If only she had valued this sachet, had not hung it carelessly in the palace, but rather taken it to her chamber and stored it in a sealed environment. Perhaps her cultivation would have flourished even more in the Grand Fuyiao Palace. Amidst the comings and goings of officials and attendants, the sachet's effects likely had never been fully realized. Now, it was too late. A whole year had passed, and even the most miraculous of substances would have lost most of their potency by now. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Chapter 42. To invite Prince Qing back? Your Majesty must go yourself on the borders of the Fuyiao Empire, nestled within the mountains at the intersection of two nations, lay a secluded village, untouched by worldly affairs. Apart from the occasional hunter from distant lands, few outsiders ever ventured here. At the foot of the mountain was a reservoir, a modest expanse of water that nourished the surrounding land. On the dam sat an elderly man, fishing with a bamboo pole. while a few barefoot children with braided hair frolicked nearby. Before long, the boisterous children were led away, and just as the old man reeled in a fish, he rose slowly, bowing towards a nearby path. Commoner Sun Xuanji greets your majesty, the empress. For reasons unknown, Sun Xuanji's calm demeanor elicited a wry smile from Nangong Fuyiao. Approaching him, she gently assisted him, speaking softly, Director Sun, there is no need for such formalities. She then glanced at his catch, a few plump carp, and couldn't help but smile. Might I indulge in some of this fresh carp tonight? Your majesty jests. What in this world can you not procure? Sun Xuanji replied. You surely do not covet these humble fish of mine. You still hold a grudge against me, Nangong Fuyiao observed, her expression tinged with bitterness. How could a commoner dare? He replied, in truth. I have come to apologize and to request your return, she said, her expression sincere. You owe me nothing, so wherefore this apology? He replied. The bitterness on Nangong Fuyao's face deepened. The empire needs you. Without news of Xiao Wuchen and with Sun Taifu. She hesitated before recounting the recent troubles to Sun Xuanji. Upon hearing her account, Sun Xuanji's expression grew complex, yet he displayed little surprise at the unfolding events. I truly know I have made mistakes. Nangong Fuyiao admitted after a moment's reflection. I have come not only to request your return, but also to ask that you carry my edict to my brother. Sun Xuanji looked at her in astonishment, but quickly shook his head. Perhaps it is best to refrain from that, Director. I genuinely recognize my errors. I will sincerely apologize to my brother and truly wish for his return, she implored. Without hesitation, Sun Xuanji shook his head. I have no face left to seek out Prince Qing. I had previously urged you to sincerely invite Prince Qing back, not only because of the demonic calamity, but also due to his contributions to the Fuyiao Empire. He ought to be welcomed back. However, at that time, my voice was too feeble to sway your decisions. Later, His Majesty finally issued a decree, instructing me to summon Prince Qing from the southern lands. Yet, it is precisely due to that earlier decree that the last vestige of goodwill between Prince Qing and myself has vanished. Therefore, if His Majesty truly wishes to bring Prince Qing back, it would be best for His Majesty himself to extend the invitation, for I possess neither the standing nor the privilege to do so. Sun Xuanji's words rendered Nangong Fuyao's countenance exceedingly grim, a sensation akin to a burning flame coursing through her. Furthermore, there is an additional matter that requires addressing with your majesty, Sun Xuanji continued. What matter? Nangong Fuyiao inquired hastily. Xiao Wuchen is unlikely to return. After my return from the southern lands, I dispatched individuals to investigate, and the last location where Xiao Wuchen was seen was indeed at Prince Qing's residence. The skilled individuals he brought along, upon closer scrutiny, were found to have perished there. Additionally, on the day I journeyed to Qingshan town, I had buried my findings from the southern lands, which my spies, obeying my commands, reported that a supreme bone had recently appeared in the southern kingdom. Considering the events that have transpired in Fuyiao Imperial City, the assessment of Prince Qing's capabilities, and the origins of Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone, which even he could not elucidate, it can be reasonably deduced that Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone was, in fact, bestowed upon him by Prince Qing. This implies that Xiao Wuchen, the so-called foremost individual of the younger generation, was essentially crafted by Prince Qing himself. He possesses the power to create, yet also the authority to destroy. Therefore, I hope your majesty can grasp this reality. Sun Xuanji's words were evidently profound, revealing the crux of the situation. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Wuchen had previously trained under Yuqing, the fundamental truth was largely irrefutable. Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's statements, Nangong Fuyao's delicate frame trembled slightly, her expression inscrutable. She found herself at a loss for words. It dawned on her that the left hand she once relied upon was also forged by Yuqing. The most absurd part was that she had dispatched Xiao Wuchen, who was nurtured by Yuqing. To forcibly retrieve Yuqing, I have grown old and can no longer fulfill the responsibilities of the Academy's head, especially since this world now belongs to the youth. Thus, I implore your majesty to allow me to live out my days as a humble fisherman. At this moment, Sun Xuanji turned to gather his fishing gear and bamboo chair, bowing slightly to Nangong Fuyiao. My wife awaits my return at home, so I shall take my leave now, your majesty. Feel free to proceed as you wish. With that, Sun Xuanji did not linger, taking his bamboo pole and stool along the mountain path until he vanished from sight. Nangong Fuyiao gazed in the direction of Sun Xuanji's departure, at a loss for words. Yet, her desire to summon Yuqing back grew increasingly fervent. However, recalling the unfolding events, he would surely blame her. He cherished her so deeply, yet she had cast him out from Fuyiao Imperial City. Surely, he must feel aggrieved. In that moment, Nangong Fuyiao felt uncertain about how to face Yuqing. Nevertheless, she would always be his sister. Although there was no blood relation, they had endured so much together. If she were to sincerely admit her mistakes, he would likely forgive her. Chapter 43. I am merely a harmless little demon high above the vast sky. Two shadowy figures flashed past. These were two demons that had broken free from their seals beneath Fuyiao Imperial City, now reveling in their regained freedom. Ah, the feeling of liberation is truly exquisite, one of the demons exclaimed. Indeed, having been sealed for so many years, we are finally free, the other demon responded with equal fervor. However, my dear third brother, we remain on human territory. Our powers have yet to be restored. We must exercise caution. Fear not, my fourth brother. I have already devised a plan. Oh? What sort of plan? To the south of the Fuyiao Empire lies a small kingdom known as the Southern Kingdom. A remote land devoid of formidable experts. Even without our full strength, we can easily traverse this place, unimpeded in our quest to capture those wretched humans and drain their essence to regain our powers. What a splendid strategy! Then let us not delay. We shall make our way to the Southern Kingdom at once. Thus, the two demons struck a pact and transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the Southern Kingdom. In the Southern Kingdom, atop the Mistwater Pavilion, a fishing rod lay broken in two. Ever since arriving in the Southern Kingdom, Yuqing had become enamored with fishing, captivated by the serene waters. However, human enthusiasm is finite. And after days of fruitless attempts, his last flicker of passion for fishing extinguished 2 days prior, resulting in his frustration manifesting in the shattering of his Odian truth. Fishing had merely been a fleeting interest. He had pursued many hobbies before, yet his greatest passion lay in medicine and alchemy. Despite possessing a talent that could only be described as lackluster, leading him to abandon his pursuits numerous times. He was unable to resist the allure of his passion, repeatedly returning to it, and now, once again, he had resumed his studies. Draped in a white coat and adorned with gloves crafted from sheep gut, he stood before a long table laden with various medical instruments. The center of the table, he had placed several toads, the subjects of his medical experiments. Yuqing diligently dissected and sutured the toads. Absorbed in his work until they could no longer endure and succumb to death, he then retrieved a handful of tiny pills, no larger than grains of sand, which he had concocted himself, and fed them to the toads, hoping they might be resurrected. After waiting for a full half-hour under the sun's rays, the toads had begun to emit a foul odor, yet they still failed to revive. Alas, another failure. Yuqing removed his gloves in frustration, slamming them onto the table. Using toads as experimental subjects felt rather inappropriate, but employing humans for experiments would be even more morally reprehensible, as Yuqing muttered to himself. His gaze inadvertently wandered to a nearby sheep. Bah! Seemingly sensing Yuqing's stare, the sheep, which had previously appeared lethargic, suddenly bleated and sprang to life, eyeing Yuqing with suspicion as it cautiously retreated to the corner of the room. Just as Yuqing pondered where to find a suitable test subject, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky above the southern city, heralding the arrival of 2 formidable demons from the Fuyiao Empire. Ah, this place is rather delightful. Look at how sprightly the humans are. We shall restore our powers here, the third demon remarked. Of course, the key is that the humans in this city are pathetically weak, posing no threat to us whatsoever, the fourth demon added. Ha ha ha, fragile and humble humans, prepare to welcome the arrival of the 2 of us brothers. The 2 demons surveyed the southern city from above, already envisioning it as their domain. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. It seems you 2 little demons have managed to escape. What brings you to this place? Have you missed me? As soon as the voice resonated, the 2 large demons quivered in fear, the third demon trembling so violently that he lost control of himself. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 demons kicked off from midair and fled. However, they had scarcely traveled several paces when they felt an overwhelming force enveloping them, inexorably pulling them back in midair. Yuqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded them. Since you have arrived, why attempt to flee? The 2 demons, now appearing like mere hills before Yuqing, trembled uncontrollably, their expressions reflecting a mix of despair and terror. They had to suppress their discomfort and force smiles upon their faces. Hee, what a coincidence, esteemed sir. The third demon whimpered, nearly in tears. Indeed. What a stroke of luck, O great one. We were aware of your presence here and came specifically to pay our respects, the fourth demon chimed in, all the while prostrating themselves before Yuqing, their tiny fists, smaller than Yuqing's own arms, patting his thigh in an absurd display. Oh, what I just heard was not quite in line with that. Yuqing's expression turned icy white. As soon as those words left his mouth, the two demons dropped to their knees mid-air. Unjust, unjust. It is a great injustice. Indeed, we are but harmless little demons. How could we ever contemplate causing harm to humans? Yes, yes, we are law-abiding citizens. No, law-abiding demons. The two demons raised their fingers, tears streaming down their faces, presenting themselves as the very embodiment of innocence. They had no desire to escape from the dragon's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair once more. If you wish for me to spare you, you must accompany me for a time. I require your assistance in achieving a great endeavor. Upon hearing that they would have to stay by Yuqing's side, the two demons felt as though they might perish from despair. However, upon hearing the latter half of his statement, they exchanged glances filled with both curiosity and dread. Achieving a great endeavor? They were acutely aware of Yuqing's formidable nature. Could this mean he intended to elevate them? Yet, under the intimidation of Yuqing's gaze, they scarcely had time to consider their options. Agreeing was no longer a choice but a necessity. Mo San. Mo Xiaoxi, we are willing to serve our master, they pledged as they knelt, hoping that their future days might be a touch more bearable. I do not appreciate conversing with you while you keep your heads lowered, Yuqing declared. The two demons quickly realized their error, producing a series of crackling sounds as they transformed into human-sized figures. Once they had shrunk, their appearances resembled that of black gorillas. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuqing nodded in satisfaction, casually casting a spell that effectively shrouded the demonic aura surrounding them. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he enveloped them and returned to the courtyard by the Mosui River. You, lie down, Yuqing commanded, tapping the table as he addressed Mo San. Mo San, momentarily dazed, glanced at the table and then at the orderly array of cold instruments nearby, an ominous feeling bubbling up within. He promptly crouched beneath the table, pitifully shaking his head at Yuqing. Yuqing shot him a look. Mo San hurriedly scrambled out from under the table and lay atop it. The sensation of lying in such a position felt decidedly off, prompting him to close his legs and cover his groin with his hands, while Yuqing, ignoring his fidgeting, focused intently on the medical texts before him. Eventually finding his aim and plunging a knife down decisively, the courtyard erupted with a sound reminiscent of a pig's wail. Nearby, Mo Xiaoxi, witnessing this spectacle, was so startled that he attempted to flee. However, Yuqing conjured a table from thin air, yanking him back and tossing him onto it. Don't run. I intend to conduct 2 experiments and make a comparison. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. To prevent disturbing others, Yuqing casually cast a soundproofing barrier. Time passed. Quite impressive. The resilience of these demons is indeed formidable. They remain vigorous even now, their shrieks growing increasingly loud. With the 2 of you, I may well become a renowned healer. As he sutured the wounds of the 2 demons, Yuqing's voice carried admiration. Just as he finished stitching, he added, my apologies. The knife slipped into your abdomen. The demons cried out. After a flurry of activity, Yuqing finally completed his work. He then pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down notes. It became evident that even in this fantastical realm, surgical practices remained invaluable. In certain cases, the efficacy of surgical intervention surpassed that of magical healing. As a healer, he resolved not to be careless in the future. Incidents of knives slipping into abdomens must never recur. Once he meticulously recorded his insights, Yuqing contentedly closed the notebook. Although he had attained extraordinary powers, the art of healing, seemingly trivial to him, bore a sense of achievement and passion that ordinary folk could scarcely comprehend. You 2 should remain here for now. Why? Yuqing unceremoniously tossed them into a small dark room, adding, remember, do not reveal your demonic identities in public. If anyone questions your nature, simply claim you are. Pausing, as it occurred to him that there were no gorillas in this world, he amended, just say you are monkeys, particularly robust ones. Upon finishing, Yuqing shut the door to the small dark room. Whimpering ensued the moment the door closed, followed by the sounds of bickering. Damn you, Mo San. Is this what you call a place where no humans can threaten us? How can you blame me? That demon can talk. In the days that followed, the 2 demons endured a most dismal existence. At last, on one fateful day, Mo San and his companion no longer saw the table they had dubbed the butchering block. Just as they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Yuqing entered with 2 bowls of medicine, forcing them to ingest the concoction he had prepared based on his own expertise. Originally intended for healing, The result was that the two demons lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and on the brink of death. After a grueling struggle, the two demons barely survived this ordeal, only for Yuqing to produce several self-crafted pills, in the ensuing days. The demons either succumbed to poisoning, became incapacitated with festering sores, or experienced paralysis, their limbs losing sensation. Meanwhile, Yuqing diligently noted every detail, as it was proven that every medicine harbored toxicity, and even among similar substances. Clinical effects varied considerably. Sighing, he felt increasingly that the two demons were far from sufficient for his studies. However, he decided to make do for the time being. In the small dark room, the two demons leaned against the wall, eyes filled with nostalgia. Old 3, I long for the days we were sealed in the Fuyiao Empire. Indeed, back then we still had dreams. Just as their conversation faded, the door to the dark room swung open, and Yuqing reappeared, carrying 2 large bowls of medicine. The demons promptly closed their eyes. When they opened them again, without a word, they downed the entire bowl in one go. I'm tired. Let it all end. Whatever will be, will be. Chapter 44. This disciple is not necessarily required on this day. The sun shone brightly. By the banks of the Moshui River, sunlight cascaded, casting golden reflections that danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. The willows along the riverbank swayed gently, lush green foliage thriving, and a light breeze carried the refreshing scent of the river, mingling with the floral fragrances from afar, invigorating the senses. Yet, not far above, a figure descended from the sky, wobbling before crashing to the ground. It was a woman clad in black, her long, dark hair cascading behind her, and her delicate features pale as death. Damn it, though I have temporarily evaded my pursuers, my current situation is far from optimistic. The woman clutched her chest, struggling to rise from the ground. In her prime, she could have easily resolved such a predicament. But now, her powers diminished, and in this unfamiliar, obscure locale, she feared there might be no capable healer to assist her, potentially becoming the final straw that broke her back. As she spoke, a sweet taste overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Glancing around her surroundings, she dragged her weary body forward. Never mind. I must find a place to recuperate. After a considerable time, she finally arrived at a small courtyard and knocked on the door. In recent days, to focus on honing his medical skills, Yuqing had already sent Shui Wei and Xiao Li away. Upon hearing the knock, Yuqing's gaze flickered slightly. He personally approached the door and opened it. The moment the door swung open, their eyes met. The black-clad woman regarded Yuqing with mild surprise. She had merely knocked on a random door, only to find a young man of considerable poise standing before her. Compared to the rough and foul-smelling men she had encountered, this individual's abode should be relatively clean. A stroke of good fortune, indeed. Without further ado, she retrieved a gold ingot from her bosom. I will leave this place. Before I depart, do not return. For an ordinary household, a gold ingot was more than sufficient for a night's lodging. Why? Yuqing frowned, replying, then I suppose I shan't return. What do you mean? The black-clad woman's expression darkened. I am acutely aware of your injuries. In your current state, the most I could do is prepare your corpse, Yuqing stated calmly. The woman's face instantly froze, yet her gaze turned to Yuqing with disbelief. What he had said was indeed true. Her injuries were grave, and even with her utmost effort to recuperate, survival was uncertain. However, she had no other options left and could only strive for survival against the odds. Do you possess healing abilities? She inquired sternly. A little, Yuqing indicated with 2 fingers. The black-clad woman nodded, a bitter expression crossing her face. This battle had inflicted severe wounds upon her. She had barely carved a path to safety using secret methods. Yet the aftermath of those methods had severely diminished her powers. She now found herself at a level indistinguishable from that of an ordinary practitioner. I can save you, Yuqing declared. You can save me? The woman looked up at Yuqing, her eyes filled with skepticism. Although her injuries would have been easily resolved in her prime, they were not matters that an ordinary person could address. If Yuqing truly could help her, she would have to re-evaluate her perception of him. Very well. If you can assist me, I will grant you anything you desire. The black-clad woman hastily replied. No, I do not require anything material. My sole condition is that you must take me as your master. Why? Yuqing stated calmly as he gazed at the woman. When she had knocked on the door, the system had already provided a prompt. That moment, Yuqing had thought to himself that the system was indeed reliable, as it had led him to the south to find a disciple. And he had encountered one here. However, upon hearing Yuqing's words, the black-clad woman's expression darkened, fury igniting in her eyes. "Do you know who I am? To dare suggest becoming my master? You think you are worthy?" Despite her current diminished state, she was not someone who could be casually taken as a disciple. Even if she had fallen from grace, she would not be so easily disrespected. "Well then, good luck to you," Yuqing said nonchalantly, closing the door to the courtyard. Although the system had instructed him to take on a disciple for a significant reward, he was not obligated to do so. Besides, he was not without the means to defend himself now. Thus, forgoing the reward was not a loss. As for the notion of being a do-gooder and assisting those in need, he had had his fill of such experiences. Seeing the door shut with a clean finality, the severely injured woman stood momentarily stunned, her face a mask of fury. Humph! With a cold snort, she turned to leave. Even though she bore injuries, the pride of a strong warrior remained unyielding. Not even a mere youth from this remote corner could be deemed worthy to be her master. Likely, there were few in all of the southern region who met such a criterion. Yet, just as she rose to leave, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alarmingly, her condition had deteriorated to a critical state, leaving no room for further delay. The woman murmured with a grave expression. Without regard for her surroundings, she promptly sat down at the entrance of the courtyard, entering a state of healing and recuperation. As she focused her energy, faint ripples emanated from her, intertwined with strands of dark mist. Evidently, in addition to her severe injuries, she had also been poisoned. A mere quarter of an hour later, she expelled another mouthful of blood. Judging by her pallor and condition, her situation had not improved with the healing. Instead, it had grown increasingly dire as time passed. "This won't do. In my current state, I am utterly incapable of resolving this predicament. I must have assistance, or I fear I shall perish here." Should I meet my end in a conventional manner, the woman would not be particularly distressed. However, having carved a path through bloodshed and temporarily escaped her pursuers, the prospect of dying now, when hope was finally within reach, was intolerable to her. She could not resign herself to such a fate. Gritting her teeth, she cast her gaze toward the small courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, she rapped on the door once more. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no sign of it opening. Damn it! Why is it taking so long? With every passing moment, her injuries worsened. She knocked again. At last, the door creaked open, revealing Yuqing once more. "Is there something else you require?" Yuqing asked, regarding the woman in black with a detached demeanor. "I assure you, I will find a way to meet your desires, be it techniques, spiritual artifacts, or spells. You need not exert yourself in healing me. Simply assist me as per my instructions. What do you say?" The woman in black immediately proposed substantial benefits to Yuqing. Yet, Yuqing remained unmoved. Responding coolly, "So, do you wish to become my disciple?" The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, nearly incensed by Yuqing's words. Did he not understand human speech? "I cannot and will not take you as my master. Nor will I take anyone as my master," she declared resolutely. "Very well then, in that case, I suggest you find a more suitable place to die. Perishing at someone else's doorstep is truly discourteous." "It would also bode ill for me," Yuqing remarked, preparing to shut the door with a creak. The woman in black felt an overwhelming urge to kill Yuqing. What sort of person was he? So obstinate, leaving no room for negotiation. Did he not comprehend the significance of the promise she had made? Just as the door was about to close, recalling her dire injuries and her profound unwillingness to die here, she grappled with her thoughts and, with gritted teeth and a face filled with reluctance, finally spoke. "Fine, I agree." Although Yuqing halted the door's closing motion, his expression wavered with uncertainty. Seeing this hesitation on Yuqing's face nearly drove the woman in black to despair. "Wait, I've already agreed. Why are you hesitating? Do you have any idea how difficult it was to make this decision? If word gets out, it could cause an uproar throughout the southern region." Why Yuqing indeed hesitated. If this female disciple were a docile one, constantly cooing and sweetly calling him master, and helping him with trivial tasks, it would be one thing. But this woman, with her fierce demeanor, furthermore, he, Yuqing, despised trouble, even minor inconveniences. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the system's rewards. After all, one could not remain stagnant. That would be a sign of lacking ambition. After much internal conflict, Yuqing resolved to accept her. To save her life and, in turn, receive the system's reward. As for the future, he preferred to keep his distance from her. "Speak," Yuqing urged, as the woman in black's growing impatience nearly brought her to tears. "Come inside," he said coolly. "Help me quickly," the woman in black shouted at Yuqing. "Who is the master here, you or I?" Yuqing retorted, ignoring her and turning to walk into the courtyard, adding, "Besides, a few more steps won't kill you." "You?" The woman in black was incensed, her chest heaving with rage. Truly, it felt like a tiger being bullied by a dog. "Very well. Once I recover, you shall pay for this." She struggled to move her wounded body into the courtyard. However, upon entering, Yuqing did not immediately tend to her injuries. Instead, he plopped down onto a stool. "Come now, let us perform the formalities of becoming your disciple," he said to the woman in black. "You?" She trembled with fury, her gaze filled with resentment fixed firmly on Yuqing. "I made it clear from the start that I could save you, but the condition was that you take me as your master." This was a straightforward and fair exchange. You either accept it or find your own means to heal. If you accept, you must adhere to the terms. "Why?" Yuqing said coolly from his seat. "Thus, there is no need for you to look at me with such disdain." It was not that Yuqing lacked compassion. He could see that this woman had no genuine desire to become his disciple. Therefore, he initially viewed this as a fair transaction, with both parties gaining what they needed. Since she could not fulfill her end of the bargain, why should he be compelled to save her? Please, this is not a civilized society. After saving someone, they might not only refuse to honor their promise, but could also turn against him. Acts of misguided altruism serve only to invite trouble upon oneself, yielding no other benefit. Chapter 45. The First Disciple, Unlocking New System Rewards. Yuqing's words rendered the woman in black speechless. She clenched her teeth, as it was truly difficult for someone as proud as her to kneel and perform the rites of apprenticeship. Yet, as her injuries worsened and the specter of death loomed closer, her fear of dying intensified. There were still so many things she wished to accomplish. Ultimately, after a tremendous internal struggle, the woman in black performed the rites of apprenticeship to Yuqing. "Aren't you going to call me anything?" Yuqing inquired again. Under the withering glare of the woman in black, she reluctantly uttered the word master. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's expression remained impassive. He did not even nod. However, the ritual was completed, and she had called him master, which should suffice to fulfill the system's requirement for accepting a disciple. Indeed, it was not long before the system's feedback echoed in his mind. The task of accepting a disciple was deemed complete. Nevertheless, Yuqing did not rush to claim his reward. Since she had fulfilled the necessary condition, it was time to attend to her injuries. "Please wait here for a moment. I will prepare the medicine," Yuqing instructed, then made his way to the small black room. "You had better be able to save me," the woman said, her voice heavy with gravity. After speaking, compounded by earlier delays, she finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Though her consciousness remained, her body had lost control. Her expression was complex. She never imagined she would one day take someone as her master, let alone a young man of such low standing. She had never envisioned that her life would now be at the mercy of another. This feeling of powerlessness was truly unbearable. In the small black room, a flicker of excitement crossed Yuqing's face. Not only had he completed the task of accepting a disciple, but he would also have the opportunity to personally heal someone. This would mark a monumental moment in his journey as a healer. As he perused medical texts, he began to prepare the medicinal ingredients. No, this is unnecessary. Oh no. I've added too much of this herb. In a corner of the small black room, Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi watched Yuqing concoct the medicine. Shrinking back into the corner, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, finally, after a short span of time, Yuqing emerged with a thick paste he had prepared. Approaching the woman, he knelt beside her and said, "Here, take this medicine. I assure you, with this, you will be cured." Could this person be a pharmacist? Hearing Yuqing's words, the woman's complex emotions eased slightly. At least he was a pharmacist. Perhaps her injuries could indeed be healed. However, upon seeing Yuqing forcefully scoop the thick paste toward her mouth, her heart sank once more. The paste entered her mouth, releasing a foul and rancid taste, and the woman nearly retched. Without hesitation, Yuqing blocked her mouth. The woman struggled desperately, tears nearly spilling from her eyes in her panic. Yet, despite her resistance, Yuqing continued to pour the entire bowl of paste into her mouth. Soon, the effects of the medicine began to take hold. The woman realized, alarmingly, that she had lost her ability to speak. Furthermore, her already immobilized limbs became numb, completely unresponsive. As she looked down, she could visibly see her lips swelling. Blood began to ooze from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. No, I don't want this. Internally, the woman screamed, desperately shaking her head with the last vestiges of her consciousness. She had never imagined that at the brink of death, she would endure such humiliation, not only being coerced into apprenticeship but also subjected to such inhumane torment. Yet, as the effects of the medicine intensified, her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Just before her awareness faded completely, she could vaguely see Yuqing squatting beside her with a small notebook in hand, a pen poised in his mouth, deep in thought. Although the physique of humans may not rival that of demons, their immunity to toxins is not necessarily inferior. However, this particular concoction is far from perfect, resulting in symptoms such as numbness in the limbs and bleeding from the orifices, which must be addressed. Dazed and confused, the woman clad in black could hardly discern what Yuqing was saying. Ultimately, she lost consciousness completely. Time slipped by unnoticed, and she could not ascertain how many days had passed. Within her mind, only hatred lingered. Compared to the enemies who had pursued her to the brink of despair, she yearned to rend that seemingly refined beast to shreds at the first opportunity. "I will kill you," at last. A chilling cry escaped the lips of the woman in black as she abruptly sat up in bed. However, upon taking in her surroundings, her eyes widened in disbelief. She tentatively touched her own body, astonished to find that she was still alive. Hastily, she began to circulate her inner energy, inspecting her condition, and was relieved to discover that her injuries had significantly healed. Complete recovery was merely a matter of time. The poison within her had also been entirely dispelled. The only lingering discomfort was the numbness and lack of control in her limbs, which would occasionally spasm uncontrollably. With great effort, the woman in black forced herself to rise from the bed, managing only a shaky walk. Upon stepping outside, the sunlight bathed her in warmth, evoking a sense of vitality. How wonderful it is to be alive. In the attic, Yuqing was seated at a table, engrossed in note-taking. Upon seeing him, the woman in black's expression became exceedingly complex. The memory of that viscous substance forced into her mouth lingered vividly, even through her haze of consciousness. Yet, she could not deny that she had indeed survived the perilous ordeal. The debt of gratitude for her life was immeasurable. She shuffled over to Yuqing's side, hesitating momentarily before finally uttering a single word. "Thank you." Yuqing turned his head to look at her, nodded, and replied, "The numbness in your limbs is a normal reaction. It will alleviate in a couple of days." The woman in black nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Yuqing truly was an alchemist. However, she found it difficult to gauge the extent of his alchemical prowess. If deemed inadequate, she knew better than anyone the severity of her previous state. It was unlikely that an ordinary alchemist could have facilitated such rapid recovery. Conversely, if deemed exceptional, the quality of the concoction he produced was difficult to articulate. "I will provide you with a substantial amount of resources to repay your life-saving grace." At that moment, the woman in black spoke again, her expression caught between hesitation and resolve. "But as for the matter of master and disciple, if you do not wish to take on the role of a disciple, you are free to leave at any time," Yuqing said nonchalantly. "As for material compensation, that is unnecessary." The woman in black cast a surprised and grateful glance at Yuqing, puzzled by his sudden amiability. This was indeed advantageous, sparing her the need for excessive verbal exchanges. However, hearing Yuqing decline her offer of material recompense, she could not help but shake her head. Perhaps he solely perceived her as a manifestation of her current weakened state. Completely unaware of her true capabilities prior to her decline and oblivious to the significant value of the resources she intended to offer. Furthermore, her identity was rather sensitive. Uttering a single word could invite danger and attract enemies. Moreover, refraining from discussion was, in essence, for Yuqing's own good. After all, such disputes were not something a humble alchemist like him should be embroiled in. "Thank you for your understanding, but for the time being, I may need to stay here a while longer," the woman in black stated. "Is that acceptable?" "Yes," Yuqing nodded, saying, "You may wait until you have fully recovered before leaving." Although they could not become master and disciple, it was still a transaction of sorts. The woman in black nodded gratefully. Given her current condition, she could not venture far, and hastily changing locations could potentially lead to her enemies finding her. Thus, remaining here would be comparatively safer. "Rest assured, I promise to send someone with the resources once I return," the woman in black added. Yuqing did not dwell on this matter any further, but instead gestured towards the table beside him, saying, "There is food over there. If you wish to eat, please do so." Upon hearing this, the woman in black turned her gaze to the table, which was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. Although her previous cultivation had long reached the level of fasting, her abilities had stagnated during her unconscious state. Thus, upon seeing the food, she realized she was indeed quite hungry. "Thank you." The woman in black sat down at the table and began to eat. As the food entered her mouth, her beautiful eyes lit up. Once a cultivator reaches a certain level, They often transcend mundane desires, rendering them uninterested in ordinary fare. However, with that first bite, her taste buds awakened, evoking memories of her youth when she savored her parents' cooking in a small village before embarking on her cultivation journey. Though she chewed slowly, she soon finished one bowl and eagerly filled another. During her meal, her gaze frequently drifted towards Yuqing. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this young man struck her as a figure of dissonance. Before her unconsciousness, she had harbored an intense desire to strangle him. Yet now, he seemed far less detestable, even bringing her a flicker of surprise. Just as she pondered this, two large, furry faces suddenly approached her, belonging to Imo San San and Imo Xiao Si. They regarded the woman with wide eyes. Having witnessed her consuming the medicine that Yuqing had prepared, how could she be well? Was it not entirely a side effect? Even the well-informed woman could not help but be taken aback by the sight of the two creatures. Standing up with a wary expression and asking, "What are you?" Yuqing, noticing her reaction, quickly explained, "No need to be alarmed. These are two monkeys I raised." Chapter 46. What is true southern speed? Monkeys? The woman in black was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such an ugly monkey in this world, such a robust one at that? She scrutinized the two creatures, but despite her efforts, she could not deduce their nature. Since Yuqing claimed they were monkeys, then they must be. She needed to recover swiftly. Although she was temporarily safe here, no one could predict when her pursuers would arrive. The woman in black murmured to herself if that time came. Not only would she be in peril, but the young man who saved her would also face utter ruin, along with everything here. Due to the side effects of the medicine, her limbs remained numb, compelling her to return to the bed, where she assumed a reclining position to cultivate and heal. Knock, knock, knocked at that moment. A knock resounded at the door. It was Nan Shi, accompanied by Chui Wei, who had temporarily stepped out. After greeting Yuqing politely, they entered. "Your Majesty, what brings you here today?" Yuqing smiled. "How could I not make time for you today? I heard from Chui Wei that you were busy recently, so I refrained from disturbing you. I thought you must have finished your tasks by now, hence bringing you some wine." Nan Shi chuckled, producing a jug of the imperial jade liquid wine she had brought previously. "I truly appreciate your kindness, Your Majesty." Wei Yuqing accepted the fine wine and drank it immediately. Meanwhile, the woman in black, still lying in bed and cultivating her healing, stirred at the sound. She had not anticipated that a mundane empress would arrive. However, that was all. A mere mortal emperor held little interest for her. It was Chui Wei, standing beside Nan Shi, who caught her attention. Though young, his strength was impressive. She had not expected to encounter such potential in this remote area. Yuqing also surprised her. It indicated that his status was relatively respectable within this nation. After all, given her dire circumstances, his ability to rescue her might be considered average in their world. But in this small place, he was indeed a figure of prominence. The woman in black dismissed further thoughts and continued to close her eyes, focusing on her recovery on the misty water pavilion. Yuqing and Nan Shi engaged in casual conversation. Understanding Yuqing's nature, Nan Shi refrained from expressing her gratitude verbally, yet her eyes could not hide her appreciation. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild was already under construction. Recently, an alliance treaty with the barbarian nation was signed. Moreover, many surrounding countries were eager to curry favor with her southern nation. This was something that would have been unimaginable for her entire nation in the past. If past emperors of the southern nation were aware of this, they would likely rise from their graves in excitement. All of this was merely a result of Yuqing's presence in the southern nation. As Yuqing had been in the southern nation for quite some time, and given their frequent interactions, Nan Shi no longer felt the initial restraint. She even appeared less like a sovereign and more like a lively young woman. "Sir, the scenery here is truly magnificent. No wonder you chose this place," Nan Shi remarked, strolling into the room. "Sir, where are your fishing rods? I would like to try my hand at fishing as well." Upon entering, her gaze instinctively fell upon the wooden bed she had once lain upon. Stealing a glance outside, she noticed no one was watching and contemplated lying down for just a moment. However, when she turned her gaze back, she found someone else occupying the bed, a woman of notable beauty. Immediately, her brows furrowed. For reasons unknown, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, and she lost all desire to fish, instead yearning to leave quickly. Yet as she reached the door, an unexpected surge of courage compelled her to turn back and ask the woman on the bed, "May I inquire who you are?" Though she attempted to maintain a calm tone, her breath betrayed a hint of urgency. "Who I am is of no concern to you," the woman in black replied, her brow furrowing as she opened her eyes. How arrogant! How impressive! This was the first thought that crossed Nan Shi's mind. To be so audacious here. Her identity, or rather her relationship with Yuqing, must be significant. She seemed to have lost the courage to inquire further and was about to turn away when Yuqing suddenly entered and said, "She was injured and I happened to rescue her, so she is temporarily settled here. Speaking of which, I haven't yet asked for your name," he added, looking at the woman in black. By duo, the black-clad woman hesitated slightly before responding. After all, it was merely a name. There were countless people in the world with the same name, and it would not expose her to her. So it is Miss Bai Duo. Please continue to rest well, Yuqing said before turning to leave. For some inexplicable reason, his words felt like a healing balm to Nanshi at that moment. She even forgot the black-clad woman's earlier haughty indifference and instead began to express concern for her. It turned out that the young lady was injured. She wondered if she was feeling better now. "If you need any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall send someone at once." The black-clad woman, hearing this, nodded slightly towards Nanshi and replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." "Very well then," Nanshi nodded, casting another glance at the wooden bed, her expression betraying a hint of jealousy or displeasure before she swiftly followed Yuqing out. "Sir, shall I find someone to help you expand this house?" Nanshi hurriedly suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Yuqing nodded. "That would trouble your majesty." Originally, Yuqing felt that such a space was unnecessary, but considering he now had a small dark room and 2 additional monkeys, his courtyard was indeed somewhat insufficient. "All right, I shall arrange it immediately." Nanshi's face lit up with joy, and she promptly took her leave. The task of constructing a building was no small feat, requiring extensive planning. Yuqing mused that it would likely take some time to complete. However, he did not anticipate Nanshi's efficiency. Within half an hour of her return, the head of the construction department arrived. After swiftly finalizing the plans and Yuqing's requirements, work commenced that very morning, continuing through the night. Yuqing witnessed the remarkable speed of the southern kingdom. By deep into the night, the expanded courtyard was already completed. Even Yuqing could not help but give a thumbs up. The newly built Mishui Pavilion was considerably larger than before, complete with a dedicated room for him to prepare medicine and conduct experiments, as well as a designated area for his experimental subjects, now occupied by 2 monkeys. In addition, there was a study, a kitchen, and several guest rooms. Furthermore, a spacious courtyard measuring several dozen feet in length and width was planned for Yuqing to cultivate flowers and plants. With the completion of the project, Bai Duo was moved to a guest room without having to spend the night there. Meanwhile, in the new small dark room, the 2 demons were still bickering. "Mo Sanson, you owe me my freedom. Mo Xiaoxi, you can't entirely blame me. You were the one who agreed to come to the southern kingdom in the first place. I don't care. I'm blaming you." Thus, the 2 demons continued their quarrel. Suddenly, Mo Sanson shouted, "Stop talking." "What? I sense a stirring in the bloodline. It feels like the eldest and second brothers." Yes, I feel it too," Mo Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly. "After all these years, the eldest and second brothers have finally come to find us. Quick, use the secret method to send a message to them and let them come rescue us." Chapter 47. System Divine Level Reward. An existence of heavenly proportions. But can the eldest and second brothers be a match for these demons? It should not be a problem. I sense the power of their bloodline, and it is indeed formidable, Mo Sanson rationally analyzed. It seems so. The eldest and second brothers have indeed broken through. Their aura feels strong. Mo Xiaoxi also sensed the might of the eldest and second brothers' bloodline through the demon's secret technique. Without a second thought, the 2 demons conveyed information to the 2 who had already entered the southern border. After the message was successfully sent, Mo Sanson and Mo Xiaoxi were filled with excitement. Finally, we are about to escape the clutches of the demons. Once the eldest and second brothers arrive, they will surely avenge us. That damned human, that detestable Yuqing. I will make him consume all the potions he concocted himself and let him truly experience what it feels like to live in hell. Yes, we will await the arrival of the eldest and second brothers. That night, the stars sparkled brilliantly, while Yuqing sat by the banks of the Mishui River, the river breeze refreshing against his skin. As he diligently took notes, he could not deny that the medicine he had concocted had healed Bai Duo, instilling him with great confidence. Rather than aspiring to be an invincible celestial being, he yearned to be a renowned divine healer. Recently, he had made substantial progress in the medical field. I hope to achieve even greater breakthroughs in this path and begin to attempt experiments I previously dared not try. However, with only 2 experimental subjects at hand, he felt it was far from enough to accurately discern the differences under varying configurations. Therefore, it would be best to acquire 2 more experimental subjects. After completing his notes, Yuqing stood up, gazing at the shimmering waters, murmuring to himself. Then occurred to him that since taking on disciples, he had yet to claim his reward. He wondered what the reward might be and felt a surge of anticipation. Claim system reward, Yuqing declared. System reward is being claimed. System reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine level talent, turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold. Cooldown time of 12 hours. Meaning the host can use it once a day. Is that it? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yuqing's expression darkened. Just this? His mindset began to crumble. He had looked forward to the system reward, yet he never expected it to be such a lackluster skill. Turning stone into gold. What use could that possibly have? This is a world of cultivation. What would he do with so much gold? Moreover, gold is only valuable in the mundane world. At a certain level, it would be regarded as no more than stone in their eyes. Sighing, Yuqing suppressed the impulse to immediately expel by duo. Raising a finger, a lackluster skill it may be, but I might as well test the effects of this turning stone into gold. He leaned against the railing and walked to the riverbank, searching for the largest stone to test this skill. Just as his hand touched the railing, the system suddenly chimed again. Congratulations, host. Stone transformation successful. What? I didn't even touch the stone. Yuqing was puzzled when he suddenly noticed his entire house shaking violently. Initially thinking it was an illusion, he soon saw the house move again. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Mi Shui courtyard, greetings, master. At the same time, he clearly observed the front eaves of the entire house dip slightly, as if bowing to him. What the? Yuqing was taken aback. Even with his current cultivation and knowledge, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, a house? Alive? Turning stone into gold turned out to be such an extraordinary skill. Just as Yuqing was astonished, another voice emerged in his mind. Report to master, detected that enemies are approaching, activating home defense mechanism. Why? Yuqing's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness extended outward. Meanwhile, above the city of Shangnan, dark clouds gathered, rendering visibility near zero, while a massive whirlwind swirled above the Mi Shui courtyard. A violent and chilling aura spread throughout the city, causing widespread unease among the populace, yet none understood the cause of the turmoil. Within the storm, two fur-covered creatures emerged from the vortex, their ominous gazes fixated on the riverbank and the Mi Shui courtyard. According to the clues relayed by the secret method, the third and fourth brothers were believed to be here. It appeared they were imprisoned by humans. A shadow emerged, uttering a deep voice. These insignificant humans dare to imprison our kin. They shall be reduced to ashes, and this human city shall have no reason to exist. Another cold voice echoed in agreement. Subsequently, the two great demons advanced towards the Mi Shui courtyard. As they drew closer, the two demons suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, they revealed expressions of astonishment as a barrier, seemingly rising from the ground, lashed out at them. Humph! A trivial trick point, one of the demons scoffed, merely perceiving this maneuver as peculiar, yet his gaze was filled with disdain. With a casual swipe of his hand, he attempted to crush the barrier, and then there was nothing after that. All that could be heard was his cry of surprise, followed by him losing consciousness and plummeting from the sky. The other demon furrowed his brow at this sight. Just as he was about to retaliate against the barrier, he was suddenly confronted by a door panel that descended upon him from an unknown direction. The impact rendered the demon dazed, and in the blink of an eye, he lost the ability to act. Thus, the two demons, having barely made their entrance, were knocked unconscious. As they were about to crash to the ground, the gate of the small courtyard swung open, resembling a gaping maw, swiftly swallowing the two demons whole. With two resounding thuds, they transformed to the size of humans and were unceremoniously discarded at Yuqing's feet like lifeless corpses. Report to the master. The Moshui courtyard has successfully withstood the external threats, and the foes have been captured, awaiting your disposal. It was only when the voice in his mind echoed that Yuqing gradually emerged from his earlier shock. He blinked, inhaling sharply. What had seemed like an eternity was, in fact, merely a fleeting moment, during which the two demons had already collapsed at his feet, devoid of consciousness. Is this the alchemy of turning stone to gold? It feels excessively monstrous, doesn't it? Yuqing found it difficult to regain his composure. A mere house possesses such formidable power. What would happen if this news were to spread? One must understand that these two demons were not to be trifled with. Had he not been present, they could effortlessly have obliterated the southern kingdom. Yet, a single house had dispatched them so effortlessly. Unable to contain his excitement, he raised a finger, his face alight with exhilaration. This system is truly not a scam. Chapter 48. But wait, weren't we promised that demons would never be enslaved? What thrilled him further was that he had just been fretting over where to procure 2 test subjects. And now they had essentially delivered themselves to his doorstep. It was as if someone had come to offer him a pillow when he was in need of sleep. Recalling his research, Yuqing wasted no time in bringing them into his laboratory, eager to commence his studies. After administering a potion to the 2 newly acquired demons, he prepared 2 more bowls of medicine to compare for differences. Heading towards the small dark room, meanwhile, inside the small dark room, Imo Sanson and Imo Xiaoxi were whispering to one another. It had been quite a while. Why had the boss and the second not arrived yet? They should be here soon, I reckon, came the reply. Just then, a creaking sound echoed as the door to the small dark room swung open. Yuqing entered, carrying 2 bowls of medicine. The 2 demons couldn't help but shudder. Why has that detestable human returned? Imo Xiaoxi communicated. Stay calm, stay calm. It's probably just the last time, Imo Sanson replied. Indeed, at most it will only be the last time. Imo Xiaoxi's face reflected a restrained bitterness. But after this final encounter, all the suffering they had endured over the years would be repaid to this human 1,000-fold. The 2 demons experienced unprecedented exhilaration. After downing the potions Yuqing had handed them, they collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. When had they become so proactive? Their sudden enthusiasm took Yuqing by surprise. After squatting down to document the conditions of the 2 demons, he turned and left. In the early morning, after a night of labor, Yuqing stretched and returned to his room, ready to sleep. Meanwhile, in the small dark room, as Yuqing had recorded, even among the same species, there were notable differences in response to the medicine. Imo Xiaoxi was the first to awaken, his gaze vacant and his pupils dilated, embodying a sense of utter despair. After a long while, Imo Sanson finally stirred, and upon waking, exclaimed excitedly, "Old 4, have the boss and the second arrived?" Upon hearing this, Imo Xiaoxi replied expressionlessly, "They have." "Where are they?" Imo Sanson asked eagerly. "Over there," replied Imo Xiaoxi. "Over there?" Imo Sanson looked bewildered, following Imo Xiaoxi's gaze to see the boss and the second suspended from the beams above, looking worse than the 2 of them. "Gah!" Imo Sanson emitted a sound reminiscent of a dry duck. Feeling an overwhelming sense of collapse, he rushed over, incredulously confirming their identities. "No need to check. I've already done that," Imo Xiaoxi remarked, devoid of hope. "It's indeed them." Imo Sanson slumped to the ground, unable to believe that the boss and the second had indeed come. Yet it was worse than if they hadn't come at all. At that moment, the boss and the second, having endured a night of torment, slowly regained consciousness. Imo Sanson and Imo Xiaoxi hurriedly approached. "How are you, boss and second?" they inquired anxiously. "Old 3, Old 4, what on earth is happening?" the boss and the second asked, their expressions weary. "Alas," Imo Sanson sighed, recounting the years they had been suppressed in the Fuyiao Empire, and how they had barely escaped a den of tigers only to fall into a dragoness lair. "You 2 have truly suffered." Upon hearing Old 3 and Old 4's account, the boss and second were filled with compassion. "What suffering is there? It is merely that these humans are too treacherous," Imo Sanson stated with righteous indignation. "But don't worry, boss and second. Despite being suppressed for many years, we have never submitted, nor have we ever bowed our heads to humans." "Well said. Truly, our demons are remarkable sons. We take pride in you." The boss and second expressed before adding, "It is us who have let you down, failing to rescue you. No, it is we who are sorry. Had we not sought your aid through secret methods, how could we have caused you such harm?" Imo Sanson interjected hastily. "Why speak of such things among brothers?" the boss and second said. "Though we have now fallen into the hands of humans, we are reunited as brothers. As long as we join forces, we shall surely escape and make the humans pay dearly." "Yes, united as brothers, we shall surely escape and make the humans pay dearly. Demons shall never be enslaved. Indeed, demons shall never be enslaved." In an instant, the 4 demon brothers embraced tightly. The bond of brotherhood is as strong as iron. In the next moment, the door of the small dark room unexpectedly swung open. Yuqing stood at the entrance, looking at the 4 demons with a bemused smile. After a brief pause, he said, "I suddenly recalled something. How did these 2 demons arrive here without cause last night?" As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Imo Sanson and Imo Xiaoxi. The significance of his gaze sent chills down the spines of the 2 demons, causing them to shudder involuntarily, nearly collapsing to their knees. "Old 3, think of something," Emo Xiaoxi kicked Emo Sanson, urgently conveying. Under this pressure, he was on the verge of tears. Having interacted with Yuqing in the Fuyiao imperial capital, he was acutely aware of the consequences of giving an unsatisfactory answer. Emo Sanson felt the same dread. Seeing the growing impatience on Yuqing's face, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hastily began to flatter. Ah, esteemed master, you have arrived just in time. I was about to discuss this matter with you. Oh? Yuqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued to hear what Emo Sanson would say. Master, you wish to embark on a new path. Dantian, my brother and I understand that it requires various validations. Thus, we thought you would need new test subjects, which is why we lured these two here for you, hoping to surprise you. As if fearing Yuqing would not believe him, Emo Sanson quickly patted Emo Xiaoxi. Still in a daze, Emo Xiaoxi eventually caught on and quickly chimed in, Yes, old 3 is right. We just wanted to give you a surprise. The words of Emo Sanson and Emo Xiaoxi utterly stunned the boss and second, who were hanging from the beams. They struggled violently. Emo Sanson, Emo Xiaoxi, you actually didn't we agree on brotherly unity? Didn't we promise that demons would never be enslaved? The boss and second roared, their eyes blazing like copper bells. However, Emo Sanson swiftly silenced them. Master, don't listen to their nonsense. My brother and I have always been obedient little demons. They, on the other hand, are powerful and resilient, sure to make significant contributions. Please, quickly use them for testing. Chapter 49. Chickens and Ducks Converse, Flowers and Grass Squirrel TSK. Even Yuqing hadn't anticipated that Emo Sanson would conjure such a rationale. You certainly possess a silver-tongued eye. In that case, you shall consume this bowl of medicine. With that, Yuqing produced a large bowl of goot. Upon seeing this, Emo Sanson fainted on the spot. Thus, the days passed slowly. Within the Fuyiao Empire, the Fuyiao Palace witnessed a visible decline in various aspects, and the prestige of Nangong Fuyiao similarly waned. At that moment, from behind the Fuyiao Palace, the young man in white emerged once more. Since you've expended so many resources, I suppose I shall assist you a little, the young man said languidly. What do you intend to help me with? Nangong Fuyiao inquired hurriedly. And, have you recovered? I have indeed recovered somewhat, though not completely. However, assisting you with a minor task has been sufficient for my recovery, the young man replied with a cold smile. As for what I will specifically do to assist you, you will find out in due time. With that, the young man vanished from the Fuyiao Palace. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom, the 4 demons continued to endure inhumane torment, subjected to testing of no fewer than 10 to dozens of medicines daily. Due to the expansion of the courtyard, Cui Wei remained by Yuqing's side, assisting him while training with Xiao Liar. White Zhuo was also rapidly recovering. Naturally, for Yuqing, aside from daily research on medicines, he would not waste the opportunity to utilize the alchemy of turning stone to gold, and through these days of experimentation, he had thoroughly grasped the true effects and limitations of this transformative ability. First and foremost, the effect of turning stone to gold is that any successfully transformed subject will be endowed with spirit, gaining consciousness and considerable strength, while automatically recognizing him as their master. The limitation lies in its inability to be utilized on humans. However, it can be employed on animals. For instance, the ducks and geese by the river in front of the door have all been touched by Yuqing. Now, they no longer paddle in the water or catch fish. Instead, they sit by the river, their legs folded in a meditative pose. Yuqing has no choice but to let them remain as they are, for only then will they retain their previous habits, appearing no different from ordinary ducks. Moreover, the transmutation of stone into gold cannot be applied to entities of excessive magnitude. Take, for example, the river flowing in front of the door. Yuqing could not resist attempting it, only to find it ineffective. This is, however, understandable. The entire courtyard could be considered a singular entity, and in a sense, the world itself is a singular existence. If such limitations were absent and he were to apply this power to the world, would it not mean that the world would acknowledge him as its master? Having grasped the essence of transmutation, Yuqing found himself yearning to apply it to everything in sight. Thus, beyond the ducks at the door, he instructed Cui Wei to procure several chickens, which he also transformed. He also transmuted a few fish caught from the river and applied it to the flowers and plants at the entrance, as well as various other items. Consequently, the entire courtyard became exceedingly boisterous, filled with incessant chattering. For instance, conversations among the chickens and ducks and quarrels between the flowers and grasses became increasingly commonplace. It was only when Yuqing commanded them to be silent that they would comply. Fortunately, their exchanges existed in a dimension separate from that of others. Apart from Yuqing, no one else could hear them in the courtyard. Cui Wei and Xiaoli were engrossed in their training, while Bai Zhu observed from the side. In such a small setting, having someone like Cui Wei was somewhat surprising to her. However, it was Xiaoli who astonished her even more. She could sense that Xiaoli harbored a certain secret. Although she could not yet discern it, she was certain that Xiaoli was an unparalleled talent. Even detached from the mundane world, such brilliance was rare. Knowing that Xiaoli was Yuqing's disciple caused by Zhu to suppress her thoughts multiple times. Yet today, upon seeing Xiaoli, she could no longer contain herself. "How about you take me as your master?" she proposed, approaching Xiaoli with a hint of hesitation before voicing her desire. Xiaoli opened her eyes. "I am my master's disciple. He saved you. Yet you seek to undermine him. If my master were to find out," Xiaoli retorted. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhu's expression turned awkward. She naturally understood that such actions were somewhat unethical. Yet she simply could not bear to let such a promising talent slip away. After a brief pause, she continued, "I will speak to your master myself. If you follow me, your future potential will be greatly enhanced. I can offer you the finest techniques, providing the most efficient path and the most seasoned experience for your cultivation, allowing you to avoid many detours. After you become my disciple, it does not mean you must forsake your master. In the future, as you cultivate under my guidance, you will be in a better position to repay him, will you not?" Listening to Bai Zhu's words, Xiaoli cast her gaze upon her. Meeting Xiaoli's eyes, Bai Zhu felt an inexplicable sensation, as though the child were looking at a fool. Xiaoli then firmly declared, "You need not speak to my master. I will not agree to your proposal." With that, she turned her back on Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu sighed, not having anticipated the child's resolute nature. However, it was not the right time to say more. Patience is key. This little one will eventually understand what this means for her. Yet, just as she was about to retreat to her room to meditate, her expression suddenly shifted, her gaze drawn to the distant sky. This is the aura of the members of the Five Elements Alliance. She had not expected them to locate the southern country so swiftly based on their aura. As she spoke, her delicate face turned grave. At the same time, she swiftly darted into the house. Inside, she retrieved several treasures to set up barriers, concealing her own aura to the utmost degree. She silently prayed for the ability to evade their detection. With her current cultivation, she was far from capable of facing the impending threat, and thus resorted to such a desperate measure. Meanwhile, several men in identical attire appeared several miles away from the Mishi courtyard. They hovered in midair, their auras surging. Clearly not ordinary individuals. "Humph, Bai Zhu, do you think that by fleeing to the mundane realm, we would be unable to find you?" The leader, a man with an icy demeanor, spoke coldly. "We are aware of your methods of concealing your aura, but do you believe we lack our own means?" He then produced a compass, utilizing the blood left behind from Bai Zhu's previous injury. He gestured to a companion behind him, who conjured a drop of crimson blood at his fingertip, which subsequently fell onto the compass. In the next moment, the compass radiated a blinding light, revealing a direction. "She is that way. She cannot escape," the man declared frostily, retracting the compass and leading the others toward the Mishi courtyard. Chapter 50. Where on earth did these terrifying ducks come from? At the same time, on the riverbank opposite the Mishi courtyard, a man dressed in white had appeared inexplicably, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and arms crossed behind him. He stood with a slight smirk, his gaze fixed on the Mishi courtyard across the way. He was none other than the man in white who had traveled from the Fuyiao Empire. With his prowess, he had no difficulty locating this place, just as Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji had done. Yuqing, a rather fine name, he mused, his pupils narrowing slightly, an expression akin to that of a predator preparing to ensnare its prey glimmering in his eyes. Emerging from the mundane world, he had managed to attract the attention of the Tai immortal sect. "I am curious to see what extraordinary qualities you possess. Do not disappoint me." As he spoke, he took a step forward, exhibiting an almost magical ability to traverse distances. However, just as his foot grazed the water's surface, he furrowed his brow. Turning his head, he sensed several powerful auras approaching swiftly, seemingly aligned with his own objective. His brow slightly furrowed before relaxing, revealing a look of intrigue. How fascinating. Observing the spectacle should prove entertaining. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his foot, stepping back to conceal himself in the shadows. At the very moment the white-clad youth concealed himself, the powerful auras had already arrived, those who had come bearing the compass. Within the courtyard across the river, the leader's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Fixated on the courtyard across the river as he issued a direct order. "Kill without mercy." As soon as the command was given, the group exuded a powerful aura, effectively locking onto the entire courtyard. In the next instant, They traversed the water's surface, drawing closer and closer. However, at that moment, a tremendous sense of danger washed over the leader first. "Be cautious," he shouted, executing a roll in mid-air. As he did so, a feather, like a piercing blade, sliced through the air toward him. The feather narrowly grazed his neck, leaving a fine line of blood. The man touched his neck in shock, his heart racing. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely ended up as a corpse, sinking into the river to feed the fish. "Who goes there? Show yourself." The man unsheathed his sword, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Below him, the river flowed steadily. The scene tranquil, but as he surveyed the area, he saw no one. Only a group of ducks that had appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to dismiss the ducks, he noticed an unusual glint in their eyes, prompting him to sense something was amiss. "How can ducks possess such expressions?" he mused, narrowing his gaze on the peculiar assembly. No, it was not entirely ducks. There was also a goose among them. 5 creatures in total, a lineup of ducks and one goose, all quacking in unison. To the casual observer, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary poultry. Without further ado, the man swung his sword toward the assembly of ducks and goose, demonstrating his caution. Given his strength, attacking a flock of fowl seemed excessive, yet his prudence proved justified. As his sword descended halfway, he felt an insurmountable force halt its progress, and no matter how much he exerted himself, he could not budge it further. His expression darkened as he gazed in disbelief. One of the ducks had placed a webbed foot on the water's surface, extending another leg to intercept his sword with its foot. A tempest of astonishment and fury surged within him. Although he had not wielded his full strength, it was inconceivable that a mere duck could withstand his strike, especially using its foot. The other men accompanying him mirrored his incredulity, their expressions tense as they faced off against the peculiar ducks and goose. "Are they beasts?" one questioned. "Impossible. I've never heard of poultry transforming into monsters." "Then perhaps they are puppets. Some skilled practitioners possess remarkable puppet techniques. This may be a troupe of crafted dolls." However, this explanation failed to convince. Over the years in the cultivation world, no one had ever heard of a puppeteer crafting puppets in the shape of ducks and geese. At that moment, the duck withdrew its foot and quacked. "Brothers, we have some fun ahead." The 5 Elements Alliance members gasped in astonishment. Regardless of what they were merely a bunch of supernatural tricksters. They would be dealt with accordingly. The leader of the group issued a command once more. Despite being astonished, he did not believe that a mere flock of ducks and a goose could obstruct their path. With a commanding shout from him, those who followed instantly sprang into action. In an instant, blades flashed and swords gleamed. A formidable assault descended upon the flock of geese and ducks. However, the moment they made contact with the birds, the expressions of the 5 Elements Alliance members changed dramatically. Quack, quack, quack. Among the ducks, a large white goose, with its body arched, let out a series of calls, flapping its wings as it charged forward with unmatched fervor. It collided head-on with a skilled fighter, sending him flying. The expert let out a piercing scream. It felt as if his entire body was being torn apart, akin to being struck by a colossal mountain, with several ribs snapping under the impact. After the initial assault, the large white goose reached the opposite bank of the river and soon turned back, charging at him once again in the same manner. The others fared no better. In mere moments of contact, they were thrown into disarray by the ducks. One duck executed a sweeping kick, causing one of the experts to crash heavily onto the water's surface. Another duck plunged into the water and, upon resurfacing with a quack, shot upward like a rocket, targeting the lower body of an attacking member of the 5 Elements Alliance. The assaulted expert was sent soaring into the sky, reaching a height of 100 feet. Before he could recover from the intense pain in his lower body, he suddenly noticed another duck flying up to a slightly higher elevation. Then, with an indifferent glimmer in its eyes, the duck extended its webbed foot and descended. With a quack, the duck's foot landed squarely on the chest of the expert, who plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, with a thunderous crash. The water surface erupted, sending waves soaring dozens of feet high. Before long, the battle escalated further. Some ducks even unleashed their skills. Amidst the flurry of feathers, one duck aimed its rear at a nearby fighter, declaring, "Taste my duck droppings." Following that, a barrage of projectiles erupted like a machine gun, and despite the fighter's formidable strength and high defenses, he was still reduced to a sieve under the relentless assault. Within that brief moment, several members of the 5 Elements Alliance met their demise. "Do not panic. Everyone, gather together. Do not give them the chance to pick us off one by one," he shouted, his face grave. with a bright red webbed footprint visible on his cheek. Just as his voice fell, his expression darkened as he seemed to sense something unusual. The next moment, a number of hens burst forth from a nearby path. Flapping their wings, cluck, 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 duck brothers, goose brothers, leave one for us, leave one. Chapter 51. Terrifying poultry, frightened man in white before long. This flock of hens swiftly joined the fray. The members of the Five Elements Alliance felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As these hens proved even more ferocious than the ducks, their attacks were chaotic. They rushed in, flapping their wings, and began a frenzied assault with beaks and claws. Within mere breaths, the remaining few were left bloodied and battered by the relentless onslaught of the hens. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Finally, the leading middle-aged man realized that they were utterly outmatched by these poultry. Although he was filled with 1,000 doubts about how such a group of birds could be so terrifying, survival took precedence. Following his command to retreat, the already demoralized group turned and fled. Yet, as they turned, they sensed something amiss. Opening their eyes, they discovered several massive mouths looming behind them, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The corners of these mouths were adorned with whiskers, their lips pursed and puckered, above which were large, rolling eyes. Fish, it looks like a carp, a gigantic carp. One of the experts shouted in terror. However, before his words could settle, he was swallowed whole, disappearing without a trace. Damn it, damn it. Quick, scatter. At this moment, the members of the Five Elements Alliance lost all sense of order, their cries almost hysterical as they shouted for their lives. But now, with geese and ducks in front, hens behind, and monstrous carp lurking in the water, escape was far from simple. Soon, only a few remained. The leading man, drenched in cold sweat, glanced around and, with a swift motion, pushed the last two companions away to shield himself from a lethal attack, finally seizing a fleeting opportunity. This time, we concede defeat, but the Five Elements Alliance will surely seek vengeance, he declared, producing a glowing scroll. As he opened the scroll, a pained expression crossed his face, but survival took precedence over all else. Once the scroll was activated, a spatial rift appeared, and he stepped into it without hesitation. Just as he thought he could escape unscathed, a vine stealthily crept up to his hand. What the hell is this? His face paled, but recalling the terror of the chickens, ducks, and fish, he raised his sword and severed his own arm. The severed limb fell into the water as the rift closed behind him. What a pity, we let one escape, one duck muttered, before the flock dispersed, losing interest. Soon, the poultry returned to their usual state, appearing no different than before. The signs of battle, having occurred on the surface of the river, were washed away by the flowing water, leaving no trace behind. Everything seemed as if nothing had transpired. Only the members of the Five Elements Alliance lay buried here, having arrived with great fervor. Now reduced to a single injured man who fled in a disheveled state thanks to the teleportation scroll. However, in the shadows across the river, another figure lurked, having witnessed the entire battle unfold. I am truly fortunate, he murmured, his heart racing and filled with dread, no longer possessing the calm demeanor he once had. Even as he whispered, his body trembled slightly. Had the experts of the Five Elements Alliance not suddenly appeared, it would have been him who perished. As an eyewitness to the entire ordeal, he could grasp the terror of these poultry even more than the Five Elements Alliance members, let alone in his current state. He doubted he could cross this river even at his peak. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Even with his vast experience, he could not fathom the means that could render a flock of birds so horrifyingly powerful. As he gazed once more at the misty water courtyard, his expression shifted to one of deep apprehension and fear, retreating further away, unwilling to approach any closer. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the misty water, Yuqing reclined in a lounge chair, gently swaying, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The capabilities of these poultry had genuinely surprised him. Moreover, observing their methods of attack, it was evident that they were more than merely spirit-imbued. They seemed to exhibit unique personalities and even distinct combat techniques. Additionally, this already spirit-imbued courtyard exceeded his expectations, as it nearly isolated everything from the outside world, save for him, the master. The small carp and Chui Wei, seated in the courtyard meditating, remained entirely oblivious to the chaos of the recent battle. This skill seems rather impressive, he mused, raising a finger to consider what to enhance next. Meanwhile, in a room, Bai Duo continued to meditate, concealing her presence while employing various methods to remain hidden. This veil lasted for several hours before she cautiously withdrew it. upon sensing that the Five Elements Alliance had entirely vacated the vicinity of Shangnan City. She finally exhaled in relief. However, her actions were akin to a game of wits with the air itself. "Miss, if there's nothing urgent, please refrain from venturing outside," he reminded her the following day. As he stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the loft, his courtyard could effectively mask her presence. Logically, those pursuing Baiduo should not have been able to detect her. The only explanation for their pursuit was that Baiduo must have left the courtyard at some point, allowing them to pick up her trail. "Oh, why is that?" Baiduo couldn't help but inquire. "Within this courtyard, you are sufficiently safe. If you venture out, your safety cannot be guaranteed," Yuqing replied calmly. "Guarantee my safety?" Baiduo raised an eyebrow, then couldn't help but chuckle. She found herself at a loss for words. If her enemies truly came knocking, she did not believe Yuqing could protect her. Furthermore, whether she was within the courtyard or not made little difference. Perhaps Yuqing had set up some traps or formations in his own domain. But in the face of her enemies, such measures would be of little consequence. However, considering that Yuqing was unaware of her true identity and strength, and acted out of goodwill, she merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you." Why Yuqing paid her no mind and resumed his experiments with the four mystical creatures. His actions toward Baiduo stemmed purely from a sense of integrity. After all, he had completed his system task and acquired a remarkable skill. So he endeavored to assist her recovery as much as possible. Nothing more. In the afternoon, after a simple disguise, Baiduo left the courtyard and headed to the streets of Shangnan City to procure some medicinal herbs to hasten her recovery. While she was aware that Yuqing was an alchemist, she did not wish to owe him any favors. Additionally, the potions he concocted were rather complicated. Conveniently, she had her own means. Just as she stepped outside the courtyard, Shaoli opened her eyes and followed her. "Little one, why are you tagging along?" Baiduo asked, glancing back at the small carp with curiosity. "Master instructed me to follow you whenever you leave." Shaoli replied. Little Lear, clutching a sword nearly as tall as himself, inquired, "Are you following me?" "No, I am here to protect you." "Protect?" Chapter 52. Bring forth the owners of that flock of chickens and ducks. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Baiduo couldn't help but stifle a laugh, especially at the sight of Little Lear's earnest expression, which only made her amusement grow. "You, little one, are going to protect me? Based on what?" Baiduo bent down and playfully tapped Little Lear's forehead with her jade-like hand. Then added, "Do try not to make me laugh too hard. You little rascal, hurry back. I have matters to attend to." With that, Baiduo dismissed Little Lear and hurried towards the largest apothecary. "Humph, if it weren't for my master's instructions, I wouldn't even bother with this." Little Lear, with a childish huff, ignored Baiduo's words and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, surrounded by majestic mountains and abundant spiritual energy, atop the highest peak stood a scenic pavilion. Within the pavilion sat a strikingly handsome man with flowing white hair. His tall, slender figure exuded an ethereal presence, with bright eyes and white hair cascading down his shoulders, giving him an otherworldly charm. As if he were untouched by mortal affairs, butterflies and small birds flitted about him as he sat in tranquility. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both radiating a restrained aura. Resembling stone statues, utterly motionless, at the foot of the pavilion knelt a middle-aged man, trembling in fear with a severed arm. This man was none other than the one who lost an arm in the misty water courtyard and barely escaped with a teleportation scroll. However, despite kneeling in silence for quite some time, the white-haired man did not spare him a glance, preoccupied with the small bird in his hand while gazing at the distant sunset. It was only after the sun had set that the white-haired man lazily reclined in his chair and said, "Speak, what transpired?" At this moment, the woman who had been following him spoke in a low tone. "Reporting to the Alliance leader, we tracked Baiduo's whereabouts using a compass, but upon our arrival, we fell into an ambush." The one-armed man stammered, "All my men perished there, and even my subordinate lost an arm. It was only thanks to the teleportation scroll bestowed by the Alliance leader that I managed to escape." "An ambush? What kind of ambush? Could it be that you were using this as an excuse due to your own inadequacy?" The woman replied coldly, "I would never dare deceive the Alliance leader." The one-armed man quickly bowed his head, his voice trembling. "Moreover, not only did we fall into an ambush, but the enemy's tactics were exceedingly peculiar. We were besieged by a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. Oh, and there were even carp that resembled aquatic monsters." He recounted the events in detail. As his words concluded, the white-haired man, who had not once glanced at the one-armed man, seemed to finally take an interest. "Come here, let me see your arm." he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Alliance leader, thank you, the one-armed man replied, cautiously approaching him. The white-haired man raised his long, elegant hand, but instead of touching the wound, he placed it directly on the man's crown. The one-armed man let out a pained scream, his face contorting as he appeared to endure excruciating agony. Moments later, he lay on the ground, a mere shell of his former self, as if all life had been drained from him. Chickens, ducks, geese, and man-eating carp. Quite intriguing indeed, the white-haired man mused, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Alliance leader, if that is the case, then what he said must be true. The woman inquired, astonished. Though they may be incompetent, their strength is not insignificant in the southern region. How could chickens and ducks be so formidable? In Ichong, if I am not mistaken, we have encountered worthy opponents this time. The white-haired man replied languidly, I fear, it may require your efforts to pay them a visit. As for Bai Duo, I need not mention her. But regarding the one who assists her, do not kill him. Bring him back to me. I find his methods with chickens and ducks quite fascinating. Imagine if these little ones could also transform in such a manner, how delightful that would be. As he spoke, the birds surrounding him began to chirp excitedly. Yes, Alliance leader, I know what to do, and Ichong affirmed, leaping from the cliff before disappearing into the mist. Meanwhile, in Shangnan City, the bustling atmosphere had noticeably intensified since the Array Masters Guild established its headquarters there. On the streets of Shangnan City, two elderly men appeared. One, disheveled and carrying a wine gourd, was tugging at the other. This scruffy old man was none other than Li Bugu, the ancestor of the Tai Immortal sect. The other elder, in contrast, exuded an air of refinement, with a long white beard and a slightly aged but dignified visage. By May, heed my counsel. Accompany me to pay respects to that esteemed elder. It will do you no harm. After the 5 disciples of the Tai Immortal sect returned from the Fuyiao Empire, Li Bugu resolved to personally pay a visit to Yuqing. Coincidentally, the elder of the Qinghuan Immortal sect, whom he had not seen in years, had come to the Tai Immortal sect to reminisce, and he had brought him along. Li Bugu, if you wish to go, then go. I will wait for you at a tavern. Bai Mei retorted, shaking his sleeve in anger. As cultivators, we should embody righteousness. Flattery is not our way. If word of your actions as the ancestor of the Tai Immortal sect gets out, wouldn't that be a disgrace? What nonsense are you spouting, Bai Mei? What do you mean by flattery? Li Bugu exclaimed, his anger flaring. They have shown me kindness, and I wish to pay my respects. Moreover, I am only bringing you along out of long-standing friendship. I would not have done so for anyone else. Humph, even if he is a venerable elder, I am also an ancestor of a sect. Regardless, if you wish to go, then go. I shall not accompany you. Bai Mei scoffed. You stubborn old fool, you are as unyielding as ever, Li Bugu shouted. Just then, as the two elders continued their heated exchange, Bai Duo, as usual, arrived at the largest apothecary in Shangnan City to procure medicine. Although the herbs available here would do little to aid her recovery, every bit helped. However, when she noticed little Lear trailing behind her once again, her brow furrowed. Little one, what exactly do you want? Why do you keep following me? Bai Duo inquired, her tone laced with annoyance. I said I am here to protect you, little Lear replied, clutching his sword with a childish lilt. Bai Duo couldn't help but facepalm. This child is merely indulging in childish fantasies. The audacity of a mere child attempting to protect her was laughable. I presume you are not following me in hopes of me buying you something to eat? If so, just tell me what you want, and I shall procure it for you, Bai Duo offered, as that was the only conclusion she could reach. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression shifted dramatically. Little Lear, still clutching his sword, wiped his nose and adjusted his sagging pants. The atmosphere around them had inexplicably grown tense. The gentle breeze that had been blowing suddenly turned fierce, slicing across their faces like a blade. Chapter 53. Finally, I understand little Lear's true strength. Something is amiss. Should we investigate? The two previously quarreling elders ceased their argument at a distance, exchanging glances before swiftly disappearing from sight. On the street where Bai Duo stood, the sense of foreboding grew stronger, leaves swirling chaotically from the ground. In that moment, even the ordinary passers-by and street vendors felt the abnormality. Hurry, hurry! The vendors hastily packed up their stalls, and pedestrians quickened their pace to leave. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling street became deserted, leaving only Bai Duo and little Lear standing alone in the center. Little one, you need to leave, quickly, Bai Duo urged, her brow furrowed and her expression serious as she scanned the surroundings. Her voice tinged with urgency. Yet little Lear seemed disinclined to depart, instead taking a step closer to her. You should go. As little Lear advanced rather than retreating, Baiduo instinctively prepared to scold him. But as her words escaped her lips, she felt as though her throat had been constricted to the end of the street. An enigmatic woman clad in red had appeared, her icy demeanor fixed on Baiduo. With her arrival, the already plummeting temperature dropped even further, the ground visibly icing over, sending chills down their spines. Baiduo gazed intently at the red-clad woman, her expression revealing a blend of anxiety and defiance. If her intuition was correct, this woman was one of the two mysterious venerables from the Five Elements Alliance. Last time, when the Five Elements Alliance pursued her, she had managed to evade them using her concealment techniques, believing they would not return to Shangnan City anytime soon. Yet, to her astonishment, not only had they returned, but they had also dispatched one of their revered members. This left her perplexed in the previous pursuit. The Five Elements Alliance had not sent a single venerable. Why had they chosen to do so now? She yearned to run, yet she understood that, at this moment, the opportunity to escape seemed exceedingly bleak. The woman in red cast a cold glance at Baiduo and then languidly remarked, "Summon the person behind you." "What person behind me?" Baiduo's expression reflected her confusion. "The master who controls the chickens, ducks and geese," the woman in red replied indifferently. "Chickens, ducks, and geese. What chickens, ducks, and geese?" Baiduo's expression turned one of utmost bewilderment, as she longed to inquire, "What on earth are you talking about?" "Very well, let us first eliminate you. By killing you, we can draw out that person behind you," the woman in red stated flatly. "Wait." Just as the woman in red was about to strike, Baiduo suddenly shouted, "This child is innocent. He is merely a young boy from an ordinary family. Can you let him go?" The woman in red did not even flinch, completely disregarding Baiduo's plea. Her crimson attire left a fleeting shadow as a glimmer of cold light emerged. Enveloped by a fierce intent to kill, heading towards Baiduo, Baiduo summoned her strength, attempting to retaliate. However, the speed of the woman in red strike was too swift. Due to the aftereffects of her previous secret technique, Baiduo had only regained less than 10% of her power and was utterly incapable of withstanding that blow. In truth, she could not even discern the direction from which the woman in red was attacking. Yet, as the woman in red unleashed her strike, Baiduo had already sensed it. Even if she had been at her peak, the woman in red's prowess would likely have made her a formidable opponent. Let alone in her current state. Am I to perish here? A sense of unwillingness flickered in Baiduo's eyes. She wished to resist. She did not wish to meet her demise so easily. Yet now, her diminished powers rendered her unqualified to fight back. The disparity between them was insurmountable, making any resistance akin to merely awaiting death. However, just as she believed her fate was sealed, a melodious clashing sound resonated before her. Clang! It was the sound of blades colliding. Baiduo's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned her head, then lowered it, and beheld Xiao Lier beside her, who had drawn a blade from its sheath and intercepted the woman in red strike. No, it was not a sword that Xiao Lier wielded, but a broadsword, a horizontal blade. This broadsword had been a gift from Yuqing to Xiao Lier, and since then, she had kept it close at all times. The blade steadied itself against the woman in red strike, even causing her to stagger back 2 steps. "You?" Surprise filled Baiduo's eyes. Her lips parted slightly as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable event in the world. Xiao Lier did not glance at her, but instead focused on the woman in red. The woman in red, too, revealed an expression of astonishment. She had never anticipated that the boy she had overlooked from the beginning was the true expert. Anger welled within her. Her strike had been thwarted by a mere child, leaving her with a sense of humiliation. Yet, before she could retaliate, she found that the boy had already made his move. The broadsword shimmered, its blade gleaming as it swung directly towards her. She did not take it lightly. The sword's light surged as she aimed to counter the horizontal blade. However, she did not foresee that her strike would miss completely. The woman in red silently cursed, realizing that Xiao Lier had feigned the attack. Indeed, as she processed this, she discovered that Xiao Lier had somehow appeared beneath her feet. She widened her eyes, unable to comprehend that the attack was aimed at her lower body. By the time she sought to defend herself, it was already too late. That kick sent her reeling backward, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground as her legs skidded across it. Who says only men feel pain when struck below the belt? In that moment, the woman in red lost her previous composure, her body trembling in an awkward contortion, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Yet, as the saying goes, strike when your opponent is down. Almost instantaneously after delivering the kick, Xiao Lier continued her assault. The broadsword descended vertically upon the agonized woman in red. The latter stared wide-eyed, yet her body remained frozen, motionless, in the blink of an eye. A crimson line appeared from her forehead to her chin, blood oozing forth before she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Who? The broadsword spun gracefully through the air, then sheathed itself with a clean precision. "My master has warned me that the outside world is fraught with danger. However, considering your earlier words, you have become slightly less irritating to me." With that, Xiao Lier cradled the broadsword and resumed her journey towards the apothecary. Chapter 54. Even we may not be able to withstand that strike. Xiao Lier had already ventured some distance away. Yet Bai Duo remained rooted in place, evidently still in shock. This seemingly simple-minded child had actually killed one of the esteemed members of the Five Elements Alliance. She felt as though everything that had just transpired was a dream. Yet, the corpse lying nearby confirmed the harsh reality. Furthermore, upon reflection, Xiao Lier had not merely killed her. More accurately, it was a swift execution. For apart from blocking that one strike, Xiao Lier had employed only 2 moves from start to finish. The first move, though somewhat unglamorous, did not diminish the fact of the execution. Such power had surpassed Bai Duo's prime. With this thought, a mixture of shock and complexity crossed her features. She had attempted several times to take Xiao Lier as her apprentice, only to realize now that this prospective disciple was far stronger than she. With that, she gazed at Xiao Lier's retreating figure and hurried after her. Despite having learned of Xiao Lier's capabilities, she still held countless questions. She felt that answers could be found in Xiao Lier. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 2 elder figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. The 2 were Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Recalling the previous events, even Li Bugu had ceased his nonchalance, quickly stroking his little mustache while his small eyes darted around. "That boy's strength rivals ours. We may not even be able to withstand that strike." This, Bai Mei remarked. "Indeed, and what of the slain woman? I have never heard of anyone like her before. If I am not mistaken, she must be the mysterious figure from the Five Elements Alliance who appeared recently," Li Bugu noted, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. "The Five Elements Alliance, you say?" Bai Mei's gaze darkened, lost in thought. "The south border is likely to undergo a transformation." "Indeed." As the 2 pondered, Li Bugu suddenly tugged at Bai Mei, saying, "If that is the case, we should hasten to pay our respects to that elder." Come, let us go." "I won't go. I told you I refuse. Who do you think I am, Bai Mei?" In an instant, the 2 elders began to bicker once more, tugging and pulling as they arrived at the entrance of the Misty Water courtyard. Yuqing had been in the southern kingdom for quite some time, never taking particular measures to conceal his whereabouts. Thus, it was not difficult for capable individuals to discover where he resided. "If I am not mistaken, the elders should reside here. Hurry, let us go pay our respects," Li Bugu exclaimed excitedly. "Enough, Li Bugu." Bai Mei forcefully shook off Li Bugu's arm, retorting, "I accompanied you to the southern kingdom merely to see where the Array Masters Guild is located. Now that we are here, you can go alone. Do not drag me along. You old fool, what are you so proud of? Just don't regret it later," Li Bugu scoffed, dismissing Bai Mei as he strode towards the Misty Water courtyard. "Regret? What could I possibly regret?" Bai Mei huffed, his interest in visiting the elder Li Bugu mentioned overshadowed by a greater curiosity to engage with that remarkable Boy. Li Bugu successfully entered the courtyard. "Old Li, is that you? Long time no see." Upon seeing Li Bugu, Yuqing's excitement was palpable. Though they were not particularly close, the memory of this old fellow lingered in his mind. "Why, Yuqing? I did not expect you to remember me," Li Bugu replied, taken aback. "How could I forget? What do you say? Shall we share a drink?" Yuqing smiled. "Absolutely. I just so happen to have brought some fine wine with me," Li Bugu replied eagerly. With that, the 2, appearing as an old man and a young lad, raised their cups and began to toast. After a few rounds, Li Bugu spontaneously recounted how he had sent 5 disciples to the Fuyiao Empire some time ago. "Hee, I was hoping those 5 little rascals would gain some valuable experience and perhaps encounter an elder like you for guidance. Yet I never anticipated that you had already left the Fuyiao Empire." Li Bugu stated candidly, a hint of embarrassment in his expression. Though this, Yuqing merely smiled faintly. Such matters bore no disgrace. He recalled when he had just traversed to this world, he too had sought out powerful figures to apprentice under. Li Bugu's frankness only endeared him further, however. He had not anticipated that his 2 experimental subjects would make their escape in such a manner. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to the affairs of the Fuyiao Empire. Seeing Yuqing's understanding, Li Bugu expressed his gratitude and continued to toast him. Master, we are back. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door pushing open rang out, revealing Xiao Lier. Xiao Lier was followed closely by Baiduo. Despite having walked a considerable distance, Baiduo's heart remained unsettled, especially upon returning to this courtyard. If Xiao Lier possessed such strength, then was Yuqing, her master, truly as she had imagined? Especially as she recalled what Xiao Lier had mentioned earlier, that Xiao Lier was following her as a precautionary measure specifically arranged by Yuqing for her safety. Upon this realization, for reasons unknown, Baiduo's footsteps as she entered the courtyard grew heavy. A sense of discomfort mingled with a heat of embarrassment washed over her. Simultaneously, not far from the small courtyard, Bai Mei also caught sight of them. Initially consumed by boredom and harboring unflattering thoughts about Li Bugu, upon seeing Xiao Lier and Baiduo, his eyes widened in surprise. When he heard Xiao Lier calling out for her master at the entrance, his mouth fell agape. Even a fool could predict that the master she was calling out to was likely the esteemed figure Li Bugu intended for him to meet. After all, in the same courtyard, who else could it be? Instantly, Bai Mei felt a surge of agitation. His heart tightened uncomfortably. Although he had known Li Bugu for quite some time, he did not doubt his words. On the contrary, he understood that there must indeed be a remarkable individual involved. However, in his view, even if this individual was accomplished, their prowess should merely surpass theirs by a slight margin, after all. He was also a revered ancestor of a sect. There was no need to adopt such a deferential demeanor simply to pay respects to someone who was only marginally superior. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Lier, the sentiment shifted entirely. The brilliance of the disciple she had trained left him astounded, leading him to ponder how formidable the master must be. Unconsciously, he began to pace back and forth, his gaze intermittently darting towards the Mistwater courtyard. Why hasn't this old man come out yet? How long has it been? It's merely a visit. After the meeting, he should be able to emerge, right? Could it be that he is indulging inside? Thus, he continued to wait, pacing restlessly. After a while, when Li Bugu still had not appeared, his patience wore thin, and he promptly took out a communication jade slip. Old Li, have you come out? If not, never mind, seeing your determination. I've come to terms with it. I shall accompany you to meet that esteemed individual you mentioned. Chapter 55. Nonsense. How could the venerable ancestor of a sect be envious? However, Li Bugu was entirely oblivious to the anxious Bai Mei waiting outside. Upon witnessing Xiao Lier and Baiduo enter, he too was taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Xiao Lier was actually Yuqing's disciple. Although he was already aware of Yuqing's formidable reputation, this revelation still exceeded his expectations. After entering, Xiao Lier promptly reported the events that had transpired to Yuqing in great detail. After listening, Yuqing nodded, seemingly unfazed. He merely cast a normal glance at Baiduo. For reasons unknown, Baiduo felt a twinge of embarrassment under Yuqing's gaze. Internally, she was far from calm. Why Yuqing's composed demeanor after hearing Xiao Lier's report evidently indicated that he had long been aware of the situation and had anticipated the outcome. It was clear that Yuqing was confident. This effectively dismissed her previous notion of feeling fortunate that Xiao Lier was merely skilled due to her own efforts rather than Yuqing's influence. Now, it was apparent that this was not the case. Why Yuqing was not just an ordinary young man with some cultivation. He was a superlative existence beyond her imagination. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of complexity. She wondered whether she was fortunate to have fortuitously encountered such an individual during her time of need. Yet, recalling her previous arrogance before Yuqing, she felt a sense of absurdity. Baiduo found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed. I still have guests here. Please, take a rest, Yuqing said, noticing her awkwardness, and smiled. Thank you, Baiduo nodded, casting a glance at Li Bugu beside Yuqing before retreating into the room. Old Li, let us continue drinking, Yuqing said with a smile. Very well, senior, ha. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Mei continued to wait impatiently. Damn it, why hasn't Li Bugu come out yet? Moreover, he had not even responded to the message I sent. Bai Mei remained on the lookout in the courtyard. Several times he was tempted to knock on the door, but each time he approached, he hesitated. What would it mean to knock? It would be rude and would surely invite ridicule from Li Bugu. He straightened his posture with a sense of pride, but could not help but steal glances towards the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Yuqing and Li Bugu, engaged in laughter as they stepped outside. Come, let me take you to get some peach blossom wine, Yuqing said with a smile. Excellent. I have long heard that the peach blossom wine of the southern lands is renowned. Today, I must try it, Li Bugu exclaimed. Just as they conversed, Bai Mei suddenly coughed from a distance. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the sound, both Yuqing and Li Bugu turned their attention towards him. Bai Mei stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the distant South City, exuding an air of distant elegance. The gentle breeze lifted his long robe, and his hair billowed, showcasing an ethereal demeanor. Yet, his brows occasionally furrowed as he cast glances towards the two. Li Bugu, call me. Why don't you call me? Yuqing glanced at him, about to inquire further, when Li Bugu quickly interjected, Senior, let us hurry to get the wine. Why? Yuqing nodded, not overthinking it, and proceeded with Li Bugu towards the tavern. Seeing them about to leave, Bai Mei coughed even louder. Ahem. He coughed increasingly loudly, even expelling a mouthful of phlegm. But the two were engrossed in their conversation about wine. Paying him no heed, frustrated, Bai Mei paced back and forth, feeling as if he had collided with Li Bugu, wondering why he wouldn't come to pull him along. When he saw that the two had walked far, he stubbornly pursued them, reappearing on the roof ahead of Yuqing and Li Bugu. Adjusting his beard, he began coughing once more. Senior, please go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Seeing this, Li Bugu's expression darkened as he greeted Yuqing before hastily making his way towards Bai Mei. Bai Mei, what are you doing? Li Bugu barked that I'm doing nothing. Is it wrong for me to cough? Bai Mei replied with feigned seriousness. Coughing? I don't see that as something simple. Li Bugu frowned and then smirked. Oh, I see now. You wish to befriend that esteemed individual, don't you? Bai Mei's expression shifted, but he feigned bravado, saying, Nonsense, I have no such intentions. Suit yourself. Just don't keep hovering around. I am enjoying a delightful drink with the senior, and will likely remain in the southern lands for quite some time. If you wish to leave, please do so, Li Bugu stated before making to depart. You plan to stay for quite some time? Bai Mei immediately panicked and blocked Li Bugu's path. Cough, after much consideration, given our long-standing friendship, I see your persistence, and it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to accompany you, Bai Mei insisted, standing firm. Alas, your willingness to think this way is commendable, but I was merely anxious before meeting. Now that we have encountered the individual, companionship is unnecessary, Li Bugu replied, attempting to leave once more. Bai Mei, truly anxious now, exclaimed, No, please don't go. I can genuinely accompany you. Hearing this, Li Bugu finally noticed something amiss and turned back, looking at Bai Mei with an insightful gaze. You're not quite yourself, are you? You've been waiting outside all this time. Could it be that upon discovering the child who vanquished the Five-Element Alliance is the disciple of the esteemed one, you've changed your mind? Seeing such a formidable figure so close, are you feeling envious? Now wishing to forge a connection? Nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am not that kind of person. Bai Mei straightened his back and declared, I merely wish to accompany you out of kindness. How can you be so ungrateful? I am not lonely in the slightest and do not require your company. You may return. Li Bugu waved dismissively. You, Li Bugu, stop right there. Bai Mei's face flushed as he retorted, After so many years of acquaintance, who is the elder brother here, you or I? I said I will accompany you, and as the elder brother, my word stands. Lead the way. Without further ado, he seized Li Bugu and marched towards Yuqing's direction. You old fool, you are clearly feeling envious but refuse to admit it. Nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am the venerable ancestor of a sect. What have I to be envious about? Hurry and lead the way. The two old men bickered and finally caught up with Yuqing. Upon seeing Yuqing, Bai Mei exchanged knowing glances with Li Bugu. Li Bugu shot him a fierce glare, yet when it came time for introductions, he graciously honored Bai Mei, delighted. Bai Mei quickly bowed to Yuqing. I am unworthy. It is merely oldly as high praise. I have often heard oldly speak of the senior. Bai Mei, at your service. Chapter 56. What face do you have to desire to be a master-disciple pair? Immediately, the two old men jovially clustered around Yuqing and subsequently went to procure wine. After securing the wine, the three returned to the Mistwater courtyard to raise their cups in merriment. After a few rounds, Bai Mei grinned broadly, revealing his prominent front teeth. Senior, I have a wonderful gift for you. I believe it will be of great use. What wonderful thing is this? Intrigued by Bai Mei's mysterious tone, Yuqing could not help but inquire, as a member of the Kunlun immortal sect. My personal strength is not particularly impressive. Rather, I excel in peculiar arts, among which puppet mastery stands supreme. Upon my person rests a puppet, and today, I intend to bestow this puppet upon my esteemed senior. It shall serve as a humble aid in the Misty Water courtyard, attending to menial tasks and overseeing the premises, and when necessary, it can even run errands, Bai Mei elaborated, raising his hand as a humanoid puppet descended before the trio. Though termed a puppet, Its appearance bore no distinction from that of a living being, truly a remarkable likeness. Why Yuqing could not help but be astonished. Chang'an, come and pour the wine. Bai Mei commanded the puppet with a wave of his hand. Yes. The puppet responded obediently, respectfully pouring wine for the three individuals before standing aside in an orderly manner. This puppet, in addition to what I have just mentioned, possesses the capability to learn, should my senior have the inclination to teach. It can acquire knowledge in various arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or poetry. Most importantly, it can cultivate as well, and of course, its cultivation level may not impress my senior, but it is sufficient to deal with common miscreants. Upon concluding, Bai Mei extended his hand, stating, "This puppet has been with me for 20 years, and I have now decided to present it to my senior. You need only imprint your spiritual mark upon it, and it will be entirely at your beck and call." After hearing Bai Mei's words, even Yuqing was left momentarily speechless. Was this not akin to the artificial intelligence from the world he had traversed before? Capable of learning and assisting, it was undeniably a remarkable asset. However, a gentleman should not covet another's treasures. Though tempted, he still declined, saying, "No, no, no." Bai Mei hastily replied, "Upon meeting my senior, my admiration has surged like the relentless flow of the misty water, akin to a flood that cannot be contained. You must accept it. Should you refuse, it would imply a lack of regard for me." Bai Mei. Seeing Bai Mei's earnestness, Yuqing, genuinely fond of this item, nodded and ceased to decline. Ever since acquiring the system, he had lost some interest in merely enhancing his cultivation. Instead, he found peculiar and extraordinary objects far more captivating. This puppet would indeed serve a purpose for him, particularly as he required assistance during his experiments. If that is the case, I shall accept this item. Of course, in gratitude, should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, my good brother Bai Mei. Yuqing grinned. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei's countenance brightened instantly. Amidst laughter, he promptly raised his cup to toast Yuqing once more. It was not until the sky began to darken that the two reluctantly took their leave. However, since Bai Mei had introduced the humanoid puppet, Li Bugu's mood had been somewhat askew. After exiting the courtyard, he could no longer contain himself. Bai Mei, I must say, you truly are full of surprises. If I am not mistaken, that puppet you just showcased is one of your most prized creations from the Kunlun sect, is it not? This is akin to the treasure that guards the Kunlun sect. Did you not claim that you, Bai Mei, are a person of integrity, disdainful of flattery? Yet here you are, displaying your treasured possession. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei shot him a sidelong glance, humming a little tune, leisurely shaking his body. What is the matter? Are you feeling envious? Since my senior has made a promise to me, is it making you uncomfortable? If you have the audacity, why not give a gift as well? Humph. With that, Bai Mei walked ahead with an air of pride. Why would I feel envious? I have been acquainted with my senior for quite some time. The nature of our relationship is beyond your comprehension. Li Bugu retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Oh, and yet my senior has not made any promises to you? Bai Mei shot back. Li Bugu was at a loss for words, then mustered his resolve to say, my relationship with my senior does not require any promises. If I were to seek assistance in the future, I am confident my senior would lend a hand. Humph. Anyone can boast, Bai Mei scoffed. That is still far superior to your sycophantic ways. I know time. The two old men were engaged in a heated exchange. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yuqing was engrossed in examining the puppet. At this moment, the puppet had recognized its master and was obediently following Yuqing's commands. Not far from the entrance, Bai Duo observed Yuqing's silhouette with a complex expression. In truth, she had not entered the room at all. She had witnessed the scene of the two old men drinking with Yuqing and could not confirm their identities until Bai Mei unveiled the puppet. With the subsequent conversation, she had formally recognized the identities of the two elderly men. One was an ancestor of the Kunlun sect, and the other was an elder of the Tai sect. These two represented the pinnacle of power in the southern wilderness. However, she noted their frequent address of Yuqing as senior, even engaging in acts of flattery. Although she had understood Yuqing's exceptional nature when witnessing Shaoli slay the Five Elements Alliance's venerable, the impact was far more profound when observed firsthand. Recalling her previous demeanor in his presence, a sense of ridicule flooded her thoughts, intensifying her embarrassment. As she pondered, she bit her lip tightly, seemingly having made a decision, and approached Yuqing. Miss Bai Duo, is there something you wish to discuss? Yuqing inquired while continuing to study the puppet. Bai Duo's expression was complex. Her face flushed as she hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. Today, I wish to thank you. Yuqing nodded in response and asked, is there anything else? Baiduo hesitated, her palm clenched tightly beneath her sleeve, so much so that her fingertips turned pale. Baiduo, nervously gazing at Yuqing, finally managed to stammer, "May I inquire if the bond between master and disciple can still be established?" Hearing this, Yuqing raised his gaze to meet hers, withdrawing his thoughts from the puppet. After a brief silence, he walked to the railing, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the expanse of azure waters before him. He then retorted, "Do you not recall that since our first encounter, you have never once called me master? You have never regarded me as such?" Why Yuqing's counter left Baiduo feeling flustered, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. "Therefore, once you have recovered from your injuries, it would be best for you to take your leave," Yuqing stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Baiduo felt a wave of shame wash over her. Biting her lip as she kept her head down for an extended period before finally whispering, "Yes, of course, there is no need for such formality. As I mentioned earlier, you may take your time to recuperate before departing," Yuqing added with a warm smile. After all, when business fails, there remains the virtue of kindness. With that, he patted her shoulder and returned to the house with a smile. However, Baiduo remained rooted in place, unable to recover for a long while. Her delicate form trembled, her eyes glistening with tears, a blend of shame and regret consuming her heart. Since entering this courtyard, she had consistently underestimated Yuqing. Whether it was acknowledging him as her master or addressing him as master, her heart was filled with reluctance and even resentment. Even after he had genuinely saved her, she had never regarded him as a master. Only now, witnessing Yuqing's might and extraordinary nature, did she realize that becoming his disciple might offer immense opportunities. She had finally let go of her stubborn pride and yearned to genuinely become his disciple. Yet now, she questioned herself. By what right? What audacity did she possess? Meanwhile, Yuqing had never held it against her. He had first saved her life by neutralizing the poison and then dispatched Shaoli to slay a venerable, providing yet another life-saving favor. Even at this final juncture, he still suggested that she could recuperate before leaving. The mere thought of this left Baiduo's heart heavy with sorrow, and she understood clearly that once this opportunity was lost, it would never return. Chapter 57. My brother would never abandon me. At the entrance, Yuqing paused to glance back at Baiduo, shaking his head without uttering a word. The mere fact that they had encountered one another indicated a bond between master and disciple. Had she wished to call him master after he saved her life, he would have willingly accepted that role. Yet, many things ultimately lie beyond human control. Sometimes, choices made are simply that, choices to, as he had said, let it be regarded as a transaction. She had regained her life, and he had fulfilled his system task. The transaction complete, they each continued on their paths. The only difference being, should they cross paths in the future, she might invite him to share a drink. Meanwhile, while Yuqing enjoyed a leisurely existence, the Southern Kingdom was preparing for a grand event. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild had officially completed construction in the heart of Upper Southern City. A magnificent 9-story building had risen, becoming a landmark of the Southern Kingdom. To celebrate the completion of the Array Masters Guild headquarters, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom had decreed a grand celebration to take place in 7 days. At that time, Array Masters from throughout the Southern Wilderness would gather, alongside envoys from various nations bringing gifts, for no nation could do without Array Masters. Some sovereigns would even personally attend, both to partake in the festivities and to strengthen diplomatic relations with the Southern Kingdom. Currently, over 20 sovereigns had confirmed their attendance, including several from powerful nations. Within the Fuyiao Empire, Nangong Fuyiao sat at the head of the Fuyiao Hall, having received this news. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. After the departure of Sun Xuanji and the passing of Grand Tutor Sun, Nangong Fuyiao had to appoint someone new to oversee the Heavenly Palace. His name was Zhao Qian. The Chancellor Zhao has sent a decree to the Southern Kingdom, stating that I shall also attend to offer my congratulations, Nangong Fuyiao remarked. Your Majesty, previously we had planned to attack the Southern Kingdom. They are likely still wary of us. Your visit may not be prudent. Zhao Qian cautioned. The Southern Kingdom, humph, what does it matter? In the Southern realm, power flourishes, and it is not without reason. If not for my brother, what would the Southern Kingdom amount to? Nangong Fuyiao exclaimed in anger. Indeed, Prince Qing is the brother of His Majesty. Regardless of the circumstances, no bond is stronger than that between the Emperor and Prince Qing, Zhao Qian quickly interjected. However, while His Majesty may not regard Nanshuri highly, Prince Qing is still quite upset with the Emperor. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, revealing his deep concern. You do not understand, Nangong Fuyiao replied solemnly. You have no comprehension of the bond we share as siblings, nor of the trials we have endured together. Yes, he is indeed still angry with me, but it is to blame on my failure to sincerely apologize. Thus, my visit is ostensibly to offer congratulations. Yet in truth, I intend to bring my brother back. I shall take his favorite wine and gifts, and I will inform him that two malevolent beings have declared their intent to claim my life. If he learns of this, he will not abandon me. He will always be reluctant to part with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin felt a sense of relief. Although misunderstandings exist between Prince Qing and His Majesty, I believe they will soon reconcile. I shall make preparations at once. We will set off shortly. Nangong Fuyiao nodded in agreement. After Zhao Qin withdrew, her brow knitted once more, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the back of Fuyiao Palace. That reborn by Xian claimed to handle something for her, yet he has yet to return. How much time has passed? Where could he have gone? Surely he hasn't fled. Damn it. Nangong Fuyiao furrowed her brow tightly. She had invested considerable resources to aid his recovery. If he has truly run away, it would be a significant loss for the Fuyiao Empire. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days had gone by. As the grand festivities of the Southern Kingdom drew near, the entire region became extraordinarily lively. Not far from Shangnan City, atop a mist-shrouded peak, 2 figures appeared. One man, with hair as white as snow, had several brightly colored birds chirping upon his shoulder. The other, clad in black, followed silently behind him, his expression inscrutable. "And Aishang is dead. This situation has grown intriguing," the white-haired man mused. Teasing the birds with his hand, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth despite the loss of a trusted subordinate. "Why, lord, should I make another trip?" the black-clad man inquired respectfully. "No need. Since an Aishang has met his end, your journey would merely lead to a similar fate," the white-haired man replied languidly. "Let us go. You and I shall personally pay a visit to the masters of those foul. With an Aishang's demise, I find myself in desperate need of capable individuals, and the grand celebrations of the Southern Kingdom align perfectly with my intentions, do they not? If our lord takes action personally, it is certain that he will sweep aside any opposition in the southern border," the black-clad man remarked with excitement. "Spare me the flattery. Let us depart." With the white-haired man's indifferent voice, the two vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear within Shangnan City. Chapter 58. Not a monkey, but a demon. Within Shangnan City, the white-haired man and his black-clad guardian appeared without a sound. "Leave." A commanding voice emerged from the black-clad guardian, causing the surrounding crowd to erupt in chaos, their heads buzzing. Within moments, the once bustling street lay empty, save for the 2 figures. This diminutive Shangnan City is indeed a fine place, brimming with fortune. Starting from here seems a splendid choice. As he spoke, the white-haired man playfully rolled his tongue before gently plucking a bird from his shoulder, savoring it as though it were a delicacy. Swallowing it whole along with its feathers, his elongated fingers curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a lingering taste of satisfaction. "Why, lord, what shall we do next?" the black-clad guardian inquired respectfully. "We shall split up. You seek out those foolish monarchs, while I will endeavor to locate that mysterious individual. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to bring him into my fold." As he spoke, a sinister aura radiated from him, and a hint of malice flickered across his fair visage. "And what of Bai Duo?" the black-clad guardian asked. She is no longer of importance," the white-haired man waved dismissively. "Understood, my lord," the black-clad guardian acknowledged, before vanishing without a trace. On the street, there seemed to be no evidence of their passage. Even those who had been scattered appeared to have forgotten the encounter. In the Mosui courtyard, Yuqing was engrossed in the study of puppetry. The day after parting with Bai Mei, he eagerly applied the transmutation technique to his puppets. While the puppets appeared unchanged on the surface, they were entirely different from before. Meanwhile, one of the 4 great demons, Emo San San, knelt before him. "Drink this potion," Yuqing commanded, looking down upon him. "Why, must it be me?" Emo San San whimpered, lamenting. "There are 4 of us, and I am the most obedient, gentle, honest, and cooperative among us." Sob. In a desperate bid to avoid testing the potion, Emo San San was prepared to utter anything. "It is precisely because you are the cleverest that you are the first to drink," Yuqing stated. "Enough of this," Emo San San pleaded with imploring eyes. Yuqing's expression darkened. Seeing this, Emo San San wasted no time in downing the potion. "How do you feel?" Yuqing inquired anxiously once he had finished. This was the culmination of many trials and errors in his potion-making endeavors. "It itches." Emo San San scratched his body, visible red rashes emerging across his skin. As he spoke, His lips, having just come into contact with the potion, became swollen, as if scalded by boiling water, and then, Yuqing pressed, eager for further details. There is more. Emo Sensan began to mention numbness in his limbs, but suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his veins. Rejuvenating his blood in mere moments, the cultivation he had lost while suppressed in the Fuyiao Empire began to return rapidly. Not only that, but he surged toward the next critical threshold in an instant. A terrifying demonic energy enveloped the entire courtyard. Were it not for the fact that the Moshui courtyard had already undergone transmutation, the mere presence of this demonic aura could have plunged all of Shangnan City into chaos. Demons? How can there be demonic energy? Baiduo, practicing in the courtyard, immediately sensed the aura and rushed to its source. Are those the monkeys I raised? They are not monkeys, but demons? He has been raising demons in his home and using them for potion testing? Baiduo gazed incredulously at Emo San, then turned her astonished gaze toward Yuqing. Having lived with Yuqing for so long, she was aware of his alchemical pursuits and the torment he inflicted upon the four for the sake of testing potions. She had once naively believed them to be mere monkeys, only now did she realize that they were all demons. Recalling how the four demons had trembled before Yuqing, Baiduo felt a surge of shock. Simultaneously, she noticed that the demonic energy emanating from Emo San was intensifying, pressing down upon her and making it difficult to breathe. Nearby, the young Koi and Chui Wei exchanged glances. Is this what demons are like? Chui Wei exclaimed in astonishment. The master has actually been testing potions on demons, yet Koi, perhaps due to her youth, appeared relatively unfazed. Ha ha ha, not only have I recovered, but I have also broken through. Moments later, Emo San burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he turned to Yuqing in an instant. He knelt before Yuqing, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. I am immensely grateful in that moment. Emo San's address shifted completely. Having been suppressed beneath the Fuyiao imperial capital for so many years, his cultivation had steadily declined, which only emphasized his excitement at this breakthrough. Seems this potion has indeed been successfully concocted. A smile of reassurance spread across Yuqing's face, but as he observed the side effects still plaguing Emo San even after his breakthrough, he remarked, while the side effects may be somewhat pronounced, what of it? If it proves useful, that is all that matters. You may return now, and be sure to summon that Emo Xiaoxi to drink the potion as well. But remember, do not think that just because you have broken through, you are exempt from further testing. You must continue to obediently partake in the trials. Yes, master, please feel free to test the potions on me. Do not let my brothers endure such suffering. Allow me to bear it alone. Emo San knelt earnestly, his tone sincere. This caused Yuqing to chuckle, and he waved his hand, sending him back to the small dark room. After his breakthrough, Emo San's demeanor transformed, striding with an air of confidence. Such behavior would only be tolerated in Yuqing's presence. Outside, he would surely face reprimand. Back in the small dark room, the two who had previously succumbed to slumber during the last trial awoke just in time. Remembering the torment they endured during the last potion test, their resentment towards Emo San and Emo Xiaoxi grew even deeper. Emo San, Emo Xiaoxi, may you both meet a miserable end. You traitors shall not find peace. The elder and the second cursed vehemently. Heaven knows the tribulations they have endured during this period, especially since Emo San remarked that one possesses formidable cultivation while the other is robust and strong. Yuqing has indeed been relentless in his efforts to fortify the two of them. Not a single day has passed without side effects plaguing their bodies. Previously, when confronted with the scorn of the eldest and second brothers, Emo San and Emo Xiaoxi could only bow their heads in silence, too intimidated to speak. Yet this time, faced with the insults from the eldest and second brothers, Emo San merely cast them a sidelong glance. A look that conveyed sheer ignorance. Subsequently, he puffed out his chest slightly and silently revealed his cultivation. Confined within the small dark room, due to the isolation imposed by the Mi Shui courtyard, all breath of their presence was cut off. They were unaware that Emo San had made a breakthrough. Therefore, when the aura emanating from Emo San manifested, the other three demons were immediately engulfed in incredulity. You have restored your cultivation, and not only that, you've advanced further? Emo San nodded with an air of pride, then settled into a corner, crossing his legs. How could this be? The other demons were incredulous. But Emo Xiaoxi quickly deduced the cause, exclaiming, it must be the medicine. The medicine has elevated your abilities. Indeed, Emo San affirmed with a nod. Oh, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily inquired. Third brother, what kind of medicine is it? Feeling the aura radiating from Emo San, he was genuinely envious. Both had been suppressed in the Fuyiao Empire for many years. Now that Emo San had not only recovered but also advanced, how could he not desire the same? Observing Emo Xiaoxi's eager demeanor, Emo San did not respond immediately but instead summoned Emo Xiaoxi, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and speaking earnestly. Little fourth, let me speak frankly, do you know why I chose to head south after escaping from the Fuyiao Empire? Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaoxi's eyes lit up with disbelief. Could it be? Indeed, Emo San affirmed. You see, when we emerged from the seals of the Fuyiao Empire, our strength was almost non-existent, and we found ourselves in human territory. What were we to do? Return to the realm of demons. But we were exiled from there, and that path was closed to us. Remaining in human territory would only lead to further imprisonment or being hunted down by humans. Ultimately, I calculated that there was great fortune waiting for us in the south, and thus I resolutely led us in that direction. After listening to Emo San, Emo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Alas, Emo San sighed, continuing, it is also my fault for not mentioning this sooner. After all, I foresaw that to witness the blooming of flowers, one must endure numerous trials. I feared that if I told you in advance, you might not withstand these tribulations. As Emo Xiaoxi listened, his face expressed profound emotion and shame. Third brother, did you truly have everything under control? You managed to think of so much? How foolish I was to resent you for bringing me to the south, ending up in the hands of demons. It turns out you did all this for my benefit. All is well now. All is well, Emo San said with a sense of relief. Everything is in the past. I have already spoken favorably on your behalf to the master. He has agreed to help you restore your strength. You should go now. Really? Emo Xiaoxi was filled with excitement. Of course it's true. Go quickly. Emo San urged. Emo Xiaoxi hurriedly exited the small dark room. As time passed slowly, when he returned, although the side effects were more pronounced, his aura was evidently restored and even enhanced. Third brother, allow me to bow to you. At that moment, Emo Xiaoxi gazed upon Emo San with unbridled admiration. Meanwhile, the eldest and second brothers looked on in stunned disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. When did the third brother become so formidable? At that moment, Emo San's gaze fell upon them. After a long sigh, he remarked, eldest and second brothers, I understand that you harbor grievances against me. However, given the current circumstances, let me reveal the truth to you. The truth? What truth? The eldest and second brothers exchanged puzzled glances. Emo San spoke slowly. Although you have not been sealed and your cultivation remains intact, we have been cast out from the realm of demons and can only wander aimlessly in human territory. But what of the future? This soul-searching question truly stumped the eldest and second brothers. They had never contemplated the future. Do you think I lured you here, just to subject you to hardship? Emo San continued. You are gravely mistaken. Yes, your brother, I fear for your uncertain fate. That one day you might fall victim to a human power and end up sealed once more. That is why I devised this plan to bring you here, to seek refuge with a worthy master. After all, if we two can make a breakthrough, why can't you too? These words struck the eldest and second brothers profoundly. Upon reflection, there was indeed merit in Emo San's assertions. Demons and humans are inherently adversarial. These years have been spent walking on a knife's edge, facing numerous deadly encounters with humans, barely escaping with their lives. Thus, I took the liberty of choosing a master for you and determining your future path. However, I feared you would refuse or reject this, and so, as he spoke, Emo San covered his face and bowed his head, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. Observing Emo San's pitiable demeanor, the eldest and second brothers felt their hearts soften. Third brother, is what you say truly so? The eldest could not help but inquire. Do not doubt him, Emo Xiaoxi interjected. Third brother has borne so much for us. How can you still question him? The eldest and second brothers exchanged glances, unsure, but Emo San's reasoning held some merit, and they could scarcely find any flaws in his argument. They felt a mix of guilt toward Emo San. Third brother, you have truly endured much. We brothers have wronged you. On that day, Emo San knelt before Yuqing, recounting the conversation that transpired in the small dark room in its entirety. Master, we have all resolved to genuinely commit ourselves to your service, and we hope you will accept us. Wherever you direct us, we shall follow without question. If you command us to slay chickens, we shall not harm dogs. If you require us to test medicines, we shall do so willingly. As long as you are willing, we will serve as your loyal companions, and we willingly accept the mark of servitude. We do not seek anything in return, only that you may succeed in your endeavors and elevate us further." Having spoken, San bowed deeply before Yuqing, sitting languidly in a recliner. Yuqing regarded San with a knowing gaze. It must be said, this fellow is indeed talented. Moreover, he is quite astute, knowing well the difficulties that demons face in the human realm. By willingly offering himself as a servant and accepting the mark of servitude, he demonstrates his understanding of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, Yuqing acquiesced to San's request. Firstly, he indeed required subjects for long-term experimentation. Secondly, with the mark of servitude in place, there would be no fear of rebellion, as a mere thought would suffice to reduce them to ashes. Lastly, at times, demons can be more reliable than humans. Yuqing extended his hand, hovering it in the air. Upon seeing this, San's face brightened, and he eagerly leaned forward, placing his head beneath Yuqing's palm. With a slight pressure, a radiant mark was inscribed into San's mind. After a brief moment of daze, he knelt heavily on the ground. San pays respects to the master. Rise, and summon the others. Yuqing instructed. Yes, master. I shall do so immediately, San replied excitedly as he hurried back to the small dark room. Returning with Xiaoxi and the others, Yuqing then marked each of them with the mark of servitude. Thus, the 4 demons were collectively brought under Yuqing's command. You may come to me for experimentation whenever you wish. And when you do not require such, you may roam freely in the vicinity, Yuqing stated. Since the mark of servitude had been established, he granted them a measure of freedom, rather than confining them to the small dark room perpetually. Thank you, master. The 4 demons responded with excitement. As time gradually passed, the bustling atmosphere of Upper South City intensified. Many emperors from various nations had already arrived in the city. In anticipation, Nanshi had long ago designated a parcel of land in Upper South City, undertaking extensive construction to erect a series of interconnected palaces, collectively referred to as the Hall of Many Emperors. This complex was divided into dozens of grand halls, each allocated to the emperors from different nations. Thus, the Hall of Many Emperors was not only heavily guarded by the forces of the Southern Kingdom, but the troops brought by other nations had also reinforced the defenses, creating an impenetrable fortress. The Earthen Emperor's Hall served as the temporary residence of the Emperor of the Earth Kingdom. Though the Earth Kingdom was situated in a remote area, its people were known for their fierce nature and martial prowess, which meant that only those with true strength could claim the title of emperor there. However, at this moment, within the heavily fortified Earthen Emperor's Hall, a figure clad in black appeared silently. Who are you? Emperor Zhao Guang of the Earth Kingdom demanded, his face betraying a look of vigilance, for he could not fathom how this stranger had managed to appear unnoticed. There is no need for alarm. Earth Sovereign, I have come to discuss a collaboration, the cloaked figure replied straightforwardly. Collaboration? I do not even know who you are. What could we possibly collaborate on? The Earth Sovereign scoffed. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether the Earth Sovereign is willing to alter the existing dynamics of South Jiang, to subjugate those nations that overshadow the Earth Kingdom, such as the current Southern Kingdom. The black-clad figure stated languidly. Alter the dynamics of South Jiang? The Earth Sovereign was momentarily taken aback by the figure's words, but after hearing the latter part, he could not help but raise his head and inquire. Are you out of your mind? The figure merely smiled coldly, then, for imperial seals manifested in his hands. The Earth Sovereign was astonished once more. As an emperor himself, he recognized the authenticity of the 4 seals, especially the imperial aura that surged around them, which could not be feigned. This indicated that prior to his arrival, 4 emperors had already formed an alliance with this black-clad figure and had willingly surrendered their seals. The Earth Sovereign quickly processed a wealth of information. Narrowing his eyes at the figure, he pondered for a long moment before asking in a low voice, "Be clear. What exactly do you mean?" Noticing that the Earth Sovereign was evidently intrigued, the figure smiled slyly. It is quite literal. South Jiang has remained unchanged for too long. A territory as vast as this does not require so many nations. Therefore, it won't be long before most nations are obliterated, leaving only a select few loyal to us. So, Earth Sovereign, will you choose obliteration? Or do you wish to become one of the few remaining great powers after the reconfiguration of South Jiang? The figure's words seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, yet they also greatly shocked the Earth Sovereign. So, what will it be? Make a choice now. Will you face obliteration or pledge your loyalty to us and ultimately become one of the true elites of South Jiang? Humph, your words are but beguiling nonsense. Do not think you can intimidate me with a few imperial seals. The Earth Sovereign scoffed, his voice resolute. If you do not believe me, then I shall assume the Earth Sovereign has made his choice. The figure retorted coldly before turning to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, he was called back by the Earth Sovereign. The figure's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to face the Earth Sovereign. How can I trust you? The Earth Sovereign scrutinized him from head to toe. Let me offer you this. You shall surely believe now. With a wave of his hand, a burst of light darted forth and landed in the Earth Sovereign's grasp. Upon inspection, the Earth Sovereign's expression shifted to one of shock. A spirit artifact. Indeed, should you agree, this spirit artifact shall be yours. Of course, this is merely the bare minimum benefit for aligning with us. The figure remarked leisurely. The Earth Sovereign, upon hearing this, felt his breath quicken. Though he was a ruler, even with the might of his kingdom, acquiring a spirit artifact was nearly impossible, as they were monopolized by the immortal sects and strictly forbidden from circulating outside their confines. The mere fact that this individual could produce a spirit artifact was enough to astonish the Earth Sovereign. With such an artifact, his power could multiply several times over. However, despite the apparent multitude of nations in South Jiang, the true power brokers remained hidden within the immortal sections. If you wish to alter the dynamics of South Jiang, you must first contend with the immortal sects. Merely controlling a few nations amounts to little. At this moment, the Earth Sovereign spoke up again. The immortal sects? Ha 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 ha. The black-clad figure laughed coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. With our leader in place, what do the immortal sects count for? I am unafraid to inform you that we have already destroyed one of them. The likes of the Tai Immortal Sect and the Chinquan Immortal Sect will soon follow. It is merely a matter of time. When it occurs depends solely on our leader's mood. Ha 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 ha, your leader? The Earth Sovereign could not help but inquire to ask for who our leader is. You are not yet qualified to know. Once you become one of us, perhaps you will have the chance to meet him. Until then, you only need to understand this. With our leader present, nothing is beyond reach. He embodies invincibility, capable of sweeping across all of South Jiang with a mere gesture. Simultaneously, not far from the Mistwater courtyard, a white-haired man appeared quietly on a nearby pavilion. Is this the place? He mused, admiring the picturesque scenery of the courtyard. What a pity it would be to destroy such beauty. However, when dealing with those who possess a modicum of strength, I prefer to crush them from the onset, erasing their confidence entirely. Therefore, if you manage to survive, you may be worthy to follow me. In an instant, the white-haired man extended his slender hand into the air, summoning a massive palm print that loomed 100 feet above the Mistwater courtyard. He then brought it crashing down with a savage smile. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. Without a word, he turned on his heel and fled. Mamma mia, I was wrong. For as his hand descended, 6 beams of light shot into the sky, effortlessly dissipating his strike. Each beam radiated an aura that made him tremble with apprehension. One of them bore no trace of humanity, resembling a corpse, yet its explosive might was enough to send shivers down his spine. Another was a small boy wielding a knife, whose weapon instilled a sense of terror within the white-haired man. The remaining 4 emanated a power that seemed to rival his own, yet they instilled a primal fear deep within his soul. This could only signify a natural bloodline suppression. His strike had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, and deadly hornets surged forth in a furious swarm. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired man realized he had stepped into a perilous situation. Under the threat of death, he lost all semblance of calm, fleeing for his life until he was far beyond the borders of Upper South City. As he ran, he could not help but lament his misfortune, cursing his ill fate for encountering such overwhelming odds upon his return. Yet, despite his rapid pace, the pursuers were even quicker, especially the emotionless being devoid of humanity, who surged ahead and hurled a fist toward him. This punch seemed to freeze time and space, cutting off all avenues of escape and instantly reducing his head to a pulp. With a resounding crash, it seemed the white-haired man was doomed to perish. However, accompanied by a surge of demonic energy, he revealed his true form. A serpentine creature, a 9-headed hydra stretching 100 feet long. Yet at that moment, only 6 heads remained. One had been obliterated by the puppet, Chang'an, while the other 2 had been lost long before. In legend, the 9-headed hydra was known as the Undying Corpse Worm, possessing 9 lives. Not dead? How splendid, brothers! Quickly, join the fray. Among the pursuers, the 4 great demons were visibly elated upon seeing the hydra still alive. Having just allied with Yuqing, they were eager to prove themselves. Fearing that Chang'an might eliminate it with a single blow, leaving them with no merit, Thus, without a second thought, the four demons charged toward the Hydra. Weakened by the loss of one head, the Hydra was quickly overwhelmed, with each demon destroying a head in mere moments, leaving only two. Just then, a flash of blade light appeared as Xiao Li's knife descended, severing the last remaining head. Do not kill it. Capture it to serve as a test subject for the master. As Chang'an prepared to act once more, Imo Sanson shouted. Chang'an tilted his head, a look of contemplation crossing his face, then summoned a formidable force that enveloped the nine-headed Hydra. Under this immense pressure, the colossal creature was forcibly compressed to a mere half-foot in size, and he seized it by its vital point, dragging it back. When the six of them returned, Yuqing, seated in the courtyard, had not even begun his tea when he saw them approach. Master, teacher, we have captured a small nine-headed Hydra for you, which can serve as a test subject for your experiments, Imo Sanson said, a sycophantic smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Yuqing cast a glance of approval at Imo Sanson. Indeed, I have had the pleasure of sampling Baiduo's concoctions, but the four great demons have yet to provide any for me to test upon a demon. Very well, let us use it for experimentation. At this moment, the nine-headed Hydra, pinned beneath Chang'an's foot, flicked its tongue in fury, its cold gaze flashing with murderous intent. Human, cursed human, release me at once. Do you know who I am? I, the Hydra, serve as the earthly representative of the demon clan. We are devoted to our kind, and within my being flows the blood of demons, signifying my allegiance to them. Should you choose not to release me, and if my kin were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly come to lay waste to this place, turning you into mere sustenance for the demons. Ah, and you possess half of the demon blood? Upon hearing this, Yuqing felt a sudden intrigue. While the four great demons sensed an opportunity for amusement, Imo Sanson squatted down, seizing the serpent's head, and with a knowing tone remarked, "Little reptile, would you care to see what we truly are?" At that moment, the four demons unleashed their demonic aura. As the aura enveloped the surroundings, the Hydra's eyes widened, feeling its soul tremble under the weight of the bloodline suppression. You, despite having sensed the bloodline pressure from the four demons before, it had not crossed the Hydra's mind that it was, in fact, facing demons. Enough, you may disperse for now. I have a potion here. Let us conduct a small experiment with him. Once the crowd respectfully retreated, Yuqing grasped the Hydra and poured a large bowl of medicinal liquor down its throat. Before long, the Hydra was reduced to a state of near demise, helplessly held in Yuqing's grip. As senior, at that moment, Baiduo approached, hesitating to intrude upon Yuqing's task. It's all right. Speak your mind, Yuqing said, continuing to manipulate the Hydra in his hands. There is a matter I have pondered for some time. One I believe is crucial to the safety of the entire southern region. Baiduo replied with a furrowed brow. Oh? A matter of such significance? Yuqing raised his head in interest. Baiduo solemnly nodded, stating, although this issue does not directly involve you, I feel it necessary to inform you, as you reside within the southern region. Subsequently, Baiduo relayed the details. Upon completion, Yuqing's pupils narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that a Five Elements alliance has emerged in the southern region? Aside from the two sovereigns, there exists a mysterious leader whose strength may surpass even that of the immortal sect. Indeed, their power is formidable, potentially rivaling your own, Baiduo responded with grave seriousness. As she observed Yuqing struggling to administer the potion, she swiftly moved to assist by holding the serpent's head, continuing, if I am not mistaken, this enigmatic figure harbors grand schemes against the southern region. Chapter 62. Allowing your Fuyiao Empire to become the greatest nation. How did you come to know all this? Yuqing inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Baiduo's expression dimmed as she lowered her gaze. I was originally an elder of Feiyun, the sect that was annihilated by him. I am the last survivor of our entire clan. Before the sect leader passed, he entrusted me with the treasured artifact, the Gathering Cloud Cauldron, and the key to our sect's treasury, which holds the legacy of countless years. He told me that as long as the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the treasury remain, Feiyun shall endure, and even if I am the sole survivor, I can one day rebuild our sect. However, the Five Elements Alliance seeks to eradicate us entirely, pursuing me to seize the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the treasury key. In my injured state, I encountered you, senior, Baiduo recounted in detail. I see. Yuqing nodded, quickly offering her some words of comfort. By the way, is this serpent part of the Five Elements Alliance? Yuqing asked. Gripping the serpent's head. No, it likely is not. Baiduo shook her head, as in her understanding, the Five Elements Alliance did not include serpent demons. Ah, then it seems this serpent is not here to trouble you. Yuqing nodded, having sensed that this serpent had clearly targeted him from the outset. Let us return to discussing this mysterious individual you mentioned. When he attacked your sect, did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? Yuqing inquired further. He was far too powerful. His true form only manifested once, and I could not discern it clearly, only that he was a mysterious man, Duo replied. Your strength is commendable. To be unable to perceive his true form indicates he possesses considerable power. We must indeed be cautious, Yuqing remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. After a pause, he shoved another mouthful of potion into the Hydra's mouth. Duo glanced at him and quickly assisted in holding the serpent's head. This man has a deep-seated vendetta against me. The sole purpose for my existence now is to exact vengeance upon him. To tear him apart, Duo declared, her forehead veins visibly throbbing as her grip instinctively tightened. Whether due to the potion or Duo's force, the Hydra writhed in response. Thank you for sharing this information with me, Yuqing said, and I wish you success in rebuilding the Fuyiao sect. However, given the commotion caused by the Five Elements Alliance, it is likely that other sects are already aware and have devised countermeasures. Therefore, I believe the southern region will not face any grave issues, and I trust that one day you will have your revenge. Thank you for your comforting words, Senior. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Emperors, several sovereigns had taken residence, including Nangong Fuyiao, who had arrived from the Fuyiao Empire. Although the Fuyiao Empire had previously launched military actions against the Southern Kingdom, they were met with courtesy upon their arrival. At least on the surface, this upper southern city is truly vibrant and bustling. Upon entering the hall, the newly appointed head of the Heavenly Palace, Zhao Qian, could not help but express his admiration for the prosperity he witnessed. Even as a seasoned individual, be silent. This upper southern city was merely a speck on the map, thriving solely due to the presence of the Array Masters Guild, and it is all thanks to my brother. Nangong Fuyiao replied, her tone heavy, yet the bitterness and jealousy seeped through her words. All of this should have belonged to our Fuyiao Empire. Zhao Qian realized he had misspoken and quickly knelt in apology. However, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly turned icy. A man cloaked in black appeared unexpectedly. Who goes there? Zhao Qian drew his sword, placing himself protectively in front of Nangong Fuyiao. The black-clad man cast a disdainful glance in his direction, effortlessly sending Zhao Qian flying with a wave of his sleeve. Raising your head now, Fuyiao the Empress, I know you harbor many questions, but there is no need for alarm. I have come to discuss a partnership. Observing the vibrancy of Upper Southern City, he continued, does it not feel rather disheartening? This all seems like it was meant to belong to your Fuyiao Empire. So, what do you think? Would you like to see the Southern Kingdom vanish from this world? The black-clad man's words immediately struck a chord with Nangong Fuyiao. Is this for real? She asked. Absolutely, he replied with a smile. But you have yet to inform me of your identity. She pressed. The specifics of my identity are inconsequential to you. You only need to know that we are preparing to alter the landscape of the southern region, leaving behind only those nations willing to pledge their loyalty to us. And you, Empress Fuyiao, are among those we have chosen, the black-clad man stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's eyes widened in astonishment, excitement and exhilaration bubbling within her. How might I show my loyalty to you? She inquired. It's quite simple. First, you must present us with the imperial seal. We have need of it, and I will inform you of our subsequent actions later, the black-clad man replied candidly. The imperial seal? Nangong Fuyiao frowned at the mention. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, but can you truly contend with the immortal sect? Surely they will not remain uninvolved. Ha ha ha, the immortal sect. What does that even matter? This so-called speck on the map, what right do a few small sects have to call themselves an immortal sect? To be frank, the Fuyiao sect has already been obliterated by us. Behold, this spiritual weapon was seized from the Fuyiao sect. As he spoke, the black-clad man produced a long sword, radiating a faint glow, exuding an aura far beyond that of an ordinary weapon. If you are willing, I will gift you this spiritual weapon, he declared. Tossing it to Nangong Fuyiao with ease, upon receiving the spiritual weapon, her face lit up with excitement, for it was indeed a genuine artifact. This spiritual weapon is merely the most modest reward for our allegiance. Once our plan succeeds, you will be one of the most prominent emperors in the southern region, the black-clad man remarked, casting a lingering glance at Nangong Fuyiao before embellishing his words. Suppressing my excitement, Nangong Fuyiao maintained a composed facade and asked, one final question. Such a grand endeavor must involve more than just you, correct? Of course, we are part of a vast alliance. Led by a wise and powerful leader, the black-clad man replied. Leader? Indeed. Our leader possesses immense strength. With him at the helm, annihilating several immortal sects and subjugating the southern region is a trivial matter. Thus, aligning with us entails no risk, the black-clad man assured her. Such an existence truly astounds. In Nangong Fuyiao's eyes, a gleam sparkled, and her excitement was impossible to conceal in that fleeting moment. She sensed her horizons had expanded significantly before such a remarkable figure. What did the mere southern kingdom and its humble mage guild amount to? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, Nangong Fuyiao declared, producing the imperial seal with palpable exhilaration. Your Majesty, this is ill-advised. The imperial seal is of utmost significance, pertaining to the very fate of my Fuyiao nation. Do not heed this individual's deceitful words. At that moment, Zhao Qian, gravely injured, struggled to rise from the ground, his expression fraught with urgency as he cried out. Yet, as soon as his words fell, a flash of sword light erupted from the black-clad man's hand. Zhao Qian's heart was instantly pierced, and he collapsed to the earth. Nangong Fuyiao's countenance darkened, and just as she was about to speak, the black-clad man interrupted, saying, What, do you have an objection? A matter decided by the emperor is beyond the scope of a mere subject to contest. Besides, such a minor character can simply be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's expression softened. You are correct. The imperial seal is yours. With that, she presented the seal with reverence. As the black-clad man accepted the seal, a smirk graced his lips. Excellent. You are the most astute and resolute of the emperors I have encountered. I hold you in high esteem. Once our objectives are achieved, I shall elevate the Fuyiao Empire to become the largest nation in the southern frontier. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao was overwhelmed with excitement. As if she could already envision a future where she stood above all, and she hastily bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. Chapter 63. Emo San San, a naturally enchanting body? After a considerable time, the black-clad man finally exited the assembly hall of the emperors. Gazing at the national imperial seal he had just acquired from Nangong Fuyiao, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. The final objective has been successfully accomplished. I have not disgraced the mission of the alliance leader. I await only their command, and the southern frontier shall belong to my Five Elements alliance. Contemplating this, the black-clad man's smile grew ever more pronounced. He then retrieved a jade slip, preparing to report back to his alliance leader. However, after waiting for quite some time, he received no response. Wasn't the leader supposed to subdue the one aiding by duo? Given the time that has passed, they should have subdued their opponent. Why is there suddenly no news? The black-clad man's face was filled with perplexity. Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern, never considering that his alliance leader might encounter unexpected difficulties. Instead, he chose a location in Shangnan City and patiently awaited further instructions from the leader. Simultaneously, in the Mosui courtyard, Yuqing observed the newly stabilized Emo San San post-breakthrough and felt something was distinctly different. It appeared more alluring. Yes, it had indeed become enchanting. Though he had sensed this before, it now seemed even more pronounced, as its appearance had a somewhat effeminate air compared to the other three demons. However, after Emo San San's breakthrough, this feeling intensified. What's with this effeminacy? Yuqing couldn't help but inquire. Emo San San shyly scratched its head. Beside them, Emo Xiaoxi quickly interjected, reporting to the master. This is the third one's innate Dao rule talent. Innate Dao rule talent? Upon hearing this, Yuqing slightly parted his lips. He had some understanding of the term. It is well known that human realms are categorized into acquired. Innate, human wasteland, earth wasteland, heaven wasteland, moon wasteland, and sun wasteland. In simpler terms, these correspond to the sun, moon, earth, and humanity. In a place like the Fuyiao Empire, achieving the heaven wasteland realm could position one as the leader of a sect. Meanwhile, the sun wasteland realm serves as the pinnacle of the secular world in the southern frontier. 20 years prior, during his conquest of the Three Kings, Yuqing himself was at the sun wasteland realm. Yet even then, he recognized that these so-called classifications of sun, moon, earth, and humanity were merely superficial terms in secular cultivation. Their understanding of cultivation was limited, merely grasping some basic techniques to enhance their physical strength, allowing them to store a modicum of spiritual energy within their meridians and acupoints for combat. This, however, cannot truly be considered as genuine cultivators. Why, then, do sects like Tai Xian Men and Qian Kuan Xian Men surpass these secular nations? Even a single disciple from such sects can command the respect of a national ruler. This is because these so-called sects possess the authentic methods of cultivation, deserving the title of true cultivators. Their disciples can effortlessly break through to realms unattainable by ordinary individuals, embarking on the genuine path of cultivation. Their realms are divided into perceptual spirit, primordial Dan, opening acupoints, touching the heavens, transcending the heavens, divine abilities, chaos, saints, and supreme realms. Each realm further subdivides into lower, upper, and perfected stages. The understanding of cultivators in this realm diverges from Yuqing's preconceived notions. In his previous understanding, cultivators acted against the natural order. Yet in this realm, cultivators align themselves with it. Thus, upon reaching certain realms, they receive blessings from the Tao. The initial blessing is that of the primordial Dan realm, which is none other than the innate Tao rule talent. This talent allows all beings, upon entering the primordial Dan realm, to comprehend a Tao rule talent related to laws. However, the talents comprehended by different individuals vary greatly. Some are active, while others are passive. Some powerful and others weak. For instance, certain innate Tao rule talents naturally enhance their master's attack or defense, granting them a significant advantage in battle. Others, however, are rather trivial, such as being compelled to sleep at night or suffering a decrease in lifespan for murder. There are even bizarre and nonsensical ones with exceedingly stringent triggering conditions, such as consuming water at 38 degrees paired with 3 dishes and a soup within half an hour to enhance one's comprehension, or using fire to roast rice flour mixed with a 1,000-year-old tongue tree placed in a premium alchemy furnace while attempting to bark like a dog could lead to self-destruction. In summary, there is a vast array of types, each with different triggering conditions. Yet, there exists one terrifying premise. The innate Tao rule talent can disregard cultivation level. When Yuqing first heard of these phenomena, he couldn't help but recall some peculiar skills he had encountered on the internet in his previous life on Blue Star. For instance, the ability to catch a blade with bare hands or cause anyone to become pregnant merely by staring at them. Thus, Yuqing pondered, does this world truly have individuals who have comprehended such innate Tao rule talents? Unfortunately, Yuqing lacked his own innate Tao rule talent, as his cultivation was somewhat dissimilar from this realm. His cultivation system did not adhere to any specific realms. He simply knew that he was somewhat powerful. As for how powerful he was, or what realm corresponded to this world, he was entirely oblivious. He only knew that in the past 20 years, none of his adversaries who had engaged him in life and death conflicts had ever landed a blow on him. Naturally, he did not consider himself invincible, recognizing that perhaps his exposure to the world was limited. Even beyond the southern frontier, his encounters were rather few. So, what exactly is the innate Tao rule talent you have comprehended? Yuqing couldn't help but ask Mo San. Reporting to the master, my innate Tao rule talent is somewhat passive, known as the naturally enchanting body, and its influence increases with my cultivation. Thanks to the master, I have broken through, hence my enchanting body has also enhanced. Furthermore, my enchanting body can affect individuals regardless of gender. Upon hearing this, Yuqing furrowed his brows tightly, nearly retching, as he regarded Mo San's robust form, its thick mane, limbs reminiscent of a gorilla's, and its rather unappealing facial features. He found it exceedingly challenging to associate those words with the term enchanting. An enchanting body should ideally belong to a beauty, particularly a stunning one, should it not? Moreover, what on earth does it mean to affect individuals regardless of gender? It wouldn't influence me in the future, would it? After all, the innate Tao rule talent disregards cultivation levels. The mere thought of potentially falling in love. Yuqing contemplated whether he should eliminate this threat before it could blossom, casting this creature as far away as possible. Chapter 64, Nine-Headed Serpent. My mind is shattered. I'm exhausted. Just annihilate me. Ultimately, Yuqing managed to suppress the urge to discard Mo San. Thus, the days passed, and in the span of 2 to 3 days, the nine-headed serpent underwent 176 experiments. Were it not for the instinct for survival, he would have long since succumbed. Following the drug trials, Yuqing casually tossed him in a corner, unafraid of his escape or any antics he might attempt. This cannot continue. If it does, I will inevitably perish here. In the corner, the nine-headed serpent flicked its tongue, its eyes darting around. He had come to understand his present predicament. Under normal circumstances, escape was utterly impossible. He then turned his gaze towards the small carp practicing nearby. This is the only plan I have left. His eyes glimmered as he crawled towards the small carp. Just as he approached within a short distance, a blade came crashing down, threatening his final head, causing him to tremble in fright. Little hero, spare me. I mean no harm. The nine-headed serpent quickly pleaded for mercy, realizing that to survive in this situation, he must first humble himself. What is it that you desire? The small carp replied with an expressionless face. Little hero, it is like this. I see that at such a young age, you possess such cultivation. Your future achievements are boundless. A person of your caliber is destined to be a dragon among men. And there must surely be a place for you in this vast world. Upon hearing the nine-headed serpent's words, the previously expressionless small carp's lips subtly curved upward, and its bashful face seemed to flush slightly. Ahem, do not speak to me of such trivialities. It is impossible for me to let you go. The small carp cleared its throat, slightly raising its head with a serious demeanor. Little hero, I am not asking you to release me. Rather, it is my fervent admiration for you that has led me to wish to follow you. The nine-headed serpent hastily proclaimed. Follow me? Little Lear gazed at him in astonishment, then her expression hardened as she declared, I refuse to believe you. After I severed one of your heads, you still harbor such fervor for me and wish to follow me? You wretched worm, I shall not trust you. Truly, I am not deceiving you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to receive your brand of servitude and forge a beastly contract. The nine-headed serpent hastily replied, A beastly contract? Little Lear regarded the serpent with surprise at his unexpected proposal. Then, half convinced, remarked, You would show such kindness and willingly become my slave. Consider this, young hero, if you were to brand me with servitude and establish the beastly contract, you would have complete control over my life and death. Even if I had any nefarious schemes, a mere thought from you could render me to ashes, the nine-headed serpent quickly added. Hearing this, Little Lear displayed a thoughtful expression. Wait here. I shall consult my master. She rose and sought out Yuqing, recounting the matter at hand. Oh, a contract with a spirit beast? Yuqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, Little Lear nodded obediently. Very well, you may proceed with the contract. Yuqing understood that many practitioners capture spirit beasts for contracts, as such beasts are invaluable allies on the path of cultivation. In the southern wilderness, it would be difficult to find a more formidable beast than this nine-headed serpent. Moreover, forging the contract would not hinder the testing of medicines. Master, then I shall proceed with the contract, Little Lear said before taking her leave. Under the hopeful gaze of the nine-headed serpent, she nodded and proclaimed, All right, I accept your proposal. The serpent's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Wonderful. Let us hasten to the contract. I shall be your most formidable ally henceforth. Little Lear, with a somewhat naive demeanor, nodded in agreement. They then commenced the process of forming the contract, which was not overly complex and took merely half an hour. The moment the contract was solidified, the nine-headed serpent felt a surge of joy, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Yet, in the next instant, a sudden assault on his soul struck him. The nine-headed serpent let out a pained cry, feeling as though he had been struck by a colossal bolt of lightning, his entire serpentine form trembling on the ground. Paralyzed at the core of his being. What are you doing? The serpent exclaimed incredulously, staring at Little Lear, whose face was twisted into a mischievous grin. He had believed he had tricked the child, only to discover that at the moment the contract was sealed, she had unleashed a soul attack upon him. What are you saying? Little Lear's expression turned icy, shedding her earlier innocence. With that, she utilized the contract once more to strike at the depths of the serpent's soul. I yield. I was wrong. The nine-headed serpent pleaded, fully aware that his very life now lay in Little Lear's hands. Humph, you crawling insect. Did you think that by entering into a contract with me, you would escape punishment? How naive. Little Lear said with a cunning glint in her eyes. The purpose of this contract is merely to afford me greater pleasure in tormenting you. With that, she launched another assault on the serpent's soul through the contract. As the master of the contract, she could inflict immense suffering upon the nine-headed serpent without risking his demise. After several rounds of torment, the serpent was left on the brink of collapse. He had underestimated the child, thinking her an easy target, only to realize she harbored a well of malice. You shall remain there, bound and motionless in the corner. Move even a little, and I shall end you. Little Lear commanded. Yes. The nine-headed serpent complied, not daring to resist, curling up obediently in the corner. Once he had settled down, Little Lear sat cross-legged, re-entering her state of cultivation. Yet, though the serpent appeared subdued, the darkness in his eyes was chillingly profound. You little brat, I shall surely repay this grudge. He seethed internally. I shall endure for now. But in a few days, once I escape and fulfill my grand designs in the southern wilderness, I assure you, all of you shall meet your demise. The nine-headed serpent was consumed by resentment. His desire to form a contract with Little Lear stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, it served as a protective charm, allowing him a semblance of peace as long as he feigned compliance. Secondly, it was due to his unique talent for the heavenly rules. This talent enabled him to dissolve the contract at will, provided the other party was not of a significantly higher realm. This seemingly trivial ability had saved his life more than once. He had chosen Little Lear precisely because her cultivation was comparable to his own, both at the peak of the touching heaven realm. The only reason she had managed to sever one of his heads was due to the weapon she wielded, and of course, dissolving the contract required a certain amount of power. And the smaller the gap in realms, the less power it demanded. Thus, with Little Lear being of a similar level, even in his weakened state, he could easily dissolve the contract. He merely needed to bide his time for an opportunity to escape and fulfill his schemes in the southern wilderness, after which he could return to exact his revenge. A cold smile crept across the serpent's face. However, in the next moment, his expression froze, disbelief flooding his features as he turned to stare at Little Lear. At that moment, she was seated peacefully, her body radiating a faint glow, and then she began to break through. Chapter 65. Sanner. Look, sister, what a beautiful human girl. What the hell? The nine-headed serpent cursed internally, his mental state crumbling. He had anticipated being able to dissolve the seal at any moment, but if Little Lear broke through now, he was far too weakened to contend with her. This meant the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Truly, it was a classic example of how fleeting joy can be and no worries. This little brat has merely achieved a minor breakthrough. She is still at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. As long as she doesn't ascend to the celestial realm, the gap in our levels is not significant. With a bit of power restoration, I can still dissolve the contract. Thus, he convinced himself that her breakthrough would only delay his plans for a few days. The advantage still lay with him. There was no need for panic with this thought. The nine-headed serpent flicked his tongue, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, regaining a semblance of confidence and wisdom. The next day, the entire Shangnan city was adorned in festive decorations, as the grand celebration of the Array Masters Guild was set to commence. Many citizens of Shangnan City had eagerly made their way to the city center to partake in this grand event. To enrich the festivities, Nanshi had already arranged various performances and dances, with food and drink provided free of charge to all guests. Days prior, Nanshi and Gu Daoren had personally invited Yuqing to inaugurate the Array Masters Guild while delivering a speech. Yuqing, however, had little fondness for such official and public affairs. Rather than cutting ribbons, he preferred to immerse himself in the vibrant crowd, enjoying the performances and savoring the array of fine wines. Early in the morning, he prepared to set out with Little Lear, and even Bai Zhua had donned a simple disguise to join in experiencing the excitement of Shangnan City that day. Meanwhile, Cui Wei, as an official of the Southern Kingdom, had requested leave from Yuqing days earlier to oversee the order in Shangnan City. Master, take us along." At this moment, the four monkeys jumped out, bursting with excitement. Wai Yuqing regarded their eager expressions with a hint of hesitation and said, "If you wish to go out, first disguise yourselves. We wouldn't want to frighten anyone." "Understood, Master." The four demons seemed to have prepared in advance, quickly donning black robes that covered their entire forms. The robes were designed with hoods that concealed their non-human features, leaving only their curious eyes visible. "Not bad, but remember, do not cause any trouble." Yuqing reminded sternly. "Yes, Master." The four demons straightened up, bowing respectfully before eagerly preparing to set out. I in a corner nearby. The nine-headed serpent also piped in. Master, take me along too." "Let us go." Little Lear reached out, reducing the serpent to the size of a chopstick, placing it upon her shoulder. "Is that a promise?" The nine-headed serpent felt a whirlwind of complex emotions on Little Lear's shoulder. Elation battled with frustration. Elated because, due to the contract, he could easily accompany her outside, yet frustrated because he was still bound by the contract, his strength too feeble to escape. Had Little Lear not broken through the day prior, he would have had the chance to flee. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His previously healed wounds now aggravated once more. "Calm down, Gu Jiutian. You are destined for greatness. Your first task is to remain composed." He repeatedly reassured himself, which brought him a modicum of comfort. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the city center, where a battalion of guards was stationed, meticulously inspecting those entering. As expected, Yuqing and his companions were halted for inspection. "What are you doing? Stand down." Just then, a commanding voice echoed, prompting the guards to salute in unison. "We greet the Deputy General." As the voice faded, A young martial general clad in armor and wielding a spear strode forward with an imposing presence. The valiant warrior, with his hair tied back, exuded an aura of righteousness. "Blinded are your eyes, sir, yet you dare to investigate," the young warrior bellowed, then approached Yuqing and the others, smiling as he performed a respectful bow. "I have met you, Sir Dr. What a handsome young man, so imposing," Yuqing remarked as he admired the young warrior, unable to suppress his praise, for it was none other than Cui Wei. Hearing this, Cui Wei's face flushed slightly, and he bashfully scratched the back of his head. "Sir, could it be that you are M.R.Y. Yuqing?" At that moment, the guards, having regained their senses, eagerly inquired. "Indeed, it is M.R.Y. Yuqing," Cui Wei replied, extending his hand. "Ah, it truly is the esteemed sir. We have met you, sir," the guards quickly responded, bowing in unison. "Please do not hold it against us, for we were blind to your greatness. You have rendered great service to our southern kingdom. 20 years ago, if not for you, how could the headquarters of the Mage Association have fallen into our southern kingdom? The glory of our land today is all thanks to you, sir," the guards fervently expressed. The crowds that had gathered stirred at these words. "We have met you, sir." Countless citizens performed their customary gestures of respect, bowing deeply to Yuqing. Observing this, Yuqing did not dare to be pretentious. He reciprocated the southern kingdom's unique gesture, sweeping his hands around. "You are all too kind." In an instant, the entrance to the city center became a scene of considerable commotion due to Yuqing's arrival. "Then let us proceed inside," Yuqing said with a smile. "Cui Wei, responsible for security and order, would not accompany the sir. After you enter, should you require anything, feel free to summon the guards. All are under Cui Wei's command and can be dispatched at your request," Cui Wei respectfully stated. "There is no need for that. I merely wish to join in the festivities and seek out some fine wine," Yuqing replied, patting Cui Wei on the shoulder before leading the group into the heart of the city. As they entered that vibrant area, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Before their eyes lay a plethora of delicacies, most of which were selflessly prepared by the citizens of Upper South City, available for anyone who wished to partake, all for free. The vendors, much like street hawkers, called out to entice visitors to savor the culinary delights of their southern kingdom. The shy little Li timidly picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn, only to have the vendor insistently offer him several more. "Come now, my dear boy, take a few more. There is plenty to go around," a kindly old man exclaimed with a warm smile, clutching several skewers of candied hawthorn. Little Li shyly glanced at Yuqing. "Master, I am already a cultivator. Surely, you won't fault me for indulging in candied hawthorn?" the boy asked with sparkling eyes. "Ha ha ha." Yuqing could not help but chuckle, responding, "What is the purpose of cultivation if not to live freely? Thus, if you wish to eat, then eat. 3. Quick, look, a beautiful human girl." One of the 4 bumbling figures in black robes exclaimed excitedly. Where? Came the synchronized responses from the others. The 4 black-robed figures turned their gaze towards several elegantly dressed maidens passing nearby, their attire accentuating their grace, while subtle blush adorned their cheeks, leaving the 4 black-robed figures drooling in admiration. "Ah, this maiden, what more could one desire?" Emo-san sighed wistfully. Only when the maidens vanished into the throng did the 4 demons withdraw their entranced gazes, revealing their lingering desire. Wai Yuqing cast them a disapproving glance before the group continued onward toward the city center. Along the way, Yuqing sampled various delicacies and savored dozens of exquisite wines. "Another bowl, please," he called out from in front of a tavern, thoroughly enjoying himself. Beside him, Bai Duo had also indulged in quite a bit. Her complexion flushed, and the usual worry etched upon her face seemed to dissipate considerably today. "1 bowl is hardly enough. Since you enjoy my wine so much, take 2 jars to go," the tavern owner, a plump man, beamed with joy at Yuqing's praise and hurriedly prepared 2 jars for him to take away. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, good sir. I shall surely frequent your establishment in the future," Yuqing said with hearty gratitude. Turning around, he noticed that the 4 mischievous monkeys had vanished. After a brief search, he found them bouncing about, drawn to any excitement they could find, watching cockfights here, marveling at acrobats there, their eagerness to share the spectacle with him unyielding. As he observed the antics of these mischievous companions, he could not help but smile. Senior, Bai Duo, walking half a step behind Yuqing, turned her head to gaze at him, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Yuqing took a leisurely sip of his wine, glancing her way. "I never understood why, with your formidable abilities, you would choose to remain in such a place. Surely, you could achieve greatness elsewhere on the continent. Now, however, I find myself grasping a fraction of your reasoning. Baiduo, slightly tipsy, spoke with a rosy hue on her cheeks, her hands spread wide as she expressed her feelings. This sensation is truly liberating. In my memory, I can scarcely recall how long it has been since I last experienced such freedom. It takes me back to my childhood when my father would take me to the market in town, bustling with life, the gentle breeze caressing my face as I would joyfully chase after the wind. Each time we visited the market, my father would buy me my favorite cotton candy. By the time we returned home, it would be midday, and my mother would have prepared lunch, waiting for us to come home. Yet, I cannot pinpoint when those market scenes began to blur in my mind, or when my parents' faces began to fade. Over time, my world has become consumed by cultivation, sect duties, vying for resources, or striving for higher status. But these years have been so exhausting. Especially now that the sect leaders have departed, I feel as though I bear the weight of Feiyun's future alone. I scarcely dare to contemplate death. As she spoke, Baiduo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, Yuqing looked up at the sky and sighed softly, a smile of resignation gracing his lips. He offered no words of comfort, unsure of what to say. In the world of adults, nothing comes easily. Instead, he lifted his wine jar in a silent toast to her. Thank you, Senior, Baiduo acknowledged, raising the wine jar that hung from Yuqing's neck. Twisting open the lid to clink it against his, she understood that this gesture represented his greatest consolation. Meanwhile, the four demons were leading little Ear through the crowd, eager to partake in the festivities. Quickly, old one, bring the young master to see the maidens. Hurry, hurry. Otherwise, they'll be gone. Emo Sen-san shouted from nearby. Upon hearing this, Emo Shaoxi hoisted little Ear onto his shoulders and plunged into the throng. Not far away, a stage showcased several exquisitely dressed young women performing a belly dance. Little Ear's eyes widened as he watched the enchanting dancers, though he should have been oblivious to such matters. Memories from the sage's teachings suddenly flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Embarrassed, he reached into his pocket, pulling out a silver coin, and, like many other men, tossed it onto the stage. Oh, thank you for the generous donation, young master. The vibrant host on stage exclaimed upon noticing the coin. Amidst the commotion, the young master was invited onto the stage, surrounded by a flurry of attention. Ahem, since our young master is so generous, surely he must be rewarded. Emo Sen-san shouted from below. Yes, indeed. He must be rewarded. Old Demon One chimed in, and as more voices joined in agreement, the young women, delighted by the lively atmosphere, gathered around little Ear, each planting a playful kiss on his rosy cheeks. At first, little Ear blushed deeply, appearing shy and bashful. Yet, as the kisses continued, he could not help but break into a goofy grin. Meanwhile, who cared for the plight of the Hydra? It had long been trampled beneath the crowd, its head spinning in disarray. Cursed humans, a wretched lot. The Hydra seethed in a dark corner, its expression grim. However, as if sensing something, its gaze drifted toward the outskirts of Upper South City. Outside the city, amidst the rolling mountains, a black-clad man sat cross-legged in a secluded ravine. Periodically, he would retrieve a communication jade slip, his expression fraught with confusion. Why has the leader yet to provide further instructions? Just as he pondered, his face brightened at the sight of a streak of light approaching from the sky, swiftly transforming into a man as it landed nearby. With his flowing white hair, it was none other than the Hydra. Subordinate, I greet you, my lord. The black-clad man exclaimed joyfully as he bowed respectfully. After the formalities, he dared to raise his gaze to the white-haired figure. Yet, he could not help but notice the usually formidable leader appeared somewhat haggard today, even a touch disheveled, though he did not dwell on it. I report to you, my lord, that the tasks you assigned have been completed. The imperial seals of the 10 nations are now in hand, and the members of the 5-element alliance await your command. Prepared to cooperate at a moment's notice, the black-clad man reported dutifully. Indeed, well done. The white-haired man nodded in appreciation. Today is the grand celebration, and shall we seize this moment? The man in black exclaimed excitedly. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the white-haired man. There is no rush today. The white-haired man hastily waved his hand. Leader, then when shall we proceed? The man in black asked in confusion. Ahem, this leader is still in the process of concocting a significant plan. Only after this grand endeavor is complete can we take action, the white-haired man stated. I see. The grand affair you are brewing must surely be earth-shattering. The man in black replied with fervor. The expression of the white-haired man shifted slightly before he said, "Remember, do not act rashly until I give you my next command, and let our plans remain as confidential as possible. It is imperative that you remember this. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, that group of rascals from beyond the southern border has likely arrived in the region, so during this time, it is best for you not to expose your whereabouts. The others of the Five Elements Alliance should also remain hidden as planned. It would be wise to wait for me right here." "Yes, leader, I shall remember." The man in black nodded in agreement. Seeing the man in black resolutely commit to his words, the white-haired man nodded in satisfaction. "Black Dust, the little brat, Xiaoli, is no more. You are now the one I trust the most. Once our grand ambitions are realized, I shall elevate you to a position just beneath me, above countless others," he said to the man in black. This proclamation seemed to invigorate him. Hearing this, the man in black's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as he replied, "Leader, rest assured, I will remember your words. Until you issue the next command, I shall not act rashly. I will wait for you right here. I will wait in vain." Chapter 67. Master says he has no sister. "So you may leave very well. I will wait in vain." The nine-headed serpent nodded with relief. After taking 10 imperial seals from the man in black, he hurried back to Shangnan City. Upon his return, he found 4 demons still frolicking in the city with Xiaoli. No one noticed his departure, which relieved him greatly. After all, despite Xiaoli's seemingly harmless demeanor, he could be quite merciless when tormenting him. He would often launch soul attacks at him through their contract. If Xiaoli found out he had left midway, he would surely receive a thorough beating. Wait a moment. Why do I feel as if I have truly become a slave? Fearing for my safety? The nine-headed serpent's expression darkened. However, after meeting with the man in black, he felt considerably more at ease. Everything was in place, and he was merely waiting for the right moment. Once his strength was slightly restored, he would be able to break the contract. Meanwhile, at the grand celebration, numerous emperors gathered together, including those who had surrendered their imperial seals. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound meaning. According to the information previously conveyed by the man in black, their grand scheme would officially commence on this day of celebration. At the forefront, under the witness of countless citizens, Nanshi and Gu Daoren presided over the festivities, basking in the limelight. Yet, amidst this grandeur, Nangong Fuyiao seethed with deep resentment. Previously, Gu Daoren had imposed restrictions on her Fuyiao empire, while Nanshi had reaped the fruits that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, watching them bask in glory was unbearable for her, yet she completely forgot the true purpose of her visit to the southern nation. Why hasn't Black Dust taken action yet? How long must we wait? Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened. She then recalled what Black Dust had mentioned about the leader. If her intuition was correct, that leader was expected to appear today. How exhilarating it would be to finally witness the true bearing of such a figure. Black Dust had promised me that once the plan succeeded, he would introduce me to the leader. As long as I earn the leader's favor, the Fuyiao Empire will undoubtedly ascend to unparalleled heights among these nations. However, due to Black Dust's arrival, her original intentions had shifted. Still, she continued to scan the area for Yuqing. Has he not arrived? She furrowed her brow but dismissed the thought. On stage, Nanshi was speaking, inciting a wave of excitement. This only intensified Nangong Fuyiao's impatience. Let him bask in the limelight for now. Once Black Dust gives the order, Black Dust has issued a command. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she received the instruction through a sound-transmitting jade slip. But the next moment, her expression changed. No action today? How infuriating. Nangong Fuyiao glared at Nanshi, concocted an excuse of feeling unwell, and promptly left. Thus, the day of celebration passed without incident. 10 emperors, like Nangong Fuyiao, who had pledged allegiance to Black Dust, remained in the imperial palace, tacitly waiting. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 emperors grew increasingly anxious. They had clearly agreed to take action around the time of the grand celebration. Yet, half a month had elapsed since the celebration, and there was still no sign of movement. Meanwhile, they had all handed their imperial seals over to Black Dust. Within the imperial palace, Nangong Fuyiao sat at the head, deep in thought. After much contemplation, she decided to head outside. Behind her, an elderly man with a mustache followed closely. This man was Chang Wei, who had been promoted alongside Zhao Qian to the vice president of the Heavenly Palace Institute. Following Zhao Qian's demise, Chang Wei had been elevated to the true president of the institute. Ironically, This marked the fourth president of the Heavenly Palace Institute in a short span since Sun Shuji had stepped down. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Chang Wei respectfully inquired as he trailed behind Nangong Fuyiao. Tio seek Yuqing, Nangong Fuyiao replied, her pupils narrowing slightly. You previously indicated you had no intention of searching for Yuqing. Chang Wei remarked, unable to restrain himself, I have come to realize that even after our plans come to fruition, I will still require capable assistance. Although, by that time, I may not regard these so-called celestial sects of the southern border highly. Nevertheless, Yuqing was able to mobilize the celestial sects before, indicating he possesses some value. Of course, this also stems from my remembrance of his past merits, which is why I intend to seek him out and allow him to accompany me on a path to success. Nangong Fuyiao said with a slight upturn of her lips, Your Majesty is wise. I trust that Prince Qing understands your intentions and will be most grateful. Chang Wei hastily responded. Nangong Fuyiao couldn't help but chuckle before adding, And what of Sun Shuji? When he resigned, was it not due to blaming me? He believed my decisions were flawed, leading the Fuyiao Empire down a path of decline. Once black dust and I achieve our grand ambitions. I shall relish witnessing his expression then, Nangong Fuyiao scoffed. You speak wisely. Chang Wei nodded in agreement. Nangong Fuyiao glanced at him. Rest assured, I shall not allow Sun Shuji to return. He betrayed my trust. And once the Fuyiao Empire grows strong, it will not be so easy for him to come back. On the contrary, I previously overlooked you, yet you have proven to be deeply in my favor. Nangong Fuyiao remarked. Hearing this, Chang Wei's face brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your recognition. I shall not disappoint your trust. Let us go. Nangong Fuyiao smiled, then led Chang Wei towards the Mosui courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the courtyard dressed in plain clothes. I shall knock on the door, Chang Wei volunteered, stepping forward to rap on the door. After a brief moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Xiaoli peering out. Who are you looking for? Xiaoli inquired. Tell Yuqing that his sister has come. He will see me, Nangong Fuyiao instructed. His sister? Where did he get a sister? Yuqing waved his hand, frowning as he pondered which materials to choose, dismissively saying, Let them go. Oh, Xiaoli nodded, then returned outside. Master said he has no sister. You may leave. With that, Xiaoli promptly shut the courtyard door, leaving Nangong Fuyiao and Chang Wei's faces darkened to an extreme. As the ruler of a nation, she had lowered herself to visit personally, only to be met with a closed door. Your Majesty, I shall break down the door. Chang Wei's face was filled with fury as he lifted his foot, preparing to kick the door to that moment. A cold voice rang out from nearby. Let us see who dares to kick it. Disturb the master's tranquility, and I shall sever the heads of those who dare. Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened. Turning to look, she saw Nan Shi approaching briskly, accompanied by a middle-ranking officer, Cui Wei. Nan Shi. Nangong Fuyiao nearly spat the name through gritted teeth. Nangong Fuyiao, I respect you as a sovereign. I have not held your past actions against the southern nation against you, and I have treated you with courtesy. But if you are foolish today, I will not care whether you are the Empress of Fuyiao or not, nor will I concern myself with the potential for war between our nations. Nan Shi's words were sharp, the authority of a sovereign emanating from her, her fierce gaze directed at Nangong Fuyiao. Nan Shi, this is a family matter. It is beyond your jurisdiction, Nangong Fuyiao retorted, defiantly asserting. So what if I let him kick the door? A family matter? Do not forget that this is the territory of the southern nation, Nan Shi sneered. So, go ahead and try kicking it. Nan Shi's words ignited a fiery wrath within Nangong Fuyiao. She commanded coldly, Kick it down. At her words, Chang Wei raised his foot again, delivering a forceful kick to the courtyard door. Attack! At the very moment he made his move, Nan Shi swiftly and decisively spoke up. Chapter 68. I wouldn't mind slaying you, the Empress of Fuyiao. Behind her, Cui Wei, upon hearing her words, wasted no time. With a flash of his sword, he struck towards Chang Wei without hesitation. It was no idle threat. With that single sword strike, he severed Chang Wei's entire leg, leaving him with but half a limb. Instantly, Chang Wei rolled on the ground, emitting a piercing scream of agony. I commanded you to kill. Nan Shi's piercing gaze locked onto Cui Wei. He was taken aback. He had initially thought a show of strength would suffice, considering that Chang Wei was the head of the Heavenly Palace. Killing him in front of the Empress of the Southern Kingdom could provoke a war between their nations, and as a subordinate, he was understandably apprehensive in the brief moment that Cui Wei hesitated. Nan Shi took action herself. Her prowess was indeed formidable, and her strikes were swift and decisive. Seizing the long sword from Cui Wei's grasp, she swiftly ended Chang Wei's cries. Thus, the fourth head of the heavenly palace of the Fuyiao Empire met his untimely demise. You dare! You possess such audacity? Witnessing Changwei perish before her eyes, Nangong Fuyiao gritted her teeth. Her gaze filled with hatred as she fixed it upon Nanshi in response to Nangong Fuyao's glare. Nanshi slightly raised her chin, meeting her gaze without flinching. Does the Empress of Fuyiao wish to continue? If I can slay a head of the heavenly palace, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well. As she spoke, Nanshi lifted her bloodied sword, pointing it directly at Nangong Fuyiao. The latter, filled with fury, felt her chest heaving violently. Yet, she dared not make a move, fully aware that she was indeed on Southern Kingdom's territory. From Nanshi's gaze, she recognized a resolute and murderous intent. Should she act rashly, she believed Nanshi would truly dare to kill her. Nanshi, you truly are arrogant. Nangong Fuyiao enunciated each word with conviction. What is your insignificant Southern Kingdom worth? It is merely my brother who has brought a modicum of benefit to your realm, granting you the audacity to be so presumptuous, even if you dare to end my life. Have you considered the consequences? Yuqing is my brother. We have supported each other through countless trials over the years. Even if we have had our disputes, do you believe an outsider could surpass the bond we share in such a short time? Do you think that in his heart, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom compares to me, his sister? Humph! You, who repay kindness with malice, are fortunate that the master does not stoop to your level. Nanshi retorted sharply, you believe the master to be useless, cast him aside, and now that you comprehend his true worth, you presume to wield the title of Empress of Fuyiao as if it grants you immunity. Your audacity truly astonishes me. Her words struck a nerve with Nangong Fuyiao. You slanderous fiend. The reason I dismissed my brother was merely due to believing the deceitful whispers of treacherous individuals. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. Yet, my brother has always cherished me. Even if I made a grave mistake, I trust he would forgive me. With that, she called out, Brother, your sister has come to find you. Am I to be bullied at your doorstep without your intervention? This woman dares to exploit the confidence you bestowed upon her to torment your sister. Will you allow this to continue? At that moment, Nangong Fuyiao appeared almost deranged, a hint of hysteria evident. Finally, after a brief pause, the courtyard doors swung wide open. Yuqing emerged slowly. Greetings, master. Upon seeing Yuqing, both Nanshi and Cui Wei quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, your majesty, Yuqing said with a gentle smile. I presume you have come to visit, having concluded your affairs. Indeed, I am nearly finished and thought to pay my respects to the master, Nanshi replied with a smile. Observing the two engage in pleasantries, completely disregarding her, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she turned to Yuqing. Brother, why do you ignore me? Upon hearing this address, an unexpected smirk of derision crossed Yuqing's face. Your Majesty Fuyiao, do I know you? He fixed his gaze upon Nangong Fuyiao, his expression devoid of emotion. This statement left Nangong Fuyiao momentarily stunned. She had assumed she could once again rely on her usual charm to elicit Yuqing's forgiveness. The failure of this tactic left her feeling disoriented. You? She looked at Yuqing incredulously. I am your sister, Nangong Fuyiao. You once cherished me dearly. Have you forgotten? Empress Fuyiao, the past is but a distant memory. Our relationship has long since faded. Henceforth, please do not invoke your identity as my sister. Yuqing seemed disinclined to engage further, instead turning his head towards Nanshi and saying coolly, how you choose to resolve matters between yourselves is your affair. My opinion is unnecessary. Understood, master, Nanshi replied with anode. Yuqing, you are truly heartless. Beside them, Nangong Fuyiao seethed with resentment. I still reminisce about our past sibling bond, which is why I set aside my pride to seek you out. Yet, despite my yearning to rekindle our connection, you remain so callous. Do you truly believe I have come to you today out of necessity for the Fuyiao Empire? Am I that type of person? To be frank, the Fuyiao Empire will soon be unrecognizable, and as for your Southern Kingdom, it will not last long. What do you mean? Nanshi's expression turned icy as she cast her gaze in Nangong Fuyao's direction. With a cold laugh, Nangong Fuyiao continued, allow me to clarify. I have long since aligned myself with the Five Elements Alliance, which is poised to overthrow the entire southern region. Soon, nations like yours, including the Southern Kingdom, will cease to exist, while my Fuyiao Empire will ascend to unparalleled heights. You may argue that the Immortal Gate stands behind the southern region, but the Five Elements Alliance harbors no fear of the Immortal Gate. Under our leader's guidance, some Immortal Gates have already been obliterated, and others can be eradicated with a mere gesture. The Fuyiao Empire is on the brink of unprecedented prosperity, I had hoped to invite you back to join me on this path to greatness. Yet, this was an opportunity you failed to appreciate. What? Both Nan Shi and Yuqing's expressions shifted, with the latter's pupils narrowing slightly. The most startled, however, was the serpent perched upon the shoulder of the small fish beside Yuqing, which recoiled in fright. Chapter 69. What sort of bumbling allies are these, speaking so recklessly? He cursed inwardly. Who instructed you to say such things? Was this arranged by Haichin? Wasn't it agreed that this was to remain a closely guarded secret? Who is this foolish idiot, blabbering so carelessly? The nine-headed serpent nearly wished to strangle Nangong Fuyiao. Remember, Yuqing, I came here to seek your assistance. It is you who chooses to disregard our bond. And thus I bear no blame, and I assure you, you will regret today's decisions. Nangong Fuyiao screamed in a fit of hysteria, unable to accept the disdain with which Yuqing treated her after she had lowered herself to seek him out. Yuqing cast a cold glance in her direction, akin to viewing a jester, lacking any desire to engage with her further. "Begone," he said flatly, turning his back to her and retreating into the room. "Stop! I command you to halt." Yet the more Yuqing ignored her, the more enraged Nangong Fuyiao became as she charged towards him. However, in the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped her as Yuqing's hand shot out, gripping her delicate neck and lifting her slowly off the ground. "Nangong Fuyiao, do you think you hold any significance? In my eyes, you are even less than a mere jester. Without me, you are but a worthless wretch barely clinging to life. What you value means nothing to me. What right do you possess to give me orders? The so-called Empress Fuyiao, should I wish to end your existence, it would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. The only reason I spare you is to witness just how far you will sink without the wings of Yuqing to support you." Mockery filled Yuqing's eyes as he applied pressure with his grip. Struggling for breath, Nangong Fuyao's face flushed crimson. It was only when she neared the brink of unconsciousness that Yuqing lightly waved his hand, unceremoniously casting her to the ground like a discarded rag doll. Beside them, Nan Shi dared not even draw a breath. Her. Yuqing had always appeared aloof and indifferent, as though nothing in this world could stir his emotions. Yet, for the first time, she witnessed the true fury of Yuqing. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyiao slumped to the ground, clutching her throat, gasping for air. Her once proud demeanor now shattered and bruised. In that moment, she truly felt as if death was imminent. "Nangong Fuyiao, did you hear the master's words? Gather your people and leave the southern kingdom at once. Should you fail to depart, there will be no mercy." After Yuqing departed, Nan Shi pointed her sword at Nangong Fuyiao. With bloodshot eyes, Nangong Fuyiao glared fiercely at her. "Nan Shi, I guarantee you and Yuqing will regret treating me this way today. You will both come to regret it." After hissing those words through clenched teeth, Nangong Fuyiao fled swiftly. Nan Shi then glanced at the corpse at the doorway and instructed Cui Wei, "Dispose of this body to feed the dogs and clean up the scene. We must not sully the master's eyes." "Indeed, your majesty, I shall attend to this matter forthwith." Upon receiving the order, Cui Wei hastened to dispose of the bodies. Meanwhile, Yuqing returned to the courtyard and immersed herself once more in her alchemical experiments. Keeping her around was merely an experiment to observe what South Palace Fuyiao could achieve without her. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Of course, this was not to suggest that Yuqing harbored any deep resentment towards South Palace Fuyiao. On the contrary, she felt an untroubled serenity regarding her. After all, one would hardly be emotionally swayed by an ant, even if one had nurtured it for a period. Rather, it was the insidious shadows of envy that stirred within. At the entrance, Nan Shi gazed at Yuqing's earnest expression as she diligently studied her alchemical formulas. A faint smile gracing her lips. It was evident to her that Yuqing was entirely indifferent to South Palace Fuyiao's fate. Indeed, this was the mindset of a true master. However, the mention of the Five Elements alliance by South Palace Fuyiao did not seem to be fabricated, which instilled a sense of unease in her. At that moment, Yuqing suddenly spoke. "I possess some knowledge regarding this Five Elements alliance. There may indeed be a significant conspiracy aimed at the southern region. Master, does this imply that what South Palace Fuyiao said is true? These individuals might be lurking within the southern kingdom?" Nan Shi inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. "Contact the elder of the Tai Immortal sect and inform him of this matter. Urge him to collaborate with the various sects for a thorough investigation." Yuqing instructed. "Tai Immortal sect?" Nan Shi exclaimed in surprise. "But master, the elder of Tai Immortal sect may not believe me. Simply state that it was my command. He will not disregard you," Yuqing replied. Upon hearing this, Nan Shi was taken aback again. Even the sects dared not disregard the master's authority? Very well, I shall attend to it immediately, she declared. Wait, I shall accompany you. At that moment, Bai Zhua emerged, wielding a long sword, and approached the two. Your Majesty of the Southern Kingdom, I shall assist you in this matter, Bai Zhua proclaimed. This, Nan Shi, still unaware of Bai Zhua's true identity, glanced at Yuqing for guidance. Allow her to accompany you. She possesses the most insight regarding the Five Elements Alliance and rightfully should be involved, Yuqing affirmed. Understood, Nan Shi nodded. Bai Zhua cast a grateful glance towards Yuqing, then set aside her long sword and knelt before Yuqing, saying, I thank you, esteemed senior, for your understanding, for saving my life, and for your hospitality during this time. Your kindness I shall never forget. Once I fulfill the entrusted mission and avenge my kin, I shall return to serve you, willing to be your humble servant without any expectation of reward. With that, Bai Zhua performed a deep bow. There is no need for servitude. If we meet again in the future, do treat me to a few fine bottles of wine, Yuqing replied nonchalantly. Additionally, I have a blade here that I can lend you temporarily. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhua's gaze shifted to the broad-backed blade in Yuqing's hand, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a former elder of the Feiyun sect, her discerning eye immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the blade, which was far superior to ordinary spiritual weapons. Although its appearance resembled a butcher's cleaver, possessing such a weapon might significantly enhance her combat prowess. Please remember to return it, Yuqing said as she handed over the blade. Thank you, Master, Bai Zhua replied, carefully accepting the weapon before turning to leave with Nan Shi. Damn it, that pig-headed fool. In a nearby corner, the nine-headed serpent seethed inwardly. Though the activities of the Five Elements Alliance in the southern region were no secret to the sects, having already annihilated the Feiyun sect, what they did not know were the specifics of his schemes against the southern region. The sects merely believed it was a feud between the Five Elements Alliance and the Feiyun sect, and were only on guard. While he was not afraid of these sects, the situation was becoming unpredictable. Most critically, he was still in danger. Without him, the other members of the Five Elements Alliance were no match for the sections. I must hasten to dissolve the contract. Chapter 70. My serpent life seems to dwindle in luster. His gaze flickered as he stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. The current contract offered him the greatest benefit, freedom of movement, as long as he concealed his intentions. After exiting the courtyard, he transformed into a streak of light, pursuing South Palace Fuyiao. While he longed to exact vengeance upon this incompetent ally, he could only suppress his fury and seek an opportunity for leverage through her. At this moment, South Palace Fuyiao had already ventured outside the city. Her aides, having received her summons, were en route from the imperial palace to return to the Fuyiao Empire. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair appeared before her. Who are you? South Palace Fuyiao asked, her demeanor wary. The nine-headed serpent straightened slightly, adopting an indifferent pose as he addressed her directly. I am the leader of the Five Elements Alliance. I find myself injured, and without medicine, I require you to swiftly prepare a batch of spiritual herbs for me. In due time, I shall alter the landscape of the southern region, and upon success, I shall grant you 2 shares of the sect's treasures, allowing you to become the greatest emperor of the Southern Empire. With that, the nine-headed serpent regarded South Palace Fuyiao with arrogance. Though he wished to throttle this incompetent ally, he sought to utilize her to procure the spiritual herbs necessary for his recovery. However, he had positioned himself as the leader while treating South Palace Fuyiao as a mere vassal, neglecting the fact that his grievous wounds rendered him far from imposing. South Palace Fuyiao did not believe that a leader would suddenly materialize. In her mind, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance should be an awe-inspiring figure, commanding respect. What was this fool before her? A charlatan from the underworld? Begone. South Palace Fuyao's countenance darkened, and upon encountering the nine-headed serpent, she exhibited no trace of cordiality, thrusting her sword directly at him. The nine-headed serpent was infuriated. How dare this subordinate point a sword at him? He was ready to explode in rage. But just then, a group of formidable warriors, having accompanied South Palace Fuyiao to the Southern Kingdom, arrived, surrounding the nine-headed serpent. Kill this charlatan? South Palace Fuyiao commanded sternly. Yes. The warriors responded in unison, advancing towards the nine-headed serpent. Damn it! The nine-headed serpent's face turned green with fury. Under normal circumstances, he would dismiss such a ragtag group without a second thought. Yet at this moment, he was injured and did not wish to waste any of his remaining power on them. You wretched woman, once this leader returns, you shall be the first on my list. The nine-headed serpent cursed vehemently before swiftly transforming into a streak of light, escaping. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. This month seemed tranquil on the surface, yet beneath, the southern region was rife with turbulence. With the collaboration of the Tai Immortal Sect and Baizhua, the hidden masters of the Five Elements Alliance were systematically unmasked. Some perished. Others captured in the mountain gorge outside of Upper Southern City. The cloaked figure of Haichen sat like a meditative monk, concealing his presence completely, and no one could discern his existence. Another half-month has passed, but there is no need for haste. The leader has significant matters to attend to. Only once completed shall further instructions follow. All he need do is wait patiently for the leader's return. Recalling the promises made by the leader, determination filled his gaze. Meanwhile, within the misty water courtyard, Yuqing and the others continued their lives in a tranquil yet enjoyable manner. Having exhausted many of her medicinal materials during her previous experiments, Yuqing remembered the expansive area of vacant land during the courtyard's expansion. She decided to utilize this space to cultivate some relatively common yet essential herbs for alchemy. The task of planting was assigned, but the arduous labor fell upon the nine-headed serpent. Throughout these days, he had endured significant hardship. The once proud leader of the Five Elements Alliance was now reduced to tilling the earth with his serpentine form. After turning the soil, he was required to expel water. Failing to perform adequately resulted in lashes from the four overseers led by Imo San, who were relentless in their supervision. Even seeking assistance from Little Carp, his contracted beast, proved futile, as a soul attack was the only response he received. Little Carp had formed a close bond with the four demons, in a corner. After completing a day's labor, the nine-headed serpent felt utterly exhausted. These four demons truly showed him no regard as a serpent. They treated him like a mere beast of burden, pushing him to his limits. However, he believed that these dreary days would soon come to an end. During this time, the leader had been focusing on recovery, and he was nearing the point where he could dissolve the contract in 1 to 2 days at most. He would be able to escape this predicament. The suffering inflicted upon him during this time would be repaid 1,000-fold. The nine-headed serpent's gaze turned cold, particularly towards the four demons in his eyes. They were unworthy of the title of demon. True demons were beings of pride, never to be enslaved. He had already devised a plan for how to deal with these four demons once his grand scheme succeeded. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from the courtyard. Instinctively, he tilted his head to observe, discovering that the source of the disturbance came from Little Carp, the breakthrough, perhaps. It must be said that this little rascal's talent is truly extraordinary. Just a short while ago, he made a breakthrough, and today, astonishingly, he has done so again. No, breakthrough. What? In an instant, his entire serpentine body leaped as if propelled by springs, his eyes fixated intently on the Little Carp. Clearly, he has just realized what this breakthrough signifies for him. At that moment, the Hydra's expression was filled with stupor. His gaze locked onto the Little Carp, his entire being trembling with agitation. His breath grew increasingly erratic. Meanwhile, after receiving the insights of a sage, the Little Carp, in a sense, has truly harnessed the effects of the Supreme Bond in such a short time since following Yuqing. He has transformed from a naive little fellow into a being on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm. Compared to the previous Yuqing, the Little Carp is undeniably extraordinary. He possesses a remarkable physique yet was unable to fully unleash its potential. With the sage's insights combined with the Supreme Bone, the Little Carp's ascent to the celestial realm came as no surprise. Even if the Hydra cursed his fate, wishing for unforeseen circumstances, or hoping for him to falter, the Hydra found himself slumped against the ground. His face ashen, filled with doubt about the world, shrouded in gloom. He, having merely touched the celestial realm, now found himself overshadowed by the Little Carp's breakthrough, which elevated him to an entirely new level. This meant that until he himself reached the celestial realm, he could forget about utilizing the Tao's rules to dissolve their contract. Moreover, there was a prerequisite. The Little Carp must not ascend to the divine realm before he himself achieved the celestial realm. Regardless, for the foreseeable future, the Hydra had no chance of escape. In a state of utter despair, he could only curse, banging his head heavily against the nearby wall. Chapter 71. The leader seems to have vanished without a trace. The Hydra's mental state collapsed entirely. He felt as if his serpentine life had lost all luster, devoid of hope. Unable to restrain himself, he lamented, "What kind of unparalleled demon is this? In such a brief span, he has made 2 breakthroughs?" The key point being, he was unaware of the Little Carp's true training timeline. Otherwise, he would never have dared enter into such a contract. No, I cannot remain in this state of despondency. However, after a brief moment of discouragement, he rallied himself once more. If I give up now, I shall forever be a slave. I have greater matters to attend to. Even if this little brat has ascended to the celestial realm, I am not without opportunities, though it may take considerable time. His thoughts were not without merit. As one's realm ascends, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Many practitioners take a century to reach the celestial realm, yet may require 2 centuries to attain the celestial realm. There will always be a significant gap between him and the little carp, and this would be his chance. Thus, time passed in this manner, and a month slipped by once more. The Hydra huddled in a corner, lost in thought. I'm exhausted. I no longer wish to live, he muttered with a sense of disillusionment. A month prior, when the little carp broke through to the celestial realm, he had still encouraged himself, believing that he still had a chance. But today, that final glimmer of hope was extinguished. For just moments ago, the little carp had broken through again, this time to the upper echelons of the celestial realm. The most infuriating part was that the Hydra had yet to fully recover from his injuries. How could he possibly catch up with such a vast difference in realms? He truly wished to voice his incredulity. Is this speed of cultivation even human? I'm done. I no longer care. He felt as if life had dulled his edges, leaving him devoid of ambition. Meanwhile, Li Bugue and Bai Mei came to pay a visit. Senior, after a month of effort, we have completely eradicated the hidden members of the Five Elements Alliance. The woman who was previously slain by the senior's disciple was one of the revered members of the Five Elements Alliance. However, we find ourselves puzzled, as the leader of the Five Elements Alliance and another revered member seem to have vanished without a trace, with no news for nearly 2 months. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yuqing, the two began discussing matters concerning the Five Elements Alliance. Oh, the leader has vanished without a trace, Yuqing remarked, intrigued. Although it did not concern him directly, curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. Indeed, the various sects among us have dispatched spies throughout the southern region in hopes of uncovering the whereabouts of that mysterious leader. Bai Mei continued. Oh, by the way, just as Bai Mei finished speaking, Li Bugue interjected. According to the southern nation's empress, it is possible that some countries have connections with the Five Elements Alliance. But we have not yet found conclusive evidence. It is no wonder. Really, the 10 emperors subdued by Haichen are all under his influence. One could say that apart from him, no one else in this world is privy to this matter. Even that mysterious leader is likely unaware of which countries are involved. With the revered member currently missing, it is only natural that concrete evidence eludes us. Yuqing nodded, showing indifference to these matters, and instead inquired, I heard from Bai Duo that the leader of the Five Elements Alliance possesses considerable strength. Even if you locate him, do you believe you can handle him? Upon hearing this, Bai Mei could not help but chuckle, replying, Senior, in fact, we have assistance from others as well. Dado? This piqued Yuqing's curiosity. Senior, you are likely aware that we, so-called celestial sects, are merely a title in the secular world. To put it plainly, we are just an ordinary sect. Beyond the southern region, there exist countless sects far more powerful than us. Coincidentally, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance once killed the son of an elder from the Hongtian sword sect beyond the southern region. This elder's son was a promising seedling in the Hongtian sword sect, and naturally, such a loss breeds deep-seated enmity. The Hongtian sword sect has learned of the Five Elements Alliance's activities in the southern region and has sent experts to investigate. Once they discover the whereabouts of that mysterious leader, the Hongtian sword sect will certainly take action. I see. After listening, Yuqing nodded, realizing that the sects from beyond the southern region had also become involved. So, Senior, the experts from the Hongtian sword sect are currently in Shangnan City. Should we go meet them? Li Bugue suggested. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuqing nodded. Since there was nothing else to do, it might be worthwhile to meet the formidable sect experts from beyond the southern region. Inside a bustling tavern in the city, Yuqing followed Li Bugue and Bai Mei. Upon reaching the second floor, Yuqing was drawn to 2 individuals seated by the window. Among them was a somewhat aloof-looking woman, her delicate hand holding a glass of wine as she savored it while gazing out the window. Opposite her sat a man in his 60s, clad in simple clothing, appearing no different from any other elder. True enough, Li Bugue and Bai Mei led Yuqing towards them. These are the 2, as they approached. Li Bugue whispered to Yuqing. Yuqing nodded. These individuals indeed exuded an aura that set them apart as members of a sect from beyond the southern region. At that moment, Li Bugue addressed the 2. Miss Ing, Elder Su, this is the Yuqing senior I previously mentioned. Li Bugue enthusiastically introduced Yuqing. Observing this, Yuqing offered a polite nod, greeting the 2. However, the 2 displayed little reaction to Yuqing's greeting. The woman continued to gaze out the window, her jade-like hand slightly twisting the glass. Only after a prolonged silence did she glance at Yuqing. She then turned to Li Bugui and inquired, "Do you have any leads on that individual?" Hearing this, Li Bugui's expression turned awkward as he quickly replied, "Not yet." "Then please expedite your search," the woman stated flatly. "The sooner this is resolved, the sooner we can return to report." Li Bugui cast an embarrassed glance at Yuqing. The latter frowned but chose not to dwell on it. He had initially thought it would be beneficial to establish connections with the influential figures from beyond the southern region, as Li Bugui had suggested. But if they were not inclined to connect, there was no point in forcing it. Thus, he moved to another window, choosing an empty table to sit down at, before calling out, "Waiter, bring me some wine." Chapter 72. This person is quite interesting. The two continued their conversation. Observing this, Li Bugui nodded towards the two women before walking to Yuqing's table with Bai Meida. Senior. "I apologize," Li Bugui said, his face filled with embarrassment. Yuqing waved his hand to interrupt, smiling, "We came out to drink, so let us maintain a relaxed attitude." Upon hearing this, Li Bugui looked at Yuqing with gratitude. Soon, food and drink were served, and the three began to enjoy their meal. During this time, Li Bugui and Bai Mei raised their glasses and approached another table. The woman, however, showed little reaction, merely lifting her glass for a token sip. "Sigh, it is understandable," Li Bugui whispered, "in the grand scheme of the continent. Our southern region is an insignificantly small place, primarily comprised of secular nations, and pales in comparison to the true realms of cultivation." Bai Mei, hearing this, could not help but chuckle in agreement, while Yuqing, however, had not given much thought to such matters. His sole focus was on drinking, and these affairs were of no concern to him. At that moment, two streaks of light swiftly traversed the sky above the southern city. Even Bai Mei and Li Bugu failed to notice their passage. Only the two women seated by the window exchanged glances, and then transformed into two beams of light, pursuing the source. "What is this?" Li Bugu questioned, perplexed by their actions. "Pay them no mind. Let us enjoy our drink," Yuqing replied with a faint smile. Li Bugu and his companion nodded, yet their gazes remained fixed on the window. Meanwhile, the two women from the Hong Tian sword sect halted their chase outside the southern city, watching as the two streaks of light disappeared into the distance. Su Lao, judging by their aura. "Could they be from the Qing Min?" one of the women inquired, tilting her head towards the elder. "It is possible," the elder known as Su Lao replied, furrowing his brow. "But why would the Qing Min come here?" The woman continued, "Could it be that they are after us? It is quite likely. The relationship between the Qing Min and our Hong Tian sword sect is notoriously poor, always leading to a life-or-death confrontation upon sight." Su Lao spoke gravely, and judging by their auras, one of them is exceptionally powerful. Should we confront them, even in unison, our chances of victory would be no more than 30%. Is that so? The woman's expression grew increasingly serious. "Fortunately, our Hong Tian sword sect excels not only in swordsmanship but also in stealth techniques, which all disciples are trained in. If we do not take the initiative to reveal ourselves, they are unlikely to find us," Su Lao stated. "Therefore, regardless of their intentions for coming here, we should avoid them as much as possible." Agreed? The woman nodded, yet she couldn't shake off the feeling that this small region of the southern wilderness should not be so tumultuous. First, the Five Elements Alliance, and now the Qing Min. It seemed as though the southern wilderness concealed secrets unknown to them. Meanwhile, countless miles away from the Hong Tian sword sect, near the borders of the Fuyiao Empire, two figures stood atop the highest peak within 1,000 miles. Both were clad in black garments, appearing youthful, yet the slightly older one displayed great respect towards the younger. They were indeed the Qing Min members that Su Lao had spoken of. The leader Chen Dongyang and his disciple Duan Feng. Anyone who had not encountered Chen Dongyang before would be astonished to see him so young. However, the truth was that he had employed secret techniques to maintain his youthful appearance. "Fenger, if I recall correctly, your talent in the Tao of Heaven leans towards aggression, enhancing your offensive capabilities, yes?" Chen Dongyang inquired, glancing at Duan Feng. "Indeed, Master," Duan Feng affirmed. That talent is quite commendable. With diligent practice, you have a promising future ahead," Chen Dongyang praised. "Thank you for your kind words, Master, but compared to the ability to enhance my attacks, I truly yearn for your kind of talent. After all, offensive power can be gained through training, but a safeguard for one's life is rare," Duan Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyang chuckled. Speaking of his own talent in the Tao of Heaven, he felt immense satisfaction. It was indeed a supreme life-saving technique. He could withstand any single attack while preserving a thread of vitality. Although it could only be utilized once every few decades, it was precisely this skill that allowed him to become the leader of the Qing Min, escaping death on multiple occasions. Let us not dwell on that. We must focus on the matter at hand, Qian Dongyang said, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings, shaking his head. I must admit, the spiritual energy in this land is quite feeble. Recently, the heavenly mechanism disk emerged, pointing towards this direction in the southern wilderness, and that fool Gu Jutian believes this place harbors immense fortune, attempting to exploit the energies here for his own gain. Such foolishness, Qin Dongyang scoffed. Little does he know, the true fortune lies not within this land but rather within a certain individual. If we eliminate that person, we can assimilate their fortune. Duan Feng nodded in understanding. Nations possess their own fortunes. When a nation flourishes, its people thrive, and favorable weather abounds, it becomes easier for exceptional talents to emerge, gradually strengthening the nation. Individuals, too, possess fortunes. Those with great fortune experience fewer bottlenecks in their cultivation, encounter more fortuitous opportunities, and can navigate dangers with ease. A nation can devour the fortunes of others, and individuals can do the same. By slaying a being of great fortune, much of their fortune can be transferred to oneself, allowing one to become that being of great fortune. But master, while this land may be weak, its population is not insignificant. How can we possibly locate that individual of great fortune? Duan Feng respectfully inquired. That is relatively simple. Individuals of great fortune are always the center of attention wherever they go. We need only conduct a brief investigation to discover who has recently garnered the most acclaim in the southern wilderness. And we will be quite close, Qian Dongyang replied. Earlier, we passed through a city. Though small, its vibrancy was extraordinary. If we inquire there, we may uncover some clues. Yes, master, let us depart at once, Duan Feng responded. Qian Dongyang smiled, unfurling his folding fan, transforming into a graceful gentleman as he led Duan Feng, soon descending upon the southern city. Once within the city, he casually captured a few low-level cultivators and commenced soul-searching. The Array Masters Guild, the southern empress Nanshi, none of these seem right. Qian Dongyang meticulously sifted through the auras gleaned from the soul search, shaking his head. Yet, after a moment, he appeared to seize upon something. Benefactor of the southern nation, Yuqing. The Array Masters Guild is situated in the southern nation, and its current prosperity is entirely due to him. This individual appears intriguing. Chapter 73. Reciprocity, I shall strike you as well through the soul search. He had even grasped the general likeness of Yuqing. After all, many had seen Yuqing during his previous visit to the southern nation, so knowing his appearance was not surprising. Guess what? At that moment, Qian Dongyang's eyes gleamed as, almost instantaneously, he spotted someone resembling Yuqing emerging from the tavern ahead. His gaze sharpened, and with a mere glance, he confirmed this was indeed the true Yuqing. After all, one could often sense a person's essence. The individual before him, in both temperament and presence, matched the one from the soul search. In such a small place as the southern wilderness, it was impossible to find another. Moreover, he could faintly sense that Yuqing harbored immense fortune. If such a person could meet their demise at his hands, that great fortune would undoubtedly transfer to him. Master, who is Yuqing? Is he the one you referred to as the being of great fortune? Where is he? Duan Feng inquired beside him, and no need to ask, for he is both far and near, Qian Dongyang replied with a chuckle. Oh? This revelation astonished even Duan Feng. It is him, Qian Dongyang asserted, pointing through the crowd directly at Yuqing. Ha 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 ha. He could not suppress his laughter, astonished by the fortuitous turn of events. It was as if he had effortlessly stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Duan Feng quickly followed his gaze, his spirit invigorated. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, Duan Feng exclaimed. However, the two individuals beside him are no weaklings. They seem to be from the sects of the southern wilderness. Does that not signify he must be extraordinary? Qian Dongyang replied, in this mundane little place, individuals from the sects are regarded almost as deities. Yet here is Yuqing, flanked by such figures. Master, you are astute, Duan Feng acknowledged. Yet, to me, these sect members, though revered by ordinary folk, are no different than ants. Qian Dongyang replied with a cold smile. In an instant, he locked onto Yuqing's aura, revealing his intent without any concealment. Just as Yuqing, having exited the tavern with Bai Mei and Li Bugu, felt the shift in energy, his brow furrowed. Bai Mei and Li Bugu also sensed something amiss, a chilling aura enveloping them. Qian Dongyang's body trembled, akin to a predator honing in on its prey. As an aura quietly expanded, seemingly engulfing the entire area, the once bustling street became a quagmire, throwing the crowd into disarray. If you wish to live, get out of my way, Qian Dongyang barked coldly. He had no desire to create unnecessary carnage, especially among the innocent, as it would inadvertently affect his fortune and potentially give rise to inner demons during his breakthrough. Perhaps this was the way the heavenly Tao protected the innocent. As Chen Dongyang's voice echoed, the suffocating sensation lifted momentarily, and the panicked masses scattered in a frenzy. Soon, the once crowded street lay desolate, leaving only Yuqing and his companions. "Senior, we are under attack," Li Bugu and Bai Mei remarked gravely, their vigilant gazes fixed upon Chen Dongyang, sensing the formidable pressure exuding from him. "You are Yuqing." Chen Dongyang's gaze locked onto Yuqing as he spoke coldly. "I am? And you are?" Yuqing replied, his expression revealing little agitation as he regarded Chen Dongyang. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I have come today for your life." Chen Dongyang replied with a chilling smile. In the next instant, he made his move. The terrifying force loomed ominously over Yuqing. Clearly, Chen Dongyang had unleashed a lethal strike without any hesitation, delivering the most formidable attack from the outset. After all, Chen Dongyang was acutely aware that such a great wielder of fortune was not an ordinary individual and was considerably difficult to slay. This was evident from the very beginning when he used his aura to lock onto his target, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would transpire. The moment this power was unleashed, Bai Mei and Li Bugu's expressions changed drastically. It was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that they could barely lift their hands. Instinctively, they turned their gaze towards Yuqing, for at that moment, he was their only hope. As they watched this formidable killing intent descend upon them, Yuqing, under the expectant gazes of Li Bugu and Bai Mei, finally took action. He stood expressionless, then waved his hand. The tidal wave of murderous intent was effortlessly dissolved. This sensation was most palpable to Li Bugu and Bai Mei, who felt the surrounding space revert to its original state in an instant. The oppressive pressure dissipated in a heartbeat. They turned their astonished eyes towards Yuqing, their expressions akin to that of children witnessing a wondrous spectacle, their mouths agape, their eyes alight with fervor. They were aware of Yuqing's exceptional prowess and had witnessed the abilities of his disciple, Xiao Li. However, they had never comprehended the full extent of Yuqing's true strength. At that moment, they were witnessing, for the first time, Yuqing's genuine capabilities, and they were utterly astonished by the absurdity of it all. How could such a powerful killing strike be so effortlessly neutralized with just a wave of his hand? Yet, the most astonished of all was Chen Dongyang himself. He was acutely aware of the strength of the blow he had delivered. That it could be so easily dispelled with a mere gesture signified something monumental, an impenetrable barrier. He could scarcely ponder why such a remote place as Nanjing possessed such formidable defenses. Instead, he turned and fled into the air, his legs propelling him with fervor, as if to hasten his escape. He even abandoned his prized disciple, leaving him behind without a second thought. "Do you think it will be that simple to escape?" Yuqing remarked coldly. Standing firm, he observed Chen Dongyang's slight movements. Extending his fist nonchalantly, that simple punch transformed into a colossal shadow that enveloped Chen Dongyang. What? Chen Dongyang, who was in the midst of fleeing, was filled with horror upon witnessing this scene. This punch had completely sealed off his escape routes. Realizing there was nowhere to run, he halted his flight, attempting to block the impending strike. Without hesitation, he donned all the defensive spiritual artifacts he had accumulated throughout his life. Yet, that seemed insufficient. He unleashed a barrage of punches in midair, trying to dissipate the force behind Yuqing's blow. In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided. Chen Dongyang had anticipated that his strikes would at least mitigate some of Yuqing's power. However, he was gravely mistaken. Why Yuqing's punch shattered all of Chen Dongyang's defenses as if they were mere dry twigs, ultimately reaching the protective artifacts adorning his body. Yet, the so-called defensive artifacts crumbled like fragile bubbles under the weight of that singular punch, disintegrating in an instant. Wow! Before the attack even made contact, Chen Dongyang coughed up blood. In the next moment, he was utterly obliterated by the force of that punch. Meanwhile, not far from the bustling streets of Shangnan City, two members of the Hengtian sword sect were making their way back. The current state of Nanjing seemed to conceal secrets unknown to them. The strikingly beautiful woman could not help but exclaim, "The only person capable of uniting us with less than a 30% chance of success is undoubtedly Chen Dongyang." "Indeed, there is no profit without early effort," nodded the elderly Su, continuing, "Given the personalities of Gu Jiutian and Chen Dongyang, they would not venture into such a place without absolute gain." It seems Chen Dongyang may not even be aware of our arrival," the woman observed. "Nevertheless, let us avoid his path as much as possible." Su added that it is best we do not involve ourselves in other matters. We should simply eliminate Gu Jiutian and report back. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, her expression shifted as she turned to Su. Su, noticing her change, exclaimed in astonishment, "There are signs of battle, and it's a formidable one." After exchanging a glance, they both rushed toward the source of the combat, eager to discern what had transpired. After all, aside from their swordsmanship, the Hongtian sword sect also excelled in stealth techniques, allowing them to retreat unscathed should the situation demand it. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Qian Dongyang launch a punch at Yuqing. "It's actually Qian Dongyang. Is that him?" They gasped in shock from the shadows. They recognized Yuqing as the individual brought forward by Li Bugu to curry favor with them. Although they had chosen to ignore him, not wishing to engage, they had not expected him to confront Qian Dongyang directly. "It's over for them," Su muttered. The woman merely nodded, speechless, clearly agreeing with Su's assessment. Even if they combined their strengths, they would find it challenging to withstand Qian Dongyang's onslaught, let alone Yuqing and his companions. Yet, the next moment, they beheld Yuqing effortlessly neutralize Qian Dongyang's attack. Before they could process their astonishment, Yuqing unleashed a punch, and they watched in horror as all of Qian Dongyang's efforts disintegrated like bubbles beneath its might, leaving nothing but shattered fragments behind. Both of them stared wide-eyed, particularly the woman, who instinctively covered her mouth with her palm, fearful of exclaiming in disbelief. This punch was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even from a distance, they felt their hearts race. Had they been struck by such a force, their chances of survival would have been nearly non-existent. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes, recalling the earlier events in the tavern. They had never anticipated that the young man seeking to curry favor with them held such inscrutable strength. At least, we didn't treat him poorly at the tavern, nor did we speak ill of him. Su remarked with a bitter smile. The woman nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are fortunate in our misfortune." At that moment, Yuqing slowly retracted his fist and shook his hand. After such a long absence from combat, he felt somewhat out of practice. However, Bai Mei and Li Bugu struggled to maintain their composure. Not only had he effortlessly neutralized Qian Dongyang's attack, but he had also obliterated him into fragments. The sheer shock of such overwhelming power ignited their fervor, their gazes toward Yuqing practically glowing with admiration. Meanwhile, Duan Feng stood in a daze, trembling. His mind had yet to process the reality that his master had found a target. Still lingering on the moment his master had made a move, in the blink of an eye, his master was no more, leaving him utterly alone. "Who am I? What am I doing?" Alone and trembling. He stood there, paralyzed by uncertainty. Should he raise his fist in vengeance for his master or flee? Yet, the thought of running left his legs weak. Before he could decide, Yuqing's gaze locked onto him. "Who are you, and why have you come to kill me?" Yuqing regarded Duan Feng with an impassive expression, his voice steady and low. "We are members of the Qingtian sect," Duan Feng stammered, fear rendering him nearly incoherent. Upon hearing this, Yuqing's brow furrowed. The Qingtian sect? He had never heard of it. Evidently, it was not a faction from Nanjing. This struck him as rather unusual. Previously, there had been that Hydra who inexplicably attacked him, claiming a desire to seize his treasure. Now, another faction appeared, launching a lethal assault against him, but of course, the Hydra had merely concealed its identity, concocting a story. Why Yuqing had believed it, thinking he had inadvertently revealed something valuable. To avoid further complications, he had remained vigilant regarding such matters. Now, could it be that the Qingtian sect was also after his treasure? "Why did you attempt to attack me?" Yuqing pressed on. His inquiry relentless. Duan Feng remained trapped in his paralyzing fear, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Seeing this, Yuqing's expression shifted to one of impatience. "Enough, it's no longer relevant." He swiftly struck Duan Feng, reducing him to a mere pancake, clean and efficient. "Let us go, we should return now," Yuqing said to Li Bugu and Bai Mei, his tone nonchalant. "Understood," Li Bugu and Bai Mei responded. Still in a daze, they made their way back to the Moshui courtyard. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as both men remained in shock. However, after taking just a few steps, Yuqing's brow furrowed once more. He halted, turning his gaze back toward the spot where Qian Dongyang had been obliterated. "He is not dead yet." Yuqing quickly turned around, spotting a heart amidst the shattered remnants. Not only was it there, but it was still beating, pulsating with life. "He is still alive." Nearly deceived, Yuqing, without uttering a word, delivered another resounding slap, shattering the last remnants of life from the heart, thus putting an end to the matter. His perceptive nature was truly admirable, as he was able to discern that the individual had not perished. Indeed, a remarkable feat. Li Bugu and the others witnessed this and began to shower him with flattery. However, Yuqing's brow remained furrowed, his mood decidedly sour, bordering on vexation. For years, he had believed himself invincible, capable of dispatching anyone with a mere punch. Consequently, he had gradually lost interest in enhancing his cultivation. Yet, now he encountered someone who could withstand his might, particularly a youth who, by all appearances, seemed to be of the younger generation and not particularly noteworthy. The realization that he could not defeat such a person with a single blow instilled in him a profound sense of insecurity regarding his own strength. It appeared he must strive to become even stronger. Chapter 75. Armoring oneself to the teeth. The fear of insufficient firepower seemed to be an innate affliction. This symptom exacerbated Yuqing's sense of crisis. In truth, there was another reason behind it all. Ever since acquiring the system, Yuqing's cultivation and training framework had diverged significantly from that of this world. He could only rely on his past experiences to gauge the realm of his opponents, estimating their strength through their aura. Beyond that, due to dimensional differences, he could not perceive the specific information of his adversaries. Naturally, regardless of one's strength, true insight could only be gained through direct confrontation. This was the fundamental reason for his uncertainty about his own capabilities. There were no benchmarks for comparison. All he could do was gauge how many punches his opponent could withstand. The youth, Chen Dongyang, who appeared so young yet could endure his strike, implied that many beyond the southern wilderness could similarly withstand his might without succumbing. The anxiety was palpable. Moreover, there was a more significant reason. Yuqing was unaware that Chen Dongyang possessed a life-preserving innate ability. Anyone within this realm could not breach that rule. It seemed he could no longer afford to be complacent. Diligent training was essential, and he must refrain from continually rejecting the system's tasks. Yuqing could not help but reflect on this. He glanced at his fingers, which could turn stone to gold. It appeared that he could no longer whimsically choose what to transmute. It would be prudent to select items that could be carried with him. Providing protection when needed, in the event of encountering a threatening entity, he could readily unleash a multitude of transformed objects. Furthermore, his Mishi courtyard should also be fortified to the hilt, for Yuqing was willing to admit that he harbored a substantial fear of death. After confirming the inevitable demise of Chen Dongyang and his companions, Yuqing departed with Li Bugu and Bai Mei. He had expertly controlled his strength during the fatal blow, ensuring no damage was inflicted upon the street. As the trio prepared to leave, two individuals from the Hongtian sword sect emerged hurriedly from the shadows, landing before Yuqing and his companions. "We have met the esteemed predecessor," they bowed respectfully. "Previously, we were unaware of your might and mistakenly thought you to be a sycophant, thus offending you. We humbly ask for your forgiveness." Clearly, upon discovering Yuqing's strength, their desire for camaraderie surged. However, Yuqing merely glanced at them, offering no further acknowledgement. He was a person of contradictions, at times petty, yet also generous. Some matters could easily be dismissed, while others he could remember for an extended period, dictated solely by his whims. In any case, he had his own principles. As for these two, who had previously strutted about, now seeking friendship, he thought dismissively, "Get lost, I can be proud too." Ignoring their overtures, Yuqing swept past them with Bai Mei and Li Bugu in tow. Yet, internally, he felt a modicum of relief. Initially, he had thought the seemingly youthful individual he had just dispatched was merely an ordinary presence beyond the southern wilderness. However, the demeanor of the two from the Hongtian sword sect indicated that he was far from simple. His strength was at least on par with that of an elder. This realization slightly alleviated Yuqing's fear of inadequacy, yet it remained a lingering concern. Ultimately, the seed of diligence had been sown in Yuqing's heart. As they departed, for reasons unknown, Bai Mei and Li Bugu began to assume an air of authority. Trailing closely behind Yuqing, casting sidelong glances at the two from Hongtian, who paid them no heed. Observing Yuqing's indifference, the Hongtian duo exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Although their earlier encounter in the tavern had not constituted a direct offense, it had nonetheless left a negative impression. Su Lao chuckled wryly before speaking, to which the woman beside him nodded in agreement. Who would have guessed that within this small southern wilderness, a dragon lurked? The mighty leader of the Qing men likely never anticipated falling prey to such a humble locale. Time passed silently, and a full month slipped by. During this period, nearly all of Yuqing's transmutations had been expended. He meticulously transformed numerous items within the Mishi courtyard, including brooms for sweeping, shovels for herb gathering, and drying racks for laundry. In essence, he transmuted everything within sight. as the Mishi courtyard served as his foundation. Should he encounter any peril in the future, these various implements might prove invaluable. Additionally, due to a shortage of medicinal materials, even with Nanshi's assistance, he could not sustain the extensive apothecary work he undertook daily. Thus, Yuqing set aside his potion-making endeavors for the time being and became enamored with sculpture. He carved small figures, albeit with crooked and unrefined craftsmanship, but once transmuted, they became imbued with spirit. Each animated figure was stored within his storage ring, ready to be unleashed in times of dire need. Through this period of transmutation, Yuqing discovered another effect of his ability. Ordinary objects, upon being transformed, not only recognized him as their master but also experienced an enhancement in quality. For instance, the broom, seemingly neglected in a corner, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a finely crafted spiritual artifact. Of course, as one afflicted by the fear of insufficient vitality, Yuqing, aside from these preparations, also delved into numerous insights from sages. Although the divergence in cultivation frameworks rendered much of the experience irrelevant to him, he gleaned valuable knowledge from some esoteric techniques and life-preserving methods. Techniques such as the art of escape, defensive turtle shell formations, and deceptive doppelgangers became part of his arsenal. Previously, Yuqing had remained somewhat isolated in the southern wilderness, encountering few skilled individuals. However, with the recent unrest, he found himself increasingly surrounded by formidable opponents, compelling him to arm himself thoroughly. Simultaneously, several nations within the southern wilderness commenced unified discussions, with Nangong Fuyiao prominently participating. They were none other than the emperors who, after being persuaded by Haichin, had surrendered their imperial seals to join the Five Elements Alliance. Has anyone received news? No, wasn't it agreed that action might be taken during the southern nation's grand celebration? It's been ages, and not a whisper of movement, not to mention that Haichin has seemingly vanished without a trace. What in the world is happening? My imperial seal still rests in his hands. In the sealed hall, the emperors voiced their opinions, growing increasingly anxious and unsettled. Ultimately, silence enveloped the assembly as they gradually came to the realization that they had likely fallen victim to a scam. Under the guise of high returns and persuasive rhetoric, they had so easily relinquished their seals. Although they now possessed spiritual artifacts, such items paled in comparison to the significance of the imperial seals for sovereign rulers. Chapter 76. This sheep is clearly a prehistoric demon. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened to an extreme. She was utterly unwilling to accept this outcome. She had envisioned leveraging the Five Elements Alliance to rise to true supremacy in the southern wilderness. After all, she was unlike the emperors present. Haichin had promised her the title of the greatest ruler in the southern wilderness. She yearned to use this opportunity to humiliate Yuqing and Nanshi, making them regret their past treatment of her. Especially, she wanted Yuqing to acknowledge his mistakes and plead for her to return. As this thought crossed her mind, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Everyone, do not lose your composure. Overthrowing the southern wilderness is a grand endeavor that cannot be achieved overnight. It requires meticulous planning and strategy. Moreover, Haichin must have informed you all of the mysterious and powerful leader behind our Five Elements Alliance. Correct? Nangong Fuyao's words captured the attention of the assembly. Her encouraging voice continued. According to Haichin, this leader possesses unparalleled strength, capable of annihilating even the celestial sects of the southern wilderness at will. Therefore, with their presence, we need not concern ourselves unduly. We must simply focus on our respective duties and await further developments. I concur with Empress Fuyiao, spoke the ruler of the Red Sun Kingdom, Shun Bensiguang, who sported a small mustache. With the leader and Haichin on our side, our plans are bound to succeed, and their immense power renders deceit unnecessary. Indeed, I too find the words of the Empress Fuyiao to be quite reasonable. It seems we should simply await in silence. At this moment, the ruler of the Li Kingdom stepped forward to speak. As his words settled in the air, the assembled monarchs nodded in agreement. Clearly endorsing this sentiment, it is evident that humans are often reluctant to confront truths they wish to avoid. They even go so far as to concoct justifications and excuses, desperately seeking to comfort themselves, while simultaneously clinging to their desired outcomes with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, the powerful leader they spoke of languishes in the courtyard of the Moshui, toiling under the scorching sun. Occasionally, he gazes skyward or peers through the crevice of the courtyard gate, observing the world beyond. When will this endless cycle come to an end? I yearn for freedom. With a woeful expression, he notices the four great demons casting their menacing glances in his direction, prompting him to hasten his transformation into the humble farmer, Xiashesh. and resume his labor. It is only when night falls that he drags his weary body back to his diminutive corner. This corner, lacking even a proper roof, has become his home, seemingly a place exclusively his own. Yet, it is far too confined. He can only curl up into the smallest of shapes, for any attempt to occupy more space might result in being crushed beneath the feet of the four great demons. Inevitably, his gaze drifts towards a more spacious and pristine corner. Jiu Jotian, despite your misfortunes, you are of the nine-headed serpent clan. How can it be that a mere sheep enjoys a better existence than you? With this thought, he rises high and strides boldly towards the opposite corner. You, lowly and indolent sheep, shall exchange places with your esteemed nine-headed serpent lord. He raises his head high, exuding an air of authority. Looking down upon the lazily slumbering sheep, upon hearing his words, the sheep merely blinks its eyes, showing no inclination to move, and simply kicks out a leg. However, in the eyes of the nine-headed serpent, it is not just a simple kick. It feels as though a myriad of demons are lunging towards him, mouths wide open as if to devour him whole. Instantly, he is propelled backward, crashing into the distant courtyard wall, his bones shattering upon impact before collapsing to the ground. Gasping and sputtering, he soon finds himself expelling blood in great heaves. When he glances back at the sheep, his eyes are filled with terror. At this moment, that sheep appears not as a mere sheep but as a prehistorical demon. How could he have been so blind as to contest for his territory? After enduring days of recovery, regaining his strength to its peak, he never anticipated being sent back to square one by a single kick. He even realizes that the sheep had shown mercy. Had it not, he would be. Ultimately, the shock to his very soul from that kick lingers in his heart, instilling an enduring sense of dread. He cannot fathom how such a being could appear here. Just who is this Yuqing? In an instant, the mystery surrounding Yuqing elevates in his mind. He finally foresees that even if he escapes and accomplishes the grand scheme of the southern frontier, achieving a significant breakthrough, he may still not be able to compare with Yuqing. How could he even contemplate revenge? His previous disdain for the four great demons' sycophantic behavior gradually diminishes, and he finds himself in reluctant agreement. Meanwhile, as days pass, the Five Elements Alliance has vanished without a trace in the southern frontier, the enigmatic leader seemingly evaporating into thin air. Consequently, the two members of the Hungtian Sword Sect departed from the southern frontier, returning to their Hungtian Sword Sect. Nestled amidst the mountains, the aura of spiritual energy is palpable. With a series of architectural structures peeking out from the hills, occasionally, disciples clad in Hungtian Sword Sect attire can be seen soaring through the air, their swords beneath their feet. Having encountered senior sister Ying and elder Su, the two were greeted warmly by the assembled disciples. "Where is the sect master?" Elder Su inquired. "The sect master and the elders are currently convening in the Hall of Affairs. It seems there is a significant matter at hand." A disciple replied with a grave expression. "A significant matter?" Elder Su's countenance shifted as he asked, "What exactly is happening?" The disciple, uncertain, merely stated that the situation was urgent. The sect master had summoned numerous elders early this morning. If Elder Su wishes to know, he should proceed to the Hall of Affairs. Elder Su exchanged a concerned glance with the woman beside him, both exhibiting an expression of trepidation. The sect's development had been proceeding normally, with such large gatherings of elders being rare outside of the customary decade-long assembly, suggesting that something serious must indeed be afoot. Chapter 77. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be the Qingtian sect Elder Su, and the woman dared not delay. Hastening towards the sect's Hall of Affairs, upon their arrival, they found the upper echelons of the sect already assembled, all bearing solemn expressions. After greeting the sect master and the various elders, the woman inquired, "What has transpired, master?" Upon seeing the two return, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table promptly asked, "So, how did things go, master? The Five Elements Alliance has indeed been uprooted, yet their leader remains elusive. We suspect he may have fled the southern frontier, which is why we returned temporarily," the woman reported. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing this and replied, "Let us set aside the matter of the Five Elements Alliance for now. You two take a seat first. Master, esteemed elders, what exactly has occurred?" The woman, unable to remain seated, could not help but ask, particularly upon noticing the agitated expressions of the elders, which heightened her anxiety. "Alas, holy maiden, it is none other than the Qingtian sect." At this moment, an elder could not contain himself and began to explain. "They have gone too far, launching surprise attacks on 3 of our Hungtian Sword Sect's spiritual veins, resulting in countless disciples suffering grievous injuries. As he spoke, the elders' faces were filled with fury, their teeth gritted in anger. The Qingtian sect is clearly taking advantage of the turmoil in our sword tomb, which requires suppression to instigate conflict, intending to initiate a full-scale war with us. If a true war were to break out, the Qingtian sect possesses numerous powerful figures, particularly Qian Dongyang. To secure victory over our sect's experts, we would have to deploy all our might. However, with no one to suppress the sword tomb, we risk our own downfall while trying to safeguard our rear, effectively playing into the Qingtian sect's hands. Yet if we choose to endure, the Qingtian sect will only become more brazen. How can we swallow this humiliation? What will the other forces in the wasteland think of our Hengtian sword sect? Thus, the decision to fight or not truly weighs heavily upon us. Indeed, it is especially troubling that the sword tomb is currently in turmoil. Otherwise, how could the Qingtian sect be so audacious? In an instant, the elders were in an uproar, their voices rising in a cacophony of conflicting opinions. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man at the head of the table, radiating authority without anger, remained silent, evidently struggling to reach a conclusion. However, upon hearing the others speak, the woman's complexion visibly relaxed. I initially thought it was something grave, but it turns out to be the Qingtian sect, she remarked. As soon as her words fell, all eyes turned towards her, some filled with reproach. What do you mean, holy maiden? Your tone suggests this is not a serious matter, as if the deaths of our disciples are insignificant? An elder questioned. The middle-aged man also fixed his inquiring gaze upon her. In response, the woman quickly clasped her hands, saying, Master, esteemed elders, I do not mean to imply that the deaths of our disciples are trivial. Rather, I wish to convey that the Qingtian sect is not a formidable threat at present. The Qingtian sect is not a formidable threat? Upon hearing the woman's statement, the elders exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion. Many felt an even stronger sense of discontent. Such significant matters concerning the sect should not involve these inexperienced juniors. Yet, the next words from the woman left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. For Qian Dongyang has already died. Her melodious voice resonated throughout the hall, akin to a massive stone plummeting into water, sending forth tremendous ripples. What? The middle-aged man at the head of the table was the first to rise, incredulous as he asked, Qiao, you cannot jest about such matters. Indeed, holy maiden, such jesting is unacceptable. How could Qian Dongyang, the leader of the Qingtian sect, possibly die? All eyes were fixated on the woman, desperate for an answer. I would not dare speak lightly of such matters, for Qian Dongyang truly perished in the southern frontier. And we witnessed it with our own eyes, she stated gravely. Elder Su can attest to this. The holy maiden speaks the truth. Qian Dongyang has indeed met his demise. At this moment, Elder Su also stood to confirm, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of exhilaration as he looked at the woman, asking, Qiao, how did this come to pass? This was also the question on everyone's mind. All eyes turning towards her in anticipation, the woman, not daring to withhold any details, recounted everything she had witnessed. He was killed in an instant. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a minor region as the southern frontier harbors such a formidable predecessor. Despite not having witnessed the event firsthand, they could already envision the scene's shock from her brief account. Everyone was aware of Qian Dongyang's prowess, even including the sect master. No one would confidently claim they could defeat him in single combat. Therefore, to be able to slay Qian Dongyang implies that the assailant's strength must be of a caliber that commands their utmost respect. Indeed, it seems that the heavens have favored our Hengtian sword sect. With the demise of Qian Dongyang, we have lost a formidable force, leaving our adversaries in disarray and bereft of leadership. Thus, the Qingtian sect is no longer a cause for concern. Let my command be heeded. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder, we shall first reclaim the 3 vital spiritual veins usurped by the Qingtian sect, and then we shall formally launch our offensive against them. However, to minimize casualties among our disciples, we must not act hastily. A gradual approach is necessary. The middle-aged man declared with resolute authority. Understood. I shall obey the command, replied the Grand Elder, an aged man of remarkable integrity, who, upon receiving the order, stood with renewed vigor and a palpable battle spirit. Having long harbored a deep-seated fury, he finally had the opportunity to unleash it. After issuing a series of commands, the middle-aged man continued, regardless of the circumstances, that esteemed individual who vanquished Qian Dongyang is indeed a benefactor of our Hengtian sword sect. Qiao, you and Elder Su shall accompany me to the southern frontier to express our gratitude in person. At this moment, Ing Qiao's expression soured. What is the matter? The middle-aged man inquired, his brow furrowing. Master, it is because we— Subsequently, Ying Qiao recounted the incident at the tavern, where Yuqing was disregarded by Li Bugur and by Mei, detailing the events with precision. Upon hearing her account, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened, and with a tone of disappointment, he exclaimed, Foolishness! Qiao, how have I instructed you? When venturing into the world, one must always maintain an air of humility and never underestimate others, regardless of their perceived status. Even those of lesser realms may harbor profound depths or hidden talents governed by the laws of the heavens. Have my teachings fallen upon deaf ears? Master, I was wrong, Ying Qiao stammered in a fluster. It was not my intention. After arriving in the southern frontier, those individuals were incessantly obsequious, and it became quite tiresome, prompting my outburst. Indeed, sect leader, it was not intentional. Elder Su interjected in defense. Silence, the middle-aged man retorted sharply. You dare to speak? Qiao may be young and inexperienced, but you, a venerable elder, ought to know better. His words left Elder Su blushing, silenced by the reprimand. After a lengthy admonition, the middle-aged man finally waved his hand and said, Enough of this fruitless discourse. Regardless, since that esteemed individual has aided us by eliminating Chun Dongyang, it is only fitting that we visit and extend our gratitude. You two shall accompany me at once to offer our apologies. Yes, both Elder Su and Ying Qiao responded promptly, bowing their heads in acquiescence. The following day, under the guidance of Ying Qiao and Elder Su, the trio arrived at Shangnan City. Given that the site of Qin Dongyang's demise was not far from the Moshui courtyard, and since Ying Qiao and Elder Su had nearly seen Yuqing off, locating the Moshui courtyard proved to be an effortless task. Li Bugu and Bai Mei had mentioned that the esteemed individual's name was Yuqing. If my suspicions are correct, then this Yuqing must reside here, Ying Qiao surmised. The middle-aged man nodded, adjusting his robe, before stepping forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knocked, a small head peeked out, revealing little Lier. Who are you looking for? She inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing little Lier, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly, though he maintained his composure. He greeted her courteously, saying, Young master, we hail from the Hongtian sword sect, here to pay our respects to Elder Yuqing. We kindly request you to convey our presence. Oh, you're looking for my master? Please wait a moment. Little Lier nodded before retreating to announce their arrival. After she left, the middle-aged man sighed deeply and turned to his companions, asking, What do you think the strength of Elder Yuqing might be? Master is at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. Qin Dongyang was equally matched with him, also at that pinnacle. Yet this esteemed individual was able to dispatch Qin Dongyang effortlessly, indicating that he must have reached the transcending heaven realm, Elder Su surmised. Furthermore, I believe he is not just any transcending heaven expert, but likely a formidable figure of the upper echelon or even at the pinnacle. I share the same sentiment. Ying Qiao concurred. However, the middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Initially, I held the same assumptions as you, but upon encountering that young lad, I realized our perspective is rather limited. Limited? Ying Qiao was momentarily startled, asking, Master, did that little child conceal something extraordinary? Little child? Ha! The middle-aged man chuckled. Qiao, do not refer to him in such a manner. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, you ought to regard him as a senior. A senior? Ying Qiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that he possesses such power? Indeed, he is formidable, the middle-aged man declared. Though I could not detect any fluctuations of cultivation from him, my experience and intuition inform me that the young lad is exceedingly powerful, perhaps even comparable to myself. At these words, Ying Qiao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How could this child, so young, possess such strength? As the direct disciple of the Hongtian sword sect's leader and a revered holy maiden, she prided herself on her exceptional talent, yet in comparison, she felt utterly insignificant. If even a disciple could rival her, what then of his master? The middle-aged man did not finish his thought, but both Elder Su and Ying Qiao grasped the unspoken implications. Their initial estimation of Yuqing's capabilities had likely been far too modest. It seemed that Yuqing was most likely a significant figure beyond the transcending heaven realm, a master of profound abilities. The realm of divine powers. In this desolate land, such beings are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of strength. The Hongtian sword sect seeks an audience. Inside the courtyard, while carving, Yuqing recalled the woman and elder from the tavern. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Let them leave. Yes, master, little Lier replied, returning to the entrance. Why, master says he will not see you. You may go back with that. she disregarded the expressions of the visitors and firmly shut the courtyard door. At the entrance, the middle-aged man wore a bitter expression, while Ying Xiao and Elder Su appeared profoundly uncomfortable. You see, it is fortunate that this esteemed individual merely chooses to ignore you. Otherwise, could you even converse with me now? The middle-aged man shook his head. After contemplating briefly, he placed the prepared gifts at the door. With a respectful bow, he proclaimed, "Esteemed elder, I am El Tianqi, the leader of the Hongtian sword sect. I have come today both to apologize for my wayward disciple's earlier disrespect and to express gratitude for your assistance in eliminating Chen Dongyang, who bore enmity towards our sect. I have prepared a token of appreciation for you. Of course, if you prefer not to meet, I do not wish to impose, but I kindly ask you to accept this token as a gesture of my sincerity." After offering a final bow, he turned to Ying Xiao and Elder Su, saying, "Let us return to the desolate lands." Ying Xiao and Elder Su nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to leave, the courtyard door swung open once more. And little Lear re-emerged. "Why, Master says you may come inside and stay for a while." Upon hearing this, El Tianqi and his companions were taken aback, their expressions brightening with joy. "Thank you, young brother, for the message." With that, El Tianqi adjusted his attire and cautiously stepped through the courtyard door. Being an outsider from the southern frontier and the leader of the Hongtian sword sect, his perspective was indeed extraordinary. Not only had he sensed little Lear's remarkable strength, but upon entering the courtyard, he felt an unusual aura. It was as if every flower and blade of grass here, even the objects casually placed against the wall, were alive. He felt a multitude of eyes watching them, instilling a sense of foreboding that if he were to entertain any ill thoughts, he might find himself facing dire consequences. "Do not touch anything recklessly," El Tianqi cautioned his companions. Ying Xiao and Elder Su nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Within the courtyard, Yuqing sat at a stone table, pouring tea. As the guests entered, he extended his hand and smiled. "Please, take a seat." Upon seeing Yuqing, El Tianqi's heart leaped in surprise. Truly, he exuded an extraordinary presence. He quickly clasped his hands together, saying, "I am El Tianqi, accompanied by my wayward disciple Ying Xiao and Elder Su Feng. Paying my respects to you, esteemed elder, do not stand on ceremony. You may simply call me Yuqing," he replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor approachable. Why Yuqing's amiable manner eased El Tianqi's apprehension significantly. He had not anticipated such accessibility from him, "Esteemed elder, regarding the earlier incident involving my disciple and Elder Su at the tavern." El Tianqi began to apologize, but Yuqing raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is no need to dwell on the past. It is sufficient that you have made your presence known." Why Yuqing's indifference to the previous incident was a relief for El Tianqi. Although he had felt slight annoyance earlier, he understood that interactions often hinge on attitude. With the right demeanor established, trivial matters lost their significance, and this was precisely why he had decided to meet El Tianqi. However, more importantly, he had felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing El Tianqi's words outside the courtyard, prompting him to seek clarification. "May I inquire about the origins of the individual I eliminated a few days prior?" Yuqing asked straightforwardly. El Tianqi, sensing the gravity of the question, did not hesitate to divulge all pertinent details regarding Chen Dongyang's background. "The master of the Qingtian sect?" Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems that he is not merely a minor character. With such a consideration, the fear of inadequate firepower can indeed be somewhat alleviated. However, I am perplexed as to why he, the leader of a faction from beyond the southern wilderness, has come here, especially since I am not acquainted with him." Why Yuqing then inquired further. "Thus, it is improbable that he has come specifically to kill me. Clearly, what he wishes to ascertain is the reason behind Chen Dongyang's initial intent to take his life. I am unaware of why he acted against my senior, but his arrival in the southern wilderness might be related to the presence of the Five Elements Alliance in this region." At this moment, Lu Tianqi elucidated. "To my knowledge, the Qingmen and the Five Elements Alliance have always maintained a close relationship and have had dealings for some time. Once again, it pertains to the Five Elements Alliance." Upon hearing this, Yuqing nodded, unable to suppress his thoughts of the enigmatic leader of the Five Elements Alliance. "Does Master Lu know the true nature of that leader?" Yuqing asked. As for the specifics, I am also unsure, but I do know that the leader is not human but rather a beast, specifically a nine-headed serpent, Lu Tianqi replied. As soon as Lu Tianqi's words fell, something in the corner leaped suddenly. Chapter 79. Anima. Exposed. Exposed. Ah. Anima. Exposed. Exposed. The nine-headed serpent had just been enjoying an early dismissal from work today, looking forward to resting comfortably in its lair, but now it found itself frozen in place. A nine-headed serpent? Indeed. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yuqing's lips. He then directed his gaze toward the corner. How could the leader of the Five Elements Alliance have suddenly vanished from the southern wilderness? It seems he has been hiding right under his nose. Under Yuqing's scrutinizing gaze, the nine-headed serpent trembled in fear. Before it could make a move, Yuqing stood and approached it, extending his hand to seize it. Master Lu, by coincidence, not long ago, a nine-headed creature attacked me, and my disciples managed to subdue it. Its true form is that of a nine-headed serpent. Could you help me confirm this? Yuqing stated, tossing the nine-headed serpent before the others. This aura? Lu Tianqi stared intently at the nine-headed serpent, his mind shaken as he spoke. It is he, indeed. Although I have only encountered this nine-headed serpent once. Its aura is unmistakable. Lu Tianqi gazed at the weakened nine-headed serpent, taking a deep breath. He had not anticipated that this nine-headed serpent had long since fallen into Yuqing's hands. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Tianqi felt that there were too many alluring things within, which led him not to notice the small serpent. Otherwise, he would have recognized it the instant he laid eyes on it. How intriguing! Why Yuqing chuckled softly and gently placed his foot upon the nine-headed serpent. Now, speak. Why did you and Chen Dongyang come to kill me? Yuqing inquired in a low voice. Faced with Yuqing's questioning, the nine-headed serpent broke into a cold sweat. It understood that a single misstep in its answer could mean the end of its life. Although its situation was dire, at least it was still alive. However, as Yuqing applied slight pressure with his foot, it felt as though its body would snap, leading it to realize that it had no choice but to tell the truth. With that thought, it steeled itself and stammered, I never intended to kill you. I merely wished to come and subdue you. As it spoke, it recounted how it had once dispatched soul-searching subordinates to hunt down by duo, during which it encountered some extraordinary poultry and developed a keen interest in their owner, detailing the events in full. Naturally, as it concluded, its voice dwindled to a whisper. At the time, it had no idea. In hindsight, its actions were nothing more than an ant hoping to command an elephant. Utterly ridiculous. Why Yuqing regarded it with a contemplative gaze, reflecting on past events to ascertain that the nine-headed serpent was indeed not lying. In truth, he had been too lazy to think things through. Otherwise, he might have guessed the identity of the nine-headed serpent long ago. Meanwhile, Lu Tianqi and the others, having listened, felt differently. Especially when the nine-headed serpent mentioned the poultry. Their gazes instinctively drifted toward the ducks swimming nearby in the river. If their suspicions were correct, this flock of ducks had previously dispatched a number of experts from the Five Elements Alliance, each of whom possessed at least the Yuan Dan realm. Although the Yuan Dan realm was not particularly significant in their eyes, the shock of having a mere flock of ducks under Yuqing's command eliminate such formidable opponents was truly beyond words. What then of Chen Dongyang? Why did he seek to kill me? Yuqing subsequently inquired in a grave tone. I do not know, the nine-headed serpent replied. Why Yuqing's foot pressed down harder? I genuinely do not know. The nine-headed serpent was on the verge of tears. Since that day, it had been a prisoner and had no idea why Chen Dongyang was even more obstinate than it was. Yuqing frowned and shifted his approach, asking, then let me ask you this. What was the purpose of your and Chen Dongyang's journey to the southern wilderness? For those of you from the desolate lands, southern wilderness is hardly a significant place. Setting Chen Dongyang aside, I cannot believe you brought the Five Elements Alliance here without any ulterior motives. Why Yuqing had evidently grasped the crux of the matter quickly. This was also the concern shared by Lu Tianqi and the others. Setting aside Lu Tianqi, even Su Lao and Ying Xiao would likely never have set foot in the southern wilderness had it not been for the nine-headed serpent's arrival. The nine-headed serpent realized it could no longer conceal the truth. Now, it had no choice but to come clean. Recently, Chen Dongyang discovered an ancient secret realm. Because we share a past, and given that my nine-headed serpent lineage is naturally adept at navigating secret realms, he sought me out with the intention of collaborating to unlock it. After we dismantled this secret realm together, we discovered the legendary celestial mechanism disk within. The celestial mechanism disk? Lu Tianqi interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. Master Lu, may I inquire as to what the celestial mechanism disk is? Yuqing asked. Allow me to enlighten you. Senior, I have only heard some rumors about it. Lu Tianqi patiently explained. It is said that the celestial mechanism disk reveals celestial secrets at intervals, offering guidance on certain future events. Legend has it that a particular sect obtained it and utilized its guidance, essentially granting them a prophetic ability, which allowed them to rise to prominence in a short span of time. I had thought the celestial mechanism disk was merely a myth. I did not anticipate that it truly existed. Lu Tianqi remarked, filled with emotion. After hearing this, Yuqing nodded, gaining a vague understanding of the celestial mechanism disk. Indeed, the celestial mechanism disk mentioned was the very one he had just referred to. But by the time they found it, it was already in a fractured state. While it still offers some guidance, it is not as precise as it would be in its pristine condition. The nine-headed serpent added. So, the guidance it provided you was concerning the southern wilderness? Yuqing quickly discerned the key point. Indeed, the nine-headed serpent admitted honestly. The celestial mechanism disk indicated that the southern wilderness possesses great fortune and opportunities. Considering the southern wilderness's uniqueness as a rare place where secular empires thrive, I surmised that this fortune might reside within these nations. Thus, I commanded my subordinates to persuade and deceive several nations into handing over their imperial seals, intending to siphon their fortunes and use these nations as a foundation to seize the entire southern wilderness's fortune, thereby breaking through my own limitations and ultimately controlling the entire southern wilderness. In such a scenario, even if the celestial mechanism disk's guidance did not pertain to these nations, by then, the southern wilderness would already be under my dominion. Upon hearing the nine-headed serpent's words, Yuqing was reminded of the day when Nangong Fuyiao had boldly proclaimed that by joining the Five Elements Alliance, she would become a singular existence in the southern wilderness. It now seemed evident that she was merely one of the first naive pawns in the nine-headed serpent's scheme to siphon its fortune. Thus, Yuqing couldn't help but feel both pity and amusement for Nangong Fuyiao. If he was not mistaken, the Fuyiao Empire was indeed one of the first nations you convinced, was it not? I do not know which nations my subordinate He Chun managed to persuade. He has yet to report the specifics to me, and the nine-headed serpent hesitated. However, that blabbermouth should have revealed some of them. So it is likely. It was evident that even now, this leader of the Five Elements Alliance harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Nangong Fuyiao. Even if Shaoli did not break through, if he truly regained his freedom, it was unlikely that Nangong Fuyiao would become any kind of unique emperor. She would likely be the first target for the nine-headed serpent. Regardless of how things developed, Nangong Fuyao's allegiance to the Five Elements Alliance had already rendered her a grand joke. Ironically, she took pride in it. Chapter 80. The Celestial Mechanism Disk's Guidance. The Southern Wilderness Secret Realm appears. So, what of Chan Dongyang? Yuqing pondered deeply. At this moment, Lu Tianqi interjected. Allow me to report, Senior, I have fought with Chan Dongyang for countless years, and I have come to understand him somewhat. This individual, despite his lack of innate talent and humble origins, possesses ruthless methods. In the past, he has orchestrated the deaths of several fortunate individuals, seizing the fortunes they bore. From that point on, Chan Dongyang encountered one opportunity after another, ultimately becoming the master of Qingmen. Given his style, he likely came to the southern wilderness due to the guidance of the celestial mechanism disk. And he may have sensed your extraordinary nature, knowing you are a person of great fortune, thus developing a desire to plunder from you. After listening to LV Tianqi's analysis, Yuqing nodded in agreement. LV Tianqi's conjecture was likely quite accurate, which also elucidated why Chan Dongyang had unexpectedly turned against him. At this moment, Yuqing finally achieved clarity regarding these matters. However, he simultaneously developed an interest in the guidance of the heavenly mechanism disk. What do you think the guidance of the heavenly mechanism disk truly refers to? Yuqing posed the question. LV Tianqi fell into deep contemplation. His visit to Yuqing's residence today could indeed be considered as having uncovered a significant secret. During their discussion and speculation, they suddenly noticed that the clouds over the southern frontier were in tumult, and extraordinary phenomena manifested in the heavens and earth. The sky was ablaze with radiant golden light, stretching endlessly. At that moment, not only Yuqing and the others, but people throughout the southern frontier, and even beyond, were captivated by this celestial spectacle. Everyone ceased their activities and turned their gazes skyward. As time passed, the shifting clouds gradually coalesced into a vortex, gathering together 1,000 miles distant from Yuqing and the others. This celestial phenomenon hinted at a grand legacy or a hidden realm, or perhaps a rare treasure on the verge of emergence. LV Tianqi gazed up at the swirling vortex in awe, murmuring, "That place should be where the clouds converge, transforming into the vortex. How intriguing. If my assumptions are correct, this is precisely what the heavenly mechanism disk points to." Why Yuqing also raised his head and murmured, "The location of that vortex should be within the territory of the barbarian kingdom." Not far from the border of the Fuyiao Empire, LV Tianqi was not well versed in the geography of the southern frontier, but upon hearing Yuqing's musings, he couldn't help but cast a glance at him. In Yuqing's eyes, he perceived a spark of interest. Indeed, Yuqing was intrigued. He was no fool. This opportunity was practically at his doorstep, who wouldn't he be interested, even if he possessed a system? The system merely provided assistance, while opportunities and rare treasures also offered aid. The two were not mutually exclusive. I suppose the senior will soon be occupied with matters related to the hidden realm. I shall not disturb you any longer and will take my leave for now. Should you find yourself in the wilderness in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will certainly extend a warm welcome. LV Tianchi said, cupping his hands in respect. Since Master LV intends to leave, I shall not keep you. When you come to the wilderness, I will definitely request a couple of fine drinks from you. Yuqing replied with a smile. Although there had been some unpleasantness with the Hongtian sword sect previously, Yuqing's brief interaction with LV Tianchi had left him with a favorable impression. Upon hearing Yuqing's words, LV Tianchi felt unexpectedly flattered, realizing that this trip had not been in vain. Subsequently, LV Tianchi departed with Ying Qiao and Elder Su, leaving Shangnan City. For a long while, the celestial phenomenon remained unabated, hovering in the air, and the shock it instilled in people intensified. Master, such a magnitude of celestial phenomena has likely spread beyond the southern frontier. I suspect that other factions in the wilderness are also taking notice. Ying Qiao remarked, unable to contain her thoughts as she spoke to LV Tianchi. Does Master truly remain unmoved? If we could partake in even a fraction of it, would it not be a tremendous boon for our Hongtian sword sect? Yet, LV Tianchi interrupted Ying Qiao with a wave of his hand. Qiao, you are still too young. While this celestial phenomenon is indeed grand, there are some things that cannot simply be taken because one desires them. You must be able to claim them with your life, LV Tianchi admonished seriously. Moreover, consider this. We are in the southern frontier, the territory of that esteemed predecessor. If that predecessor shows no interest, it is one matter, but I have clearly seen a profound interest in his eyes. Thus, this opportunity is not one we dare to covet, nor can we, he added. Upon hearing this, Ying Qiao nodded, slowly grasping the underlying meaning. At the very least, in the wilderness, there exists an unwritten rule. Any spiritual veins, hidden realms, or even talents discovered within the territory of a particular faction rightfully belong to that faction. Attempting to lay claim to them would be tantamount to declaring war against that faction. Unless one possessed absolute strength to overpower the opponent, or unless it was a hidden realm that belonged to no faction, only then could there be fair competition. However, as this celestial phenomenon occurred in the southern frontier, logically speaking, it should have nothing to do with the wilderness. But Master, even so, it is likely that the factions in the wilderness will find it difficult to resist being drawn in by this celestial phenomenon. Ying Qiao couldn't help but say, "As for how other factions respond, that is beyond our concern. We must focus solely on our Hongtian sword sect," LV Tianchi instructed earnestly. Understood, Ying Qiao nodded, taking her master's words to heart. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the celestial phenomenon not only failed to dissipate but instead intensified. The barbarian kingdom had not anticipated that such a great fortune would fall into their hands. Interestingly, while Yuqing was still in Shangnan City and had yet to make his way to the barbarian kingdom, he received an urgent letter from them. The message was quite straightforward. If Yuqing was interested, it would be considered an opportunity belonging to the barbarian kingdom, graciously offered to him. The barbarian kingdom only sought to share in the benefits. It had been a while since he had invited these two fellows for tea, and they had grown increasingly clever. Glancing at the urgent letter from the barbarian kingdom, a faint smile appeared on Yuqing's lips. Chapter 81. I am curious to see what your backing is. Meanwhile, within the barbarian kingdom, Manshan and Gongsun too sat in the hall. Have you really contacted that fellow? Manshan couldn't help but ask. What other choice do we have? Such a vast hidden realm is beyond what our two great barbarian kingdoms can consume. Gongsun too replied. But I have heard that there are others beyond the southern frontier who have also set their sights on our hidden realm, Manshan said solemnly. That is precisely why I made this decision. Gongsun too asserted. The hidden realm of the southern frontier must remain in the hands of the people of the southern frontier. How can we allow outsiders to seize it? Indeed, the treasures of our southern frontier should rightfully belong to our own people. Manshan agreed wholeheartedly. Just as the two barbarian kings were deliberating, a subordinate rushed in urgently to report. Reporting to the two kings, intruders have arrived at the hidden realm, and without a word. They have killed dozens of our barbarian guards, the subordinate exclaimed. What? Who dares to be so bold? The expressions of the two barbarian kings darkened as they rose simultaneously. They claimed to be from the flying sky gate of the wilderness. Possessing extraordinary strength, General Meng Shan, who was responsible for guarding the hidden realm, was severely injured by a youth with a mere wave of his hand. The subordinate said, his face grave. The two barbarian kings exchanged glances. both sensing the gravity of the situation. Those from the wilderness truly live up to their reputation for promptness. Let us go and see, they decided, not daring to delay, and set off towards the hidden realm. Upon their arrival, they found the barbarian guards, who had been stationed near the hidden realm, surrounding a group of individuals. The center of that group was a young man clad in white, flanked by several elders. Despite being encircled by numerous barbarian guards, they appeared utterly unfazed, even neglecting to glance sideways. Instead, they were engaged in discussion about the translucent forbidden portal formed beneath the clouds. Unfortunately, this portal is filled with formations. It may take some time to open it. Otherwise, we could have already claimed the treasures of the hidden realm as our own. The white-clad youth remarked, I wonder what exactly lies within this hidden realm. Judging by the celestial phenomena it has produced, it seems we in the wilderness have never experienced anything like it, and no matter what it is, it will belong to us. The white-clad youth and his accompanying elders continued their conversation. Hearing this, Manshan and Gongsun too, who had just arrived, were instantly filled with fury. You all perhaps look down upon our barbarian kingdom too much. Manshan, known for his direct temperament, couldn't help but exclaim. This is a hidden realm within our barbarian kingdom. When did it become yours? The words of Manshan elicited laughter from the white-clad youth. The barbarian kingdom? What is that? When did it dare to speak so brazenly before me? With that, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that struck Manshan, sending him flying. Your Majesty? Witnessing this, the surrounding barbarian guards were thrown into turmoil, their expressions darkening as they raised their weapons to protect their king. Only to be hastily stopped by Gongsun Tuesday. Gongsun too, his face grave, observed the white-clad youth, unable to fathom the sheer arrogance of the other party, who had resorted to violence upon their first encounter. The reason he prevented the barbarian guards from intervening was that the strength of the white-clad youth was too formidable. While Manshan was no pushover, the youth could easily overpower him with a mere gesture. Sending the guards forth would only lead them to their demise. How are you? Gongsun too quickly asked as he helped Manshan to his feet. Cough, cough, cough. It's a bit serious. Manshan wheezed out blood, his expression grave. The incoming party is too strong. They are beyond our control. Gongsun too nodded, his serious gaze fixed on the white-clad youth and his companions as he pondered their next move. A bunch of worthless fools, the white-clad youth sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the barbarian guards who were ready to spring into action upon seeing Manshan injured. He then raised his head slightly, adopting an arrogant posture as he addressed Manshan and Gongsun too. I'll give you a chance. Treat us well until the hidden realm officially opens, and perhaps we might reward you with some scraps. Upon hearing this, even Gongsun too, who was usually composed, felt his anger flare. While your strength is indeed formidable, do you not find your words somewhat humiliating? Gongsun too retorted. This is the hidden realm of our barbarian kingdom. It is not your place to discuss its ownership. You two certainly have quite the audacity. The young man clad in white darkened his expression, and as he spoke, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Gongsun too and his companion. Under this immense force, Manshan and Gongsun too felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dripping down their faces. They had yet to collapse, displaying a modicum of resilience. The young man in white let out a cold chuckle, unleashing an even greater wave of pressure. Crack, crack, crack. They felt as if their very bones were shattering. Gongsun too fared slightly better, but the already injured Manshan was forced to kneel on the ground, struggling futilely to rise in the face of such absolute power. Mere will was insufficient to withstand it. Is this the limit? The young man in white smirked coldly, tauntingly declaring, apologies, but this is not my limit. As his words fell, the pressure intensified. Gongsun too and Manshan could no longer maintain their stance, their bodies pinned to the ground. The young man then approached slowly, lifting his foot to press against Manshan's face, grinding it down as he languidly inquired, I now ask you, from this moment forth. This secret realm is mine. Do you have any objections? You, the dignified monarch of a nation, found himself humiliated beneath someone's foot, an unbearable shame washing over Manshan. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his gaze and shouted, Kill me if you must, but you lack the qualifications to claim this secret realm as yours. Do not think for a moment that the South has no one when Lord Yuqing arrives. You will be forced to retreat in disgrace. Oh, Lord Yuqing? Upon hearing this, the young man in white revealed a glimmer of interest, mockingly stating, So that's why you answer so defiant. It appears you have someone backing you. Yuqing, have you heard of him, elders? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he turned to those beside him, derisively asking, reporting, "Young master, we have never heard of this Yuqing. He must be some insignificant character. Indeed, daring to claim such titles as lord." A few elders behind him shared in the derision. "Hearing your words, I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you." The young man in white sneered coldly, adding, "In fact, I am willing to grant you a chance to summon this so-called lord of yours. I wish to see how he intends to make us flee in shame. Is this true?" Man Shan asked excitedly. "Of course it is true, for I revel in witnessing despair," the young man in white replied with a chilling grin. He then withdrew his foot and addressed the elders behind him. "Elders, since the secret realm has yet to open, let us find some amusement." The elders nodded in agreement. After all, in a place like the South, it was fitting for their young master to take the lead. They were eager to teach these ignorant ants a lesson. Man Shan hastily produced a communication jade slip to contact Yuqing. Just then, a voice echoed from the air nearby. "No need for such actions. I have already arrived." Chapter 82. To eradicate the roots and blast the foundations. As the voice resonated, both Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu's expressions brightened. The young man in white narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to locate the source of the voice. He beheld 3 figures descending from the sky. The leading youth donned green attire, exuding an extraordinary aura, accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old child and a black-clad man whose presence was imperceptible. The young man in white ignored the child entirely, immediately recognizing the black-clad man as a puppet. The trio were none other than Yuqing, accompanied by Xiao Lier and the puppet Chang'an. Aware that the current celestial phenomenon did not signify the true opening of the secret realm, Yuqing had arrived late. Yet he had not anticipated such a scene unfolding upon his arrival. "Are you the one they refer to as their support?" The young man in white assessed Yuqing with keen interest. Inquiring, "Indeed, that is I," Yuqing replied with an expression devoid of emotion. "Neither warm nor cold, I must admit. You have indeed provided them enough confidence to speak so boldly to me," the young man in white mused. "To suggest that your arrival could make us flee in disgrace, no, they are mistaken." Yuqing shook his head, then added earnestly, "You will not have the opportunity to escape." Upon hearing the initial statement, the young man in white assumed Yuqing was intimidated. But upon hearing the latter, his expression abruptly darkened. The air around them grew icy. "You possess quite the audacity," he said, scrutinizing Yuqing, word by word. "Of course. To prove my point, allow me to demonstrate," Yuqing replied nonchalantly. Before the young man in white could comprehend Yuqing's intentions, he witnessed one of the elders accompanying him suddenly explode without warning. Bang! Blood and flesh erupted in a gruesome display, splattering across the face of the young man in white. "Elder Bai, how could this happen?" The young man in white's expression shifted drastically, panic overtaking him. He stared fixedly at Yuqing, unable to comprehend how the elder had perished in an instant. It was crucial to note that while Elder Bai was not the strongest among them, he was certainly not the weakest. He was at least stronger than the young man in white, if that attack had been aimed at him. His eyes widened in horror as he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, slowly realizing he had encountered a true master. Yet before he could react, Yuqing drew the horizontal blade from Xiao Lier's hand and pressed it against his neck. "Is the secret realm still yours?" Yuqing inquired languidly. "I?" The young man in white, feeling the chilling edge against his throat, dared not utter another word. "Kid, we are from the Flying Sky sect. The person before you is the young master of our sect." One of the remaining elders finally reacted, pointing at Yuqing and shouting. However, before he could finish, Yuqing swung the blade toward him. "I did not ask for you to speak. Kindly be silent." As his words fell, a head rolled from the elder's shoulders, the lifeless eyes still wide in disbelief. It seemed he could hardly fathom that Yuqing would not afford him even a moment to speak after the act. Yuqing did not spare a glance at the fallen elder. Instead, he lightly tapped the young man's dazed face with the blade, stating coolly, "It is now your turn to respond." With 2 elders falling before him, the young man in white was paralyzed with fear, stuttering as he trembled, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees before Yuqing. "Senior, I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I was merely joking with you." As he spoke, the young man raised his hand, delivering slaps to his own face. The remaining 2 behind him hurriedly knelt as well, pleading for mercy. The sheer ruthlessness demonstrated by Yuqing had left them utterly terrified. In just one encounter, one elder had been obliterated, and another had been decapitated. They understood that if they did not beg for mercy, they would soon share the same fate. In that moment, they were truly frightened to the core. Meanwhile, the severely injured Man Shan and Gong Sun too watched with immense satisfaction. Did they truly believe they were spineless? Did they think the term demon was merely a jest? Should anyone have judged Yuqing by his appearance and considered him a refined gentleman, they would have been gravely mistaken. Not so. What do you think of my support? Yuqing looked down upon the young man in white. The senior is undoubtedly formidable. We are truly blind, the young man in white hastily declared. By the way, you mentioned you are the young master of the Flying Sky sect, yes? Yuqing seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. Yes, I am the young master of the Flying Sky sect. The young man in white replied eagerly, thinking that perhaps this esteemed figure now regarded his identity with some deference. However, Yuqing's next statement left him utterly bewildered. Then summon your father here. Father? You mean your father? Yuqing quickly clarified. As a time traveler, despite the years that had passed, some customs from his former world remained ingrained in him. Bring him here, and I shall spare your life, Yuqing declared. Very well, I shall notify my father immediately. Upon hearing that Yuqing would spare him, the young man in white hastily produced a communication jade slip to contact his father. Once he completed the transmission, Yuqing tossed the horizontal blade to Xiao Lier. Since we have embarked on this path, we must practice by eliminating a few more. Go. Take care of them, Yuqing said, casually stepping aside. Upon hearing this, the young man in white and his companions widened their eyes. Accusing Yuqing, you promised that if I notified my father, you would spare me. You are going back on your word. Fool, it is he who will kill you, not I, Yuqing replied dismissively, without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Lier swung his blade toward the young man in white with precision. The young boy's movements were swift and decisive. Despite his tender age, he understood the weight of this task. He recognized that this was a test from his master, a means of safeguarding his future. Having comprehended the insights of the sages, he bore no psychological burden. The ground soon bore witness to more corpses. Master, why must we summon his father? Xiao Lier scratched his head in confusion and asked. Because I detest the tactic of eliminating the young to lure out the elders. It is another lesson I have taught you. If you decide to act, eradicate the roots and blast the foundations. Chapter 83. The annihilation of the Flying Sky sect. To cut the grass without uprooting the roots. The spring breeze blows, and they sprout anew. Is it not so, master? I understand now, Young Li said. His comprehension only partial. Wai Yuqing took the horizontal blade from Young Li's hand, gently ruffled his hair, and affirmed, indeed, the child is teachable. At that moment, not far away, Man Shan and Gong Sun too cautiously approached. My lord, they both respectfully bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your timely rescue. Wai Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement and cast an appreciative glance at the two. You both have shown commendable wit this time. After this matter is settled, I shall pay you a visit for tea, rest assured. This time it will truly be for tea. Man Shan nearly gasped in surprise, hastily responding, your praise is unwarranted, my lord. This opportunity within the secret realm belongs to the Man Kingdom. Naturally, it is yours as well. Gong Sun too, demonstrating keen insight, added, my lord, the opening of the secret realm may take some time. Allow me to arrange a banquet for you. Sparing us the agony of waiting here, Wai Yuqing smiled lightly. Let us postpone it. With blood strewn all around, I lack the appetite. Man Shan immediately offered to call for corpse retrieval, but was halted by Yuqing. There is no rush. A few more should arrive shortly. We shall collect the bodies together once everything is concluded. Wai Yuqing spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, while Man Shan and Gong Sun too exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding. They had anticipated a tumultuous storm before the secret realm's opening, but it appeared to be more catastrophic than they had imagined. Indeed, before long, an overwhelming aura surged from the horizon, accompanied by a furious roar. I am Xiang Tianshi, the master of the Flying Sky sect. Who dares harm my son? A tall, imposing middle-aged man clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, led a group of formidable figures rushing toward them. They're here, Yuqing said with a faint smile, gently patting Young Li's head. Disciple, remember this. While it is noble to strive to be virtuous, in the realm of cultivation, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. If you do not kill, then you will be the one to perish. Thus, when faced with such situations, employing the right methods makes it quite easy to eradicate the root, for the roots will seek you out. As his words fell, the master of the Flying Sky sect, Xiang Tianshi, landed before the group. Upon seeing the corpse of the young man in white on the ground, he trembled, letting out a thunderous roar. You honor! Gazing at his son's lifeless form, Xiang Tianshi's eyes bulged with fury. Turning his head, he spotted Yuqing, who still held the horizontal blade, blood yet to dry upon it. Who was the murderer? It is evident to anyone not blind. It was you who killed my child. Xiang Tianchu's eyes turned crimson, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. How dare you remain here after slaying my son? Should you die even a moment more lightly today? I, Xiang Tianchu, vow never to be human again. Driven nearly to madness by the death of his only son, Xiang Tianchu raised his hand to strike without a moment's hesitation. Yet, in that instant, he felt a blur before his eyes as Yuqing, who had been several dozen paces away, appeared right before him, raising his blade in a swift motion. Enough with the chatter. In honor of your father-son bond, I shall grant you a reunion, and no need for thanks. With a flick, Yuqing wiped the blood from his blade. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Tianchu's head rolled from his shoulders, a fountain of blood erupting from his neck, showering his subordinates behind him in a crimson deluge. This all transpired with such swiftness and surprise that even now, they had yet to process the event. As realization dawned upon them, their legs turned to jelly. Their sect's leader, the strongest man within the Flying Sky sect, had been decapitated with a single stroke. It was hardly a battle. The blade flashed, and he was no more, simpler than slaughtering a chicken. The shock rippled not only through the ranks of the Flying Sky sect but also among the concealed figures surrounding the entrance to the secret realm. The commotion surrounding the emergence of the secret realm was so profound that nearly half of the powers in the wasteland were stirred. The Flying Sky sect, merely the closest, had its strongmen arrive first, while others, unable to make it in time, dispatched their spies to ascertain the situation. The sight of Yuqing slaying the master of the Flying Sky sect left many speechless. Yet, it was not over. Yuqing, casting not a single glance at Xiang Tianchu's headless body, inverted his blade and placed it against the neck of the nearest strongman from the Flying Sky sect. Are all the strongmen from your sect present? The man, shaken to his core, trembled uncontrollably as he hurriedly nodded. Several elders accompanied the young master here. The master received news of the young master's danger, infuriated, and brought the remaining capable hands from our sect. Xiang Tianchu was not foolish. Knowing his son was accompanied by elders, he understood that they posed a significant threat to his enemies, thus bringing all capable fighters. As a sect leader, he had performed adequately. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yuqing. Upon hearing the man's response, Yuqing nodded with satisfaction. Very well, it seems the time has come to eliminate you all. Saying this, he retracted his blade, as he sheathed his weapon. The others exhaled in relief, only to be struck by an odd sensation. Did he just say he would spare us? As they pondered, their heads felt as though they might detach in the literal sense. They were about to lose their heads. The moment Yuqing's blade returned to its sheath, the heads of over a dozen men simultaneously separated from their necks, rolling lifelessly to the ground. They were utterly oblivious to when their own executions had occurred. The sight of blood geysers erupting like fountains was quite the spectacle, yet Yuqing paid it no heed, turning back to Young Li and tossing the horizontal blade to him. His seemingly indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings. Those hidden in the shadows stiffened under his scrutiny, their blood seeming to congeal. Finally, his gaze fell upon Man Shan and Gongsun Tuesday. Now we can collect the bodies. For a short while, no one should come to court death. Startled, Man Shan and Gongsun Tu nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. The figures concealed in the shadows regained their senses, their expressions filled with dread as they melted back into the darkness. The annihilation of the Flying Sky sect. This news spread like wildfire across the wasteland, reaching every major force with astonishing speed. They quickly learned that within the Man Kingdom, where the secret realm lay, there existed a formidable and ruthless cultivator. The first to set their sights on the secret realm, the Flying Sky sect, had been utterly eradicated. From the master down, all experts had been slain, tantamount to an obliteration. This revelation sent shockwaves through numerous factions within the wasteland. Though the Flying Sky sect was not considered overwhelmingly powerful, they were certainly not weak. The ease with which Yuqing had extinguished the Flying Sky sect signified that he could do the same to them. This was precisely Yuqing's intention. While he was prepared to kill as many as necessary, he found the incessant influx of them, akin to swarming flies, to be exasperating. But of course, as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Even in the face of a formidable foe, countless factions still cast their eyes upon this place. Chapter 84. Who truly takes him seriously? After all, the unusual phenomena surrounding the emergence of the secret realm had been so spectacular that it evidently signified something extraordinary. There clearly existed a significant opportunity within. Few were willing to simply abandon it. Thus, many remained restless, eager to act. However, the individual who had obliterated the Flying Sky sect possessed extraordinary skills, and prior to the opening of the secret realm, no one intended to be the one to test the waters for others. As a result, no other factions openly approached the entrance of the secret realm for the time being. On the surface, the situation appeared calm, yet beneath, preparations for the ensuing competition for the secret realm's treasures surged like an undercurrent. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. On a particular morning at the Hong Tian Sword Sect, the sect master, El Tianqi, was engaged in administrative duties when he received a report. Sect master, the master of the Purple Thunder Sword Sect, Master Shen, has arrived. Oh, Brother Shen has come? El Tianqi's gaze shifted, and before he could rise, he heard a hearty laugh resonating from outside. Ha ha ha, El old brother, it has been a long time. How is your health? Upon hearing that familiar voice, El Tianqi's expression brightened as he rose to greet him. Exiting the hall, he was met by a robust man with a bearded visage and a coarse appearance, approaching with jovial strides. Brother Shen, you remain as spirited as ever. El Tianqi welcomed him warmly, and the two shared hearty laughter. The Purple Thunder Sword Sect and the Hong Tian Sword Sect were both sword sects within the wasteland, and the sect master Shun Jiutao and El Tianqi shared a deep and long-standing friendship. Once they entered the hall and exchanged pleasantries for a while, El Tianqi finally inquired, Brother Shin, what brings you to the Hong Tian Sword Sect today? Shin Jiutao laughed heartily. El old brother, your question lacks wisdom. Why else would I come at this time? Naturally, it concerns the recently emerged secret realm. Do not tell me that the Hong Tian Sword Sect has no interest in it. Upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, El Tianqi's expression shifted, as if struck by a sudden realization. However, Shun Jiutao remained oblivious to El Tianqi's unusual demeanor and continued unabated. El old brother, we've both been stagnating at our current levels for some time now. If an opportunity arises, we have no reason to let it slip away. I have heard that the Liuhe sect has already allied with the Jinhuang sect. Yet, if you and I join forces, what is there to fear? The treasures of the secret realm should rightfully belong to our two sects. As his words concluded, Shun Jiutao turned to El Tianqi, expecting an unhesitating agreement. Given their similar strengths and deep friendship, he anticipated that the Hong Tian Sword Sect would naturally choose to ally with the Purple Thunder Sword Sect for this endeavor. However, to his surprise, El Tianqi shook his head. Brother Shin, regarding this secret realm, our Hong Tian Sword Sect has no intention of intervening. El Tianqi spoke up. Not only that, I advise your Zilei Sword Sect to refrain from involvement as well. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiutao was taken aback. El brother, what is the reason for this? El Tianqi paused for a moment and replied gravely. This secret realm is entangled with certain matters that are not easily grasped. You must have heard that the Fei Tian men, who arrived at the secret realm first, have been exterminated. Shin Jiutao raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Ha, El brother, you truly have a knack for humor. What is the Fei Tian men? Do I need to elaborate? The entire sect, aside from that Xiang Tian Shi, possesses only a modicum of strength, and even that is negligible, if we brothers were to act. Who couldn't obliterate the Fei Tian men? Killing that individual was merely a show of force, seemingly to intimidate others, but in reality, who regards it seriously? Have you truly been frightened by it? El brother, you are not one to shy away from such matters. El Tianqi remained silent. In truth, upon hearing the news of the Fei Tian men's destruction, he had learned that it was the work of a single individual, and he surmised that it was most likely related to Yuqing. This confirmed his belief that his earlier decision to abstain from involvement was indeed prudent. However, now faced with Shun Jiutao, he was uncertain how to express this. If he were to mention Yuqing, he could not be sure if the other party would believe him, and should that elder learn of it afterward, blaming him for divulging information without consent would lead to trouble. After a moment of contemplation, El Tianqi spoke. Brother Shun, after all these years of friendship, you ought to know my character. I would never deceive you. The depths of this secret realm are profound. Becoming entangled within it could jeopardize even our lives and fortunes. Thus, I urge you, do not partake in this secret realm. Observing El Tianqi's solemn expression, Shun Jiutao's smile faded. El brother, you jest not? El Tianqi nodded. Of course not. Did you not say that the Liuhe sect and Jinhuang sect have formed an alliance? It is likely that before long, you will realize my words hold truth. Moments later, Shun Jiutao, deep in thought, departed from the Hong Tian Sword Sect and returned to his own Zilei Sword Sect. At this moment, within the Zilei Sword Sect, numerous powerful figures, including several elders, were already prepared. Upon receiving news, they had commenced preparations, awaiting their sect leader to finalize arrangements with the Hong Tian Sword Sect, so that both sects could set out together. However, instead of an alliance from the Hongtian sword sect, they received an unexpected response. Not going. The Grand Elder of the Zilei sword sect displayed an expression of shock. Sect leader, are you jesting? We are fully prepared, Shun Jiutao replied solemnly. Indeed, our Zilei sword sect shall not participate in this secret realm. I have received word from sect leader L of the Hongtian sword sect that this secret realm is extraordinary. Entangled with perilous matters that should not be taken lightly, instantly, an uproar ensued among the crowd. This secret realm is exceptional. How can we simply abandon it? Sect leader, if we do not go, shall we allow the Lu He sect and Jin Huang sect to seize it unopposed? The opportunity of the secret realm is not only desired by Shen Jiutao. Everyone hopes to gain from it, though declare we shall not go is hardly convincing. Some even voice their dissent. Sect leader, have you been deceived by El Tianqi of the Hongtian sword sect? How does he know of any hidden truths? I believe the Hongtian sword sect desires to monopolize the benefits, thus deceiving you. Upon hearing this, Shan Jiutao's gaze turned icy. Impudence. His voice echoed throughout the hall, imbued with a terrifying aura akin to thunder, which immediately stunned the assembly. Shan Jiutao's eyes swept over the crowd as he coldly stated, Sect leader L and I share a bond of life and death. He would never deceive me in such matters. Moreover, even if we abstain, the Lu He sect and Jin Huang sect will still vie for the secret realm. What benefit would it be for L sect leader to deceive us? Does he truly believe his sect can contend with the other two? Do not utter such words again. For this secret realm, our Zilei sword sect shall observe from the sidelines. My decision is final. Chapter 85. Everyone retreat 10 miles or face death. Yet, despite Shen Jiutao utilizing his position to suppress the matter, once the crowd dispersed, whispers and murmurs filled the air. Not only the elders, but even many disciples expressed their discontent regarding the situation. Observing the vehement opposition from his entire sect, Shen Jiutao could not help but let out a wry smile while sitting in the hall. El brother, I truly trust you. Please do not lead me astray. In truth, not only others, but even Shen Jiutao himself had contemplated changing his mind several times. However, recalling El Tianqi's words, he ultimately suppressed the thought. They had been friends for countless years. He understood this brother well and knew he would never speak without reason. Thus, he placed his faith in him. Meanwhile, as El Tianqi and Shen Jiutao made their decision, other forces in the wilds were stirring restlessly. Some formed alliances while others sought to watch the conflict unfold. Hoping to reap the benefits, in any case, the entire barbaric nation was rife with turmoil, hidden currents surging beneath the surface. Gongsun, you are indeed clever. The recovering man Shan could not help but give a thumbs up to Gongsun too, saying, given the current situation, not only between us two and the barbaric nation, but even if all the nations of the southern frontier were to unite, they could not secure this secret realm. Indeed, Gongsun too nodded in agreement, feeling he had made an exceedingly wise decision by contacting Yuqing at the first opportunity. Had he not done so, they would likely have perished at the hands of the Fei Tian men, let alone the various experts they had observed around the secret realm, and those they had yet to detect. Meanwhile, 10 miles beyond the secret realm, atop a desolate mountain that offered a panoramic view of the secret realm, stood a middle-aged man and a young servant. My lord, perhaps we should take our leave, the servant suggested. You have always disliked such desolate places. Let us make haste to the next location. The middle-aged man, clad in white garments, with long flowing hair that exuded an air of elegance, smiled lightly and replied, Xiao man, the world is a vast place for cultivation. Though I hold no interest in this secret realm, the young friend guarding it possesses a demeanor reminiscent of my youth. I am rather curious to see how he will handle the tempestuous events unfolding in this secret realm. My lord, I believe he is merely a fool dazzled by the secret realm. Although he possesses some minor tricks and cleverness to intimidate others, the results thus far indicate he is overestimating himself. The servant could not help but voice his opinion. If he were wise, he would retreat upon realizing he is outmatched. But if he remains obstinate, the outcome may be dire. The white-clad man fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Clearly, the servant Xiao man's words held merit. Very well, let us depart. Perhaps there is indeed nothing of interest. The white-clad man nodded, gesturing to leave with a wave of his sleeve. However, as if noticing something, he withdrew his hand at the last moment, observing as Yuqing appeared before the entrance of the secret realm. Finding a shaded spot, he set up a tea table with a flick of his hand and leisurely began to brew tea. Hey, this lad possesses some intrigue. The white-clad man's pupils shifted, focusing on Yuqing's actions, revealing a spark of interest. What had initially seemed dull and uninteresting now piqued his curiosity. The secret realm, having manifested in the southern frontier, by convention, belonged to the southern frontier. Thus, others had no right to intrude. This moment, after pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring a sip, Yuqing's voice, infused with energy, resonated throughout the surroundings. I advise all to return whence they came. Clearly, those fixated on this place were not merely the two men atop the desolate mountain, but numerous forces eyeing the secret realm. Little brat, you are far too arrogant. At that moment, a voice resounded, clearly displeased. The instant Yuqing's words fell, a figure emerged, an elder in his 60s, his face shadowed with gloom. You have merely extinguished a small Fei Tianmin and truly believe yourself significant? The elder exuded a formidable aura, evidently powerful, surpassing even the former leader of the Fei Tianmin. Yet, Yuqing merely cast a fleeting glance at him, returning to his tea. He then raised his voice once more. I've already enjoyed 2 cups of tea. After waiting so long, is this all I get? An old man jumping out? You little brat, I can no longer tolerate you. Indeed. As Yuqing's words fell, several others launched into the air, soon joining in. Elder Een, this little brat is rather arrogant. He must possess some strength. Why don't we join forces to eliminate him? A graceful beauty, her waist resembling that of a water snake, approached the elder, saying languidly, though the Fei Tianmin is a minor sect, they have developed over time. Surely, they possess some resources that this brat might seize. After we eliminate him, we can divide the spoils from the Fei Tianmin, treating it as an advance on our gains from this expedition into the secret realm. What say you? Agreed. The elder nodded first. We concur. Several individuals who had jumped out nodded in agreement, subsequently directing their gaze towards Yuqing. They encircled him, advancing with the intent to strike, effectively cutting off his escape route. The battle was on the verge of erupting. What was initially anticipated to be a back-and-forth confrontation turned out to be a swift massacre. Within mere moments, several assailants fell victim to Yuqing's prowess. Only the woman who had instigated the assault remained, trembling in terror as she knelt on the ground. Please, don't kill me. I can be your dog. I will do whatever you command, as she pleaded in horror. She desperately exposed her figure, hoping it might spare her life. Yet, what awaited her was a powerful punch, one that was even more brutal than those dealt to the others, in her final moments. She was subjected to utter humiliation. With her demise, the remaining concealed onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes filled with trepidation. They had clearly underestimated the capabilities of such a formidable expert emerging from this remote region of Nangong. And this was precisely the effect Yuqing sought. Since entering this secret realm, he had never contemplated adopting a low profile. You have 10 breaths to retreat 10 miles away. Otherwise, you will perish. Had this been stated earlier, the various powers present would have dismissed it with scorn. After all, the forces that dared to approach, knowing Yuqing had obliterated Fuyiao, were not weaker than Fuyiao itself. However, after witnessing Yuqing's swift execution of several foes, their perceptions drastically shifted. Whether it was the sinister old man or the beautiful woman struck down by Yuqing, their strength was not to be underestimated. Many present were on par with them. If Yuqing could easily eliminate the old man, he could undoubtedly do the same to the rest. In an instant, numerous factions chose to withdraw, opting not to provoke Yuqing. Soon, the atmosphere around the secret realm grew significantly quieter. Yet, in a camp several miles away from Yuqing, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. At the forefront was a middle-aged man of opulent stature. Slightly plump. One might mistake him for an ordinary wealthy merchant, but those familiar with the forces of the wasteland would recognize him as the esteemed leader of the Liuhe sect, Sun Fu. He had witnessed the earlier scene of Yuqing's slaughter. Observing the multitude of factions retreating in fear, an elder from the Liuhe sect could not help but inquire, "Sect leader, what should we do now?" "Just a skirmish among the weak," Sun Fu scoffed derisively. "That rabble fears him. Do they think they can intimidate us, the Liuhe sect? What can they do to us?" The elder, hearing this, nodded sheepishly. He had sensed Yuqing's formidable strength, which had prompted his question. Yet, he suddenly remembered that he was not the only one present. Many high-ranking members of the Liuhe sect were also there, its the Jinhuang sect and the 2 sword sects that have yet to reveal themselves that we need to be wary of. Besides, the secret realm has not truly opened yet. Let that boy frolic for the time being. Sun Fu continued, to exaggerate. If the Liuhe sect were to act, a single spit from each of us could drown this boy. The true contest lies solely among our major sections. His words were met with consensus from the other Liuhe sect members. Among them, Very few genuinely regarded Yuqing as a threat. However, just as they were complacent, a blinding flash of blade light suddenly surged forth. Wherever the blade light struck, the earth seemed to split apart, like a pillar of light descending from the heavens upon the Liuhe sect members. The rotund Sun Fu, standing at the front with his hands clasped behind his back, was the first to face this onslaught. He was instantly slain. Many elders behind him were thrown into chaos. With several sustaining fatal injuries, the remaining elders gaped in horror, their eyes wide as they stared at their leader, now severed into two halves, bloodshot with disbelief. The sect leader is dead, in their panic. Someone shouted, their voice trembling with fear. In their despair, they realized another wave of blade light was descending upon them. The surviving elders could only watch as the blade light loomed larger and larger in their vision. In an instant, the entire Liuhe sect was annihilated. Concurrently, in another encampment not far from the Liuhe sect, another group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. The aura emanating from them was equally formidable, rivaling that of the Liuhe sect. Sect leader, let the other sects retreat. We of the Jinhuang sect need not regard such a threat, an elder addressed a young man clad in black standing at the forefront. Indeed, the black-clad youth, known as the renowned sect leader of the Jinhuang sect, Shi Wuming, replied nonchalantly. The next moment, they witnessed two beams of blade light erupting from the Liuhe sect's direction. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they found a similar blade light hurtling toward them. In an instant, the destructive force was poised to engulf them. Suddenly, Shi Wuming dropped to his knees, exclaiming, I am willing to lead my sect in submission. In that moment, he almost forced the words out. The instant his plea fell from his lips, the descending blade light halted, suspended half a foot above his head. As he gazed up at the ominous blade light. Laden with destructive power, Shi Wuming swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The elders behind him, still grappling with the urgency of the moment, had not yet grasped the gravity of the Liuhe sect's fate. Yet, as the leader of the Liuhe sect, he clearly witnessed Sun Fu being cleaved in two and the entirety of the Liuhe sect being obliterated by two strikes. Having been in a long-standing rivalry with the Liuhe sect, he was acutely aware of its strength. A single strike that could slay Sun Fu would undoubtedly yield the same result if it fell upon him. Thus, in that critical moment, he had uttered the words of submission to preserve his life. It wasn't that he lacked resolve. Faced with absolute power and means, his spirit faltered. The resilience he once boasted would only lead him to share the same grim fate as the Liuhe sect. Behind him, the elders of the Jinhuang sect began to realize the severity of their situation, comprehending the annihilation of the Liuhe sect. Yes, they looked up at the blade light hovering above their sect leader's head. They exchanged glances, a wave of fear washing over them. Had their leader not decisively made that choice, had that individual opted for them instead of the Liuhe sect, they would have met the same dire end. They could hardly fathom that the Yuqing they had dismissed was, in fact, endowed with such overwhelming strength. At that moment, the blade light hovering above their heads suddenly retracted, leaving behind a single phrase. You may approach now. Shi Wuming, with a complex expression, slowly rose and turned his gaze toward the elders behind him. Though they too bore complicated expressions, their looks toward their leader were imbued with understanding. For Shi Wuming's decision not only saved himself but also spared them. While the weight of the words lead and submission was immense, without them, they would have long since become victims of the blade. Thus, this elite group of the Jinhuang sect, under Shi Wuming's guidance, approached Yuqing with trepidation. This scene was not lost on the factions that had chosen to withdraw. 10 miles away, the gathered crowd exchanged glances, gasping in disbelief. Chapter 87. Yuqing's control over hearts. The eyes of the crowd were filled with palpable fear and trepidation. As fellow forces of the wasteland, they were acutely aware of the strength of both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect. Witnessing the annihilation of one and the submission of the other, they realized that had they hesitated even slightly, they too would have found themselves in dire straits. The members of the Jinhuang sect approached Yuqing, their expressions fraught with complexity. Beneath the shade of the trees, the young man remained sipping tea. At this juncture, no one would regard him as merely a youth. Shi Wuming and the others appeared tense. In truth, this was their first genuine encounter with Yuqing. We pay our respects, senior. Shi Wuming led the Jinhuang sect members in a formal greeting. Please, be seated. Yuqing lifted his gaze, gesturing for Shi Wuming to take a seat. Glancing nervously at Yuqing, unsure of his intentions, Shi Wuming, acutely aware of the precariousness of his own life, cautiously seated himself opposite Yuqing. As Yuqing poured a cup of tea for Shi Wuming, he spoke leisurely. No need to be so tense. Drink this cup of tea, and then take an oath before the heavens, and you shall be one of us." Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming felt a weight in his heart. Yuqing's seemingly casual remark was, in reality, immensely significant for them. After all, an oath before the heavens was not to be taken lightly. Those who dared to breach it would face divine retribution. Their souls obliterated. Upon the issuance of the heavenly oath, they were compelled to heed the commands of Yuqing, bound by the constraints of the oath, and none dared to defy it. Even if Yuqing commanded them to march to their deaths, they had no choice but to comply. The plea for mercy was a declaration made by themselves, not a coercion from Yuqing. Shi Wuming, however, acted decisively. Glancing at the tea before him, he lifted the cup and drained its contents. Then rose and raised his finger. "I, Shi Wuming, hereby establish a heavenly oath, willingly submitting to my esteemed predecessor. Should I transgress this vow, may my soul be obliterated." Witnessing their leader's actions, the other elders dared not delay. Promptly following Shi Wuming and swearing the heavenly oath, "We pay our respects, esteemed one." After all had sworn their oaths, the assembly bowed in unison to Yuqing. "Excellent." Yuqing smiled and continued, "Now, proceed to fulfill the first task I have assigned to you." "We await your command, esteemed one," Shi Wuming inquired nervously, apprehensive about what Yuqing would demand of them. "The Liuhe sect requires your attention," Yuqing replied, his pupils narrowing. Clearly, Yuqing intended to eliminate future threats. He was never a paragon of virtue. Having reached this point of no return, he sought to eradicate any potential complications that might arise. This, Shi Wuming's gaze involuntarily shifted. He understood that this declaration amounted to a death sentence for the Liuhe sect. In the desolate future, the Liuhe sect would cease to exist. Even as a first-hand witness, the thought of the Liuhe sect, once on par with the Jinhuang sect, vanishing from the world stirred a sense of melancholy within him. It truly validated the saying, "One can never predict what will transpire in the next moment." Moreover, you may take the remaining resources of the Liuhe sect for your use. Utilize them as needed. "I shall retrieve what I require in due course," Yuqing added. Upon hearing this, the members of the Jinhuang sect, including Shi Wuming, felt a wave of gratitude wash over them as they regarded Yuqing. They understood that the Liuhe sect, as one of the prominent sects in the desolate lands, possessed a foundation that was undoubtedly comparable to that of the Jinhuang sect, although they dared not truly utilize it. Yuqing's words indicated that, despite their oaths, he regarded them as individuals rather than mere pawns to be commanded at will. This instilled a sense of dignity within them. "Rest assured, esteemed one, we shall complete the task," Shi Wuming proclaimed, bowing respectfully. With Sun Fu and many of the elders deceased, leading the charge against the remnants of the Liuhe sect would require little effort on his part. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Yuqing replied with a faint smile. "Once the matter with the Liuhe sect is resolved, I will need you to return to help maintain order here." Hearing this, Shi Wuming glanced around and nodded, clearly grasping Yuqing's intent. Under Yuqing's iron-fisted measures, most would refrain from causing trouble. Yet, with the mystic realm ahead, no one could predict what would transpire when it truly opened. After Shi Wuming and his companions departed, tranquility returned to the surroundings of the mystic realm. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away on a desolate mountain, a white-clad man accompanied by his attendants could not suppress a smile. "I must admit, I underestimated this situation." The white-clad man chuckled, turning his gaze toward his attendant. Xiaoman's face flushed, evidently embarrassed by the earlier remarks that now seemed misguided in light of current events. "Ha ha ha, Xiaoman, what do you think of my decision to take this individual as my disciple?" The white-clad man inquired with a grin. Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this truly the case, esteemed one? You have traversed countless realms and encountered innumerable prodigies, yet you have never felt inclined to take on a disciple until now? This young man hardly compares to the talents we've encountered over the years." Shaking his head, Xiaoman's expression was one of confusion and doubt. "I acknowledge that I misjudged this individual, but considering those we've seen in the past, he hardly ranks among the foremost. Your legacy is exceptional. Please reconsider." "Not at all, not at all." The white-clad man waved his hand dismissively, laughing. "A person's achievements derive from several factors: innate talent, strength, and lineage. However, whether one can ascend to greatness ultimately depends on their methods, actions, style, and fortune. Thus, the future accomplishments of an individual cannot be dictated by merely 2 or 3 elements. A genius may perish prematurely, while a rat in the gutter might yet turn its fortunes around. As for my decision to take on a disciple, I'm no longer concerned with external factors," the white-clad man declared, raising his finger thoughtfully. "What I seek is simply someone who appeals to my eye. This young fellow's mannerisms increasingly resemble my own from my youth. Let us observe him for a while longer. When the time is right, you may accompany me to take him as my disciple." "Ha ha ha, understood, esteemed one," Xiao Man replied, thoroughly convinced by the white-clad man's rationale, feeling that the young man under the shade was indeed fortunate, having attracted the attention of his master without any effort. Chapter 88. This foresight certainly merits a lifetime of application. Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. The news of the Liuhe sect's obliteration and the Jinhuang sect's capitulation spread like wildfire throughout the desolate lands, far swifter than the earlier reports of the Feiyan sect's demise. The entire region erupted in commotion. After all, the Feiyan sect was considered a lesser entity among the sects of the desolate lands, with many factions on par or even superior to it. In contrast, both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect represented true first-tier forces within the desolate realm. Few could rival either when considered independently. Thus, the annihilation of one and the subjugation of the other at the mystic realm's threshold sent shockwaves through the populace. The Jinhuang sect had suffered losses, but the Liuhe sect's leader and core members had been utterly wiped out. Though some minor figures remained, they were insignificant and would soon be consumed by other factions. Moreover, not only these two sects suffered. Numerous renowned powerhouses, such as the enigmatic Elder Yin, met similar fates before the mystic realm. The ripple effect was profound, marking a genuine turning point in the landscape. When the news reached the Zilei Sword Sect, Sect Master Shanjiotao was engaged in a tea session with several elders. Once a rough man, he had taken to refining himself in recent years and began to appreciate the art of tea. During their tea gathering, a few close elders expressed their dissatisfaction regarding the Sect Master's decision to abstain from the mystic realm, prompting Shanjiotao to offer a conciliatory smile. Simultaneously, he had dispatched scouts to monitor developments within the mystic realm. Indeed, before they had finished their tea, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. When they heard the report, the sound of teacups shattering filled the air as the elders reacted in disbelief. "What? The Liuhe sect has been destroyed." The Jinhuang sect surrendered to avoid annihilation, and it was all at the hands of a single individual. How can this be possible? The usually composed Grand Elder was so taken aback that tea spilled onto his beard, leaving him no time to clean it as he turned to look at Shanjiotao. "Remain calm," Shanjiotao replied, seemingly unfazed as he lifted his teacup and sipped, exuding an air of confidence and foresight. "Did I not warn you all? The mystic realm is not to be trifled with." In an instant, the elders, now grasping the situation, gazed at their sect master with a mix of awe and respect. As fellow first-tier forces in the desolate lands, both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect were not much different from the Zilei Sword sect. If either could be extinguished, so too could they. Had it not been for their sect master's decisive stance against the mystic realm, their names might have been among those circulating in whispers of doom. The thought sent shivers down their spines. As they reflected on this, their gazes toward Shanjiotao were filled with gratitude and admiration. "If not for your foresight, the consequences would have been dire," they acknowledged. "Truly, Sect Master possesses foresight. I am ashamed to have doubted your wisdom earlier. Thanks to our esteemed leader, we have avoided the fate of the Liuhe sect." At that moment, the elders rose and clasped their fists in salute, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Shanjiotao took a calm sip of tea. Without this level of insight, how could one lead a sect? The elders bowed in unison again. "Our sect master is truly wise." Just then, an observant elder noticed that Shanjiotao's cup was already empty, and the sect master was sipping air with a serene expression. Meanwhile, his other hand, hidden behind his back, trembled uncontrollably, suggesting that he was not as composed as he appeared. The elder opened his mouth but ultimately decided to keep this observation to himself. Meanwhile, the news also reached the Hengtian sword sect. Within the grand hall, Lu Tianqi sat at the head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Beside him, his pupil Ing Qiao's expression shifted dramatically. Although they were aware of Yuqing's formidable presence in the southern region and had anticipated that the Liuhe sect's pursuit of the mystic realm might end in vain, they had never envisioned such a catastrophic outcome, both the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect facing extinction. The desolate lands were on the brink of a monumental transformation, altering a long-standing status quo due to the emergence of the mystic realm. "Master is truly perceptive," Ing Qiao remarked. Beside him, Ing Qiao could not help but clasp her hands, expressing her heartfelt admiration aloud. Not only did her master resist temptation and refrain from meddling in the secrets of the southern wilderness, but he also established a rapport with that individual well in advance. Such foresight was indeed worthy of her lifelong study. She deeply understood the wisdom imparted by her master, to maintain humility while venturing into the world, to hold reverence for others, and to recognize the profound truth that there are always greater skies and more capable individuals beyond oneself. In the ensuing 2 days, news spread throughout the wasteland. Under the leadership of Jin Huangzong, the unnamed force from the west launched an assault on the Liuhe sect, leading to its official annihilation on that day. Although this outcome had long been anticipated, the moment Liuhe sect ceased to exist, a wave of emotions washed over the observers. Meanwhile, as the wasteland buzzed with discussions regarding the downfall of Liuhe sect, the surroundings of the secret realm remained eerily tranquil. Due to the system, Yuqing found material possessions to be less alluring than before. Normally, a secret realm would not warrant such concern, yet for some inexplicable reason, this particular realm seemed to possess an unseen force drawing him in. Under the shade of a tree, Yuqing savored a sip of tea and cast his gaze towards the portal suspended above him. The taboo still loomed large. It appeared that the day of its opening was still some time away. In this world, taboos were akin to formations, albeit with a more sophisticated nomenclature. Yuqing had some expertise in formations. Even before he acquired the system 2 decades ago, he had engaged in research, not to mention the insights he had gleaned from numerous masters of formations after obtaining the system. Thus, he harbored a notion of forcefully breaching the taboo to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of his own strength and the potential consequences of such an action. Despite the 99.98% likelihood of ensuring his safety, the remaining 0.02% uncertainty loomed ominously. It was far too risky. Perhaps it was best to wait, he mused. As he pondered, he could not help but set down his cup. His gaze directed forward. A man clad in white was approaching, accompanied by a servant. Remarkably, what had seemed like a distant figure mere moments ago was now within mere strides of him, even from afar. The man in white had greeted him with a benevolent smile. Chapter 89. Are you here to show off? Young friend, would you not invite me for a cup of tea? In the next moment, the man in white arrived within 10 paces of Yuqing, leisurely speaking. That of course, Yuqing replied with a smile, gesturing towards the seat opposite him. He had already sensed the presence of this man, who felt somewhat different from the others vying for the secrets of the realm. The man in white, eschewing any formalities, took a seat across from Yuqing, while Xiaoman stood beside him. This tea is exquisite, he remarked after savoring a sip, pushing the cup forward to signal Yuqing to refill it. Unfazed, Yuqing obliged, pouring him more hot water. Are you not concerned that I am here to compete with you for the secrets of the realm? After a couple of cups of tea, the man in white asked with a leisurely smile. You are not here to contend for the secrets. Yuqing shook his head. Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? The man in white inquired, intrigued. Because you are here to show off, Yuqing replied candidly, though I am unsure of your motives. I know your interest in the secret realm is rather minimal. The man in white paused, momentarily taken aback. A hint of embarrassment crossed his gentle, refined face, as Yuqing's words had indeed exposed his earlier pretentiousness. After all, he had intended to display some prowess upon entering, especially since he was about to accept a disciple with such a distinct personality. He had not anticipated that his little schemes would be so effortlessly unveiled by Yuqing. Scratching his nose, the man in white blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. He took a sip of tea, redirecting his gaze to Yuqing with a bemused expression. In conversations, the energy of dialogue is crucial. To guide the other party along one's narrative is to seize the reins of the conversation, thus making it easier to sway hearts and minds. From Yuqing's perspective, this suddenly appearing enigmatic figure, whose cultivation level and intentions were inscrutable, should have elicited his curiosity. Shouldn't he be speculating about the man's motives? Yet, if Yuqing posed a question, he would assume control of the dialogue. However, Yuqing seemed engrossed in his tea, refilling his cup leisurely, appearing even less hurried than the man in white. The atmosphere became oddly tense, marked by an unusual silence. Are you not curious about my purpose in seeking you out? The man in white finally could no longer contain himself. It is you who sought me, not the other way around. Yuqing replied with a smile. So if you have something to discuss, should it not be you who speaks? It seems you have a point. The man in white frowned slightly, realizing the truth in Yuqing's words. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly placed himself at a disadvantage in their interaction. As for Yuqing, he merely found the man in white peculiar. His ostentatious entrance and feigned mystery seemed rather unnecessary. At that moment, the man in white was evidently unsure how to proceed. Tio candidly expressed his intention to take on a disciple. Given Yuqing's current demeanor, he would most likely be rebuffed. He feared that such a rejection would complicate any future interactions. Thus, he hesitated to broach the subject. However, he devised a plan to draw closer first. believing there would be an opportunity to showcase his abilities and earn Yuqing's trust, eventually leading to a moment when he could propose the idea of discipleship. I am Li Xianbai. I happened upon this place and observed the secret realm's opening. I found your actions reminiscent of my own style, hence my desire to forge a connection and perhaps make a friend. That the man in white introduced himself, speaking genuine words. However, the pretense of friendship veiled his true intention of recruiting a disciple. Thus, Yuqing remained oblivious to any ulterior motives. Though Li Xianbai was somewhat eccentric, Yuqing detected no hostility from him. If he were indeed an enemy, Yuqing would show no mercy. If he extended goodwill, Yuqing was open to accepting it. He firmly believed that having more friends opens more paths. Yuqing nodded with a smile, refilling Li Xianbai's peep. To be truthful, I did exhibit a hint of ostentation earlier. I feared that without displaying some skill, you might not regard me highly, Li Xianbai remarked with a chuckle. His explanation was adeptly articulated, alleviating any potential annoyance while justifying his earlier display. Haha, you overestimate me, my friend, Yuqing replied, not giving it much thought. As Li Xianbai's rationale was indeed plausible. Since we are to be friends, shall we exchange tea for wine and indulge a bit? Yuqing suggested with a grin. Excellent. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Li Xianbai echoed with a smile. Soon, both men produced their treasured bottles of wine, filling each other's cups. Fine wine, indeed, Li Xianbai exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. As they toasted and drank, several casks of wine were soon emptied. While the merriment flowed, Li Xianbai never lost sight of his initial objective. During their toasting, he unintentionally glanced towards the direction of the secret realm. Why, dear brother, you seem quite intrigued by this secret realm. I have a thought. Would you care to hear it? Li Xianbai could not help but voice. Please, go ahead, Yuqing encouraged. The celestial phenomena surrounding this secret realm are growing increasingly intense. The petty nuisances you previously dismissed are inconsequential, but who knows if they might attract genuine experts? Thus, I pondered. If you were to collect the treasures within the secret realm before it fully opens, would that not be a more prudent course of action? Li Xianbai mused, by the time the secret realm truly opens, you could have already secured your treasures and departed. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon hearing this, Yuqing chuckled, then shook his head. While your reasoning is sound, the entrance to the secret realm is laden with numerous taboos. Breaking through to enter prematurely is no easy feat. This, Li Xianbai smiled, slightly lifting his chin as he spoke leisurely. To be honest, I have researched formations extensively over the years. While I cannot claim to be a master, I possess considerable knowledge and experience with many formations, including taboos. Chapter 90. A solid 60 assurance. Yuqing's eyes brightened, astonished as he regarded Li Xianbai. The man's confidence suggested he must have substantial assurance in his abilities. Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Yuqing's face, Li Xianbai chuckled softly. Before this future disciple, he aimed to elicit precisely this reaction. With a hint of pride, he remarked, if I can share this with you, it certainly indicates a considerable degree of confidence. As he spoke, he raised a finger. 60%. I possess a solid 60% certainty. What do you think? After saying this, he turned his gaze toward Yuqing, hoping to see fervor reflected in his eyes. However, after hearing his words, Yuqing, who had been brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Elder brother, perhaps we should continue drinking, he stammered. What do you mean by that? Li Xianbai asked, confusion etched on his face. Does my junior brother think 60% is insufficient? It's not that it's insufficient, merely. Yuqing could not help but swirl the wine in his cup. How should I put it? A 60% certainty, in my view, is akin to having none at all. That entails a full 40% chance of mishap. The risk is simply too great. If I were to speak on my own behalf, I would have an even greater certainty, yet I have not resolved to proceed. It would be wiser to patiently await the opening of the secret realm. However, such sentiments were difficult to articulate. So after a moment of contemplation, he said, while the confidence is indeed substantial, it also carries significant risks. I still believe it prudent to wait for the secret realm to open. Li Xianbai pondered this for a moment. Indeed, while he had no interest in the secret realm, having his own path to tread, he could not predict the consequences of prematurely venturing into it. Very well, since my junior brother feels this way, we shall let it be, Li Xianbai conceded. I worry for you, my junior brother. This secret realm is creating quite a stir. What if powerful figures arrive? Will you be able to confront them? At this point, he hesitated slightly, then retrieved a jade pendant from his sleeve, placing it on the tea table. As a token of our camaraderie, I present this jade pendant to you. Li Xianbai said with a smile. Seeing this, the young woman beside him, Xiao Man, could not help but display a look of alarm. She opened her mouth to speak but was silenced by a glare from Li Xianbai. How can I accept this? Yuqing reached out to take the jade pendant, feeling a refreshing chill emanate from it, uncertain of what material it was crafted from. Please, my junior brother, do accept it, Li Xianbai urged with a languid smile. Since you are so gracious, I shall accept it, Yuqing replied, tucking the pendant away. He then pulled out a small sculpture from his sleeve and pushed it toward Li Xianbai in the spirit of reciprocity. Since you have gifted me something, I ought to present you with a token as well. Why, Yuqing said with a smile, this is a carving I made myself. Although it may not be exquisite, it carries my heartfelt intentions. Very well, I shall accept it. Li Xianbai scrutinized the sculpture, finding it to be rather ordinary and giving it little thought before stowing it away in his sleeve. As he accepted it, Yuqing smiled. This was one of the wooden carvings he had carried with him after his ability to transmute stone into gold. After the transformation, it had automatically recognized him as its master. Now, having gifted it to Li Xianbai, Yuqing commanded the carving to act as a protector for him. Although Yuqing could perceive that Li Xianbai was no weakling, he believed that if Li Xianbai were to encounter a crisis, this sculpture might prove helpful. Today has been truly delightful. I preemptively wish my junior brother a successful outcome in the secret realm. I shall take my leave now, and may we meet again by chance. At this moment, Li Xianbai slowly rose to bid farewell, understanding the importance of knowing when to withdraw. He also reminded Yuqing to keep the jade pendant close to him. After their farewells, Li Xianbai departed with Xiaomei and as they walked away, Xiaoman's face was filled with perplexity. Master, why did you give him the warm heart jade? That jade can carry a portion of your power. Automatically protecting its owner. It is an exceedingly precious item. You only have 3, one given to the young lady and one to the family head. He is to be my future disciple. There is no issue in bestowing it upon him in advance. Li Xianbai replied, of course, at this stage, I will also protect him from the shadows. After all, the commotion surrounding the secret realm is growing. Whether he can handle the pressure ahead remains uncertain. That warm heart jade should ideally be reserved for a critical moment in the future, as using it even once will diminish the power it can hold. Therefore, keep a close watch on it. With that, the two returned to the desolate mountain. With a wave of his hand, Li Xianbai unleashed a force that seemed to isolate everything around them. Let us try not to let this young man realize that I am secretly safeguarding him. Only when he truly encounters danger should I intervene, so that he may appreciate my assistance. Li Xianbai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance toward the secret realm, a serene smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, a colossal flying vessel soared through the sky. Akin to a behemoth, cleaving through the clouds, a large black flag stood tall atop the vessel, emblazoned with the vivid words Duhun, fighting soul. As the vessel passed, the onlookers were filled with awe. For this flying vessel belonged to the true first power of the wasteland, the Duhun sect. The Duhun sect's status in the wasteland was unparalleled. No other sect could compare. While the Hongtian sword sect and the Lihua sect were considered first-rate powers, collectively, they were no match for the Duhun sect. This very vessel alone could overpower any sect in the wasteland. At that moment, a large crowd of powerful figures from various factions in the wasteland gathered ahead of the vessel. We bow to Duhun, they proclaimed. It is said that fortune favors those with destiny. Yet the south border secret realm is currently monopolized by one person. Many factions in the wasteland have suffered losses. We beseech the Duhun sect to take action on our behalf. Indeed, that individual is too overbearing. The secret realm is clearly a neutral territory, yet he brazenly claims it for himself, driving all the powers of the wasteland away, even subjugating the Jinhun sect and commanding them to completely annihilate the Lihua sect. This is truly an affront, as if there were no one left to oppose him. We implore the Duhun sect to intervene and eliminate this menace. The roadblocks were the various factions that had been driven away by Yuqing. They feared Yuqing and dared not contest the secret realm but could not swallow their indignation. Hence they united to seek out the Duhun sect. As the flying vessel came to a halt, a young man in white appeared on the front deck. He had a stern countenance, long flowing hair, and his eyes revealed no emotion. Yet there was an air of arrogance as if the entire world were beneath his notice. He first cast a disdainful glance at the crowd from the wasteland, then spoke in a calm and undeniable tone. Send a few people to bring the Jinhun sect's leader to me. Chapter 91. A magnificent house soared through the sky. At this moment, the true terror of the Duhun sect was on full display. As the words of the young man in white fell, several streaks of light shot forth from the vessel. Merely 2 hours later, the Jinhun sect leader, Shi Wuming, was brought before the young man. Ho Gongzi, Shi Wuming stammered as he gazed at the youth before him, feeling somewhat anxious. There is no need to be nervous, sect leader Shi, the young man in white said calmly. I summoned you here not for any other reason, but simply to hear your account of the events that transpired in the secret realm that day. Is that so? Only then did Shi Wuming relax slightly. The Duhun sect was the absolute giant of the wasteland. And although this young man was merely a minor sect leader, he genuinely wished to avoid becoming adversaries with him if possible. Thus, he recounted the events of that day in the secret realm in detail. Naturally, he was somewhat vague in his descriptions of Yuqing, omitting anything that might disclose his true nature. He skirted around any information that could betray Yuqing's secrets. Other details, however, could easily be gathered. For many were present during the Lihua sect's demise, not just the Jinhun sect. The reason for this was not solely due to their subjugation by Yuqing. More importantly, Yuqing had afforded them dignity, treating them not as mere servants. Compared to the Lihua sect, they bore no animosity toward Yuqing and even felt a hint of gratitude. After finishing, Shi Wuming anxiously awaited the young man's response. Very well, you may leave, the young man said after a prolonged silence, waving his hand. Shi Wuming's countenance brightened, scarcely able to believe how easily he could depart. Thank you, Ho Gongzi. He quickly exited the vessel. Meanwhile, around the vessel, countless onlookers from the wasteland expressed their confusion. Why did he let Shi Wuming go? Indeed, Shi Wuming has already submitted to that individual from the south border. He should have been executed. Many voiced their concerns, eager to stir discord. The young man in white, however, remained expressionless, sweeping his hand to silence all noise. Behind him, an elder approached. Young master, that Shi Wuming was not entirely forthcoming, I am aware. The young man replied calmly, we have come for the secret realm, and in my view, we ought not to have let him go. The elder insisted, Mo Lao, you are mistaken. The young man shook his head. His omissions are of little consequence to me. What can a freshly subjugated individual truly know? As he spoke, the young man leisurely rose to his feet. While we have indeed come for the secret realm, both the individual from the south border and Shi Wuming are, in essence, not our enemies. Therefore, at this juncture, we may choose to assert our dominance to claim the rights to the secret realm. And we should not discount the possibility of allying with the individual from the south border. If we were to eliminate Shi Wuming outright, we would immediately position ourselves as adversaries to that person, effectively closing off any potential for cooperation. Moreover, as the next heir of the Duhun sect, I have come to seize the secret realm at the behest of our sect leader, which in truth serves as a test for me. I am acutely aware that my every action will be scrutinized by many discerning eyes. Thus, it is imperative that I proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing these words, the elder displayed a look of admiration. Unable to restrain himself from bowing respectfully, acknowledging the young master's thoughtful consideration. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to remain discreet on this occasion. Let us temporarily conceal this flying vessel. After declaring this, the young man in white slightly levitated, ascending above the vessel. With a flick of his wrist, the enormous ship transformed into a stream of light and vanished into his sleeve. He chuckled softly. Let us depart. As for those individuals in the wasteland, there is no need to pay them any mind. The young man uttered these words with indifference, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing from the perplexed gazes of the various powerful factions in the wasteland. Before long, the members of the Duhun sect arrived in the southern region. The landscape here is indeed quite barren. The young man in white extended his hand, feeling the spatial surroundings, and frowned slightly. Young master, what shall we do next? We await your guidance. The followers behind him bowed respectfully. First, let us find a place to settle down. As for the secret realm. The young man's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at the two enchanting women behind him. Luo Jiamian, you shall go and investigate that person's background. See if they can be of use to me. If they are of average caliber, bring them back to me. If they prove interesting, report back. The young man stated calmly. Understood, young master. The two women swayed their hips as they stepped forward. They were not human, but rather a six-eared cat demon and a masked fox, both formidable subordinates cultivated by the young man. Tasks that were inconvenient for him were often effectively handled by them. Indeed, I have full confidence in their capabilities, the elder beside him nodded. Given their status as demon beasts with unique skills and formidable realms, ordinary human practitioners would hardly pose a challenge to them. In a place like the southern region, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could sweep through effortlessly. After receiving their orders, the two women swiftly transformed into streaks of light and flew towards the direction of the barbaric nation. The scenery here is quite pleasant. Not far from the secret realm, there lies a picturesque location with a courtyard standing proudly. This courtyard is none other than the Moshui courtyard of the southern nation. Upon receiving a command from Yuqing, this grand house traversed mountains and rivers, flying to its current location. Consequently, many have recently witnessed this astonishing spectacle of a massive structure soaring through the sky. Meanwhile, the 4 demons and the little carp who had remained at home, accompanying the house on its flight, were filled with excitement. Only the Hydra felt utterly despondent. With his intellect, it was beyond comprehension what kind of sorcery this could be. He silently cursed himself for having inadvertently stepped into such a quagmire. Another source of his despair was that the little carp had achieved a breakthrough once again. His desire to regain his freedom from the contract was becoming increasingly distant. Of course, upon learning of the Hydra's identity, Yuqing had no intention of eliminating him. After all, he was now bound by contract to the little carp, whose life and death were in his hands. It would be more beneficial to utilize him rather than dispose of him. Disciple, you are now a true practitioner and need not linger by my side. If you wish, venture out and hone your skills throughout the southern region. As Yuqing administered the potion to the 4 demons, he turned to the little carp, speaking gently. Understood, master. The little carp blinked, his young mind not grasping everything, yet he understood that whatever master said was absolute. In no time, he packed his belongings, with the Hydra perched on his shoulder, embarking on a journey afar. Yuqing smiled, untroubled. After all, with the little carp's current strength, he was capable of self-preservation. It was undoubtedly advantageous for him to gain experience in the southern region. However, not long after the little carp set off, a jubilant voice erupted from Emo Sanson. I have broken through. I, Emo Sanson, have achieved a breakthrough. Thank you, master. In the envious gazes of the other 3 demons, Emo Sanson knelt in excitement, his comical appearance exacerbated by the side effects of the potion. Oh, you've broken through, have you? Yuqing observed the potion list, noting that while the enhancement potion had been successfully concocted, the side effects were considerable. He then instructed Emo Sanson, find a suitable place to consolidate your breakthrough, and return to continue testing the potions afterward. Thank you, master. Emo Sanson replied enthusiastically, then turned to the other demons, saying, eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, accompany me to protect me. The 3 demons nodded and hurried outside the courtyard, preparing to find a place to break through. Meanwhile, 2 shadows appeared silently outside the courtyard. If my conjecture is correct, the person the young master instructed us to investigate resides here. The masked fox emitted a chilling laugh. While speaking, her face underwent a bizarre transformation, shifting from that of a pure young girl to an aged crone, and then to a charming woman. The 6-eared cat demon beside her remained quiet, though the 3 pairs of ears hidden in her hair subtly twitched, sensing someone emerging. Someone is coming, the 6-eared cat demon remarked. Soon after, 4 figures leapt out from the courtyard. 4 individuals. Could they be that person's subordinates? If so, let us capture them and extract information about their master. The masked fox cackled. Allow me to handle this. You stay here and keep watch. After the 6-eared cat demon nodded, the masked fox transformed into a streak of light and pursued the 4 small beings. Surrender easily. As the masked fox's claws began to materialize, she lunged toward Emo Sanson and the others. However, as she closed the distance, the moment Emo Sanson's face came into view, her mind went blank. She completely forgot the orders from the Duhun sect's young master and the purpose of her arrival. Her thoughts were consumed by the visage of Emo Sanson, a paragon of beauty, utterly captivating. The masked fox struggled to dispel the thought but found it impossible to banish Emo Sanson from her mind. In that instant, Emo Sanson also turned to face her. In truth, they had sensed each other's presence long before the masked fox had approached. Damn it, this is not just any pretty face. Realizing the gaze from Emo Sanson, the masked fox hastily covered her face, retracting her attack as she landed, transforming her countenance into that of an unblemished beauty. So, you are but a small demon beast? Emo Sanson observed the masked fox coolly, asking icily, speak, what is your purpose in following us? I have no ulterior motive, the masked fox quickly explained, her demeanor pitiful, fearing Emo Sanson would misinterpret her intentions. I just couldn't help but follow. What should we do? Kill her, or what? Emo Xiaoxi looked to Emo Sanson. This fox seems to be of some significance, but my breakthrough is paramount. After capturing her, 4th brother, you will guard her, and I will inquire later. Emo Sanson decided, understood. In response, Emo Sanson led the charge against the masked fox. The masked fox made no attempt to resist, allowing herself to be effortlessly captured by Emo Sanson. Fourth brother, watch over her. Emo Sanson ordered before taking eldest brother and second brother to pursue their breakthrough. Stay put and behave, Emo Xiaoxi commanded the masked fox sternly. When will he return? The masked fox asked hopefully. Who? Emo Xiaoxi inquired. You, the one you referred to as third brother, Sanlang, the masked fox blushed, questioning. Sanlang? Emo Xiaoxi paused, then smacked her, admonishing, do not refer to third brother in such an unpleasant manner. After being slapped, the masked fox appeared pitiful, yet her thoughts were solely consumed by Emo Sanson. It was hardly surprising. Emo Sanson's innate talent for the Tao, coupled with his demon heritage, rendered him utterly captivating in essence. Demons are a variant of demon beasts, yet they possess a more advanced lineage due to the integration of demonic blood. This inherent bloodline bestowed a natural suppression over ordinary demon beasts. Thus, under the influence of Emo Sanson's Tao talent and the bloodline suppression, the masked fox found herself utterly entranced. As she waited anxiously, not knowing how much time had passed, Emo Sanson returned with eldest brother and second brother after his breakthrough. However, upon seeing Emo Sanson post-breakthrough, the last remnants of her rationality were completely stripped away. Her eyes were filled solely with Emo Sanson, her mind fixated on his profile, those enticingly swollen lips, and his unique visage. Before Emo Sanson could even pose a question, she divulged her origins and the purpose of her visit in a torrent, even betraying the six-eared cat demon lurking outside the courtyard. Damn it. She's targeting the master. Upon hearing the words, Emo Sanson's expression darkened with fury as he seized the masked fox, exclaiming, Return with me to meet our master. The masked fox replied without hesitation, I am willing to do anything as long as I can see you. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the courtyard. The six-eared cat demon, having lurked here for quite some time, felt a sudden chill upon witnessing the masked fox mingling with Emo Sanson and his companions. Wasn't she supposed to subdue them? Why were they now mingling together? The six-eared cat demon was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, she saw the masked fox pointing directly at her, urging, Come with me. The masked fox seemed intent on seizing any opportunity to curry favor in front of Emo Sanson. Emo Lauda and Emo Lair exchanged glances before rushing towards the six-eared cat demon alongside the masked fox. Damn it, this masked fox has actually betrayed us. The six-eared cat demon's expression soured as she transformed into a streak of light. Attempting to flee, however, Emo Lauda and Emo Lair had already sealed off her escape route, swiftly capturing her. Masked fox, you traitor. Why? The six-eared cat demon glared at the masked fox with resentment. With her stealthy abilities as a six-eared cat demon, had she not been betrayed by the masked fox, she was confident no one would have detected her presence. You do not understand, the masked fox shot her a disdainful glance, unfazed by her resentful gaze, and dashed off to seek Emo Sanson's approval. You despicable wretch, how dare you betray our lord? Yet, as the six-eared cat demon spoke, her voice faltered. For Emo Sanson's handsome profile had also caught her eye. I. She quickly lowered her gaze, fearing that her disheveled appearance might tarnish the impression. Just a glance, and she found herself utterly captivated by Emo Sanson's allure. When Emo Sanson and the others presented the two demon beasts before Yuqing, he was rendered speechless. From the testimonies of the two women, it was evident that they were not to be underestimated, possessing considerable strength. Yet here they were, appearing as if they were willing to sacrifice their lives for Emo Sanson. Their eyes filled with longing. He couldn't help but marvel at Emo Sanson's terrifying talent for destiny. Chapter 93. A secular emperor worth less than an ant at the Duhun sect. Yuqing's gaze shifted. Having heard of it before, though he had never paid it much heed, as for the two demon beasts, they were indeed a stroke of luck for him, especially for his experiments. Age and gender could greatly influence the results. Just as he pondered how to acquire the two demon beasts for testing, they had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. Thus, he entrusted the two demon beasts to the four great demons for safekeeping. Upon seeing Yuqing hand them over, the four great demons were beside themselves with excitement, especially Emo Sanson, who transformed into a domineering figure before the two demon beasts, commanding them with authority. The two demon beasts were utterly entranced by Emo Sanson's stunning visage, unable to extricate themselves from his charm, reveling in their delight. Meanwhile, at a town near the border of the barbarian kingdom, close to the Fuyiao Empire, there was an apricot grove. Within the grove stood a quaint tavern. Inside, a woman donned a conical hat, seated with numerous skilled individuals concealed around her. She removed her hat, revealing a delicate yet shadowed face. It was none other than the Fuyiao Empress, Nangong Fuyiao. Since the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom, each day had been an ordeal for her. What she had thought to be the pinnacle of her life had turned out to be an utter deception. The dark dust had completely vanished, and the Five Elements Alliance was silent as ever. As for the mysterious leader of the Five Elements, she had never even caught a glimpse of him. Most critically, the Imperial Jade Seal, which contained the fortune of the nation, had been deceived away. She dared not speak of this matter. If it were to spread in the Fuyiao Empire, she would be drowned in scorn. Even as the Empress, damn it, still no news from the dark dust. Nangong Fuyiao attempted to contact the dark dust, but there was no response. Thus, she exhausted every means to turn the tide. Finally, she encountered a celestial phenomenon, and the secret realm had opened. What vexed her greatly was that while this secret realm was close to her Fuyiao Empire, it had unfortunately landed in the barbarian kingdom, merely a few dozen miles away. Even though she knew that even if it had landed in the Fuyiao Empire, she would not be able to access the secret realm, it could still provide unexpected opportunities for her empire. Despite her limited perspective, she was aware that countless experts from various sects, even those surpassing celestial realms, had gathered there. If she could build relationships with such figures, how could the Fuyiao Empire not grow stronger? Losing a national jade seal would be trivial in comparison. Thus, filled with dissatisfaction, she brought several skilled individuals from the Heavenly Palace to the barbarian kingdom, hoping to find some opportunities. Once inside the barbarian kingdom, she cautioned her companions, "We must not reveal our identities. Proceed with utmost caution." Yes, they nodded, their breaths restrained as they spread out. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the tavern, and numerous figures appeared silently before it. "Young master, this place is not far from the secret realm, and the environment is quite pleasant. Shall we settle here?" An elder spoke to the white-clad young master leading the group. The young man in white nodded and stepped toward the tavern. "My young master prefers tranquility. All unauthorized individuals, be gone." The elder's imposing aura filled the tavern, and his voice, laced with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the space, causing all present to feel a heavy pressure. The patrons' expressions changed dramatically, and they hastily fled, and you lot. Noticing a few lingering individuals, the elder turned his icy gaze upon them. They were none other than Nangong Fuyiao and her companions. Boldly, "Do you know who she is?" One of the experts beside the Fuyiao Empress instinctively shouted. Yet, before he could finish, the elder sent him flying with a single blow. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Fuyiao and her companions paled, hesitant to act rashly. As for Nangong Fuyiao, her fists clenched tightly. How humiliating it was for her, the empress of a nation, to be so unceremoniously dismissed. "Your Majesty, their strength is formidable. They must be from one of the sects." One expert whispered. "What of the sects? I am still the empress governing countless subjects," Nangong Fuyiao replied coldly. "But we are likely not their match, especially here in the barbarian kingdom," her subordinate quickly added. Hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's face hardened, and she fell silent. Just as she prepared to leave, she caught sight of the white-clad young man surrounded by admirers, instantly captivated by his extraordinary demeanor. Having never seen such charisma, she recalled the elder's strength beside him, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If such a subordinate possesses this level of power, what of the white-clad young man? She promptly removed her conical hat, revealing her self-proclaimed stunning features, and addressed the young man. "This esteemed gentleman, I am Nangong Fuyiao, Empress of the Fuyiao Empire. May I have a word with you?" However, as she presented her identity as the Empress, expecting astonishment from the white-clad young man, he did not even cast her a glance, not even a fleeting look. Instead, those following him revealed expressions of disdain. A secular emperor worth less than an ant. Nangong Fuyiao's face turned ashen, burning with humiliation. Regardless of her status as an empress, she approached him to extend a greeting, only to receive such a response. Yet she was unwilling to yield. The more dismissive he was, the more she sensed his extraordinary nature. "I can assist you in seizing the secret realm." At this moment, Nangong Fuyiao called out again. Upon hearing this, the white-clad young man paused slightly, glancing at the elder beside him before continuing on his way. "You, come here," the elder commanded, pointing at Nangong Fuyiao. She nodded, leading her companions forward, but an invisible force pushed her subordinates aside. "Only you." Nangong Fuyiao nodded, following the elder back into the tavern. Beneath the apricot trees, the white-clad young man sat cross-legged, quietly observing Nangong Fuyiao. "Speak," the elder instructed. "The location of the secret realm was once part of our Fuyiao Empire many years ago, and although it was reclaimed by the barbarian kingdom, I am intimately familiar with this place. As the Empress of the Fuyiao Empire, I can leverage my subordinates to gather vital information and provide various conveniences for you. Nangong Fuyiao spoke hastily. Is that all? Chapter 94. Behold the handsome blade of youth. The elder beside the white-clad young man scoffed dismissively, preparing to send Nangong Fuyiao away. However, the white-clad young man raised his hand to halt him. What do you want? He asked casually. Nangong Fuyiao was taken aback for a moment, then her expression brightened as she quickly replied, I need, after success, for the barbarian kingdom to merge with my Fuyiao Empire. And no, also the southern kingdom as you wish, the white-clad young man replied nonchalantly. Nangong Fuyiao never expected that he would so easily agree to her request. Since we are collaborating, may I inquire who you are? She asked. The young man clad in white remained silent, yet the elder spoke slowly. You are not yet worthy to know the identity of the young master, but suffice it to say, we are members of the Duhun sect. Duhun sect? Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted in shocked eye in that instant. She paid no heed to the elder's tone, as the name Duhun sect consumed her thoughts. The recent commotion surrounding the secret realm had stirred up widespread speculation. As an empress, although she lacked detailed knowledge of the specific events transpiring within the secret realm, she was nonetheless aware of some information. It was akin to the understanding of an ordinary citizen, who might grasp that significant changes were occurring among the elite, recognize their names, yet remain oblivious to the particulars. This was the result of social stratification. Hence, beyond the southern frontier existed even greater sects. And without a doubt, the undisputed overlord among them was the Duhun sect. She could hardly fathom that she had so casually allied herself with the Duhun sect. We have matters to discuss. You may withdraw, the elder said in a grave tone. Very well, I shall now gather all pertinent information regarding the secret realm. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me, Nangong Fuyiao assured with excitement. Before retreating, however, her promise elicited a hint of disdain from the elder, who, after her departure, remarked, Young master, why concern ourselves with mere worldly emperors? Having just arrived, we may indeed possess certain insights that these locals lack. The young man in white mused, slightly lifting a cup of wine to savor a sip before continuing. In any case, it is prudent to be prepared. If she proves useful, accommodating her, being merely two earthly nations, is hardly burdensome. Indeed, your considerations are thorough as always, the elder nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the tavern, Nangong Fuyiao shed her previous despondency, enveloped in an imperial aura, brimming with vigor. The Duhun sect. It is the most formidable force in the wasteland, unmatched by any other. Soon, all the grievances I have endured will be repaid. Why, Yuqing, you shall come to realize that even without you, Nangong Fuyiao can still thrive. I shall make you regret your refusal to return when I offered you the chance. Consequently, Nangong Fuyiao issued numerous commands, diligently collecting useful intelligence for the Duhun sect. Several days later, she personally arrived with a confidential letter, eager to meet the young man in white, yet she was denied even a glimpse of him. Just give it to me. You may leave, the elder stated impassively. This is a confidential letter, and I must deliver it personally to young Master Ho, Nangong Fuyiao insisted. Is the young master someone you can see at will? The elder's voice darkened. Nangong Fuyao's complexion paled, and she departed with a face full of unwillingness. Young master, this is the letter delivered by Nangong Fuyiao. The elder approached the young man in white and whispered. These messages are not entirely without value, but one might say they are utterly useless. The young man nodded, unfazed, and simply remarked, let her continue her inquiries. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, is there still no news of Lu Er and the masked one? The young man furrowed his brow and nodded. Logically, that should not be the case. We possess their life tokens. If they had encountered any misfortune, the tokens would not remain intact, indicating they have not faced any mishaps. The elder frowned, speaking in a low voice. After all, they are beasts. Could it be that, impossible? Although the masked one and Lu Er have not sworn allegiance to me, they remain fiercely loyal besides, without my presence. No one else would offer them such favorable treatment, the young man in white declared confidently. The elder asked, what shall we do next? Let us wait. News will eventually arrive, the young man replied. The elder nodded. Just then, from a distance outside the tavern, a chilling aura of murderous intent swept through the air, followed by powerful waves of battle. Both the elder and the young man in white exchanged solemn glances. Extending their senses outward, they soon witnessed a group of individuals, frenzied with rage, pursuing a young boy with murderous intent. You little beast, stop right there. You have ruined my son. Now you shall pay with your life." The leader, a middle-aged man, was livid, brandishing various spiritual artifacts and recklessly hurling them toward the fleeing boy. 7 or 8 elders, along with dozens of core disciples from the sect, followed suit, their eyes bloodshot as they desperately chased after the child, shouting, "We have invested so much effort in nurturing the young sect master. You vile wretch have ruined him. Not only have you incapacitated him, but you have also stolen his treasures and hung them upon the city wall. You treat our Chunling sect with utter disdain. You must die today. Our Chunling sect will not rest until you are dead." Meanwhile, the boy, gripping a sword, shouted back as he ran, "You lot are spewing nonsense. It was your young sect master who first took my sister and then coveted my sword. I did him a favor by not killing him. I merely taught him a lesson. I warn you. Do not pursue me any further. If you do, I will incapacitate you all. How dare you, you little beast? You still dare to argue? Prepare to meet your end." The members of Chunling sect were nearly driven mad with rage. The elder and the young man in white exchanged astonished looks, not anticipating such a spectacle. They were somewhat familiar with the Chunling sect, a faction of middling power in the wasteland, noted for its unique practice of dual cultivation to enhance strength. The young sect master was known to be proficient in dual cultivation techniques, and if not for any unforeseen circumstances, he could have become a notable figure in the wasteland. Now, however, it seemed he had been rendered powerless, possibly losing the most critical aspects of his abilities. Naturally, neither of them had any intention of intervening. They merely observed the unfolding drama with interest, at that moment, seeing that the Chunling sect was relentless in its pursuit. The boy finally grew furious. Clearly, his master had taught him well. If one chooses to become an enemy, one must eradicate them entirely. "Humph! I shall make short work of you. Behold my magnificent strike," with a fierce snort. The boy turned and charged at the members of Chunling sect, wielding his sword. If he had chosen to flee, he might have had a chance. However, confronting the Chunling sect head-on was a different story altogether. The elder beside the young man in white shook his head, yet, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed the boy execute a stunning strike in mid-air. As the sword descended, the sky itself seemed to shift in color, as if the very fabric of space had fallen silent. The members of Chunling sect, still in pursuit, found themselves frozen in place. Moments later, their bodies split in two, plummeting from the sky. Chapter 95. It suddenly dawned on me that the ancestor seems to share the same surname. You. The elder was left speechless by this strike, astonished by the identity of the boy in all of the wasteland. He had never heard of such a presence. The sheer power of that strike caused even him, observing from a distance, to feel an unsettling sense of dread. He had no confidence in his ability to withstand it. "Young master, have you ever heard of such a person?" The elder could not help but ask. However, when he turned to look at the young man, he found him staring wide-eyed, trembling, muttering to himself, "The ancestor? It is the ancestor! The ancestor?" The elder exclaimed, unable to suppress his curiosity, his gaze filled with disbelief. Having watched the young man grow up, he knew his character well. He had never seen him lose composure in such a manner. "That strike was the Duhun blade technique?" the young man cried out. "What? The Duhun blade technique?" The elder gasped in shock. "Young master, are you certain it is the Duhun blade technique?" "Without a doubt. It cannot be mistaken," the young man insisted with fervor. "Though the technique in our sect is incomplete, and both my master and I can only master the third scroll, I would recognize this feeling, which shares the same origin, without fail." The elder, upon hearing this, fell into a deep contemplation. The Duhun blade technique was a secret transmission of the Duhun sect. Forbidden to all but its core members, it was the very foundation of the sect, the reason it held its paramount position in the wasteland. "Then who is he? Is he a descendant of our ancestor?" the elder inquired. Upon hearing this, the young man shot him a disapproving glance, unable to restrain himself. "The ancestor has been missing for 3,000 years. Oh, right," the elder replied sheepishly, slapping his forehead. "So who could he possibly be?" Regarding the past of the ancestor, the master had once shared that the ancestor was not originally from the wasteland, but had inadvertently wandered there and subsequently established the Duhun sect. Shortly after its founding, the ancestor departed, leaving behind these 3 incomplete volumes of the Duhun blade technique. The reason only 3 volumes remained was that this technique belonged to the ancestor's family. Only those of his bloodline could learn it. The boy had clearly demonstrated a mastery of more than just the third scroll. Thus, if my conjecture is correct, This boy must be of the same lineage as the ancestor. The young man concluded, his eyes gleaming with insight. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in agreement. Come, we must hasten to pay our respects. The young man in white urged eagerly. The elder nodded, understanding that if this individual were indeed a member of the ancestor's family, regardless of their age, anyone capable of wielding such a powerful strike would undoubtedly be a significant figure in the Duhun sect. Please, do not leave just yet. At that moment, after the young carp had seized the storage ring and obliterated the evidence, he was just about to depart when the young man in white, accompanied by others, pursued him. Hao Wuchang at your service, my lord. We pay our respects, my lord. Upon catching up with the young carp, led by the young man in white, they once again bowed before him. Who are you? The young carp inquired, brandishing his sword, his gaze wary as he regarded the young man in white and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hao Wuchang, the young master of the Duhun sect, and the individuals behind me are also from Duhun sect. The young man in white, Hao Wuchang, said, We have come specifically to pay our respects to you. My lord, pay your respects to me for what reason? The young carp asked, perplexed. This left Hao Wuchang and his companions momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. The Duhun sect was merely a creation of their ancestor, and the young carp's family likely had no knowledge of its existence. You see, our ancestor established the Duhun sect and left behind the Duhun blade technique, within which lies the very technique you just displayed. Subsequently, Hao Wuchang recounted the lineage and history of the Duhun sect's ancestor. If I am not mistaken, you should be of the same lineage as my ancestor. He once mentioned that if someone from the Duhun sect were to encounter his kin in the future, they should treat them as if they were seeing him. Hao Wuchang respectfully clasped his hands together. Oh, I do not recognize your ancestor. This blade technique was taught to me by my master. The young carp replied, not lying. This technique was included in the sacred teachings bestowed upon him by Yuqing. Your master? Hao Wuchang could not help but exchange a glance with the elder Emo beside him. Then asked curiously, May I inquire who your master is? My master is Yuqing. The young carp declared directly. Why Yuqing? Hao Wuchang frowned slightly, then turned his gaze toward the elder Emo. Indeed, according to various sources, the one who intends to monopolize the secret realm, eliminate the Liuhe sect, and subdue the Jinhuang sect is named Yuqing. Hao Wuchang's brow furrowed even deeper. How could the boy's master be that person? Gah! At that moment, the elder Emo suddenly exclaimed unexpectedly. Why did you shout? Hao Wuchang could not help but ask. I just remembered that the ancestor also seems to have the surname Yu. The elder Emo stammered. As soon as these words fell, it left Hao Wuchang astonished. In an instant, the answer dawned upon him. The one from the same lineage as the ancestor was not the boy before him, but rather the Yuqing behind him. It made sense that Yuqing imparted the Duhun blade technique to his disciple, and the young master, the elder Emo, continued to transmit his thoughts. I observe that this young lad's bone age is indeed very young, and he does not merely appear this way due to disguise. He'll possess such extraordinary strength at such a tender age only further corroborates it. After hearing this, Hao Wuchang nodded. Although the ancestor was a matter from long ago, the remaining records indicated that their ancestor hailed from a prominent lineage and was indeed a member of a distinguished family. Only individuals from such esteemed families could cultivate a prodigious talent like the young carp. Thus, everything seemed to align perfectly. We must hasten to pay our respects to that esteemed Yu. Hao Wuchang exclaimed with excitement. However, he quickly shook his head. No, I cannot go. I am not yet worthy. This matter must be relayed to my master and the others within the Duhun sect. They must come personally. The elder Emo nodded in agreement. My lord, I must return to inform my master, so that he may lead the members of the Duhun sect to pay their respects to your esteemed master. Therefore, I kindly ask you to wait here for a few days until I return to the Duhun sect, after which I shall request you to guide us for an introduction. At this moment, Hao Wuchang bowed again. After finishing, he issued commands to the few individuals following him. You few, tend to the Lord diligently during these days and take care of him until we return. Among these individuals, aside from a shadowy male, all were Hao Wuchang's personal maidservants, meticulously trained by the Duhun sect since childhood. As maidservants of the young master, they were certainly not ordinary. Each was graceful and poised. Yes, young master. Without hesitation, they accepted his orders. I have no time to wait for you. I still need to train. The young carp frowned, intending to refuse. Being still young, he was utterly bewildered by Hao Wuchang's roundabout references to ancestors and masters. However, before he could finish, Hao Wuchang's maidservants curtsied to the young carp and obediently stood by his side. Hey, The young carp scratched the back of his head bashfully and said, "My master once said that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. So waiting a bit for you all is no rush." Chapter 96. To pay respects to that esteemed one in the grandest manner, then I shall trouble you, my lord. After bowing, Hao Wuchang turned to Elder Imo and said, "Elder Imo, I kindly request your assistance to accompany me." Very well. Without further ado, the two transformed into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Once airborne, Hao Wuchang waved his hand, summoning the flying vessel exclusive to the Duhun sect. Such a model of vessel consumed a significant amount of resources. However, in pursuit of the fastest return to the Duhun sect, Hao Wuchang disregarded such considerations, eager to return. The vessel darted through the air, swiftly exiting the southern region and entering the realm of the wasteland. Standing at the forefront of the vessel, Hao Wuchang's hands were clasped behind him, his brow tightly knitted, revealing a countenance laden with concern. "Young master, what troubles you?" Elder Imo could not help but inquire. "I was pondering about Lu Er and the masked one," Hao Wuchang replied. "Based on my understanding, they should not have been out of contact for such an extended period. However, in hindsight, it is not difficult to comprehend. Their life tokens have not shattered, indicating they are still safe," Elder Imo remarked. "My concern is not for their safety," Hao Wuchang clarified. "I worry whether they might have inadvertently offended that esteemed one." Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's expression darkened, his heart sinking. After all, the masked one and Lu Er were dispatched by Hao Wuchang. "I fear that if they truly offended that esteemed one, it might provoke ire toward our Duhun sect," Hao Wuchang said, anxiety evident on his face. "It should not escalate to that extent. If they had indeed offended that esteemed one, their life tokens would have shattered by now," Elder Imo offered reassuringly. "I hope so," Hao Wuchang nodded. "Regardless, once we encounter that esteemed elder, I will personally offer my apologies." Elder Imo nodded in agreement. For now, that was all they could do. "Oh, by the way, upon returning to the sect, I will seek out my master. You should bring some gifts and pay a visit to the Jinhuang sect," Hao Wuchang added. Upon hearing this, Elder Imo nodded. Mentioning this reminded him of past apprehensions. Fortunately, Hao Wuchang had not made things difficult for Shi Wuming of the Jinhuang sect. Although Shi Wuming was merely a minor force subdued by Yuqing, one must still consider the master when dealing with the dog. Had Hao Wuchang acted against the Jinhuang sect, it would have severely offended that esteemed one. Now, in a sense, the Duhun sect and Jinhuang sect could be considered as allies. Bringing some gifts to apologize would not be out of line. If it could reach that esteemed one's ears, it might even garner some goodwill. Thus, Elder Imo grew increasingly respectful of his young master. With the flying vessel operating at full speed, the two soon returned to the Duhun sect. Unlike other sects in the wasteland, the Duhun sect, established by the ancestors' arrangements, formed a small paradise. Upon the vessel's arrival, it caught the attention of many, including the elders and higher-ups of the Duhun sect, as well as the sect leader, Ling Han. "I pay my respects to my master." Upon returning, Hao Wuchang immediately stowed the flying vessel. The sect leader, Ling Han, a middle-aged man, stood before the main hall, exuding an aura of authority as he gazed at Hao Wuchang, asking in a deep voice, "Didn't I instruct you to contend for that southern secret realm? Why have you returned?" At that moment, other elders of the Duhun sect also approached, their expressions filled with curiosity. "I report to my master and esteemed elders, I encountered the latter two forms of the Duhun blade technique," Hao Wuchang replied. "What?" This revelation stirred a tempest of astonishment. The crowd erupted in exclamations of shock. "What transpired? Speak quickly," Ling Han urged. Hao Wuchang dared not conceal anything and proceeded to recount his encounter with the young carp and their conversation in detail. "Thus, I speculate that the esteemed Yuqing must be of the same lineage as our ancestor. Therefore, I did not dare to act presumptuously and hurried back to report to my master and all esteemed elders." After hearing Hao Wuchang's words, Ling Han did not hesitate. He took to the air. And above the Grand Duhun main hall stood a massive bell known as the Duhun bell. Since Hao Wuchang's memory began, he had never seen the Duhun bell ring. In that moment, Ling Han suddenly struck the bell. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Hao Wuchang asked, perplexed. "Notify the few individuals in the sect to accompany me to pay respects to that esteemed one," Ling Han said solemnly. "The few individuals in the sect?" Hao Wuchang questioned in confusion. In the next moment, he sensed three profound auras rising from the back mountain of the Duhun sect. "Xiao Han, have you not detected any enemy presence? Why did you ring the Duhun bell?" As the voice echoed, three figures, all elderly with white hair, appeared before them. The leading elder frowned as he looked at Ling Han. "Ling Han, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders." Ling Han quickly bowed. However, after Ling Han's departure, many elders, including Hou Wuchang, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Was it mere rumor that these esteemed elders had passed away? It was utterly unexpected to discover that they were still alive. Nevertheless, they dared not delay any further and hastily approached to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the esteemed elders. The three venerable elders disregarded their presence, continuing to fixate on Ling Han. Before solemnly inquiring, Ling Han, I am addressing you. I report to the three esteemed elders that the last two techniques of the Duhun blade technique have emerged, Ling Han replied. What? Upon hearing this news, even the three venerable elders could not contain their excitement. Do you mean to say that a member of our clan has appeared? One of the elders eagerly questioned. Indeed, Ling Han affirmed. Where is he? Quickly take us to pay our respects, the leading elder urged. He is currently in the southern wilderness, Hou Wuchang interjected, observing the three elders' demeanor. It appeared that encountering a member of their clan was of even greater significance than anticipated. And you are? One elder turned his gaze toward Hou Wuchang. This is my disciple and the prospective next leader of our sect. It is he who has encountered him, Ling Han explained. Indeed. The leading elder nodded in approval, hastily stating, let us descend the mountain at once to pay our respects to him. There is no need to rush, at that moment, the elder on the right, who had remained silent until now, raised his hand to interject. When our ancestor was alive, he relished grand displays. One can only assume that his kin does as well. Ling Han, issue the command for all members above the guardian level of the Duhun sect to assemble and descend the mountain. Additionally, arrange for the highest level of ceremony. Understood. Ling Han promptly accepted the order, swiftly dispatching commands with fervor. Chapter 97. It would suffice to apologize, yet to present such a grand gift? Half a day later, the Duhun sect set forth in a magnificent procession. Within the confines of their small celestial realm, 1, 2, 3 colossal vessels emerged, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. These were the 3 flying boats of the Duhun sect. Such vessels, capable of traversing the skies while possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, were unparalleled. No other sect in the desolate lands could boast even a single one, yet the Duhun sect possessed 3. Their profound heritage was evident. Upon the foremost vessel stood Ling Han, the 3 venerable elders, Hou Wuchang, and other ordinary elders. On the subsequent vessels were the various officials managing other affairs of the Duhun sect, as well as elite disciples who were being cultivated. With the exception of Hou Wuchang, in essence, this mobilization represented the current and future backbone of the Duhun sect. The ancestor had once expressed a fondness for grandeur, stating that the more lavish the display, the greater the respect shown to others. The 3 venerable elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, stroking their beards. These 3 vessels represent the utmost display our Duhun sect can muster. We hope the esteemed elder will find it to his liking. Rest assured, esteemed uncles, I have also brought 3 portions of our sect's most treasured resources amassed over the years, as a token of respect for the esteemed elder. Ling Han added at that moment, that is splendid, splendid indeed. The 3 venerable elders nodded in agreement, instructing, additionally, ensure that upon our arrival, everyone maintains utmost respect. Should anyone falter, they shall be expelled from the Duhun sect without question. After all, a member of our ancestors' kin has appeared, and we cannot afford to be negligent. Thus, following the Duhun sect's meticulous preparations, the 3 flying vessels soared one after the other towards the southern wilderness. It was no wonder they were so diligent. For many years, they had enjoyed the advantages bestowed by their ancestor. In their eyes, the ancestor's prestige was unparalleled. The grand display of the Duhun sect stirred a great commotion among countless individuals, including the emperor himself. The 3 flying vessels traversed the skies. Those unaware might have thought a monumental upheaval was afoot, believing the Duhun sect was mobilizing to annihilate a formidable force. Look, the Duhun sect is heading towards the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is where the secret realm lies. Not long ago, the Duhun sect's young master, Hou Wuchang, had ventured into the southern wilderness with a cadre of experts. Then, just half a day prior, he was seen hastily returning to the Duhun sect aboard a flying vessel. Could it be that something had transpired concerning the Duhun sect's young master? It seems quite likely. Yuqing's strength is formidable. Having single-handedly repelled numerous forces, annihilating the Liuhe sect and subjugating the Jinhuang sect, it would not be surprising if the young master of the Duhun sect encountered difficulties at his hands. Indeed, it is plausible that he returned seeking reinforcements after facing setbacks. However, the scale of this mobilization is truly immense. Regardless, there will certainly be a spectacle to behold. Let us hasten to follow. Under the influence of the Duhun sect, A tempest of activity ensued, drawing countless experts towards the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, in another direction, Shi Wuming led numerous experts from the Jinhuang sect towards the southern wilderness as well. Sect Master, the spoils from exterminating the Liuhe sect were truly bountiful. Indeed, it even surpasses the foundational wealth of our Jinhuang sect by twofold. We had always believed we held an advantage over the Liuhe sect, yet it seems we were mistaken, had it not been for the Master's emergence. Leading to the Liuhe sect's downfall, the gap between us and the Liuhe sect would have only widened. A group of elders engaged in fervent discussion. Enough of that. The extermination of the Liuhe sect is complete. Following the Master's instructions, we must swiftly proceed to the southern wilderness to assist him in safeguarding the periphery of the secret realm, Shi Wuming commanded. Understood. The elders nodded in agreement. Just then, a fluctuation in the surrounding space caught Shi Wuming's attention. Furrowing his brow, he looked towards the distance. Moments later, an elder appeared before them. The people of the Duhan sect. Shi Wuming's brow furrowed tightly. Sect Master Shi, it has been several days since we last met. I trust you are well? The newcomer was none other than Elder Imo. Elder Imo, I have already conveyed all that needed to be said a few days ago. What brings you to impede our way now? Shi Wuming inquired solemnly. Aware that the Duhan sect was also interested in the secret realm, Shi Wuming could not shake a natural aversion towards them, as if instinctively placing himself in Yuqing's camp. It was merely that the reputation of the Duhan sect in the desolate lands was too immense. He, as the overlord of the Jinhuang sect, could only maintain politeness, unwilling to provoke them. Haha, Sect Master Shi. You misunderstand. I do not wish to trouble your esteemed sect. I have come primarily to apologize for the previous incident. Elder Imo hastily chuckled, producing a storage ring, a small gift, a token of my respect. I hope Sect Master Shi will not harbor grievances over the previous matter. As he spoke, the storage ring landed in Shi Wuming's hand. This is, the storage ring bore no distinctive markings. However, with a mere thought, its contents became clear. Upon sensing the array of treasures within, from techniques to spiritual tools and elixirs, Shi Wuming could hardly believe his eyes, left momentarily dazed. While it was true that the Duhan sect had indeed forcibly invited him previously, when had the overlord of the desolate lands ever been so accommodating? To offer an apology after the fact was one thing, but to present such a grand gift, Shi Wuming could not help but mutter to himself. Might as well have invited me over a few more times. Elder Imo, what does this mean? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Shi Wuming felt. As I have mentioned, I am simply apologizing for the previous matter. After all, the Duhan sect and the Jinhuang sect are not enemies. We are more like family, so there is no need for you to overthink this. Just accept the gift, Elder Imo said with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Having said that, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Shi Wuming and the others, departing without a care. Family. Shi Wuming could not help but scratch his head, increasingly perplexed. Yet, he could sense an underlying strangeness in the situation. Let us set this aside for now. I will discuss it further with the Master upon returning to the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, at another location in the desolate lands, within the gates of the Hong Tian sword sect, Ying Qiao rushed into the grand hall, her brow furrowed in concern. Inside the hall, El Tianqi and Shen Jiutao were engrossed in a game of chess. How did you come to know that individual? Shen Jiutao inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he placed a piece on the board that it was somewhat faded. El Tianqi replied with a leisurely smile, recounting the events leading up to Yuqing's slaying of the Qingmen master. Detailing everything to Shen Jiutao. Oh, you have witnessed him with your own eyes? Shen Jiutao pressed further. Indeed. El Tianqi nodded, still feeling awed by the depth of that individual. In any case, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for your warning, my lazy sword sect might have met the same fate as the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect. Shen Jiutao could not help but express his relief, still haunted by the gravity of the situation. Just then, Ying Qiao arrived, her expression grave. Master, Uncle Shen, there is trouble. What is the cause of such urgency? El Tianqi frowned, inquiring, I have just received news that the Duhan sect has mobilized 3 flying vessels. Nearly all their high-ranking personnel are heading towards the southern wilderness, Ying Qiao reported gravely. What? El Tianqi's hand froze mid-move. Chapter 98. If you deem it worthwhile, I shall accompany you. Are you certain there is no mistake? Shen Jiutao, too, lost his focus on the game, raising his head to ask. This information is absolutely reliable. It was just received moments ago. Ying Qiao affirmed. El Tianqi and Shen Jiutao exchanged glances, concern etched in their features. What are your thoughts on this? Shen Jiutao inquired. I presume you are aware of the recent news regarding the Duhan sect's young master venturing to the southern wilderness. Given the Duhun sect's interest in the secret realm, it is certain that they will encounter conflicts with the elder, El Tianchi remarked, furrowing his brow. Thus, if I am correct, the Duhun sect's current mobilization is likely aimed at confronting the elder. What do you plan to do next? Shen Jiutao pressed. Shen Jiutao inquired once more. Lu Tianchi furrowed his brows, remaining silent for an extended period. When the Duhun sect displayed an interest in the secret realm, although it was known that Elder Yuqing might find himself at odds with the sect, it was not prudent for us to intervene, for when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Lu Tianchi remarked. After all, we cannot afford to offend either side. Our involvement is unnecessary. However, with the Duhun sect deploying 3 flying vessels, such a grand display indicates they will not easily relent at this point. Lu Tianchi paused briefly before continuing. While we cannot assist Elder Yuqing directly, to be candid, our presence would be of little use before the Duhun sect. However, what we can do is to notify the elder in advance, allowing him to prepare accordingly. But what if the Duhun sect discovers this and seeks retribution against you? Shen Jiutao asked gravely. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? There is little time for such concerns. Elder Yuqing has eliminated my sworn enemy, the master of the Qingtian Gate. Thus he is akin to a benefactor to our Hengtian sword sect. I shall meet him without pretense, treating him with utmost courtesy, Lu Tianchi replied. With the Duhun sect making such a significant move, I cannot remain indifferent, Lu. I did not expect you to retain such spirit from your earlier days. Shen Jiutao said, unable to refrain from patting Lu Tianchi's shoulder with earnestness. This is precisely why I am willing to stand by your side as a brother. Speak, how shall we proceed? I shall accompany you. You, Lu Tianchi gazed at Shen Jiutao with gratitude, saying, I can undertake this matter alone. Should the news indeed leak, it need not implicate your Zalay sword sect. What nonsense! Such words do not reflect the bond of brotherhood. Shen Jiutao's expression darkened, displeased. Very well, then. Lu Tianchi shook his head. The two brothers, having known each other for many years, understood each other's dispositions well. Yet, the 3 vessels of the Duhun sect moved with astonishing speed. Even though the Hengtian sword sect is closest to the southern wilderness, by the time we arrive, we may not reach them in advance. At that moment, Shen Jiutao expressed his concerns once more. I have already devised a plan. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tianchi produced a talisman shimmering with a faint glow. The Wanli talisman. Upon seeing this, Shen Jiutao's countenance shifted in surprise. I did not expect you to resort to using the Wanli talisman from your Hengtian sword sect. This artifact is indeed a supreme treasure. Whether ensnared in a perilous secret realm, trapped within a formation, or facing various crises, activating the talisman allows one to be transported to any location within 1,000 miles. However, it can only be used once, and as far as I know, you have not used it many times over the years. I must confess, I have but 1 use remaining. After this, the Wanli talisman will be utterly depleted. Lu Tianchi said with a wry smile. Are you certain it is worth it? Shen Jiutao asked solemnly. Once a decision is made, it is undoubtedly worth it, Lu Tianchi affirmed. Very well, if you deem it worthy, I shall accompany you. There is no time to lose. Let us depart at once. Shen Jiutao declared. Shower. I shall be journeying to the southern wilderness with my uncle Shen. You must guard this place and permit no one to enter. Should anyone inquire, simply state that I and Uncle Shen are engaged in discourse and have yet to depart, Lu Tianchi instructed earnestly. Rest assured, master. I know what to do. Ying Qiao nodded seriously, comprehending the underlying implications of Lu Tianchi's instructions. After Lu Tianchi acknowledged her with a nod, he activated the talisman. The talisman's radiance enveloped both Lu Tianchi and Shen Jiutao, and a peculiar force drew them into a spatial realm. Simultaneously, the talisman in Lu Tianchi's hand lost its luster, disintegrating into dust with its final use. Lu Tianchi cast a reluctant glance at the talisman, reflecting on how, over the years, it had saved him from peril on numerous occasions. As the two traversed through the spatial plane, they were soon expelled back into reality. Looking around, they found themselves no longer within the halls of the Hengtian sword sect, but rather in the vicinity of the secret realm. Observing the convergence of celestial phenomena above, Lu Tianchi urged, we must hasten to find the elder and deliver the news. Without hesitation, they moved swiftly, extending their senses. Moments later, Lu Tianchi spotted the familiar courtyard. Over there, he pointed. Shen Jiutao nodded and followed Lu Tianchi as they flew towards the courtyard. Before long, they stood before the entrance. Lu Tianchi, not daring to delay, knocked on the door. It opened to reveal Yuqing. Oh, it is you, Sect Master Lu, Yuqing said with a slight smile, somewhat surprised. He then turned to Shen Jiutao and inquired, and who might this be? Greetings, Elder, Lu Tianqi promptly bowed. This is my good friend, the sect master of the Zilei sword sect, Shunjiotao. Shunjiotao, greetings, Elder. Shunjiotao also bowed, quietly assessing Yuqing, acknowledging him as the one who had annihilated the Liaozong and subdued the Jinhuangzong. It was evident that he exuded an air of inscrutability. Just as Lu Tianqi had described, despite his formidable prowess, he was approachable and unpretentious. Oh, you are sect master Shun. Please, both of you, come in, Yuqing replied with a smile. However, the two did not intend to enter. Lu Tianqi, his expression anxious, stated, Elder, we have come to deliver urgent news. According to reliable sources, the Duhun sect has assembled 3 flying vessels and is heading toward the southern wilderness. Seemingly targeting you, Elder, we urge you to prepare accordingly. As he spoke, Lu Tianqi's expression revealed reluctance, and he added, we regret that we cannot assist you directly. As we represent 2 major sword sections, we hope you can understand. Finally, he implored, we also request that you do not disclose our visit to anyone. With that, they both offered a formal bow and departed decisively. Chapter 99. Let us head to the secret realm and confront the Duhun sect. Watching the two depart hastily, fearful of being discovered, even Yuqing felt a stirring in his heart. Setting aside everything else, their willingness to risk their safety to warn him spoke volumes. He could not help but etch this kindness into his memory. His gaze narrowed. The Duhun sect, indeed intriguing. Was it because of these 2 small beasts, or some other reason? However, the specifics mattered little. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. And the thought stirred his long-dormant bloodlust. I hope they do not disappoint. Yuqing glanced into the distance before returning to the courtyard, retrieving an ordinary long sword that had once been embedded in the depths of the Fuyiao royal capital, and began to sharpen it. Meanwhile, the 3 flying vessels of the Duhun sect had already entered the southern wilderness. Such colossal vessels naturally caused a stir and commotion within the region. In another location, not far from the secret realm, Nangong Fuyiao was exhausting every means to gather intelligence for the Duhun sect. She understood that aligning with such a powerful entity would render the loss of the imperial seal inconsequential. However, upon investigation, she discovered news about Yuqing. What? It is Yuqing again. He intends to monopolize the secret realm and has even repelled various factions from the wildlands. The Liaozong and the Jinhuangzong from the wildlands have been annihilated and subdued? What kind of strength does he possess? Isn't he merely a prince of my Fuyiao empire? While our southern wilderness's celestial sects may show him respect, how could the forces of the wildlands be incapable of contending with him? Why did you not inform me earlier? Nangong Fuyiao slammed her fist on the table, her expression filled with indignation. Despite her reluctance to admit it, receiving this news left her deeply unsettled. No, it was never my intention to drive you away. It is that you possess such formidable strength yet conceal it. Whether I drive you away or not, you would not serve the Fuyiao empire. Your departure changes nothing, Nangong Fuyiao murmured to herself. Yet, despite attempting to console herself, she felt increasingly suffocated. Had she known of Yuqing's strength earlier, the Fuyiao empire would not be in its current predicament, nor would the imperial seal have been lost. Of course, she never believed herself to be at fault, attributing everything to Yuqing's failure to disclose his true capabilities. Your Majesty, urgent news. At that moment, a skilled member of the Tiangong Academy rushed in to report. Speak, Nangong Fuyiao replied with a composed expression. The 3 massive flying vessels of the Duhun sect have entered the southern wilderness, with their high-ranking members emerging. Their intentions seem hostile, and they appear to be coming for King Qing. The subordinate informed. What? Is this news credible? Nangong Fuyiao's eyes brightened, rising swiftly, absolutely certain. They should arrive here within the next quarter hour, the subordinate replied. Excellent. Quickly, let us go to greet them, Nangong Fuyiao commanded eagerly. However, Your Majesty, King Qing was once a renowned contributor to our Fuyiao empire. Should we not inform him? The subordinate hesitated to ask. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened, her voice cold as ice. Since when did he become a contributor to our Fuyiao empire? He has long since severed ties with us. Do you not realize this? However, the subordinate beneath displayed a conflicted expression. There is no however. If you dare speak such words again, you shall be banished from the Empire of Fuyiao, Nangong Fuyiao stated coldly. The subordinate dared not utter another word. Nonetheless, your words have served as a reminder to me. After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Fuyiao continued, I have never been a heartless and unfeeling person, as you pointed out. I do not deny that Yuqing has contributed somewhat to the Empire of Fuyiao. Therefore, if he acknowledges his mistakes and sincerely bows to me, I would not be averse to granting him a chance. At a critical juncture, I might even intervene on his behalf before the Duhun sect, perhaps securing his life. Of course, this is contingent upon his genuine apology and his return to the Empire of Fuyiao, where he must diligently serve me with his abilities. Naturally, any ambitions regarding the secret realm must be abandoned. Upon finishing her words, Nangong Fuyiao raised her chin slightly, her eyes shimmering with a glint of wisdom. Clearly, even though she had detected Yuqing's commanding presence that had repelled the forces from the wilderness, she did not believe he possessed the strength to resist against the onslaught of the Duhun sect's masters. Let us proceed to the secret realm and prepare to welcome the Duhun sect. Without further ado, Nangong Fuyiao led her companions towards the secret realm. Within the territories of another nation, she felt no fear of exposing her identity. After all, the Duhun sect had arrived. What was a mere barbaric nation in comparison? In fact, this was her domain. As she approached the vicinity of the secret realm, she found a multitude of people gathered. Among them were remnants of the wilderness forces who had not departed the southern frontier and local factions, all drawn together by the news. The two principal figures of the barbarian nation, Man Shan and Gong Sun II, were also present, effectively mobilizing all the elite forces of their nation. Even though they understood that facing such entities with their limited power was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, they were resolute. The enemy had come to their doorstep. The barbarian nation had never been a timid or cowardly lot. Meanwhile, within Yuqing's courtyard, Li Bugan and Bai Mei, who were merely spectators to the excitement surrounding the secret realm, hastened to join. Seniors, although we two old fellows may be of little use, we cannot allow outsiders to bully our southern frontier. If you need us, do not hesitate to call. We shall fight tooth and nail. The two old men flushed with indignation, their expressions reflecting a readiness to face death. Their fervor stemmed from a sense of territorial pride. The emergence of the secret realm in the southern frontier was, by all rights, a matter belonging to its people. The wilderness forces had never regarded the local sects as equals, which stoked their anger. Recently, Yuqing's actions had somewhat vented their frustrations by repelling the multitude and decimating two major sections. Additionally, they wished to gamble on a chance for greater aspirations. The southern frontier, being a small region, had limited resources and horizons. If unforeseen circumstances did not arise, these sects might be trapped within their borders for a lifetime. Victory could lead to a brighter future. Defeat would mean a futile struggle. Why Yuqing nodded at them. Perhaps it was only during times of adversity that one could discern the true hearts of people, distinguishing between those who lend support and those who seek to undermine. That moment, Man Shan and Gong Sun II caught sight of the suddenly appearing Nangong Fuyiao, their expressions darkening instantly. Nangong Fuyiao. This is the territory of the barbarian nation. Asked the empress of the Empire of Fuyiao. What business do you have trespassing here? Man Shan demanded, his face a stormy shade of anger. Hemph. In response, Nangong Fuyiao let out a cold snort and raised her chin defiantly, stating, I am here, of course, to welcome the Duhun sect. Chapter 100. Our Empire of Fuyiao has a cooperative relationship with the Duhun sect. Welcoming the Duhun sect, Man Shan retorted coldly. What does the Empire of Fuyiao have to do with the Duhun sect? Who says the Empire of Fuyiao has no ties to the Duhun sect? Nangong Fuyiao replied with a mocking smile. Let me speak plainly. Our Empire of Fuyiao has long established a cooperative relationship with the Duhun sect. This partnership was forged through my own discussions with the young master of the Duhun sect, Lord Ho. Thus, as the Duhun sect approaches the secret realm, it is only fitting that I personally extend my welcome. As she spoke, her voice rose in volume, drawing the attention of many present, especially as she faced off against Man Shan. Indeed, once her words fell, countless gazes turned towards her, murmuring amongst themselves. Many regarded her with a mix of awe and envy. Instinctively, Nangong Fuyiao lifted her chin slightly, reveling in this attention. It differed from the way she was perceived within her own Empire of Fuyiao. Those qualified to be in the vicinity of the secret realm were not ordinary individuals. They were either forces from the wilderness or sects that surpassed national borders within the southern frontier. Man Shan and Gong Sun II's faces turned ashen. The confidence emanating from Nangong Fuyiao seemed genuine, as if she had substantial backing. In that moment, they hesitated to take any action against her. Though they suspected the Duhun sect's arrival might be aimed at Yuqing, the exact intent remained uncertain. With the situation still ambiguous, any rash move against Nangong Fuyiao could lead to unpredictable consequences. Thus, they could only endure her audacious demeanor, their faces a mask of suppressed anger. Nangong Fuyiao glanced provocatively at Man Shan and Gong Sun II, then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the empress of the Empire of Fuyiao. Should any esteemed masters wish to visit the Empire in the future, feel free to inform me, and I shall extend a warm welcome. In response to her overtures, numerous factions quickly returned the courtesy. We are from the failing sect of the wilderness. After the matters of the secret realm are resolved, we shall certainly pay a visit to the Empire of Fuyiao. I am a scattered cultivator from the wilderness. I wonder if the Empire of Fuyiao is in need of followers. If so, I would be eager to serve. Indeed, if the Empress of Fuyiao were to visit our dantian sect, she would surely be welcomed. Most of these individuals hailed from smaller factions within the wilderness, drawn to the secret realm for excitement and potential gain. The favorable responses Nangong Fuyiao received stemmed from the association with the dantian sect. Well said, she replied with a smile, her vanity thoroughly appeased. In the past, these lofty sects would hardly have regarded their mundane nations, yet now the dynamics had shifted entirely. The fiery glares from Man Shan and Gong Sun too only added to her satisfaction. If only Nan Shi of the southern nation were present, she would realize that even among female emperors, there exists disparity. At that moment, a stir arose in the distance, as 3 small black dots swiftly magnified in the observer's sights, transforming into 3 colossal vessels speeding towards them. These were the 3 ships of the dantian sect, racing through the skies. Crafted from specific materials, the ships exuded a heavy aura, casting vast shadows over the gathering, invoking feelings of insignificance and reverence in the onlookers. Man Shan, Gong Sun too, and the others wore grave expressions. If they were to confront such formidable entities, the barbarian nation would likely be annihilated with ease. One could observe the formations swirling around the vessels, their power teetering on the brink of release. A single strike could obliterate everyone present. In contrast, Nangong Fuyiao's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement. This was the true essence of a grand sect, the power she had long yearned for. Compared to this, what were the southern frontier and Yuqing? Come, let us approach and welcome the esteemed masters of the dantian sect, Nangong Fuyiao exclaimed passionately, leading her entourage of experts into the air to greet the ships. On the foremost vessel, aside from the sect leader Ling Han, the young master Hou Wuchang, and the 3 esteemed elders, there were a few others, including Xiao Li and several personal maids of Hou Wuchang. The dantian sect had picked up Xiao Li on their way, for they needed her as an introduction. Without her, their sudden arrival would seem presumptuous. Upon seeing Xiao Li, the 3 esteemed elders were instantly convinced of Yuqing's identity, as they could not discern her true strength, only finding her unfathomable. Young one, may I inquire about the exact location of your esteemed master? They asked, their faces lit with smiles and courtesy. When we arrive, please do remember to introduce us. Of course, Xiao Li replied, casually spitting out a grape seed before staggering towards the front of the ship to survey the surroundings. Hou Wuchang's maid swiftly followed, feeding her peeled grapes. In just a few days, Xiao Li had noticeably gained weight, her round face appearing somewhat comical. My master is in the courtyard just ahead, Xiao Li indicated after her observations. Upon hearing this, the 3 esteemed elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. Follow the directions provided by the young one, and proceed at full speed to pay our respects, they commanded eagerly, already impatient to meet Yuqing. As their orders were issued, the vessels prepared to approach the courtyard. However, just as they moved forward, Nangong Fuyiao, accompanied by her attendants, soared into the air, blocking their path. Nangong Fuyiao, I extend my greetings to the esteemed members of the dantian sect. The esteemed members of the dantian sect are expected to arrive here today, and Nangong Fuyiao has specially gathered everyone to extend a warm welcome. Arrangements for food and drink have already been made, and it is hoped that the distinguished guests will make their way over. In midair, Nangong Fuyiao appeared visibly excited. Although the situation was somewhat abrupt, she had still ordered preparations for a grand reception, confident that the dantian sect would be pleased with her sincerity. This, she believed, would mark a pivotal moment in her ascent to the pinnacle of her life. Chapter 101. Nangong Fuyiao. What connection does she have with the dantian sect? However, the members of the dantian sect were eagerly anticipating their meeting with Yuqing. Suddenly, an overly self-important woman emerged. The 3 grand elders exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly questioning, do we know you? Their attention then shifted to the sect leader. Ling Han? Nangong Fuyiao? Who is she? Ling Han shook his head in bewilderment. At that moment, Hou Wuchang recognized Nangong Fuyiao and remarked, Nangong Fuyiao is the empress of the Fuyiao Empire in the southern regions. Before he could finish, the leading grand elder's expression darkened. What business does a mere mortal empress have interrupting us? What connection do you have with the dantian sect? This is absurd. The grand elder was filled with ire, as he was anxious to meet Yuqing. How could an insignificant secular empress dare to obstruct their vessel? This is the epitome of ignorance. The Grand Elder impatiently issued a sharp command. And with a flick of his robe, he sent Nangong Fuyiao and her companions sprawling away. Nangong Fuyiao, who had been anticipating the opportunity to ally with the Duhun sect, suddenly felt herself cast aside by a mere wave of a sleeve. This spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. Particularly, the Grand Elder's voice had not been suppressed, resonating in everyone's ears and causing a stir. What a surprise! This woman has no connection to the Duhun sect at all. It seems she was merely embellishing her own stature. How can she be so brazen? Just moments ago, she was so arrogant. It is truly shameless. Indeed, I was also deceived by her, believing she had some affiliation, leaving me feeling like a fool. Whispers of disbelief erupted around them. The expressions of the Mongwas Manchan and Gongsun too were particularly telling, as they realized that Nangong Fuyiao had been deceiving everyone. Witnessing her current predicament, they felt a profound sense of embarrassment on her behalf. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyiao had fallen to the ground. In truth, the Grand Elder had not exerted excessive force. Given his status, it was beneath him to harm a commoner. It was merely a casual display of power to reprimand her. Thus, while Nangong Fuyao's injuries were not as severe as she feared, she remained unconscious for a considerable time. Her face, hidden in the shadows, burned with humiliation as she felt the stinging pain. Especially under the scrutiny of the crowd, she wished fervently to vanish into the earth. The pride she had moments ago was now replaced with profound embarrassment. She could not understand how the situation had devolved so drastically. Wasn't she meant to have a partnership with the Duhun sect? After all, Hou Wuchang was the young master of the sect, and she had been aboard the vessel just moments prior. In reality, she had overestimated her significance. To the Duhun sect, not only was their collaboration insignificant, but it barely qualified as a transaction. Hou Wuchang's initial approach was merely based on the possibility that Nangong Fuyiao might possess valuable insights about the area, potentially uncovering unexpected information. Thus, the truth was that neither the Duhun sect nor Hou Wuchang regarded her, the so-called Empress Nangong, with any seriousness. Whether she was present or absent was inconsequential. Furthermore, for the Duhun sect at this juncture, the secret realm was merely secondary. Meeting Yuqing was the paramount concern. It was evident that only Hou Wuchang had been dispatched to the secret realm, while the entire sect was mobilizing for the meeting with Yuqing. As the assembled crowd continued to gossip about Nangong Fuyiao, and as the Duhun sect prepared to depart for Yuqing's courtyard, a figure clad in white appeared in the distance, flanked by two elderly companions. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the white-clad individual, whose appearance was familiar to everyone present. It was none other than Yuqing, the very person who had recently thwarted the forces of the wasteland, vanquished the Liuhe sect, and subdued the Jinhuang sect. Today, he was another central figure in this unfolding drama. The two elders accompanying him were Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Meanwhile, the unconscious Nangong Fuyiao caught sight of Yuqing. In this moment, her expression soured further. Regardless of the day's events, he was undeniably another main character, while she was relegated to the shadows, a mere jester overshadowed by the arrival of the true protagonist. This stark contrast stung her heart deeply. In another hidden corner, Shun Jiutao and El Tianqi, having altered their appearances, observed Yuqing's entrance. They had arrived through talismans and could not return to the wasteland promptly, so they chose to conceal themselves among the crowd and witness the events unfold. Watching the ethereal Yuqing, who appeared unassuming yet lacked any formidable backing, contrasted sharply with the imposing presence of the Duhun sect. The two exchanged wry smiles, silently praying that Yuqing could navigate the impending peril. For them, alerting Yuqing was the extent of their capability, for they still bore the responsibility of their sects, which numbered in the tens of thousands. On the vessel, the three grand elders of the Duhun sect and Ling Han sensed Yuqing's arrival. As they puzzled over his identity, they were taken aback when the young disciple, Xiao Li, joyfully soared from the vessel and rushed towards Yuqing. Master. Upon hearing Xiao Li's greeting, the members of the Duhun sect were startled to realize that he was the very person they had come to meet. Yuqing, observing the Duhun sect's members, felt a surge of long-dormant enthusiasm awaken within him, yearning for an exhilarating battle. However, he was taken aback when his own disciple emerged from the opposing camp, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What is happening? Before he could grasp the situation, he witnessed the members of the Duhun sect disembarking the vessel, led by the three grand elders, followed by the sect leader, elders and junior sect master, all aligning in an orderly fashion. In unison, they bowed deeply to Yuqing. We, the disciples of the Duhun sect, pay our respects to Elder Yuqing, But that was not the end of it. Suddenly, from the three vessels, banners were unfurled. Duhan sect welcomes Elder Yuqing. Elder Yuqing, blessed with great fortune. Elder Yuqing, may you live for 1,000 autumns. As the banners were displayed, the defensive formations originally meant to fend off attacks began to coalesce. Waves of energy surged from the vessels, soaring into the sky. These forces erupted in mid-air, creating ripples that blossomed into brilliant fireworks, illuminating the entire firmament. The cacophony echoed thunderously and astonishingly within the fireworks formed by the energy waves. Two characters gradually took shape. Yuqing.it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Duhan sect had truly gone all out to create a ceremonial atmosphere. Chapter 102. The utter discomfort of Nangong Fuyiao. Yuqing stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. His expression was one of complete bewilderment. As he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, he could only gaze at his young disciple, equally perplexed. The others present were even more astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape, nearly causing their eyeballs to pop out. Wasn't the Duhan sect supposed to eliminate Yuqing? Why were they now bowing in reverence? Someone please explain what in the world is happening. At that moment, Shaoli finally recounted the entire story to Yuqing, detailing her experiences during her training, her encounter with Hou Wuchang, and how he returned to the Duhan sect, leading to the present circumstances. After listening to Shaoli's account, Yuqing finally grasped the situation. The ancestor of the Duhan sect bears the surname Yu and hails from a prominent family beyond the wasteland, by chance. He had arrived in the wasteland, establishing the Duhan sect and leaving behind the first 3 moves of the Duhan swordsmanship. Upon witnessing Shaoli's application of the Duhan swordsmanship, he had deduced that she was a descendant of the sect's founder because she shared his surname. Well, what a mix-up. Yuqing couldn't help but scratch his nose. Unfortunately, he was not related to them. The reason Shaoli knew the Duhan swordsmanship was due to the insights imparted by a sage. If Yuqing's suspicions were correct, that sage was the true kin of the Duhan sect's founder. However, observing the reverent gazes of the Duhan sect's members, who awaited his favor, Yuqing felt reluctant to reveal the truth. The crux of the matter was that this situation was inexplicable. Was he to claim that he had acquired the sage's insights through his system? Who knew what kind of trouble that would stir up? Yuqing surmised that he had no choice but to accept this identity. It was regrettable that the fervor he had just ignited, anticipating a thrilling battle, had instead led to this. Master, they want me to speak well of them to you and make an introduction. Shaoli then added, Very well, have them come over. Yuqing replied resignedly. Upon hearing this, Shaoli waved them over. The members of the Duhan sect approached eagerly, resembling maidens awaiting favor. Upon noticing, their eyes instantly lit up. The 3 grand elders, Ling Han, Hou Wuchang, and the other elders hurried over, first casting a reverent glance at Yuqing before bowing once more. Hong Tian, Hong Di, Hong Run, leading the disciples of the Duhan sect. Pay our respects to Elder Yuqing. The current leader of the Duhan sect is Ling Han, and this is my disciple, the prospective deputy leader of the sect, Hou Wuchang. Behind them are the esteemed elders of the Duhan sect. After exchanging greetings, the members of the Duhan sect began to introduce themselves one by one. Once the introductions were complete, Hong Tian cast a knowing glance at Ling Han, who immediately understood the unspoken message. He then produced 3 storage rings and respectfully handed them to Yuqing. Senior Yuqing, this is a token of our Duhan sect's hospitality, a modest gesture, not meant to impose. Upon receiving the rings, Yuqing was taken aback by the sheer value of the gift. Even with his seasoned disposition, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. However, one does not refuse a gift offered with sincerity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuqing said, My disciple has informed me of the circumstances. You have all shown great consideration. Please, join me in the courtyard for a discussion. Yes, we are honored, senior, the members of the Duhan sect replied, visibly pleased. Yet, this scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Initially, when the Duhan sect paid their respects to Yuqing, the crowd was too astonished to react. It was only when they witnessed the sect's leaders bowing and scraping before him that they grasped the reality. The Duhan sect was not here to attack Yuqing, but rather to pay their respects. Curiosity about Yuqing's identity began to ripple through the crowd. After all, the Duhan sect was an absolute sovereign in the wilderness. The sight of such a powerful entity bowing with such deference raised questions. Was this truly the Duhan sect? Among the crowd, the most incredulous was Nangong Fuyiao. No, why? She found it nearly impossible to accept the day's events. The very force she had hoped to curry favor with was now bowing before Yuqing. What did that make her? Moreover, who was Yuqing, and what was his true strength? Why had she remained oblivious to it all this time? Ironically, prior to her arrival, she had imagined that if the Duhan sect were to come for Yuqing's life, she would use her connections to speak favorably on his behalf, hoping to keep him as an ally. In retrospect, such thoughts seemed utterly ludicrous. She could not bear to witness the scene before her. Nor the sight of the Duhan sect bending over backwards for Yuqing. It was far more painful than when the sect had previously cast her aside with disdain. Rising from the ground, she fled the scene with several elite members of the Fuyiao Empire, her expression one of utter defeat. The expressions of her companions were equally complex, their gazes toward Nangong Fuyiao laden with unspoken emotions. Today, the embarrassment of following her was trivial, but the reality remained. That man was once the king of Qing in their nation. How had their empress fallen to such depths? Meanwhile, in another part of the crowd, the disguised Shen Jiutao and El Tianqi were equally astounded. After a long pause, they exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle bitterly. It seems we have misjudged the situation and acted unnecessarily. El Tianqi remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, who would have known that the Duhan sect came to pay their respects to him? Our efforts were clearly superfluous, Shen Jiutao replied, filled with a sense of regret. I wonder what the true identity of this senior is, to command such respect from the Duhan sect. He mused. A true dragon is beyond comprehension, El Tianqi replied, shaking his head. In light of this, we need not dwell on our fears. Let us return to the wilderness. Shen Jiutao nodded in agreement, and the two transformed into streaks of light, disappearing from sight. With the attention of countless onlookers focused on Yuqing and the Duhan sect, no one noticed their departure. As4 by Mei and Li Bugu, who had accompanied Yuqing, they shared similar sentiments of astonishment. Although they knew they could not be of much assistance, they chose to remain by Yuqing's side. Ultimately, this was the outcome. The members of the Duhan sect, seeing the two beside Yuqing, showed them no disdain. Though their eyes, the three senior elders, who were otherwise inscrutable, treated them with utmost courtesy, addressing them as brothers. This left them flabbergasted. Under normal circumstances, not even these three would have deigned to glance their way. In short, they had struck an incredible stroke of fortune by associating with Yuqing, elevating their status immensely. Chapter 103. This little fellow truly exceeds my expectations every time. At last, the members of the Duhan sect arrived at Yuqing's courtyard. Of course, only the three senior elders and the leader, Ling Han, were qualified to enter. Among the younger generation, only Hou Wuchang was permitted within, while the others had to wait outside. Upon entering, they were greeted by two familiar figures, the masked fox and the six-eared cat demon. Seeing the Duhan sect approach, the two beasts tensed, thinking they were the target of the visitors. They felt an urge to rush forward and kneel, pleading for their master to recognize their genuine affection and grant them freedom. However, before they could voice their intentions, Hou Wuchang was the first to kneel. A look of anxiety etched on his face. Senior Yuqing, it is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the Duhan sect. Please punish me alone. Kneeling on the ground, his face was ashen. What is going on? The three senior elders' expressions darkened. Why Yuqing, however, discerned the situation with a single glance. If I am not mistaken, these two female demon beasts were sent by you. Correct? Indeed, I am the sinner, Hou Wuchang, he admitted, lowering his head in submission. What exactly transpired? The three senior elders were visibly agitated, while Ling Han had already pieced together a rough understanding, having sent Hou Wuchang to the southern wilderness himself. His expression turned grim as he knelt beside Hou Wuchang without hesitation. Senior, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I sent Wuchang to the southern wilderness to compete for the secret realm. Please spare his life, for he is still young. Ling Han implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, the three elders finally grasped the overarching context. You two truly are the disgrace of the Duhan sect, Hong Tian exclaimed furiously, pointing at the kneeling pair. This was a crucial moment for establishing relations with Yuqing, yet they had created such a debacle. Ling Han and Hou Wuchang remained silent, heads bowed in acceptance of their fate. The three senior elders stated firmly, Senior, do as you wish. We, the Duhan sect, will treat these two as if they never existed. All eyes were on Yuqing, who had maintained his silence until now. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and walked into the courtyard, leisurely taking a seat. Rise. The three senior elders exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Senior, what do you mean by this? Those who are unaware are not to be blamed. Yuqing replied lightly. Moreover, these demon beasts were merely here to gather intelligence. Let bygones be bygones. In the past, each individual had come for the secret realm, driven by their own motives, so it was not a matter of right or wrong. Ultimately, The reason Yuqing chose not to pursue the matter was due to their willingness to take responsibility in this moment. Upon hearing this, the three senior elders' faces lit up with joy. They promptly turned to Ling Han and his disciple, urging, "You two should quickly express your gratitude for the seniors' magnanimity." Ling Han and Hou Wuchang, feeling a weight lift from their shoulders, expressed their heartfelt thanks before rising. The masked fox and the six-eared cat, however, were left in disbelief. Their reason for staying was solely due to Emo San. Their focus had been entirely on him, leaving no room for curiosity about this human. Yet, now that the senior elder of their master had arrived, even he was bowing before this human. What delighted them, however, was the thought that they might be able to remain with Emo San forever. Without hesitation, they snuggled closer to him. "Humph, two mundane women, go fetch firewood," Emo San commanded. Rather than feeling offended, the two looked at him with sparkling eyes, so domineering. "We love it." Meanwhile, Yuqing engaged the members of the Duhun sect in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, he found his perception of the Duhun sect shifting. Perhaps due to their long-standing status as a dominant force, they exhibited a hint of arrogance when discussing other powers in the wilderness. Yet they did not come across as tyrannical. Though the founding patriarch of the Duhun sect had established their legacy, it was clear that maintaining their position as rulers was no mere stroke of luck. Initially, Yuqing had assumed the Duhun sect's demeanor was one of ulterior motives, but it soon became apparent they were merely expressing respect for their ancestor. They even recounted how the founder of the Duhun sect had established the sect for the benefit of the Yu family. Now that Yu family members were present, the entirety of the Duhun sect was willing to serve Yuqing. Without hesitation, the three senior elders produced the highest token of the Duhun sect. The Duhun Order. With this order, one could command any member of the sect. Holding the token in his hands, Yuqing found himself at a loss for words. He had done nothing to earn such a vast sect suddenly at his disposal. And a dominant one at that. Life is indeed full of unexpected twists. After their conversation grew more familiar, the members of the Duhun sect did not take their leave. Instead, they expressed their willingness to assist Yuqing in seizing the secret realm. Suddenly finding himself with such a substantial force, Yuqing welcomed the support with open arms. Thus, the members of the Duhun sect set up camp around the courtyard, ready to await the opening of the secret realm. Clap, clap, clap,